Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4BK Chapter 124. Leaving obviously, he was not so sad when he heard the news of Kenpachi's death before, but when he mentioned the players who died in Hueco Mundo, in Asido's words, there was a deep sense of sadness meaning. After hearing these words, Yoruichi couldn't help being moved. Gosuke Shigure said again, although you have said that you chose to stay here for the sake of the players who died in Hueco Mundo, but I still want to ask you, are you willing to return to the Soul Society? I am asking you this question as the 9th generation Kenpachi, the captain of the TNE team. Although you have been away for many years, as long as you are willing to go back, there is still a place for you in the 11th team. Asido was silent. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer Gosuke Shigure's question. Although Gosuke Shigure has been answered before, he is still alive, but he did not return to Soul Society. He wanted to fight for those players who died in Hueco Mundo. Those players went to Hueco Mundo to maintain the balance of souls, fought in this forest of Manos Grande, and then all died here. He survived by luck, so he is naturally obliged to complete the unfinished battle with those team members. However, after fighting for many years, he discovered that it was impossible to effectively clean up the void in the Manos Grande forest by relying on his own strength alone. The ghosts here emerge endlessly, and the speed of cutting the ghosts by oneself is not as fast as the birth of the ghosts. As long as human desires still exist, voids will be born one after another. Asido also despaired and thought about returning to Soul Society. But because he had been away from the Soul Society for a long time, he didn't know what was going on in the Soul Society, and he didn't know if there was still a place for him there, so he finally gave up. Right now, Gosuke Shigure, the current generation of Kenpachi, the current captain of the 11th team, sent him an invitation in front of him, asking him to return to the Soul Society. Asido fell into hesitation. To stay in Hueco Mundo and fight these virtuals? Or return to Soul Society with a contemporary Kenpachi? Gosuke Shigure saw Asido's hesitation, and said softly, "You don't need to rush to give an answer for now, we will stay in Hueco Mundo for a while, during this time, you can think about this issue as much as you want." Asido nodded. Ever since, Gosuke Shigure and Yoruichi's team has one more person. After chatting with Asido, Yoruichi's eyes fell on guard not far away. Advertisement there was a Manos Grande with a badly wounded head. It was Neliel. If Asido is a Shinigami, you can ignore it. But Manos Grande, especially this kind of Manos Grande that seems to be of a very high level, since it is encountered, it is naturally impossible to ignore it. Notice the way Yoruichi looked at the Manos Grande. Asido pondered for a while, then asked Yoruichi, "Can you let her go?" "Huh?" Yoruichi looked at Asido in surprise. "Do you know what you're talking about?" Asido said, "Of course I know what I'm talking about. I have been in Hueco Mundo for many years, and I know Shu better than you. Most of the voids are evil souls who only know how to devour their own kind and other souls. If such voids are not dealt with, they will bring great harm, but some voids. Evil generation. Whether you want to accept this answer or not, but what I want to say is that she helped me before, so I can't let you kill her." Teacher, this is the first time Yoruichi has encountered such a situation. According to her previous knowledge, Shu is evil and needs to be killed. The only way to kill them is with Zanpakuto, to free them. It turned out that one day, she would meet Asido, the Shinigami shelter, and Yoruichi didn't know how to respond to Asido. Can only look at Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure said, "Since Asido said that the other party is good, then let the other party go." While speaking, his figure flashed away, and he came in front of Neliel. Just as he recognized Asido, he also recognized Neliel. Originally, even if Asido didn't speak, he would find a way to spare Neliel's life. After all, Neliel is very different from other ghosts, she is a kind-hearted ghost. But when Asido spoke, he gave him a good excuse. "You must have heard what Asido said. For his sake, I will let you go. I hope you can do a good job and be a kind and righteous dog. If you do any evil deeds in the future and I meet you, I will never spare you." ***O. After saying, "Warning," Gosuke Shigure returned to Asido and Yoruichi. Advertisement Yoruichi gave Gosuke Shigure a weird look. Originally, it was fine for Gosuke Shigure to let this head go for Asido's sake. But these words are too outrageous. What does it mean to be a kind-hearted and righteous ghost? Shu and these things are completely irrelevant. Yoruichi had an old trough suffocated in his heart and couldn't spit it out at all. After solving the matter of Neliel, the three of them left here immediately. Because of Neliel's earlier Sero and Ryotsu released during the battle between Gosuke Shigure and Suniyashiro Tokunada, if the ASE is released to the surrounding area, it is extremely dangerous. 0. The Shu around here has long been run away, including those subordinates who were subdued by Suniyashiro Tokunada. In the final analysis, they will surrender to Suniyashiro Tokunada, but they are afraid of Suniyashiro Tokunada's fly. When Suniyashiro Tokunada has no time to take care of them, they naturally don't care about Suniyashiro Tokunada's life and death, and slip away to respect them. Leaving the forest of Manos Grande, I saw the long-lost sun. Although the sun is hot in Hueco Mundo, it is light after all. Gosuke Shigure and Yoruichi couldn't help feeling a lot. After joining the team of Gosuke Shigure and Yoruichi, Asido took over the heavy responsibility of carrying the corpse. He didn't feel much about carrying the corpse of Suniyashiro Tokunada. After all, he has lived in Hueco Mundo for so many years, and he has not only stayed in the forest of Manos Grande, but also occasionally went out for a stroll. After all, the forest of Manos Grande is too dark. It is really not a comfortable thing to stay in that dark environment for a long time. I don't know where Grandpa and the others fell. Yoruichi spoke, mentioning Shihu and Kuchin. We need to find them as soon as possible. Gosuke Shigure heard the hidden meaning in Yoruichi's words. On the surface, Yoruichi wanted to find Shihu and Kongshan, but in fact, he wanted to tell Shihu and Kongshan that she killed Tsuneyashiro Tokunada. Chapter 125. European Emperor. The vast expanse of yellow sand enters the sky. On the ground of Hueco Mundo, 3 figures, carrying a corpse, were running among them. Leaving the forest of Manos Grande, the number of ghosts encountered on the way dropped sharply, and Yoruichi was not used to it for a while. Earlier in the Manos Grande forest, she had used those Manos Grandes to hone her fighting skills. Although the trip to Hueco Mundo was not too long, Yi Shi could feel her progress. She could of course continue to stay in the Manos Grande forest, but after thinking about it, she gave up. After all, Tsuneyashiro Tokunada has already been executed, and their mission has been completed. The most important task right now is to bring Tsuneyashiro Tokunada's body back to the Soul Society. Before that, of course, has to find her lost grandfather, as well as Gosuke Shigure's vice-captain Zaraki. The process of finding Shihu and Kongshan and Zaraki Juju is extremely boring and tedious. After all, the Hueco Mundo is simply too big. No one knows where Shihu and Kongshan and Zaraki fell. It would be fine if they bumped into each other. If they didn't bump into each other, it means that after finding this person, they have to continue to find another person. Grandpa, it's true that such a big man can still get lost. Can he find us on his own initiative? This was Yoruichi's most common complaint along the way. For these words, Gosuke Shigure just smiled lightly and didn't comment. Asido carried Tsuneyashiro Tokunada's body on his back, and he also knew a little more about the affairs of Captain Shihu and Kuchana's house. After joining Gosuke Shigure's team, he also knew why Gosuke Shigure and others came to Hueco Mundo. It turned out that it was the sinner named Tsuneyashiro Tokunada who came to hunt down, that is, the corpse he was carrying. Whether it is Tsuneyashiro or Shihuan, in the past, they were actually very far away from Asido, but he knows these families, and they are all famous nobles. When it comes to the great nobles, after knowing that the Shiba family has fallen, he feels a burst of emotion. As for Shihu and Kongshan, he naturally knew him too. This is an extremely experienced captain. When he was still in Seireitei, he was the captain of the second team. It was unexpected that he would also come to Hueco Mundo this time. And also with Gosuke now they're lost, while the 3 of Gosuke Shigure were looking for Shihu and Kuchin and Zaraki. The other end of Hueco Mundo. In the vast yellow sand, 2 figures are walking side by side. Advertisement. These 2 figures are one tall and one short, one young and one old. It was Zaraki and Shihu and Kongshan. When they crossed the boundary and arrived at Hueco Mundo, the 4 of them were scattered due to some accidents. It didn't take long to find Zaraki and Shihu and Kongshan. In Shihuan's prediction, he first found Zaraki, and then found Yoruichi and Gosuke Shigure. The 4 of them gathered together, and then only needed to find Tsuneyashiro Tokunada and get rid of Tsuneyashiro Tokunada. Shihu and Kongshan thought well, however, when implementing his own plan, he encountered a little accident. He's lost, because he didn't know where he fell, and Hueco Mundo was too big. Shihu and Koken searched for a long time, but not only failed to find Gosuke Shigure and Yoruichi, but also failed to find Tsunejidai Tokunada whereabouts. On the way, I encountered a few shu, but this was meaningless to Shihu and Kongshan. This is Hueco Mundo. If you can't touch Hueco, then there is a problem. The crux of the problem now is that she can't find Yoruichi and Gosuke Shigure, nor can she find Gundai Tokunada. Where should we go next? Zaraki's sense of direction is extremely poor, and his ability to perceive Ryotsu is almost non-existent. Therefore, these days, he has been following Shihu and Kongshan and letting Shihu and Kongshan guide the way. Shihu and Kongshan hesitated when he heard Zaraki's words. When Zaraki initially asked him which direction to go, he swore by it. But as time went by, even he himself lost confidence in himself. Because for so long, he has not been able to find Yoruichi and Nardai when they are there. Whether it is one's own teammates or enemies, they have not been found. This is not a small blow to the always strong Shihu and Kongshan. Well, go over there. Shihuan pondered for a while, and casually gave a direction. Zaraki didn't suspect him either, although he usually has a quick temper and is a person who doesn't like to use his brain, but his quick temper is more manifested in combat. Regarding combat, he doesn't like to play any tactics, and he is better at rushing directly to chop the enemy die. As for other matters, because he doesn't like to use his brain, he is still very good at listening to other people's opinions. Advertisement. Even if Shihu and Kongshan searched for the way for so long, it was always wrong. Zaraki didn't have any comments either. It's just that every time he finds the wrong way, he will ask him again which way to go. After such things happened more, Shihu and Kongshan felt a little embarrassed. His self-confidence has long since disappeared under repeated blows. After showing the way again this time, Zaraki followed Shihu and Kongshan and headed in that direction. As a result, it was not good. Still got nothing. It can't be said that they got nothing. They encountered a few miscellaneous fishes on the way, and they were all chopped off by Zhengju at random. This made Zaraki a little more fun during the boring journey. Zaraki was happy, but Shihu and Kongshan became more and more depressed. Going in the wrong direction again. This is an extremely heavy blow to an old man. At this moment, Shihu and Kongshan had an idea. Vice Captain Zaraki, if it were you, which direction would you go? Anyway, I just go to 1.5 to guess the direction casually. I have been blindfolded for so long, but I still can't find the right direction. It is better to let Zaraki blindfold one. After Zaraki heard this question, he was taken aback. Me? He pointed in a random direction. Seeing the direction Zaraki was pointing at, Shihuan said emptily, let's go that way next. Of course Zaraki had no opinion. Although Shihuan Kongshan said to follow the direction Zaraki pointed out, he was not very sure whether he could find Gosuke Shigure and the others. However, in this world, there are always some people whose luck is beyond ordinary people's imagination. Although Zaraki has a poor sense of direction, and Ryatsu's sense of direction is even more messy, but luck can't stand him. Not long after, Shihuan Kongshan and Zaraki met three people. It is Gosuke Shigure. Three people. Chapter 126. Returning to the Soul Society. Grandpa, you are really ashamed. For such a long time, you have been wandering in the desert. If I hadn't found you, you might have to continue wandering here. In the middle of the desert at Hueco Mundo, the three of Yoruichi, Gosuke Shigure and Asido met Shihuan Kongshan and Zaraki. After knowing the recent situation of Shihuan Kongshan, Yigan immediately started to despise Shihuan Kongshan. At the same time, he couldn't help boasting about himself. And I'm different. Suneyashiro Tokunada has already been dealt with by me and the teacher. Although it was Gosuke Shigure who mainly dealt with Suneyashiro Tokunada, who told her to follow Gosuke Shigure at that time, and also fought against Namidai Tokunada. So in disguise, it can be said that the two of them worked together to solve it. You. Listening to Yoruichi's unabashed words, Shihuan Kongshan was so angry that one Buddha hanged himself and two Buddhas ascended to heaven. His anger was beyond control. It's not a comfortable thing to be programmed like this by my granddaughter. More importantly, this is still in front of outsiders. He still wants to save face in front of 29 outsiders. It seems that after going back, I have to find a way to beat Yoruichi. She is too arrogant. This is not a good habit. Shihuan Kongshan has secretly decided to give Yoruichi some strength after returning. At present, Yoruichi is only the captain of the criminal army of the 2nd Division, and has not yet become the captain of the 2nd Division. As long as he is the captain of the 2nd Division, Yoruichi can still be arranged. Seeing that Shihuan Kuchana was annoyed by Yoruichi, Gosuke Shigure immediately smoothed things over and said, we were able to get rid of Suneyashiro Tokunada, and that's all luck. Captain Shihuan doesn't need to pay too much attention to this matter. Now that we have gathered, and the sinner Suneyashiro Tokunada has been executed, it's time to return to Soul Society. After hearing Gosuke Shigure's words, Shihuan Kaken also gradually calmed down. That's right, I'm going back to Soul Society. Immediately, he took out a tool specially made by the 12th Division from his body. With this tool, he could contact the 12th Division and open the gate for them to go back to the Soul Society from Hueco Mundo. Middle. These days, the technology of the world transmitting gate is not as advanced as it will be in the future. Advertisement forget about a portable portal like the one made by Urahara Kazuki. Gosuke Shigure and the others want to return to Soul Society from Hueco Mundo, so they can only contact the 12th Squad and let the 12th Squad open the crossing gate from the other side. It didn't take long after contacting the 12th Squad. A portal opened in front of Gosuke Shigure and the others. This is the 12th Squad side. After confirming the location of Gosuke Shigure and others in Hueco Mundo, they deliberately opened the crossing gate. Let's go. Gosuke Shigure turned his head sideways, glanced at Asido who was carrying Suneyashiro Tokunada's body, and said in a deep voice. In the process of searching for Shihuan Kongshan and Zaraki, Asido finally figured out the problem, and he decided to return to the Soul Society. The main reason is because once this opportunity is missed, it will never be possible again. Now because of Gosuke Shigure, the captain of the 11th team, the current Kenpachi came to Hueco Mundo, met him, and invited him, so he has the opportunity to return to Soul Society. If I decline Gosuke Shigure's invitation, I will never have the opportunity to return to Soul Society. Afterwards, what awaits him is Wang Yu's lonely life in the circle of Shu. His own end. I'm afraid he will die silently in the battle with Shu. Okay. Asido nodded. Then, a group of people stepped into the center of the world transmitting gate. Another long journey in the broken world. When everyone came to the other side of the door, the concentration of spirit particles in the air was obviously much lower than that of Hueco Mundo. Even though everyone didn't stay in Hueco Mundo for too long, the difference still caused everyone to be confused, slight discomfort. Everyone knows that they have already entered the Soul Society. Feeling the completely different atmosphere of Soul Society in Hueco Mundo, Asido couldn't help feeling disappointed. Ever since he accepted Kenpachi's order and led the team to the Hueco Mundo expedition, and witnessed the death of his companions in the battle with Shu, he never thought that he would be able to come back. For his companion's last wish, he stayed alone in the Void Circle, fighting Minos Grande. I never thought that one day, I would be able to return to Soul Society. Advertisement, don't think too much about it. Because you left the Soul Society for many years, your Shinigami identity has been cancelled. Next, you need to register again. 11. Gosuke Shigure said to Asido. Of course, during this process, you will inevitably receive some interrogations. After all, you have been away from Soul Society for too long. I hope you can understand that these are specific procedures. Gosuke Shigure said something to Asido. Asido nodded, I understand. In the next time, Zaraki returned to the 11th team. After all, he was away for such a long time. He still cared about whether Yachinryu had a good meal and whether he grew up. Yoruichi and Shihun Kuchana took over Suniyashiro Tokunada's body and went to deliver it accurately. Gosuke Shigure took Asido to the Ichiban team and was busy with Asido's re-registration of Shinigami status. Several people have their own work to do. It didn't take too long to register Asido as a Shinigami. After all, the Captain Gosuke Shigure vouched for it. After some cross-examination and inspections, Asido resumed his Shinigami identity. On the other side, Shihun Kaken also completed this mission after delivering Suniyashiro Tokunada's body. Central 46 was very polite in front of Shihun Kongshan, and even praised Shihun Kongshan. Regarding the fact that Suniyashiro Tokunada was dead and unable to accept their trial, although they regretted it, they didn't say much. After all, it was the head of the Shihun family who went to perform the task this time. Today is the day when the Ai's family retired and the Suniya Daishi family was slaughtered. The only two nobles who were at their peak were the Shihun and Kuchiki families. Central 46 is a group composed of nobles, and they dare not show any arrogance in front of Shihun. Because of Shihun's face, and in the same way, it is impossible for Central 46 to trouble Gosuke Shigure. Not even the act of summoning Gosuke Shigure to interrogate the details of Hueco Mundo. This saves Gosuke Shigure a lot of trouble. Chapter 127. Going to see the sufferer. Although Asido has been away from Soul Society for many years, it is not because no one remembers him. After all, Shinigami's lifespan is too long. During these long years, the 11th team, although newcomers have continued to join it, there are still Shinigami who have lived from the Kenpachi era to the present day. These people are old friends of Asido. When he learned that Asido came back alive from Hueco Mundo, some active and retired Shinigami came to Asido one after another to reminisce with him, which made Asido feel much better. Originally, he was a little at a loss about the decision to return to the Soul Society. He didn't know whether his decision was right or wrong, because he had been away from Soul Society for too long. But today it seems that he found that returning to Soul Society seems to be not bad. Because there are still so many friends alive, this shows that the Soul Society still has traces of his existence. The only thing that makes him feel emotional is that Kenpachi is no longer here. It is also because Kenpachi is no longer around, and he learned about Gosuke Shigure's actions from these old friends. Not long after his expedition to Hueco Mundo that year, Gosuke Shigure became the vice captain. Afterwards, he stayed by Kiyoshiki's side dutifully and responsibly. After Mojo became the new Kenpachi, Gosuke Shigure was still the vice captain. Then, Mole City rebelled, and he chose to participate in the captain's assessment for the 11th team, and only then became the new Kenpachi. According to old friends, Asido knows a little more about Gosuke Shigure. At the same time, I admire Gosuke Shigure, a contemporary Kenpachi, more and more. Of course, Gosuke Shigure didn't know about these things. After bringing Asido to the 11th team and introducing Asido to the 11th team members, Gosuke Shigure left the Japanese team. He went to Suniyashiro's house. For Gosuke Shigure, killing Suniyashiro Tokunada is tantamount to completely clearing up the grievances with the Suniyashiro family. However, the more the grievances are settled, the more certain matters need to be cut. After killing Suniyashiro Tokunada, 2 knives fell into the hands of Gosuke Shigure. Advertisement among them, the passing away, is the knife in his previous life, which is his own, and he does not intend to hand it over. But the other knife, Gosuke Shigure, hasn't figured out what to do with it yet. Yanluo Jing Dian. This sword held by the first ancestor of the Suniyashiro family in the past is indeed very powerful in terms of ability, and can imitate any Zanpakuto Shikai I have seen, including Ryujin Jaka and Kyoga Suigetsu. But there is a price to pay. The price is that the soul needs to be sacrificed in exchange for the power zone of the knife. Gosuke Shigure in his previous life had a way to activate Yanluo Jingdian. After all, the deceased himself was a soul Zanpakuto, and he could use some special methods to activate Yanluo Jingdian without damage. Not so in this life. With rebirth, the soul changes. My own, dead, can't be perfectly activated, let alone Yanluo Jingdian. This knife, for Gosuke Shigure, is equivalent to chicken ribs. Only a lunatic like Suniyashiro Tokunada, because Zanpakuto was confiscated, would use such a knife in order to gain power. For Gosuke Shigure, using Yanluo Jingdian is better than using his own Zanpakuto, at least not at the cost of the soul. Of course, it is also undeniable. If you force yourself to keep this knife, by imitating the shikai of other knives, maybe it will come in handy one day. But then again, that is an illusory future after all. What the future holds, no one can say for sure. Before that, let's go meet the Nardai family first. Suniyashiro's house is located on the other side of the noble street where Kuchiki's house is located. Its area is far less than that of Shihun's house, because the area where it is located happens to have a forest, so it looks extraordinarily gloomy. The whole family, from ancient times to the present, is also extremely mysterious. As a great nobleman, its reputation is naturally extremely loud, but when it comes to people, there are actually not many. This is also a common problem among the great nobles. Advertisement because of the extremely long lifespan of Shinigami, the probability of giving birth to offspring is extremely low. This is somewhat similar to the fantasy novels that Gosuke Shigure read in his previous life. The stronger the person, the harder it is to produce offspring. This is the case with several great nobles. Historically, although it is not considered a single pass, it is not much better. It may be because they jointly murdered the Spirit King, and maybe they were cursed by the Spirit King. At the Kuchiki's and Shihuan's homes, they almost encountered a lack of success. The reason is that the sons of Kuchiki Yinling and Shihuan Kongchan are not qualified enough, and they are embarrassing to use. The most important thing is that they both have only one son. In order to resolve this problem, they resorted to various methods. The Shihuan family is fine, although Shihuan's son Kongchan is not good, but his granddaughter Yoruichi is a penultimate, and now that she has grown up, she can already be on her own, and the Shihuan family no longer has any worries. The solution of the Kuchiki family is to recruit a son-in-law, and recruited Kuchiki Shangha as his son-in-law. After that, he knew, because of various calculations, this matter can only be regarded as half the success. Now, because of the example of Shihuan's family, Kuchiki Yinling can only hope that her grandson can live up to expectations. If her grandson is also a person with mediocre qualifications, there is nothing she can do. Not to mention the rest of the nobles. The Ai's family is a clan headed by women, and they are all continued in a specific way. The Shiba family, originally a small population, was slaughtered after the decline, and now there are only a few single seedlings left. Good Zhao. The Suniyashiro family, among the several great nobles, originally had quite a large population. There are many people not only in the main house, but also in the branch house. Suniyashiro Tokunada is the last seat in the branch house. But after the battle of Suniyashiro Tokunada, let's not talk about the branch house now. The main family is indeed in decline. As far as Gosuke Shigure knows, apart from a few old guys who are too old and unable to walk, there is only one young girl left in the younger generation. If he is also a person with mediocre qualifications, I am afraid that within a few years, Suniya Daishi's house will be eaten away by the branch house, and then replaced. Gosuke Shigure thought so, and then came to Suniyashiro's house, and took the initiative to visit the only remaining Suniyashiro's home. Although Suniyashiro's main house is almost completely wiped out, it is the main house in name after all, which is irreplaceable for branch houses. Unless there is no one left in the main house, it will be replaced by a branch house. Chapter 128. Suniya is the new boss. Gosuke Shigure's visit is an extremely important event for the Suniyashiro family who suffered a catastrophe. After being notified by the servants of the Suniyashiro family, a short girl dressed in aristocratic attire, with dark green hair that is characteristic of the Suniyashiro family, trotted all the way to the front of Gosuke Shigure. After Gosuke Shigure, she paid more attention to the manners of the nobility, walked up to Gosuke Shigure with small steps, and respectfully said to Gosuke Shigure, "Aya Naomi passes Captain Gosuke. The head of the Suniyashiro family is welcome. I have also heard about the tragedy that happened to the Suniyashiro family. I just came back from Hueco Mundo this time, so I took the liberty to visit here." Although it was the first time seeing the girl in front of Gosuke Shigure, he had heard about her before coming here. She is the only surviving young man of the main family. Although there are still a few old men alive in the main family, those old men have problems even walking. Basically time is running out, and because of this, after all the important members of the main family of Suniyashi died, Suniyashi, the position of head of the house, automatically fell on this young girl. During this process, Suniyashiro branch house naturally revealed its ambition. Although Suniyashiro Tokunada's murder of the main house is a great crime, but for the branch house, this may not be an opportunity to replace the main house. It is a pity that the branch house's ambition has not been realized after all. This matter was eventually blocked by the Kuchiki family. According to Kuchiki Yinling, Suniyashiro's main house is still alive, so how can the branch house be qualified to replace the main house? Although the branch house still has some ideas, but in the past, after all, they were dependent on the main family, and they were not too powerful. Among them, it is a very rare thing that there can be such an outlier as Suniyashiro Tokunada. Faced with the interference of the Kuchiki family, Suniyashiro branch house can only accept that the only remaining girl of the main house becomes the head of the house. Of course, in the final analysis, it is because although the current Suniyashiro branch house has ambitions, it does not have the power to replace the main house. If one day, they have enough power to ignore the interference of Kuchiki, Shihuan and others, it may not be impossible to replace the main house and become the new home. In fact, they still have another choice, which is to murder the only remaining girl in the main family. Advertisements simply do nothing and keep going, completely destroying the main family. But Suniyashiro Tokunada of the branch house committed such a serious crime. If such a thing happened at this moment, they, the branch house people, would inevitably be liquidated. Although this is a family matter of the Suniyashiro family, since the Kuchiki family interfered with the succession of the head of the Suniyashiro family, the rest of the nobles are eager to get involved. Branch house still didn't have the guts to do such a thing in the end. "This is not a place for chatting, Captain Gosuke, let's go in." Suniyashiro Ayana, the new head of the Suniyashiro family, is talking to Gosuke Shigure. Then, Gosuke Shigure followed her into the inner courtyard where the main house was. The layout of Suniyashiro's house has not changed much from that of Gosuke Shigure's last life. The only difference is that the area where the main house is located, except for some servants working for the Suniyashiro's house, there are too many figures, and in his last life, there were quite a few people in Tsuneyashi Daishi's family, which can be called the heyday. Perhaps it was for this reason that Tsuneyashiro's family at that time was dissatisfied with him, a member of the branch house, over the head of the main family, and then did such a thing. Gosuke Shigure waited and watched the layout of Tsuneyashiro's house, and finally came to the living room of the main house. Afterwards, Tsuneyashiro Ayana, the head of the Tsuneyashiro family, showed her tea skills and poured a cup of tea for Gosuke Shigure herself. She said softly, speaking carefully, I would also like to thank Captain Gosuke. If Captain Gosuke hadn't gone to Hueco Mundo, the sinner Tsuneyashiro Tokunada would not have been executed. Gosuke Shigure said calmly, it's nothing, it's just my duty. Tsuneyashiro Tokunada committed a felony, and I, as the captain of the Gode 10 home team, have the obligation, CJEF, to bring him to justice. Tsuneyashiro Ayana said. That being said, Tsuneyashiro Tokunada is powerful, and the head and elders before me all died in his hands. Waiting for Shinigami, he is not his opponent. If Captain Gosuke didn't take action, it's impossible to die so soon. Captain Gosuke solved Tsuneyashiro Tokunada. He is the benefactor of my Tsuneyashiro family. Even if Captain Gosuke doesn't come here to visit today, I still want to invite Captain Gosuke to come to my house. Thank you, Captain Gosuke. Tsuneyashiro Ayana looks young, but her words are orderly. This amused Gosuke Shigure. Advertisement unexpectedly, because of good luck, the surviving girl of Tsuneyashi's family turned out to be a good talent. The thought flashed through his mind, and Gosuke Shigure asked the girl in front of him again. Now the Tsuneyashiro family is in decline. The Tsuneyashiro family wants to do it next. It stands to reason that Gosuke Shigure's question is not very appropriate, but he just asked it. And Tsuneyashiro Ayana also gave a reply. I decided to finish my studies at Spiritual Arts Academy first, and then, become a real Shinigami. Only I will become a Shinigami and protect Tsuneyo's house. Tsuneyashiro Ayana's tone was extremely decisive. Gosuke Shigure nodded slightly. Speaking carefully, Tsuneyashiro Rihanna was able to survive the chaos because she was lucky. She is a student of Spiritual Arts Academy, and she happened to be in the school when Tsuneyashiro Tokunada slaughtered the master's family, which saved her from being killed. That's it. Regarding Tsuneyaro Ayana's words, Gosuke Shigure did not give much evaluation. On the contrary, his attitude fell into the eyes of Tsuneyashiro Rihanna, which meant something else. She raised her eyebrows slightly, and said to Gosuke Shigure. Does Captain Gosuke think I'm joking? I'm serious. Although there are only me and a few old people left in Tsuneyashi's family, as long as I can become a strong person, no matter how many people there are in the branch house, I must be attached to my master's family. Back then, in my Tsuneyashiro branch house, there was a strong man named Tsuneyashiro Shisui. He was a member of the branch house, but because he was strong enough, even the head of the house was in awe of him. In the same way, as a member of the main family, as long as I am strong enough, even if the main family is only me, the Tsuneyashiro family will not decline. Tsuneyashiro Ayana gave an example. Gosuke Shigure was stunned. He didn't expect that the other party would mention himself in his previous life. Chapter 129. The so-called times after visiting Tsuneyashiro's house, Gosuke Shigure chatted with Tsuneyashiro Ayana, the new head of the family. In the words, after all, he still did not take the initiative to mention the matter of Yanluo Jingdian, and Tsuneyashiro Rihanna did not mention the matter of the sword. I don't know if it's because Tsuneyashiro's main family was completely destroyed, and Tsuneyashiro Ayana was not an important figure in the main family before, so she didn't know the existence of Yanluo Jingdian. This is not surprising. Although for the rest of the nobles, they all know that the Tsuneyashiro family hides a zanpakuto that has been passed down from generation to generation. But what this knife is, but few people know. Only the core members of the Tsuneyashiro family are qualified to know the existence of this knife and its ability. Although Tsuneyashiro Ayana is a member of the Tsuneyashiro family, but before that, she was not a core member. At that time, the core member of the main family was Tsuneyashiro Tokyo. But Tsuneyashiro Tokyo was unlucky, because he was sent by the patriarch to summon Tsuneyashiro Takina, and was directly killed by Dai Tokunada. If Tsuneyashiro Rihanna took the initiative to mention the knife, Gosuke Shigure would give some excuses, such as not seeing Tsuneyashiro Tokunada with a knife, but since Tsuneyashiro Rihanna did not mention it this saves Gosuke Shigure a lot of work. As for, why didn't Gosuke Shigure mention this knife himself? Of course it was because he came to Tsuneyashiro's house this time just for investigation. If Tsuneyashiro Ayana, the head of the Tsuneyashiro family, is qualified in the future, she can naturally deliver the sword to her. Conversely, if someone without the ability gets the knife of Yanluo Jingdian, he will only abuse it. This is not a good thing. Although from Gosuke Shigure's point of view, Yanluo Jingdian's ability is limited, it can only imitate Zanpakuto's Shikai, not Bankai. But if it is in the hands of bad people and used indiscriminately, it will still cause some troubles. Leaving from Tsuneyashiro's house, he returned to the 11th team. To Gosuke Shigure's surprise, a customer has been waiting here for a long time. Teacher. Advertisement in the captain's room. Sitting cross-legged, Yoruichi, who was looking at Gosuke Shigure's publication. Seireitei correspondence collection. Here, put down the publication in his hand, stood up, and said hello to Gosuke Shigure. I didn't expect that you would come to me. Gosuke Shigure smiled, talking to Yoruichi. Yoruichi didn't chat with Gosuke Shigure too much, and asked Gosuke Shigure in a deep voice, Sensei, Have you gone to Suniyashiro's house? Gosuke Shigure did not deny this. The Suniyashiro family suffered heavy losses. As the person who personally executed Suniyashiro Tokunada, I have to visit the victim's family. Currently, the families of the victims are not stable. Yoruichi's eyes flickered. As far as I know, there is only one girl left in the younger generation of Suniya Daishi's family. Teacher, since you have met her, what do you think of her? Gosuke Shigure said. How else can you see? Just use your eyes. He made a little joke. Seeing Yoruichi give himself a blank look, Gosuke Shigure said again. It looks good so far. Although he is not very old, he seems to be a quite capable person. Of course, no one can tell what will happen in the future, whether she can take on the heavy responsibility of the Suniyashiro family. Gosuke timed his own evaluation. In the original book, this girl from the Suniyashiro family did not appear, not even the Suniyashiro family. But according to the girl's earlier remarks, maybe the future Seireitei can really have a place for the other party. The so-called times make heroes. The most important thing is the word, current situation. No matter how talented a person is, he must be given a chance so that he can take advantage of the situation. Just like what happened to the Suniyashiro family this time. If Suniyashiro Tokunada hadn't killed Utakusa first, and the Kuchiki family had put pressure on him later, no one would have known how powerful the last member of the Suniyashiro family's branch house would be. Kill all the important people in the main family. The teacher really thinks highly of her. Yoruichi said something in a strange tone. I don't know if it's because the current head of the Suniyashiro family is also a young girl. Yoruichi, who has never heard the teacher praise him, is a little bit disgusted to hear this. Advertisement Gosuke Shigure smiled and didn't say much. 0 for flowers. Yoruichi's expression became serious again. The 2 knives are still with the teacher. Gosuke Shigure became serious when he heard this. What do you want to say? Yoruichi explained. As far as I know, the Suniyashiro family has a Zanpakuto that has been passed down from generation to generation. Although we don't know what the specific power of that sword is, according to the records in my family, that sword is extremely dangerous. Under normal circumstances, after Suniyashiro Tokunada was killed, the knife should be returned to the Suniyashiro family. Of course, because the Suniyashiro family has become like that, it's okay if the teacher insists on keeping that knife, but it's best not to let outsiders know. Also, I have to tell the teacher that the knife is very dangerous. 0 www. It seems that there is an irreparable price to be paid for urging the knife. After hearing Yoruichi's words, Gosuke Shigure was silent for a while and said, So, you came here to tell me this? Yoruichi nodded and said, Yes, although I don't know which of the 2 knives is a katana handed down from generation to generation by the Suniyashiro family. But since these 2 knives fell into the hands of the teacher, I naturally have an obligation to agree with you. The teacher made these things clear. Afraid that Gosuke Shigure might have other ideas, Yoruichi said again. Teacher, don't worry, I won't tell about that knife. Gosuke Shigure couldn't help but glanced at Yoruichi. You really have a heart. Yoruichi also smiled and said, This is a secret between me and the teacher. It's a secret indeed. Gosuke Shigure didn't deny that either. Yoruichi came and went quickly. It seems that she came to the 11th team just to tell Gosuke Shigure these things. After Yoruichi left, Gosuke Shigure also took out the 2 knives he got from Suniyashiro Tokunada and put them away carefully. Among them, Yanluo Jingdian is a sword handed down from generation to generation by the Suniyashiro family. This sword Gosuke Shigure sealed it up and did not plan to carry it with him. And when he picked up another knife, which is the Zanpakuto, dead person, of his previous life, Gosuke Shigure fell into a deep thought. Chapter 130 Another sufferer. As a result of his rebirth, Gosuke Shigure's soul underwent some changes, which allowed him to give birth to a new Zanpakuto, which is now known as Thunderbolt. The new Zanpakuto appeared, and the change brought about was that when Gosuke Shigure obtained the Zanpakuto from his previous life, although he could communicate with Zanpakuto's sword spirit, it was difficult to achieve soul fusion, and naturally he could not directly communicate with himself. The Ryotsu poured into the sword, fully mobilizing the power of Zanpakuto. In other words, there is no difference between Gosuke Shigure holding the deceased and outsiders holding the knife. The only difference is that outsiders need to sacrifice their souls to activate the power of the deceased. And because Gosuke Shigure was the master of the deceased in his previous life, he can directly let the sword spirit exert its power. It seems to be pretty good. But the crux of the problem, 077, is that the source of power of the dead is like a tree without roots. If one blindly uses power without being replenished, sooner or later he will become the king of disappearance due to the exhaustion of power. Of course, as the soul-type Zanpakuto, it can replenish its power by devouring the souls of Shinigami, Shu. But after all, this is only a way to treat the symptoms, not the root cause. Now Gosuke Shigure can only try his best to keep this knife. Even if he already has a new Zanpakuto, but I can be reborn, and the deceased also played a very important role in it. Although Gosuke Shigure has not figured out the reason for his rebirth, the deceased provided him with the power of the soul, so that the soul did not disperse after his demise. This is probably one of the most important factors. Under such circumstances, Gosuke Shigure certainly could not let the dead just dissipate. It seems that in the next few days, there seems to be something that can be done. Gosuke Shigure is not a research-oriented talent, neither in his previous life nor in this life. However, in order to keep the knife of the dead alive, he doesn't mind playing a guest role as a researcher. Of course, setting the next goal does not mean that it must be implemented immediately. Before that, Gosuke Shigure made another trip to Rukongai. Rukongai is divided into 4 regions, southeast, northwest, and each region has 80 regions, a total of 320 regions. The number of souls that are many times greater than that of Shinigami is living in these 320 regions. In the 10 regions, just like in the present world, they are once again experiencing life, old age, sickness, death, love and hatred. Although the environment in some areas is extremely harsh. Advertisement, but for the soul, after death, it is already an extremely satisfying thing to be able to live again. South Rukongai 64 District Noodles. This is also a relatively backward area, but compared to the Zaraki area in the North 80 District, where people are willing to die for a little water, the law and order here is slightly better. Although there are conflicts between souls, they are not life and death. Of course, the living environment here is still not as good as the front area. Because of the influence of the environment, the souls living here have always had a sad look on their faces. It is worth mentioning that this is the area where Tsunoyoyo Katsura lived in the past, and it is also the area where Tusen Kanami is currently located. Tsunoyodoka Kuma can be regarded as the pride of Minami Rukongai's 64th district. From an ordinary soul, she became an official Shinigami after being admitted to the Spiritual Arts Academy and later married into an aristocrat. The so-called transformation of a pheasant into a phoenix is nothing like this. In the past, she often returned to Rukongai to catch up with her former friends. This made many of Rukongai's friends know about her recent situation. However, even she doesn't know it. During a trip back to Rukongai to visit relatives, her husband would secretly follow her and then kill her. In a wilderness in the face area, Tsuneyashiro Tokunada killed Tsuneyashiro Udamasa. Normally, there should be no witnesses to this murder because it was carried out in the wilderness. But before that, Tsuneyoka Masaru and Tusen Kanami agreed to meet there. Ever since, Tusen Kanami heard the murder. I don't know if Tsuneyashiro Tokunada was sloppy, or he discovered Tusen Kanami but didn't take him seriously. After killing Jie Kwang, although he took away Jie Kwang's body and handed it over to the Tsuneyashiro family for research, he left his Zanpakuto behind. This knife fell into the hands of Tusen Kanami by chance. Advertisement after that, it is no secret, to do justice to my friends. Tusen Kanami, a blind man, traveled all the way from the 64th district of Rukongai, finally arrived at Seireitei on the edge of the 1st district, and then entered it, ready to meet Central 46, but was directly blocked, and even nearly died in Tsuneyashiro Tokunada hands. One can imagine how desperate Tusen Kanami was at that time. Today, Tsuneyashidai Tokunada is executed, and the so-called justice has also been carried out. Gosuke Shigure felt that he should come to meet Tusen Kanami. In the 64th district, near the former living area of Kakuma, Gosuke Shigure caught a soul and asked about Tusen Kanami. Although this soul is curious why Shinigami is looking for Tusen Kanami, is it because he went to Seireitei to complain that day? Although I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. But he didn't help Tusen Kanami hide it. In the final analysis, it was because Tusen Kanami was not very popular, he was blind, he was not very good looking, and he was still taciturn, which made him in the past, the only friend he had was Jie Kwang. The spirit directly told Gosuke Shigure where Tusen Kanami lived. After Gosuke Shigure knew where Tusen Kanami lived, he went straight there. The other party lives in a fringe area with a mountain backing, 2.8. The house he lives in is also extremely simple and dilapidated. After all, he is a blind man. Even though he has a stronger sense of hearing than ordinary people, it is still somewhat inconvenient in terms of life. When Gosuke Shigure approached, in the cabin, a black-skinned blind man holding a sealed state could not help but move his ears slightly, and he heard footsteps. In other words, someone came to his text. You know, in the past, very few people came here. Except Jie Kwang. But now, Jie Kwang is dead, and no one will come here again. He hastily put away the sealed state, left by the song in his hand, and then asked in a deep voice to the door. Who's there? The wooden door of the cabin was pushed open. Gosuke Shigure looked at Tusen Kanami. I've come to tell you news. Chapter 131 Qualified to know the truth. Who are you? As a blind man, Tusen Kanami couldn't see Gosuke Shigure, but he could hear it. At the same time, he felt a sharp aura from him. This means that the visitor is not an ordinary person. This made his heart sink secretly. On that day, he went to Seireitei to file a complaint, and was almost killed by Tsuneyashiro Tokunada. Although he survived because of Kiraku Shunsui, there was basically no hope of filing a complaint. Even if Kiraku Shunsui said something that day and would help Central 46, Tusen Kanami didn't take it too seriously. But after Kiraku Shunsui left, someone who appeared beside him further made people aware of the darkness of Soul Society. It is basically impossible for me to seek justice through normal channels. It is also because of understanding this that Tusen Kanami is both uncomfortable and desperate. But he finally figured out something. 30 that is, I cannot uphold justice because I am too weak. If you become stronger, in the future, it may not be impossible for a dog to avenge Song Guo. So, he left Seireitei with his scarred body, returned to Rukongai, and found the Zanpakuto left by Jie Kwang. He is going to apply for the Spiritual Arts Academy. Become a Shinigami. Then, I hope that in the future, I can use the knife of Song Guo to avenge her. Also after he left Seireitei, he was in a state of ignorance about Seireitei. Tusen Kanami didn't know what happened to the Suniyashiro family. He thought that Gosuke Shigure in front of him was Suniyashiro Tokunada, who still didn't intend to let him go, and was going to come to kill the grass. Thinking of this, Tusen Kanami is ready to fight at any time. Advertisement. My name is Gosuke Shigure, and I'm a Shinigami. Gosuke Shigure didn't hide what Tusen Kanami meant, and directly told his background in front of him. Shinigami. What are you doing here? Suniyashiro Tokunada asked you to come? Tusen Kanami knew his identity. He was just an ordinary soul, and because he was blind, even an ordinary soul not as good. And Shinigami, for Rukongai's soul, is a real big shot. He doesn't believe that a Shinigami will visit him for no reason. Tusen Kanami became more and more convinced that the other party was sent by Suniyashiro Tokunada, and wanted to kill himself. Because he sued Suniyashiro Tokunada, it caused him some trouble. Of course, Tusen Kanami thinks this way because he is not in the system of Gode 13 and does not know the identity of Gosuke Shigure. My coming here is indeed related to Suniyashiro Tokunada. Gosuke Shigure did not deny it, and directly admitted it. Tusen Kanami's heart shuddered when he heard this, and he became more and more nervous. Gosuke Shigure saw Tusen Kanami's nervousness, and smiled. You don't have to be nervous, I told you, I'm here to tell you a news. After saying this, he didn't sell anything, and said directly, Tatsuniyashiro Tokunada is dead. 11. Tusen Kanami's body shook, and an unbelievable expression appeared on his face. Dead, dead? His beloved Suniyashiro Tokunada died like this? After all, the murderer who killed Jay Kwong was not able to get away with it because of his noble status? Tusen Kanami felt like he was in a dream for a while, and there was an extremely unreal feeling. Yes, is it Central 46? After regaining his senses, Tusen Kanami hurriedly asked Gosuke Shigure. He thought that he sued Suniyashiro Tokunada, because he was told by the Shinigami named Kiraku Shunsui, so that Central 46 knew that Central 46 had tried Suniyashiro Tokunada, and Suniyashiro Tokunada would die. It's not true. Gosuke Shigure denied Tusen Kanami's words, and immediately told him the truth. Suniyashiro Tokunada, I killed him. It is also fortunate that Tusen Kanami has no eyes, otherwise the pupils will shrink sharply. However, although there is no sharp pupil contraction, there are still such things as taking a breath of cold air. Advertisement. Tusen Kanami looked in the direction of Gosuke Shigure with a shocked expression. Gosuke Shigure said, because you are also one of the victims of the Suniyashiro Tokunada incident, so I came here specially today to tell you about the Suniyashiro Tokunada incident. Tusen Kanami became more and more puzzled. Gosuke Shigure immediately started talking about the cause of the matter. That day, you went to Seireitei to sue Suniyashiro Tokunada, although it was unsuccessful, but this matter was still given by Central 46 through the captain of the 8th team, Kiraku Shunsui. Got it. After Central 46 found out about this, they interrogated Suniyashiro Tokunada as soon as possible. Due to the actions of the noble Kuchiki family, this trial was extremely fair. Under normal circumstances, Suniyashiro Tokunada will receive the punishment he deserves. Tusen Kanami is not a stupid person. Combined with Gosuke Shigure's denial that Suniyashiro Tokunada died because of Central 46's trial of Suniyashiro Tokunada, he immediately guessed that there must be something else behind the incident. Did something happen again? He asked Gosuke Shigure. Good. Gosuke Shigure said, just before the Suniyashiro family was about to hand over Suniyashiro Tokunada 173 for him to stand trial, Suniyashiro Tokunada went berserk and killed the Suniyashiro family. You may not know the status of the Suniyashiro family, but I can tell you that even among many nobles, the Suniyashiro family is at the top. It is a great nobleman in the true sense. After slaughtering the main family, Suniyashiro Tokunada escaped, and after that, Shihuan Kongshan, the captain of the second squad, and I went to Hueco Mundo to arrest Suniyashiro Tokunada. Namio Tokunada was finally caught by Misao. After Gosuke Shigure's explanation, Tusen Kanami finally understood the reason of everything. It turned out that Suniyashiro Tokunada died like this. He will die, not because he killed Jay Kwong and was judged by Central 46. It was because he slaughtered Sunia Daishi's family, committed a greater fault, and committed a more serious crime, that he ushered in the punishment of death. Although Tusen Kanami was very happy about Suniyashiro Tokunada's death, for some reason, he didn't feel relieved that justice had been done. Why are you telling me this? Tusen Kanami asked Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure said, I just think that you are entitled to know these things. Chapter 132. Wielding a knife for justice. Although it is said that Suniyashiro Tokunada died because he slaughtered Suniyashiro's family, the reason why he would do such evil deeds is that you sued Suniyashiro Tokunada and killed Suniyashiro Tokunada. The matter of Dai Jay Kwong has been made public. You are the source of everything, not to mention that you are also one of the victims. The murderer Suniyashiro Tokunada died, you are naturally entitled to know about it. I see. Tusen Kanami remained silent, expressing his understanding. Gosuke Shigure looked at the silent Tusen Kanami, and said again, it is true that there is too much darkness in this world. There seems to be a natural barrier between the common people and the nobles. The nobles are born to live in the best place and have the most favorable conditions. Resources, even if they committed a felony, they would not be punished because they were also protected by the aristocratic Central 46, and they would continue to go unpunished. But what I want to say is that besides the darkness, there is always some light. These words fell in the ears of Tusen Kanami. Tusen Kanami couldn't help raising his head suddenly, and looked in the direction of Gosuke Shigure again. Gosuke Shigure said softly, "From the fact that you are going to Seireitei to sue Suniyashiro Tokunada at the risk of your life, I can see that you are an extremely righteous person, and you will risk your life and death in pursuit of justice. People like you may seem stupid, but in this slightly dark world, there are still more people like you. So, become a Shinigami. Only by becoming a Shinigami can you have the ability to protect the tiny light and justice so that it will not be corroded by darkness." Becoming a Shinigami is actually something that Tusen Kanami had to do earlier. Because in his previous opinion, he was unable to bring justice to Jie Kwang. In the final analysis, he was too weak. As long as he became strong and possessed enough strength, he would definitely be able to bring justice to Jie Kwang. Because justice in this world belongs to the strong. However, after learning that Suniyashiro Tokunada had died, Tusen Kanami was shaken for the first time and fell into confusion. As a result, at this moment, after Gosuke Shigure said to become a Shinigami in front of him, he didn't have much confidence. "Can I really? Why not?" Gosuke Shigure's words seemed to have a deep appeal. Advertisement. Since you can pick up the Zanpakuto that Tsuneyashi Akamasa has, it already shows that you have the qualifications to become a Shinigami. Of course, rather than having the qualifications to become a Shinigami, I still hope that you can stick to your heart and uphold justice. People like you are rare. Perhaps, this is the real reason why I came here to see you. Gosuke Shigure and Tusen Kanami spoke again. He also didn't explain how he knew that Suniokaharu Zanpakuto fell into the hands of Tusen Kanami, and he ignored Tusen Kanami's shock, and then left Tusen Kanami's place. It seems that he came here just to tell Tusen Kanami about Suniyashiro Tokunada's death, and to say something to him at the same time. Exit Tusen Kanami. On the way back to Seireitei, Gosuke Shigure thought of someone inexplicably. Aizen Sosuke. He didn't know whether Aizen had contact with Tusen Kanami during this time period, and he didn't know when Tusen Kanami started following Aizen. But Aizen was able to convince Tusen Kanami to follow him and make Tusen Kanami do those things. There is a big factor, and it is indeed because of the word, justice. Seireitei is too dark, so some justice is needed. It is a pity that until the end, Tusen Kanami was not able to realize his so-called justice, and he was directly killed by Aizen as an abandoned child. It's a pity for such a person to end like this. In the final analysis, it was because he followed the wrong person at the beginning. That's why Gosuke Shigure came here to meet Tusen Kanami after he settled the matters related to Suniyashiro's family. As for, how will Tusen Kanami be chosen in the future? Who can tell clearly? Advertisement after all. Gosuke Shigure is not a god, and does not have the ability of omniscience and omnipotence, and even if he has the omniscience and omnipotence of Yhwach, in the future, he will still lose. In other words, the so-called omniscience and omnipotence is just a joke. Because the future is changeable, as long as you cannot see all the possibilities, you are not omniscient after all. Life in Seireitei is peaceful. Since the decline of the Suniyashiro family, it seems that things related to nobles have decreased a lot. In the early years, basically every once in a while you could hear things from the nobles. First, the Shiba family declined, and then the Kuchiki family recruited a son-in-law, and a huge scandal broke out in the adopted son-in-law, Kuchiki Hibiki. During this period, the Ai's family gradually disappeared. What can truly be called the decline of the Shiba family and another explosion after being expelled from the ranks of the great nobles is the massacre of the Namidai family by Namidai Tokunada. Originally, after the Shiba family was expelled from the ranks of the great nobles, and the Kuchiki family broke out in a scandal, the only family that could be called the heyday with the Suniyashiro family was the Shihuan family. But with the slaughter of the Suniyashiro family, after it declined in an unimaginable way, Shihuan is the only great aristocrat who is still at its peak. And the Shihuan family, among the great nobles, came back as an extremely low-key one. Although somehow they became the most prosperous nobles, but as the family in charge of the criminal army, they never took the initiative to show off. Under such circumstances, among the Seireitei, not much happened about nobles. This means that the turmoil related to the nobles has been completely eliminated. This is also a rare leisure time for Gosuke Shigure. Enough, after all, every once in a while, he has to hear something about the nobles, which will inevitably make him feel desperate for this world. After all, things related to the nobles are not good things, and it is inevitable that they will be contaminated. It has a dark connotation, and then, the problem he needs to solve is about the Zanpakuto of the dead. When it comes to the person who knows Zanpakuto best, it must be Ermaiwu Wangyue, who is the creator of Zanpakuto. In this world, no one knows Zanpakuto better than him. If possible, Gosuke Shigure would like to ask Ermaiwu Wangyue for some advice, but he is in the Zero Division and in the Lingwang Palace, so Gosuke Shigure has no way to go there. At the beginning, I gave Yi a subject, and asked her to study Shunong. Perhaps, he can distribute a subject to Urahara Kazuki. Gosuke Shigure couldn't help thinking of another cheap apprentice of his own. Chapter 133. The knife problem. Urahara Kazuki of this era, from the outside, looks taciturn and shy. I don't know what he will go through in the future to become that broken-mouthed and black-bellied appearance. When Gosuke Shigure met him, he was flipping through a book. This book, which Gosuke Shigure is quite familiar with, is the Seireitei Correspondence Collection. It can only be said that for Shinigami living in Seireitei, the way of entertainment is indeed somewhat different. However, although it is the same book, what Gosuke Shigure and Urahara Kazuki read are completely different. What Gosuke Shigure reads are the various stories and novels serialized on it, while Urahara Kazuki reads the scientific research column on it. I didn't expect that you were quite interested in this book. Gosuke Shigure greeted Urahara Kazuki. This is the outer area of the supervisory tower. Many Shinigami of the second team have been guarding here. Urahara Kazuki, since graduating from Spiritual Arts Academy and joining the second team, has been assigned to the department of the second team. The third team, supervisor team, of course, this supervisor team, is not the supervisor who engages in civil engineering, roads and bridges, but jailers. They guard the special prison named 080, Nest of Maggots. The Nest of Maggots housed highly dangerous Shinigami who had committed no serious crimes. The second team is also a very special team among Gode 13. Not only because they are also fan teams commanded by great nobles, but also because there are 5 small sub-teams under the fan team. Although there are special forces under the command of the first team, Kuchiki Shanga was the captain of such a unit at the beginning, but there are definitely not as many special forces under the command of the first team as under the second team. Teacher. Urahara Kazuki put down the book in his hand, and greeted Gosuke Shigure respectfully. Advertisement. Gosuke Shigure waved his hand and said, "You don't have to be so polite, it's not the first time we met. And you know my habits." Urahara Kazuki nodded. Having said that, his attitude was still very reserved. He answered Gosuke Shigure's previous question. "I find some theories in this book very interesting, especially Captain Hikafuna, Defage, on which a theory called the temporary soul was proposed. Whether it is a Shinigami, Shu or Jung's soul, it is composed of spiritual power, as if there is a certain law in the dark. When a Shinigami, Shu or Jung dies, it will turn into a spirit, and then in the world reincarnate between, after countless years, reform a new soul. Then, can we master this kind of rule artificially uncreated soul? Shinigami of the 13th division, after going to the present world, will wear the Yakugo in order to integrate into the mortal world, and when the soul leaves the yoke will become a corpse-like thing. It will inevitably cause panic. If we can create a temporary soul, the artificially created soul can temporarily occupy the body without causing any turmoil. Of course, this is only one of the usages. If the technology of temporary soul can be realized, it will definitely have other uses." After talking about academic issues, Urahara Kazuki no longer had the taciturn appearance before, and became one after another. Temporary soul, of course Gosuke Shigure knows. In the future, Kiryu Hikafuna was promoted to Team Zero by relying on this technology. And this technology, one of its applications, is righteousness. Kuretsuchi Mayuri seems to have used a similar technique to create nirvana. Of course, these are things in the future, and there is no need for Gosuke Shigure to speak with Urahara Kazuki here. After Urahara Kazuki commented on a certain theory put forward by Hikafuna Kiryu in the Seireitei correspondence collection, she stopped talking about these things and turned to Gosuke Shigure and asked, "Teacher, why did you come here to find me today? What's matter?" The work of the supervision team is boring and boring. Normally, Urahara Kazuki stays here, except guarding the prisoners. Most of the time he is thinking about certain theories and conducting research secretly. Besides Yoruichi who visits him occasionally, Gosuke Shigure is here for the first time. Advertisement. So Urahara Kazuki would naturally think that Gosuke Shigure came here to find him for something. Gosuke Shigure didn't hide his intentions either. "You mentioned the theory mentioned by Captain Hikafuna in the Seireitei communication collection earlier. Recently, there is also a problem that has troubled me for a long time. Kazuki, among the people I know, you are a first-class smart person. More importantly, you have a wild idea, and you have a unique set of verification methods for various theories. I want you to help me solve this problem. A question that has troubled me for a long time." When Urahara Kazuki heard this, a face of embarrassment immediately appeared. "Teacher, you think too highly of me." Having said that, he asked Gosuke Shigure what the problem was. "Sensei, what is the problem that bothers you?" Gosuke Shigure said to Urahara Kazuki, "You said earlier that Captain Hikafuna proposed the theory of temporary souls, so let's assume one thing first. Assuming that a Shinigami originally possessed a Zanpakuto, but for some reason, his soul changed and a new Zanpakuto was born again, which made him unable to blend with the original Zanpakuto, and his spiritual power in the original Zanpakuto is about to disappear because of the loss of his spiritual supply. If it's you, is there a way to solve this problem?" After hearing this question, Urahara Kazuki couldn't help being stunned. Why would the teacher think of such a question? Gosuke Shigure did not hide it either, because he has experienced some things recently. Earlier, on the way to Hueco Mundo to hunt down Suniyashiro Tokunada, I saw a very special knife. It was not Suniyashiro Takinanada's own Zanpakuto, but a sword passed down from generation to generation by the Suniyashiro family. It's obviously not my own sword, but Suniyashiro Tokunada can motivate him. In addition, in the history of Soul Society, there have also been double swords, such as Sogyo no Katowari of Captain Jashiro, and the leader of Jing Band, Kaden Kyokotsu, all Zanpakuto in pairs. That's why I came up with the idea. I'm a serious person. If I can't figure this out, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep for a long time. Chapter 134 Sword God. Of course, Urahara Kazuki didn't believe Gosuke Shigure's statement. After all, it was too far-fetched. However, Gosuke Shigure's question did arouse his interest. Zanpakuto, which is the product of the materialization of Shinigami's soul, can be regarded as a portrayal of soul power. Generally speaking, a Shinigami will only have one Zanpakuto. But if an accident occurs, the soul changes, and a new Zanpakuto is born in addition to the original Zanpakuto. What about the original Zanpakuto? Because of the change of the owner's soul, the nature of Ryotsu also changed, and it was difficult to communicate with the original sword. Then, the original sword lost its power supply. Urahara Kazuki's thoughts flickered, and he quickly came to a conclusion. According to what the teacher said, if this happens, as a Shinigami, there are only two choices. What choice? Gosuke Shigure looked at Kazuki Urahara with interest. Urahara Kazuki said, the first choice is to let the sword remain silent, because according to the teacher, the Shinigami soul has changed and a new Zanpakuto has been born, which means that the original mouth has been eliminated. This is too cruel. Gosuke Shigure raised his eyebrows slightly. Is there no way to keep the original sword? Urahara Kazuki said, I read in a certain book that Zanpakuto is actually a man-made creation, not something that Shinigami naturally possesses. In the beginning, Shinigami didn't seem to have such a thing as Zanpakuto. At that time, it was extremely difficult for Shinigami to awaken the power hidden deep in the soul. Until later, a genius-like figure appeared. He cast Zanpakuto, the most basic Zanpakuto sealed state, so that Shinigami and sealed state could live together for a long time. Ryotsu continued to inject into the sealed state to seal state as a medium to release the power in the soul and make it evolve into its own exclusive Zanpakuto. And the man who cast Zanpakuto is called Ermaiwu Wangyue. Although I am very curious why there is no record of this person in the history books of the Soul Society today, but if this matter is true, then it means that the old Zanpakuto does not have to be eliminated at this point, and it may be possible to rebuild it. Cast it and make it fit into the new Zanpakuto vassal. Urahara Kazuki is indeed a genius. In a short time, he came up with an idea. It's a pity that if you want to realize this idea, you still have to find Ermaiwu Wangyue. Advertisement. If he could find Ermaiwu Wangyue, he wouldn't have come here to ask Urahara Kazuki for help. But Urahara Kazuki did think about this issue for him, and Gosuke Shigure couldn't say anything. Kazuki, thank you very much, you sort of answered my question. Urahara Kazuki shook his head and said, Sensei, there is nothing wrong. Actually, I'm also very curious about this question. In addition, in history, is there really such a person as Ermaiwu Wangyue? It's hard to imagine that all the Zanpakuto are man-made. Compared to Gosuke Shigure's question, Urahara Kazuki never thought about it. Gosuke Shigure is the person whose soul has been upgraded and has two Zanpakuto from the city. Because this kind of thing is really outrageous. So outrageous that Urahara Kazuki wouldn't pretend to be real. It's just Gosuke Shigure's wild imagination. Of course, even if it's a wild idea, it's a question worth thinking about for Urahara Kazuki who is bored at work. Gosuke Shigure said, although the truth of the matter is so surprising, I can answer this question for you. Urahara Kazuki looked at Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure said, Naimea Wangyue, indeed, exists, and he is indeed the creator of Zanpakuto. Urahara Kazuki showed a look of surprise on his face. Then why? Why doesn't he exist in the history books of the Soul Society? Gosuke Shigure knew what Urahara Kazuki wanted to ask, and continued. That's naturally because of the special status of Ermaiwu Wangyue, which cannot be recorded in the history books. His presence. His existence is only mentioned in some ancient books, and you should have seen him in these ancient books. Urahara Kazuki nodded, and at the same time was curious about what Gosuke Shigure meant by the special identity. Advertisement 0 for flowers. 0 Gosuke Shigure did not hide it, mainly because it is not a secret that cannot be said. You should know the royal family's secret agents. Urahara Kazuki's eyes froze. In the second division, the function of covert maneuvers is very similar to that of spies. Among Gode 13, there is also a special task force, which is the 10th division. The so-called spies refer to people who perform special tasks. In addition to Gode 13, there is also a very special unit, which is the royal family spies. The task of royal agents is to protect the Spirit King. It's a pity that no one has ever seen either the legendary Spirit King or the royal spies. Urahara Kazuki didn't expect that the teacher would mention royal spies. Gosuke Shigure continued. Royal family spies are what the public says, but in fact, if you change the wording, it's Squad 0. Squad 0. This is the first time Urahara Kazuki has heard of this fan team. I can only say that Urahara Kazuki is still too young at this time. Although I know a lot of things from many ancient books, there are still some things that I don't know. No. Gosuke Shigure said, Squad 0 is the original squad, and its history is longer than Gode 13, or in other words, Gode 13 was created after Team 0. Many of the systems of our Gode 13, and even the death suit worn by Shinigami, are imitated from Team 0. And there is only one duty for them, and that is to protect the Spirit King. Ermaiwu Wangyue is one of the members of the repeated broadcasting team. Because the identity is very important and the responsibility is very important, his existence was deleted from the history books of the Soul Society. At the same time, there is no record about the 0 division in the history books. I see. Urahara Kazuki nodded, and finally understood the whole story, but at the same time, a new doubt arose. How did the teacher know this? Gosuke Shigure took it for granted. That's naturally because I'm the captain. The 0 team is the team that was promoted from the captain of Gode 13, although the promotion conditions are very harsh. But if you become the captain of Gode 13, you are entitled to know the history of these things. Chapter 135 New and Old. Is this the privilege of the captain? Urahara Kazuki couldn't help thinking from the bottom of his heart. He is a very curious person. As he grows older and knows more things, he becomes more and more confused, because the history of Soul Society is too long, and the lifespan of Shinigami is also extremely long. During these long years, I don't know how many things have been hidden in the fog. Urahara Kazuki longs to see the truth of the world. Therefore, when he has nothing to do, he will read some ancient books. At the same time, Yoruichi also knows his preference. If there is nothing to do, he will secretly bring some ancient books out of the Shihuan family's collection. As a great nobleman, Shihuan has a long heritage, and there are countless secrets recorded in their family's classics. It is with the help of these books that Pooh, September 13th, former Kazuki, a lower-level nobleman, is qualified to know so many things. Now, here at Gosuke Shigure, Urahara Kazuki knows another thing. That is, after becoming the captain, he will be able to tell a lot of secrets because of his status. This once gave him the idea of becoming the captain. After flashing this idea in his mind for a while, Urahara Kazuki shook his head again and said, "Are you kidding me? How can a person like me qualify to be the captain?" Captain, the answer is not so easy. Urahara Kazuki doesn't think he has this ability. In the following time, Gosuke Shigure chatted with Urahara Kazuki for a while. Finally, it took Shigure to leave Urahara Kazuki here. Although Urahara Kazuki was thought of, Gosuke Shigure was not too satisfied with the result. Although the Urahara Kazuki of this era is very smart, he still hasn't grown to his peak after all. If it was Urahara Kazuki in the time period that Kurosaki Ichigo met in the original book, it might be able to solve the problem of helping Shigure. Now, it's not enough, after returning to the 11th team with regret. All Gosuke Shigure can do now is to try not to use the dead as much as possible. At the same time, actively cut off the void, nourish the dead with the soul of the void, so that it can last for a longer period of time. Advertisement during this period. The time of Soul Society is also passing quietly. Spiritual Arts Academy. As the only school in Soul Society that cultivates Shinigami. It is also the place where many civilians and Rukongai souls change their destiny. No matter what status you have before, if you can pass the entrance examination of Spiritual Arts Academy and become a Shinigami, for civilians and ordinary souls, your destiny has basically been changed. At the same time, not only commoners and Rukongai's qualified souls enter this school, but even many nobles among the Seireitei would choose to come to this school to study in addition to their family studies. When the news of passing the entrance examination reached Tusen Kanami's ears, Tusen Kanami seemed very excited. Because after entering the Spiritual Arts Academy, it means that he is no longer an ordinary soul, but a reserve of Shinigami. Unfortunately, even after entering Spiritual Arts Academy, he didn't make any friends. Apart from his black complexion and ugly appearance, the main reason is that he is blind. There are even many people making fun of him, saying that a blind man also came to study at Spiritual Arts Academy. He has no eyes and knows how to read. Can he learn anything? In the past years, Tusen Kanami had heard this kind of ridicule countless times, and he didn't take it to heart. At the same time, he was admitted to Spiritual Arts Academy, and he didn't think about making friends. The purpose of his coming here is only to become a Shinigami, just to gain power, and then, with his own power, to protect that insignificant justice. Maybe it's hard, but after Jie Kwang's revenge, Tusen Kanami really couldn't find any goals in life. This matter is the only 10 things he has found so far that he can do. Since I am living in this world and have inherited Song Guo's sword, I have to do something. Using Jie Kwang's knife to protect justice can be regarded as allowing Jie Kwang to continue to survive in the world in another way. Although he wasn't ready to make a friend at first, Tusen Kanami eventually made a friend. The man's name was Komamura Sajin. There is a big wooden barrel covering the opponent's head. Because of this behavior of deliberately concealing his appearance, he is regarded as a different kind by Mao's students at the same time. Basically, no one will make friends with him. By a chance coincidence, Tusen Zun and Dukan Sajin, two people who were excluded by others, got acquainted. Advertisement then, became good friends. Urahara Kazuki thinks he is not qualified to be the captain. But Yoruichi, indeed, became the new captain of the second team. Some time has passed since the tragedy of the Tsuneyashiro family ended. It seems that Shihuan Kachin was extremely satisfied with Yoruichi's performance in Hueco Mundo, giving birth to the idea that Yoruichi can already take on the responsibility of Shihuan's family. Finally, Shihuan Kakin made a decision. He submitted his resignation letter to Central 46, intending to resign as the captain of the second team. Of course, whether to agree to his resignation depends on whether Yoruichi can pass the captain's assessment. Gosuke Shigure, Yoruichi, and Urahara Kazuki, the three drank here. Yoruichi did not disappoint Shihuan Kongshan either, and passed the captain's assessment with ease. If Yoruichi fails to pass the captain's assessment, then Shihuan Kongshan can only be allowed to stay as the captain of the second division for a while longer. At the end of the captain's meeting, the Shihuan family already has a new successor. In the tavern, inexplicably, the back of Kuchiki Yinling looked a little old. For the result of 4.8, many captains of the Hudding 10 home team are actually not surprised. After knowing the results of the captain's assessment, Central 46 didn't hesitate any longer, and quickly passed Shihuan Kongshan's resignation. After all, the position of captain of the second squad cannot be left vacant. Gosuke Shigure raised his wineglass and congratulated Yi Sentence. Where is the successor of the Kuchiki family? Although I am not surprised by this result, I still want to congratulate you. Yoruichi has been in the limelight in recent years, especially Shunpo's accomplishments, which have been praised by many Shinigami, and she has the title of Flash Goddess. It is not surprising that she passed the captain's assessment and took over the captain's position. But after the meeting ended, everyone couldn't help but glanced at Kuchiki's silver bell. Shihuan Yoruichi officially became the new captain of the second division. Afterwards, another captain meeting was held in the first room of the first team. Chapter 136. Turning to the divine body. Teacher, you are too polite. Yoruichi seemed very casual. Although I became the captain, I just took office after all. I don't understand many things, and I have to rely on you, the teacher, to teach me. Gosuke Shigure said, I can't teach you anything. After all, I don't know much about the second team. If you really don't understand something, why don't you just ask your grandfather? Yoruichi complained. Don't talk about it. Since he stepped down as the captain of the second team, Grandpa basically doesn't care about anything. If I don't understand something, I take the initiative to ask her. He just said that I am the captain of the second team. It's up to me to make up my own mind. I think Mr. Shihuan is right. After all, you have become the captain. Some things, it's time to make your own decisions. Gosuke Shigure agreed with Shihuan Kongshan's words. Hearing this, Yoruichi gave Gosuke Shigure a blank look. Gosuke Shigure smiled, and looked at Urahara Kazuki again. Kazuki, Yoruichi has become the captain. You have to work harder to get yourself a captain-level battle step as soon as possible. That way, when you become the captain in the future, I can have a little face when I say it. Captain Yamamoto is famous for teaching the two captains, the captain of the Beijing band and the captain of Jashiro 01. If you become the captain, then I have two captains as disciples. Even if you can't surpass the chief captain, you can still be the same captain keeping. Urahara Kazuki said with some embarrassment, Teacher, you really think too highly of me. How can I be qualified to be the captain? Earlier, Urahara Kazuki thought so, and now, Urahara Kazuki still thinks so. Yoruichi, on the other hand, has full confidence in Urahara Kazuki, and said to Urahara Kazuki, Kazuki, don't be like this. I know your strength very well. If there is a chance in the future, maybe you can really be the captain. Yes, that's right. Gosuke Shigure also said, in these years, the captain position of Godei 13 has actually been changed many times, so you have to work hard to improve now. If you can improve to the captain level, wait until the future. If you have a chance, I can also recommend Yoruichi to you. I know, Kazuki, you are very interested in many secrets, but due to the rules, I can't tell you too much, but if you can become the captain, then many things in Seireitei are for you. It's no longer a secret. This sentence can be regarded as speaking to Urahara Kazuki's heart. Advertisement. When Gosuke Shigure told him about Team Zero that day, he had a feeling that it was the privilege of the captain. Only by becoming the captain can he be entitled to know many secrets. I also had the idea of becoming the captain, but immediately, he thought that he was not capable of becoming the captain. Now, Gosuke Shigure is saying that again. Urahara Kazuki couldn't help but arouse a little bit of ambition again. Urahara Kazuki said in a deep voice, I don't know whether I can become the captain, but speaking of improving my strength, I did have an idea recently. Oh, both Gosuke Shigure and Yoruichi looked at Urahara Kazuki. Earlier, the teacher came to me and asked me a question about Zanpakuto, and I couldn't solve that problem, but after that, about Zanpakuto, I did have an idea. Urahara Kazuki slowly told about herself source of inspiration. As we all know, Shinigami's Zanpakuto is divided into Shikai and Bankai is the complete liberation of Zanpakuto, which releases all the power in Shinigami's soul through Zanpakuto. And to control Bankai, one must materialize Zanpakuto and visualize it in reality, and then gain Zanpakuto's approval to completely communicate with each other. In the entire Soul Society, not many Shinigami can do such a thing, because it requires an extremely powerful Ryotsu technique to concretize Zanpakuto into reality. As long as Shinigami who can do this step, master Bankai, they basically have the qualifications to become captains. Once it comes to topics related to academics, Urahara Kazuki has a lot to say. Gosuke Shigure and Yoruichi have known Urahara Kazuki for many years and are getting used to it. At this moment, they didn't talk too much, but let Urahara Kazuki talk here. Of course, if you are like Aburai Renji, you have already mastered Bankai, and then you can speed up the pace of mastering Bankai with the help of Zhuan Shen body. Advertisement, can we do the reverse and create a makeshift body for Zanpakuto? Urahara Kazuki talked eloquently and expressed his various thoughts. Let Zanpakuto enter this body, so that it can be concretized into reality in advance. 637. With the help of this tool, Shinigami can quickly learn TNJ. Urahara Kazuki continued, so, is there any way to advance the materialization of Zanpakuto? But in this way, there is also a problem. That is, the strength of Shinigami itself has not reached the point of mastering Bankai. If you forcefully learn Bankai in this way, it is very likely that you will be countered by Zanpakuto and be killed directly. However, because it is a tricky tool, it is not an easy task to get Zanpakuto's approval. Zhuan Shen body is a unique tool created by Urahara Kazuki in the original book in order to learn Bankai. It can forcibly copy Zanpakuto's body and collect it into reality. Captain Hikafuna's temporary soul theory gave me an idea. Temporary soul is to create a temporary soul. After Shinigami's soul leaves the Yakuku, it enters the Yakuku. Temporary control of the body can be avoided. Therefore, this is an extremely dangerous approach. In the original book, Kurosaki Ichigo used it to learn Bankai in 3 days, and Urahara Kazuki also used it to master Bankai in a short time. The only way is to defeat Zanpakuto, who has materialized into reality, and use force to bring Zanpakuto to submission. If Zanpakuto can be visualized in advance, and then find a way to get Zanpakuto's approval, can we slap Bankai earlier? After all, for ordinary Shinigami, Ryotsu has a limit. It is extremely difficult to improve to the point where Zanpakuto can be concretized. This is also the reason why most Shendu cannot master Bankai. After saying this idea, 3 words immediately flashed in Gosuke Shigure's mind. Turn to God. Chapter 137. Fan Team chooses Shinigami. Urahara Kazuki always surprises people inadvertently. Using tools to visualize Zanpakuto in advance, and then control Bankai, seems like an incredible idea, but Gosuke Shigure knows that in the future, Urahara Kazuki has successfully realized. Although it sounds unbelievable, I have to admit that this is indeed a genius idea. Kazuki, you can try to make it happen. During this process, if you need any help, just ask. Although Gosuke Shigure has already mastered Bankai, anyone with a discerning eye can see how useful it will be if the body can be developed. In the original book, because of the invasion of the Star-Crossed Knights, a large number of ordinary Shinigami died in the Soul World in a short moment. Many captains didn't have much room to fight back when facing the Star-Crossed Knights. Although the number of Quincy divisions is small, they did almost defeat Godate 13 at one point. The Millennium Bloody Battle was an indescribable pain for the entire Soul Society. If Urahara Kazuki's body-turning technology can be promoted, so that more dead Shendu can use the body-turning body to master Bankai, can it improve the combat power of Shinigami? So that when the Millennium Bloody War broke out, the Shinigami side would not suffer so many casualties? In the original book, there are actually only 2.5 people who really use the god-turning body to master Bankai. One is Urahara Kazuki, the other is Kurosaki Ichigo, and the other half is Asan Fatji. When he found Kurosaki Ichigo, who was learning Bankai, Abarai Renji used the transformation body to make Zanpakuto, who was already half concrete, complete the concretization, and then mastered Bankai. Although later, according to the Millennium Blood War chapter, his Bankai was a fake Bankai. Because of his Zanpakuto, his real name was not told from the beginning. But turning into a god body can indeed help Shinigami master Bankai. It is true that on the side of the Quincy, there are stars that can take away Shinigami Bankai, but later, Urahara Kazuki didn't research the invading shadow medicine, so he can regain Bankai. For ordinary Shinigami, whether they master Bankai really affects other Shinigami. Fighting power. It is a pity that only Urahara Kazuki and Kurosaki Ichigo use such an easy-to-use tool in the original book. Of course, this may also have something to do with Urahara Kazuki becoming a traitor to the Soul Society at that time. As a result, many of his inventions cannot be applied to the Soul Society. Advertisement. Having said that, it is indeed necessary to raise the agenda to be vigilant about the matter of the Quincy. For some things, there is actually no need to wait until the Millennium Bloody Battle. After Gosuke Shigure said this, Yoruichi also hurriedly said to Urahara Kazuki, "That's right, the teacher is right. Kazuki, if you need any help, please tell me. Anyway, I am also the captain now, I can provide you with a lot of convenience." Yoruichi didn't shy away from public favoritism, and said it directly in public. After talking about Urahara Kazuki, Gosuke Shigure looked at Yoruichi again. No doubt the pressure was on Yoruichi's side again. Now that Urahara Kazuki has found a way to improve his strength. What about Night? Where is Yoruichi's progress? How is your Shunju mastered? Is it progressing? As soon as Gosuke Shigure opened his mouth, Yoruichi's expression turned bitter again. She said with some frustration, "It can only be said that there is not much progress. Obviously my Kido attainments are not weak now, but how easy is it to combine Kido and white hits? In these years, because I can't control the power of Kido, I don't know how many times I have been injured. However, compared to when I had no clue at the beginning, although the progress is not very great, in the process of trying, I am more and more sure. The theory that the teacher said is achievable." In Yoruichi's words, he did not hide his praise for Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure looked calm, without the slightest complacency. He knows what he can do. It seems that many incredible theories have been put forward, but in fact, it is just a copy of the document. It just mentioned the skills Yoruichi mastered in the original book in advance, and gave Yi some inspiration. As for how to complete the instant coaxing, I forgive him for being helpless. Advertisement. However, since Yoruichi in the original book can complete instant coaxing, then the current Yoruichi must be able to complete it. It's just a matter of time. Back in his team, he lived a leisurely life. In a blink of an eye, it is the annual graduation season of Spiritual Arts Academy. Spiritual Arts Academy is somewhat similar to Gosuke Shigure's primary school in his previous life. It is divided into 6-year courses, but you can skip grades during the process. Generally, Shinigami with outstanding qualifications will choose to skip grades. If you have the ability, you can even go directly from enrollment to graduation in 1 year. But such geniuses, even in the long history of Soul Society, are very few. After students graduate, it's time for them to enter Seireitei institutions and become official Shinigami. The reason why we say various institutions is naturally because it not only includes Godate 13, but also departments such as Kido Congregation, Shino Shiaoyuan, etc. However, Ordinary students will not take the initiative to apply to join these institutions, and to enter these institutions, many of them were eliminated by Gotei 13. Normal students will naturally choose to join Gotei 13. Students joining Gotei 13 is not only a process for them to choose Gotei 13, but also a process for Gotei 13 to screen them. During this period, they will first write a letter of intent, and then submit it to the major teams, which will be screened by the major teams and then admitted. The standards for recruiting new players of the major fan teams are different, and the fourth fan team has the most lenient conditions. Qian Zhao Zhao. However, because of the particularity of the fourth team, the presence of the medical team in the entire Gotei 13 is not too strong. Among the Mao graduates in the past, there are actually not many students who choose the fourth team. Captain, this is the list of Mao's graduates this year. Quote. Asido, the new third seat of the 11th team, handed over a stack of documents to Gosuke Shigure. Since returning from Hueco Mundo, the original third seat of the 11th team has voluntarily abdicated and gave up the third seat to Asido. Before the expedition to Hueco Mundo, Asido was the third member of the 11th team. As for why he handed over the file to Gosuke Shigure instead of the vice-captain Zaraki this time. Of course it's because Zaraki is a brat. You wouldn't expect a fool to deal with team documents, would you? Therefore, the duties that originally belonged to Zaraki were further transferred to the assistant of the adjutant, that is, the hands of the third seat. Chapter 138 Shinigami also chooses the team. On the list of these Mao graduates, the results of various assessments during their study in Mao are also attached. This serves as the basis for the selection of Gotei 13 players. Of course, in the final analysis, Gotei 13's selection of players is all based on the preferences of the captains, and there is no unified standard at all. If the captain doesn't like you as a person, no matter how good your grades are, you may be rejected. On the contrary, if I like you, no matter what the situation is, I will find a way to include you in the fan team. The most notable example is Nanao Eyes. In the original book, she was unable to awaken Zanpakuto because of her family blood. During the period of Spiritual Arts Academy, only Kido achieved outstanding results, but even so, I was still accepted by the 8th team. Using Eyes Nanao's reasoning, it was because of Kido's outstanding performance that he entered the 8th team. But is that the real reason? Not so, but because Kiraku Shunsui is her uncle, who took care of her specially, wanted to protect her, and included her in the 8th team. This is the most fundamental reason. Otherwise, the department she should enter the most should be the Kido congregation. The Kido crowd is the place where the Shinigami with relatively high grades should go. Especially they are not dependent on Zanpakuto. Gosuke Shigure flipped through the list. As a well-known combat team, the 11th Division has a very prominent reputation among Gotei 13, but correspondingly, not too many Mao students who graduate every year actively choose the 11th Division. Everyone likes fighting. After all, fighting is accompanied by danger. If one is not careful, he may die in the line of duty. Some students choose to become Shinigami because they simply want to change their own destiny. They don't want to be an ordinary soul and live a precarious life, especially as a soul with spiritual power. It is easier to get hungry than ordinary Shinigami. They became Shinigami for the sake of having a full meal. And Shinigami, who was born as a nobleman, naturally couldn't choose a team. Advertisement. Of course, having said that, there are still a few more students who want to join the 11th team than the 4th team every year. The 4th team is the team that many students don't want to join. The reason is the opposite of that of the 11th team. The 11th team is too dangerous, and the 4th team is too boring. After looking through the list a little bit, Gosuke Shigure didn't have any opinion on these students who wanted to enter the 11th team, and directly agreed to their application for admission. Until he saw a familiar famous minister. Only then did the brows rise slightly. Although he knew a long time ago that the other party was a student of Spiritual Arts Academy and would choose to become a Shinigami after graduation, but when the other party chose the 11th team, Gosuke Shigure inevitably felt a little surprised. Anyway, I met the other party back then, and the other party was also the object of my investigation. Up to now, Gosuke Shigure is still investigating each other. To determine whether to return the knife, Yan Luo Jing Dian, to the other patriarch. Now seeing the other party's name again, out of emotion and reason, I still want to see the other party. Ever since, Gosuke Shigure took Asido to the Spiritual Arts Academy. After confirming the list of students admitted by each team, the vice-captains of each team came to lead many students to their respective teams, and some captains went to Spiritual Arts Academy in person. So it is not very strange that Gosuke Shigure brought Asido here. Ask Asido to receive the students admitted by the 11th team, and Gosuke Shigure found one of them alone, looking at the girl in the white Spiritual Arts Academy school uniform, who has not changed into the deadly costume. Gosuke Shigure softly said, Tsunami Daedong ABBG, family, can we have a chat? In a garden of the Spiritual Arts Academy, there are several old trees that are quite old. The sun shines down and is blocked by the shade of the old trees, leaving a little bit of Madara on the ground. Both Gosuke Shigure and the girl are wearing white clothes, but one is the captain's Haori, while the other is the school uniform of Spiritual Arts Academy, so they are not comparable. Tell me, why did you choose the 11th team? Advertisement. Gosuke Shigure asked Tsunayashiro Ayana. Tsunayashiro Ayana is the current head of the Tsunayashiro family and the only young man in the Wong family. So, Captain Gosuke came here to see me. Did he agree to my application for joining the team? She is a smart person, so she can naturally guess the reason why Gosuke Shigure came here to meet her. Because he agreed that Tsunayashiro Rihanna joined the 11th team, Gosuke Shigure did not continue to call the other party Tsunayashiro-headed family, but changed his name to call him by his first name. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "Since that's the case, you are welcome to join the team, team member Ayana. The 11th team is a combat team. In my opinion, to become a strong man, one must go through more battles. Only by fighting can one improve one's strength. So, I think the 11th team is the most suitable team for me." After the Tsunayashiro Tokunada incident that day, Gosuke Shigure went to meet him. Meeting Gosuke Shigure's curious gaze, Tsunayo Ayana said softly, "Captain Gosuke, I said that day that I want to become a Shinigami and become a strong man. Before that, you can think again." Tsunayashiro Ayana asked Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure said, "Although the choice is two-way, you have already sent an application to the 11th team, and your results show that you are undoubtedly a genius. Such a genius actively applies to join my 11th team. Fan team naturally has no reason to reject you." Tsunayashiro Ayana was extremely decisive. "Before I sent out the application, I had already thought about it." "As that's so." Gosuke Shigure seemed a little surprised by the answer Tsunayashiro Rihanna gave. "I thought, in your capacity, you would choose to join the Meben team. However, let me make it clear in advance that some of the members of my 11th squad have rough and barbaric habits, and you may not be used to them as a nobleman. Originally, as the head of the Tsunayashiro family, it was a bit strange for you to join Gote 13. Gosuke Shigure was silent and didn't say anything more. As aristocrats, of course one can also become a Shinigami. However, after graduating from Spiritual Arts Academy, it is not necessarily the only way to join Gote 13. They may not join Gote 13, but simply learn something about Shinigami in Spiritual Arts Academy. Knowledge. I didn't expect to see each other again so soon. Chapter 139 Zanpakuto Concretization. Tsunayashiro Ayana, the current head of the Tsunayashiro family, chose the 11th team, which was somewhat unexpected by Gosuke Shigure. However, Gosuke Shigure finally agreed to the other team's application. Conversely speaking, this is actually a good thing for Gosuke Shigure. It is possible to inspect Tsunayashiro Rihanna at close range to determine whether Tsunayashiro Rihanna, the current head of the Tsunayashiro family, is qualified to wield the knife of Yan, Luo Jingdian. Accompanied by Mao's graduates, join the major teams. The wheel of time also rolls forward. Many old Shinigami gradually withdrew from the big screen as the years passed, while the new generation of Shinigami continued to rise during this period. In the blink of an eye, Tusen Kanami went from enrollment to graduation. After graduating, he did not join Gosuke Shigure's 11th team like Tsunayashiro Rihanna, and similarly, he did not join Aizen's 5th team, but went to Muguruma Kensai's 9th team. Maybe it's because Muguruma Kensai is more handsome. Of course, Tusen Kanami is blind and may not be able to appreciate Muguruma Kensai's handsomeness. It's simply because the 9th squad is the prison squad. Gosuke Shigure thought so. Among the matters dealt with by the prison team, unjust, false and wrongly decided cases are the most. Tusen Kanami's original purpose of joining the 9th team is probably because in this team, he is the most able to implement his own justice. Unfortunately, in the original book, he failed to carry out his own justice until his death. The current Tusen Kanami has once again embarked on the path in the original book. Gosuke Shigure also doesn't know what his future holds. Whether his own words can change Tusen Kanami, he is not sure. However, how to choose is ultimately Tusen Kanami's business. If Tusen Kanami really chooses to accept Aizen's bewitchment and prepares to go all the way to the dark, he will do nothing. After all, he is not the blind man's biological parents, so there is no need to do too much for him. The point is, this blind man is not very good looking. Advertisement. Although Gosuke Shigure cherishes talents, since the birth of the Soul Society and the emergence of the Shinigami group, not too many geniuses have died. He was used to such things in his previous life. Tusen Kanami's joining the 9th division, except for Gosuke Shigure's attention, no one cares. Also, no one cared. There was a strong man with a wooden barrel on his head and his whole body covered up. With the help of the captain, he joined the 7th team 10 things. The strong man is named Komamura Sajin, and he is a lonely person. He was also Tusen Kanami's only friend during his time at Spiritual Arts Academy. No one will know that in the past few years, this pair of friends will become the captains of the 7th and 9th teams of Gote 13, and they can be regarded as a crouching pair. Up. It's a pity that the friendship between them still failed to last till the end like Kyoraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki. As the new generation ascends the curtain, I can feel more and more that the long river of time is rushing forward. I am afraid that it will not be long before the so-called big event is coming. Among the 11th team, Gosuke Shigure held a cup of tea and expressed emotion alone. By the way, did he forget something? Gosuke Shigure couldn't help thinking. For a while, I really didn't think about it. Another period of time passed. The training ground below Sokyoku Hill has grown in size after years of expansion. It took a long time for Urahara Kazuki to finally complete his transformation. Turning the god body can forcibly copy the body of Shinigami Zanpakuto, and then forcibly restrain and concretize it into reality. However, if you want to activate the god body, you must cooperate with other Shinigami. It is best to cooperate with the captain-level Shinigami, because only the Ryutsu of the captain-level Shinigami can maintain the god body and maintain the materialization of Zanpakuto. In the final analysis, it is still difficult to meet the standard of Zanpakuto materialization without mastering Bankai's Shinigami, its Ryutsu. Thinking about it carefully, it's somewhat similar to the star badge of the Quincy Master. Urahara Kazuki has completed the transformation and is going to use his own invention to learn Bankai. As Urahara Kazuki's teacher, Gosuke Shigure naturally has to come and have a look. Yoruichi also came here. And Yoruichi praised Urahara Kazuki's invention as a genius, and Gosuke Shigure thought of the star of the Quincy. Advertisement. Zero looking for flowers. The principle of the Destroyer Star chapter seems to be to deceive Zanpakuto by imitating the Ryutsu fluctuations during Shinigami Bankai, so that the power after Zanpakuto Bankai does not materialize in Zanpakuto, but enters the Star chapter. This is also a means of forcibly restraining Zanpakuto. But it is still somewhat different from Zhuan-Shen physique. Also, after thinking of the Quincy Star chapter, Gosuke Shigure finally thought of what he had forgotten some time ago. Yoruichi was a little surprised. Urahara Kazuki also stepped forward to thrust his own Zanpakuto into the body of the god. I see. After all, after Zanpakuto materializes later, I need to fight with it, and I can't consume too much Ryutsu, so I need the teacher to help me maintain my transformation body. In the next moment, as Gosuke Shigure's Ryutsu poured in, urging the Zhuan-Shen body, Urahara Kazuki Zanpakuto's body was immediately captured by the Zhuan-Shen body, and then forcibly approached the tomb and became concrete. Then, he stepped forward and grabbed a device that Urahara Kazuki handed him. Well, I will remind Kazuki and Yiju later. For now, let's take a look at Urahara Kazuki's study of Bankai. Now, I think about it. Urahara Kazuki's expression became serious. Hongji, let's fight. After the thought flickered, Gosuke Shigure's eyes fell on Urahara Kazuki, watching him pull out a humanoid puppet. Kazuki, is this all right? After that, because there were so many things to do, I didn't think of that thing for a while. After Urahara Kazuki mentioned the idea of turning into a divine body that day, he thought about the invisible empire dormant in the dark of the Soul Society, and planned to make some preparations for the invisible empire in advance. But I chatted and chatted that day, but finally forgot. His Ryutsu pours into it. Gosuke Shigure and Yoruichi immediately see a beautiful woman in classic clothes. Urahara Kazuki said to Gosuke Shigure, "It's not close, I need to trouble the teacher." Is this the real body of Kazuki Zanpakuto? Is it a woman? Gosuke Shigure nodded without saying anything. Chapter 140 Important Things. Urahara Kazuki has always been a very shy person, never taking the initiative to show off, dealing with others, and giving people a very unconfident appearance. However, while he was learning Bankai, Gosuke Shigure saw madness in him. In order to learn Bankai, he appears extremely crazy. It was obvious that Hongji's knife had already left extremely serious wounds on his body, but he didn't show any sign of fear, bravely supported the seriously injured body to fight Hongji. When you really can't hold it anymore, you will treat the injury a little bit, and then continue to fight. It was so crazy that Yoruichi, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but feel a little moved. Kazuki, UB***********D. Mastering Bankai is one of the ways for Shinigami to become stronger. It seems that as long as you master Bankai, Shinigami's strength will undergo a qualitative change and become a real 877 powerhouse. However, this road is not so easy to walk. Shinigami's lifespan is extremely long, but under such a premise, the entire Soul Society, there are not many Shinigami who have mastered Bankai in the true sense. Because mastering Bankai requires a threshold. First, Zanpakuto Shikai's abilities have to be developed to ultimate, and second, Ryutsu has to be up to par. Only in this way can the step of materializing Zanpakuto be completed. And just being concrete doesn't mean you have mastered Bankai. You have to convince Zanpakuto. Only by subduing Zanpakuto and gaining the real approval of the other party can we truly exert the full power of Zanpakuto, that is, Bankai. Throughout the ages, an unknown number of dead Shendu got stuck on this final step. Here, it has to be said that Urahara Kazuki is a true genius. He was able to come up with the idea of developing a god body to make Zanpakuto directly realize the materialization. But at the same time, because Zanpakuto is visualized in advance, there is only one way to learn Bankai and subdue Zanpakuto, and that is to defeat it. To be able to defeat Zanpakuto, learn Bankai. Urahara Kazuki can be described as doing everything. He didn't use any crooked methods or tricks, but chose to fight Zanpakuto head-on. In all fairness, although Urahara Kazuki's ability to fight head-on is not weak, it is indeed not too strong. As a result, he was seriously injured. Advertisement. But even so, he did not give up. Yoruichi was moved from the initial, and then gradually became numb. At the same time, in the bottom of my heart, I have strengthened my belief more and more. Kazuki can do so desperately in order to improve his strength and learn Bankai. Can she stand still, even if she has become the captain of the second team and the head of the Shihuan family, is that enough? No, her dream is to create her own stunt and surpass her grandfather Shihuan Kongshin. Grandpa created a new technique on Shunpo, called Kongshin, and he has to create a new technique himself. Instant coaxing is her goal. Urahara Kazuki's insistence made Yoruichi more firm in his belief. In this way, 3 days have passed. During these 3 days, Urahara Kazuki, Yoruichi and Gosuke Shigure saw what it means to be crazy. Back then, Chojiro Sasaki learned Bankai within a month in order to follow Captain Yamamoto. No one knows how crazy he was in order to learn Bankai. But right now, they were seeing Urahara Kazuki's madness. The evening of the 3rd day. As Urahara Kazuki waved the knife in his hand, a sharp slash hit Hongji. On Hongji's indifferent face, a gentle smile appeared immediately. Then, her figure disappeared. As her figure disappeared, Urahara Kazuki was also exhausted and immediately fell to the ground. Although he seems to be very embarrassed. But if you observe and perceive carefully, you will find that after the fall of Urahara Kazuki, his subordinate pressure is increasing rapidly. It seems to be a success. Sensing the Ryutsu change of Urahara Kazuki, Gosuke Shigure is also a device in the hands of Matsushita, and no longer injects Ryutsu into it. Inject Ryutsu into the Zhuan Shen body continuously for 3 consecutive days to maintain the existence of the Zhuan Shen body. Although for Ryutsu who is strong, there is not much loss. Advertisement. But there is still some mental fatigue. Yoruichi was overjoyed when he heard Gosuke Shigure's words, and then stepped forward to help Urahara Kazuki's injury. What Urahara Kazuki learned about Bankai, Gosuke Shigure and Yoruichi didn't end up spreading the word. If this matter gets out, I don't know how much trouble it will cause. After all, learning Bankai in 3 days sounds so incredible. Gosuke Shigure, who returned to Team 11, suddenly realized that he forgot one more thing. When Urahara Kazuki completed the divine body transformation earlier, Gosuke Shigure thought of the invisible empire because of the transformation of the divine body, which was associated with the star of the Quincy Master. It was originally planned to inform Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi about this after Urahara Kazuki finished learning Bankai. What is it that needs to be told to Rukongai? But because the process of Urahara Kazuki learning Bankai was too tragic, Gosuke Shigure forgot about it again. This time, he wasn't going to wait until next time to tell Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki about them. Gosuke Shigure couldn't help but sigh with emotion. After a period of training, Urahara Kazuki has healed from the injuries caused by his studies. Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki raised their brows simultaneously. Under such a premise, some things naturally cannot be said in the Lingting. Rukongai is a good place to go. This was the first time he had forgotten something important. Did he say that the invisible empire was built in the shadow of Seireitei, like on the other side of a mirror, and what happened inside Seireitei was being observed by the group of Quincy masters waiting for the chance of revenge? As the captain of the second team, Yoruichi was quite leisurely at work. After learning about Gosuke Shigure's intentions, he immediately took Gosuke Shigure to find Urahara Kazuki. Gosuke Shigure said, "Let's go to Rukongai first." Sensei, tell me, what exactly is it? Yoruichi asked Gosuke Shigure of 1.4. Gosuke Shigure and Yoruichi, both captains of Gotei 13, are not sure if he is also under observation by Quincy. Urahara Kazuki also looked at Gosuke Shigure curiously. It seems that my memory is getting worse and worse as I get older. Gosuke Shigure didn't explain much. Instead, go straight to them. Chapter 141. The Enemy in the Shadow. The three left Seireitei, and soon, came to Rukongai. They didn't go to the edge area of Rukongai, but in order to be able to hide a little, the three of them still came to the middle area of Rukongai, which is neither barren nor very prosperous area. The souls living here lead ordinary lives. Came to a wilderness. Yoruichi then asked Gosuke Shigure again. Teacher, what is it that can't be said in Seireitei? You have to come to Rukongai to say it. Urahara Kazuki also looked at Gosuke Shigure curiously, waiting for Gosuke Shigure's answer. Gosuke Shigure did not choose to hide this time, his expression was very solemn. I don't know if you will have such a feeling that when Seireitei is staying, it seems like you are being watched secretly all the time. Hearing Gosuke Shigure's words, Yoruichi frowned slightly. This is your illusion, teacher. Why didn't I have such a feeling before? Oh 3. Gosuke Shigure shook his head, it's not an illusion. For this matter, he seemed extremely determined. I don't know how much you guys know about Zanpakuto. But in the history of the Soul Society, there have indeed been many special Zanpakuto. Once they are liberated, their coverage is wide enough to cover the entire Seireitei. The first 2 Kenpachi of my 11th team are the owners of Zanpakuto. Kenpachi's hungry corridor, once Bankai, can devour the spirits in a large area, and because of this, Central 46 strictly forbids him to use Bankai in Seireitei, and for this reason, Kenpachi has always been restraining himself. He never used Bankai again until he was defeated by the Mole City Kenpachi. As for the Zanpakuto of Kenpachi, Mole City, although few people have seen it, he basically did not wear Zanpakuto in the past. But because I have fought against him, I have seen that knife. He can integrate his own spiritual suns into the surrounding spiritual suns. This scope seems to be unlimited. Don't see that he has been imprisoned in the inexhaustible world now, but if he can activate his own Zanpakuto in the infernal world, as long as given enough time, he can even make the flowers, trees, and buildings in the entire Seireitei become his eyes and ears. Advertisement. Gosuke Shigure's words made the expressions of Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki gradually become dignified. For Zanpakuto, they are certainly familiar. Also know that many Zanpakuto's abilities are extremely strange and powerful. And, one thing is quite unreasonable. That is the strength of Zanpakuto's abilities, seemingly randomly generated. A strong Shinigami, his Zanpakuto ability may not be very strong. Sometimes, a weak Shinigami, his Zanpakuto ability becomes very strange instead. Today, they know the secret of the first two Kenpachi Zanpakuto from Gosuke Shigure. Yoruichi said, Sensei, the feeling of being watched by others is because of the ability of a certain Zanpakuto. Unexpectedly, Gosuke Shigure shook his head and denied Yoruichi's words. I mentioned Zanpakuto just to give an example. After years of exploration, I can confirm that this feeling does not come from Shinigami's Zanpakuto. That is, it's the Quincy Master. Gosuke Shigure named a class that is obsolete for Shinigami today. Quincy, in today's Shinigami cognition, is actually similar to rotten fish and rotten shrimp. But it is not surprising that Shinigami is qualified and has reason to be so proud. In the battle more than 800 years ago, Quincy was defeated. Since then, Shinigami has become the real master of the three realms. After that battle, Quincy fell into a slump. After 800 years of training, he finally regained some vitality. As a result, they were once again suppressed by Shinigami decades ago. In today's world, although there are still Quincy Masters, the Quincy Masters in this world are all living under the surveillance of Shinigami, so there is no need to worry about it. Teacher, are you kidding me? After thinking about the situation of Quincy now, Yoruichi couldn't help but said to Gosuke Shigure. Advertisement. I also wish I was joking, said Gosuke Shigure, but the truth is, it's not a joke. Decades ago, Captain Yamamoto used the reason that the existence of the Quincy would break the balance between souls, and sent my 11th team to the present world to massacre the Quincy in this world. Gosuke Shigure uttered 4 words. What? Spirit space. The cause of the incident was that one day, I had a feeling of being spied on, and then I thought of Zanpakuto in Kenpachi, the mole city in the past. More than 800 years ago, after the Great War, those Quincy Masters who followed the ancestors of the Quincy Masters to attack the Soul Society were probably not all wiped out, nor were they all expelled from the Soul Society. Some of them stayed behind. Down, and then, in the shadow of Seireitei, a spiritual space was built, and for so many years, I have been hiding in it, secretly watching the Soul Society. Yoruichi couldn't help asking. She finally understood why Gosuke Shigure came here to say these things. So, I came to a conclusion. In the shadow of Seireitei, something seems to be hiding. But after many verifications, I'm basically sure that it's the Quincy Master. Although the answer seemed unbelievable, he believed that Gosuke Shigure was not an innocent person. Since he said so this time, there must be a reason. I was a participant in that incident, so I know the Quincy better than ordinary people. Feelings are insecure throughout Seireitei. When I realized that there was a spiritual space hidden in the shadow of Seireitei, I launched an investigation, and finally determined that it came from the hands of Quincy. At the beginning, when I found out that the peeping person in the dark might be Quincy, I was surprised. The spirits around *287 seemed to be normal, but with my Zanpakuto ability, I finally found a clue. Sensei, can you tell me the specific details? Urahara Kazuki asked Gosuke Shigure in a deep voice. Although it is impossible for Kenpachi of the Mole City to use Zanpakuto's ability in Wujian, there are exceptions to everything, so I checked the spirits around me. Manipulating spirit suns is the ability of Quincy Masters. For Shinigami, it is impossible to construct a space in spirit suns, but for Quincy Masters, this is not a difficult thing. Chapter 142 Prepare for a rainy day. Rukongai, in the wilderness. Both Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki looked shocked. It's really because the guess made by Gosuke Shigure is too unbelievable and unbelievable. Is it really possible to build a space in the spirit, and then hide in the shadow of Seireitei for hundreds of years? In the past, Yoruichi trusted Gosuke Shigure very much, but now Gosuke Shigure's idea is too outrageous, and Yoruichi doesn't believe it. Gosuke Shigure said. I said, this is just a guess on my part. He also didn't expect Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki to believe him directly, even if what he said was true. But such a thing is indeed outrageous. Moreover, it is not so easy to detect the spiritual space hidden in the shadow of Seireitei. In the original book, starting from the Great War thousands of years ago, I don't know how many things happened in Seireitei, how many genius-like characters emerged, and how many strange Zanpakuto appeared, but there was never a single person discover the secrets of Jing Ting's shadow. This shows that the Quincy Master hid himself extremely well. In the original book, if they hadn't taken the initiative to attack the Soul Society, the Shinigami would not even know that there was such a large spiritual space hidden in the shadow of Seireitei. However, nowadays Gosuke doesn't mind talking about such things in front of Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki in advance. These two are his disciples. Similarly, there are many secrets that belong to each other between him and these two people. For example, the opening of the training ground under the hill of Sokyoku is a secret. You must know that Sokyoku Hill is of great significance, and it is actually an illegal act to open a training ground there. It is because of these factors. Gosuke Shigure can choose to trust Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki. When Gosuke Shigure said that Quincy opened up the spirit space in Seireitei, even Yoruichi couldn't believe it, let alone the other Shinigami of Soul Society. Advertisement. You know, some guys, but stuffy to the ultimate. Especially the old guys at Central 46 who are eating vegetarian food. If Gosuke Shigure really talked about these things in public, they will only be treated as a joke, and they will not seriously investigate this matter. Today, here's Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki talking about it. It is because Gosuke Shigure believed in Urahara Kazuki's talent. His eyes fell on Urahara Kazuki. Kazuki, your talent is one of the best among the Shinigami I have seen. I want you to do me a favor. Urahara Kazuki immediately guessed the meaning of Gosuke Shigure. The teacher wants me to help you investigate the spiritual space. Gosuke Shigure nodded. Yes. Only a Quincy master can construct a space in a spirit particle, so I believe that the spirit particle space in the shadow of Seireitei came from the hands of a Quincy master. But with my ability, I can only find some traces of the existence of the spirit space, but I cannot further explore the space of the spirit. So I want you to help me further investigate the situation in the spirit subspace. Of course, in this process, you have to be careful. If the spirit subspace really came from the hands of Quincy, Quincy has been dormant in the Soul Society for more than 800 years, and there is absolutely nothing on the surface. It sounds so simple, but if they find out that you are investigating the spiritual space, it may cause another disturbance. I understand. Kazuki nodded. After that, the three left from Rukongai and returned to Seireitei. After returning to Seireitei, all three of them chose to shut up at the same time, and no longer talked about the matter of the spiritual subspace. Although what Gosuke Shigure said was a bit unbelievable. But if it is true, there is a huge spiritual subspace hidden in the shadow of Seireitei, and all things inside Seireitei are under the surveillance of the existence of the spiritual subspace. If they rashly mention things about the spiritual subspace, I'm afraid it will arouse the other party's vigilance. Back to the second team. Urahara Kazuki began to sort out his thoughts. Before that, he didn't do much research on the spirit sun, and put more energy on the temporary soul, the theory proposed by Kiryu Hakafuna. Because of the research on the theory of the temporary soul, he created after learning the Zhuan Shen body, he also learned Bankai with the help of the Zhuan Shen body. Advertisement. Originally, it was intended to continue in-depth research on the theory of the temporary soul. Like, try to make artificial souls. But because Gosuke Shigure suddenly told him the secrets in Seireitei's shadow, Urahara Kazuki felt that he could temporarily put aside some research on artificial souls and learn some knowledge about spirits. The spiritual space seems to be a very interesting thing, isn't it? Gosuke Shigure, who returned to the 11th team, was refreshed because he finally told the things he had forgotten several times, and finally he didn't have to worry about forgetting things. Next, watch the amazing Urahara Kazuki. It is also unknown whether Urahara Kazuki can successfully detect the existence of the spirit space, and then find out the group of Quincy masters hiding in the dark. It should be possible. After all, he is the store manager. His strength, Gosuke Shigure is not particularly convinced, but when it comes to his ingenuity, it is definitely ranked first in the entire Shinigami world. This is the only existence that is comparable to Aizen in intelligence, or even slightly better. As for how long it will take for Urahara Kazuki to detect the spiritual space, Gosuke Shigure is not sure. Anyway, there are still so many years before the so-called Millennium Bloody Battle, as long as Qian Nuos can detect things in the spiritual space in advance, and make some preparations and countermeasures, that's enough. In the original book, at the beginning of the Millennium Bloody War, why did the Soul Society suffer so many casualties? Of course it was because it was completely unexpected that the enemy would appear from the ground, from the shadows. The terrifying beam of light appeared, and wherever it passed, everything in Lingting was melting. The soul cloaking membrane did not play any role at all. It is for this reason that the Quincy slaughtered so many Shinigami. Mainly because they caught Shinigami by surprise. And after the Shinigami side reacted, the situation was already at a disadvantage for them. Even, in the end, Soul Society was able to win that battle, and it also relied on the help of Kurosaki Ichigo, a Shinigami agent who does not belong to Gotei 13, and Aizen, a sinner. Chapter 143, The Flower of Evil. Time to move on. Since he told Urahara Kazuki about the matter of the spiritual subspace, Gosuke Shigure never paid attention to similar things, and he didn't ask Urahara Kazuki if he found any clues. Anyway, if Urahara Kazuki really found out about the spiritual space, he would definitely tell him. Among the 11th division, Tsunayashiro Rihanna has been in the limelight since joining the team. The Tsunayashiro family, as one of the 4 existing nobles of the Soul Society, even though it suffered such a change at the beginning, it still cannot change the fact that it is a great noble, and it has not been expelled from the family like the Shiba family back then. Among the great nobles. After graduating from Spiritual Arts Academy, the head of such a great nobleman chose to join Gotei 13 and become a Shinigami, which is surprising enough in itself, and what is even more surprising is that she did not join the noble team 6th division, he also did not enter the second team led by another great nobleman, but joined the 11th team. Tsunayashiro Ayana, as the head of the Tsunayashiro family, maybe she doesn't want to attract attention, but her identity is destined to make her the object of attention of many people. She joined the 10 to 550 team. It once attracted the attention of many Shinigami. Can Tsunayashiro Ayana really adapt to the environment in the 11th team? As a combat team, the atmosphere of the 11th squad is not good, and the members in it are all known for their viciousness and savagery. In fact, not only the rest of the team members are not very optimistic about Tsunayashiro Rihanna joining the 11th team, even many members of the 11th team are not very optimistic about Tsunayashiro Rihanna. In their view, Tsunayashiro Rihanna, as a nobleman, is not suitable for the 11th team at all. Can she fight and kill like ordinary team members? Can she drink happily with them? These things shouldn't happen to her who has the status of a great noble at all, right? However, the ending was unexpected. After joining the 11th team, Tsunayashiro Rihanna seemed to have completely given up her noble status, and completely integrated into the 11th team. Whenever there was a mission, she acted more proactively than those old team members, taking the lead in cutting Shu. Even if she was injured, it didn't matter. And after 80 cut the void, she took the initiative to put down her body, drinking and having fun with those team members. Advertisement. In addition, Tsunayashiro Ayana's strength is also extremely outstanding. Over time, she was completely accepted by the members of the 11th team. Even, because of her ferocious performance during the battle, in the 11th team, there was an additional title called Flower of Evil. The so-called flowers are worthy of their noble status. Evil is what she looks like when facing the enemy. Many people in the 11th team thought that this nickname was very good, but when this nickname was introduced to Gosuke Shigure, Shigure was speechless for a while. He thought of a big hideous mouth. But in the end, he still didn't say anything. The flower of evil is the flower of evil, as long as the team members like it, even if he has a different opinion, is he counting? After all, he, the captain, was extremely incompetent. To sum it up in one sentence, I have never been absent from meetings, and I have never done daily combat tasks. In the previous words, all combat missions were entrusted to the bigger one. After Asido returned and became the third seat, the 11th team added another fierce general. If it is a combat mission, he is not needed to handle it. In addition, Asido is different from Zaraki. The man of Wen Nengwu was also a veteran in handling team affairs. After his return, he even shared some occasional team affairs for Gosuke Shigure. This makes Gosuke Shigure, who only deals with team affairs, more relaxed and leisurely. Naturally, this kind of leisure has attracted the envy of some people. Why can't you repair? Why are you, as Kenpachi, more relaxed than me? This is when we met together to drink and bask in the sun on the roof. Hiroku Shunsui held the flagon and watched Gosuke Shigure's sad and indignant words. Although the 11th team is a combat team, there are not many team pictures. But this does not mean that Kenpachi will be leisurely. There are actually quite a lot of combat missions in the combat team. In the past, Kenpachi was a model of leading the way. It's not like Gosuke Shigure, it's not like Kenpachi at all. Advertisement. All combat tasks are left to the team members to do. The key team members are still rushing to the combat missions, and they actively execute them. Even if they are executed, they can complete them perfectly every time, so that Gosuke Shigure doesn't have to do it himself at all. Of course, Hiroku Shunsui also knows that this is all due to the large number of strong men under Gosuke Shigure. It is precisely because there are so many capable assistants that those combat missions can be perfectly completed. Thinking of this, Hiroku Shunsui became even angrier. Why don't I have a right-hand man like you? Before Gosuke Shigure could answer the previous sentence, Hiroku Shunsui complained again. Gosuke Shigure said with a smile. Why, does the band leader of Beijing think Lisa is useless? During these years, Gote 13 has changed not only the captain's position, but also the vice captain. For example, the vice captain of the 8th division has now become Yadomaru Lisa, whom Gosuke Shigure is quite familiar with. The other party will become a member of the Masked Legion in the future. It is worth mentioning that the other party is AST. In addition, girl, sailor suit, all kinds of attributes are full. It is for this reason Gosuke Shigure still liked this character quite a lot in his previous life. Unfortunately, there is nothing written about her. After all, among Shinigami's many female characters, her popularity can only be regarded as mediocre. The so-called book, even if Rukia is given the onion, I don't want to give more to other female characters. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Shinigami itself does not have many books. Hiroku Shunsui shook his head when he heard this and said, Lisa's ability is of course outstanding. After all, I personally selected the vice captain, but don't you think she is too strict? There are obviously a lot of tasks that she can handle by herself, so she has to drag me, the captain, to handle them together. Since she became the vice captain, I feel that my life has become a battle of wits and courage with her. Every time I want to go out for a drink, I have to avoid her. Now that I'm out drinking with you, I don't know if she found out. If she finds out, she's probably looking for me everywhere again. Hiroku Shunsui's words were full of complaints about Yadomaru Lisa. As if he was a weakling being oppressed by Yadomaru Lisa. Chapter 144 Invite Aizen. Gosuke Shigure said with a smile. If the leader of the Beijing band is really so dissatisfied with Lisa, wouldn't it be good to just replace her? After all, you are the captain, and you are qualified to appoint the vice captain. The appointment of the deputy captain is actually different from the appointment of the chief executive. The ranking of the chief executives is more of a ranking of abilities. The stronger the strength and the more outstanding the ability, the higher the rank of chief executives. The vice captain is not the case. The vice captain is the captain's assistant. Its appointment depends more on the captain's preferences. No matter how poor your ability is, as long as the captain is willing, he can still be appointed as the vice captain. Replace Lisa. Hiroku Shunsui froze for a moment, shook his head and said, Gosuke, stop joking. Although Lisa is indeed very strict, I haven't reached the point of replacing Lisa yet. Not to mention, when your vice captain is a cute and beautiful girl, don't you think it's very seductive to look at her when you're working? Comparatively speaking, if she is stricter, it's not a big deal, and this just reflects her seriousness about her work. Gosuke Shigure nodded approvingly. That's true. So, can his 11th team do the same? How about getting a beautiful girl to be the vice captain? Tsunayashiro Ayana is actually pretty good. But after thinking about it, Gosuke Shigure gave up on the idea. If Zaraki is the vice captain, it's pretty good. Moreover, the style of the 11th team is not suitable for doing like the 8th team. After all, the 8th division is an intelligence team, and the team's affairs are mainly clerical work. The 11th division is different, and all of them undertake combat tasks. Speaking carefully, Nanao should be graduating soon. Gosuke Shigure suddenly chatted about another topic. Speaking of Nanao eyes, Hiroku Shunsui is not surprised that Gosuke Shigure will know about this. He took Gosuke Shigure to the Eyes Shrine of the Eyes family. Shu met. Later, Shishu's mother was executed and Shishu was sent to the countryside for foster care. He often visited Shishu secretly. After so many years, Gosuke Shigure has a very good personal relationship with him, so it is not surprising that he would know these things. Even if he didn't tell Gosuke Shigure about his relationship with Nanao. Advertisement. But after all, it still can't change the fact that he has a close relationship with Nanao, and Gosuke Shigure can guess some of it. Yes, I'm almost graduating soon. Hiroku Shunsui replied, admitting in disguise that he has been paying attention to Nanao's affairs. I don't know which team she will choose after graduation. Gosuke Shigure said curiously. Hiroku Shunsui vowed. You don't have to think about this question, it's definitely Team 8. As the leader of the Beijing band so sure. Gosuke Shigure was a little unconvinced. Hiroku Shunsui said. That's right, I'm so sure, she will definitely join our 8th team. It's not that he took the initiative to arrange this matter. It's because Hiroku Shunsui is well aware of Nanao's situation. As the women of the Eyes family, they cannot awaken their own Zanpakuto, because the Zanpakuto they have is only the 8-mirror sword, and the 8-mirror sword has been hidden by themselves, so Nano naturally cannot own Zanpakuto. Makoto Nanao's grades are good, but because of Zanpakuto, it is difficult to be admitted to Gote 13. Her only place to go is probably only the Kido congregation. Under such a premise, if the admission letter of the 8th division is sent to her, she will definitely choose to join the 8th division. Hiroku Shunsui couldn't be more sure of that. Before he could tell Gosuke Shigure the reason why he was so sure, suddenly, a somewhat indifferent female voice sounded from the side. Captain, you are drinking here again, have you finished handling the team affairs? Hiroku Shunsui and Gosuke Shigure looked sideways and saw a young woman in a black death suit and glasses. It was Yadomaru Lisa, the vice captain of the 8th division. Hiroku Shunsui's complexion suddenly changed. Seeing Hiroku Shunsui being taken away by his vice captain, Gosuke Shigure shook his head helplessly, then picked up the jug and took another sip of wine. Earlier he felt that Hiroku Shunsui was right. There is a beautiful vice captain who can be eye-catching after work. But now, he felt that what the other party said was not entirely correct. The premise is that the other party can't be too strict. If it's too strict, even fishing can't be done, so what's the point of being a captain like this? 0. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. But then again. After Hiroku Shunsui left, it didn't seem to be interesting to drink here alone. Today I planned to have a drink with Hiroku Shunsui, so I prepared a lot of drinks. Now that Hiroku Shunsui is gone, there are still several pots of wine that have not been opened yet. Just take it back to the team to drink. Just when Gosuke Shigure was thinking so, under the roof, in the corridor of Seireitei, a Taoist figure walked by. Gosuke Shigure didn't show respect and fear because of the other party's identity, on the contrary, he greeted the other party in an easygoing tone. After Aizen understood what Gosuke Shigure meant, he pondered for a while, and finally agreed to Gosuke Shigure's invitation. This figure sensed Gosuke Shigure's gaze, and raised his head to look at Gosuke Shigure. Aizen vice captain, what's the matter? Gosuke Shigure asked Aizen. Gosuke Shigure knew about this. Because of his outstanding calligraphy, Aizen played a guest role as a calligraphy teacher there. He said again. Since Aizen vice captain has nothing to do, why don't you come and have a drink with me? Spiritual Arts Academy, as the only school in Seireitei that teaches Shinigami, has many captains and vice captains serving in it. It just so happened that vice captain Aizen showed up at this time. If they are free, they will occasionally go to it as a teacher. After Gosuke Shigure saw this figure, a strange color flashed in his eyes. Vice Captain Aizen, what a coincidence. 0. Gosuke Shigure explained why. Originally the leader of the Beijing band made an appointment to have a drink with me, but because of the arrival of his vice captain, he could only obediently return to the fan team. Now I am the only one left. To be honest, drinking alone is quite boring. Aizen was stunned for a moment, not understanding why Gosuke Shigure asked him this question, but he still replied. I just came back from teaching at Spiritual Arts Academy, so there is nothing wrong with it for the time being. He nodded and said, I see. After hearing what Gosuke Shigure said, Aizen politely called Gosuke Shigure, Captain Gosuke. Chapter 145, Temptation. On the roof, Aizen and Gosuke Shigure sit side by side. During this period, Aizen did not reveal his original personality. To the outside world, he was an extremely elegant and nice man. Even if he accompanied Gosuke Shigure to drink, he still had a gentle and refined appearance. He is sipping wine from the flagon in small sips, in stark contrast to Gosuke Shigure who is drinking heavily from the flagon. The relationship between Vice Captain Aizen and Captain Hiroko isn't good. Gosuke Shigure took the initiative to ask Aizen while drinking wine. Although I know that Aizen is not a good person. But if you just drink and don't chat, it always feels weird. In that case, it would be easier to arouse Aizen's vigilance. Aizen was slightly taken aback, and he didn't expect Gosuke Shigure to ask such a question, but he still answered, 750. Maybe because Captain Hiroko is too strict, he is always strict with himself and that's why I gave Captain Gosuke the illusion that we don't have a good relationship. Is that right? Gosuke Shigure was a little surprised. In the past, Captain Hiroko always looked distant from you, and I thought the relationship between you was not good. To be honest, I wondered at the time why he chose you as the vice captain since the relationship between you was so bad. Now I sort of understand. While talking, Gosuke Shigure's flagon took the initiative to respect Aizen. Thank you, Vice Captain Aizen, for clarifying my doubts. Aizen also toasted Gosuke Shigure with the jug. Captain Gosuke is too kind. After the courtesies were over, Aizen also took the initiative to joke to the helpless Shigure. Captain Gosuke is also different from what I imagined. Oh, from the perspective of Vice Captain Aizen, what kind of person should I be? Aizen said. Captain Gosuke is the contemporary Kenpachi. I thought Captain Gosuke was a decisive and ruthless person, but after contacting Captain Gosuke this time, I found that Captain Gosuke is not such a person. On the contrary, very approachable. The reason for the earlier misunderstandings was because we had too little contact. Advertisement. Aizen talked eloquently. Gosuke Shigure also said. Indeed, in the past, I didn't have much contact with the vice captain of Aizen. Obviously we became the vice captain and the captain for about the same time, but after so many years, there is no intersection. Can't say it's a doctor. Hiroko Shinji became the captain of the 5th team not long after Kenpachi was imprisoned in Mole City. Aizen also became the vice captain at that time, and not long after that, Gosuke Shigure passed the captain assessment and became the new Kenpachi, so Gosuke Shigure there is nothing wrong with saying a word, they became the captain and vice captain at about the same time. Aizen also smiled gently. Today, I am honored to be able to drink with Captain Gosuke here. We know each other. In the future, we need to move around more. Of course. Gosuke Shigure nodded. It was another polite speech. Gosuke Shigure suddenly asked Aizen a question. What does Aizen vice captain think of Gote 13? Aizen looked at Gosuke Shigure in astonishment, not understanding why he would ask such a question, but he still gave an answer. Gote 13 is the guardian of the order between souls, and it is precisely because of the existence of Gote 13 that only the soul can be free from the harm of emptiness. Does Vice Captain Aizen think so? Gosuke Shigure looked at Aizen in surprise. I thought you would say that Gote 13 are the accomplices of the nobles, a group of lackeys who only know how to uphold the justice of the nobles. Aizen raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he was a little surprised that Gosuke Shigure, the captain of Gote 13, would actually say such outrageous words from his mouth. Captain Gosuke, you. Gosuke Shigure said. It's just a feeling, maybe it's because I drank too much. Vice Captain Aizen don't take this sentence to heart. He didn't explain too much. Aizen also didn't press the question. The next conversation between the two of them was much more serious, and they were all ordinary chats. Gosuke Shigure even asked what conditions Aizen needs to meet to teach in Mao. It seems that he also has the idea of going to Spiritual Arts Academy as a guest teacher. Soon, several jugs of wine were finished. Although Aizen looks elegant when he drinks, he actually drinks quite well. After drinking, Gosuke Shigure didn't seem to have any intention of staying here. With an empty jug, he jumped lightly from the roof and left here. Advertisement. Aizen didn't stay here either. After saying goodbye to Gosuke Shigure, he also walked towards the 5th team. On the way, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, he didn't know what he thought of, and he showed a weird smile. Then, move on. Gosuke Shigure thought so. Maybe even Aizen himself won't know, but Gosuke Shigure will know him that much. Although in the future, Aizen is an extremely powerful villain. The first ending with Aizen seemed extremely dull. As long as it is not the collapse of Blue, it is not Aizen with the strongest posture. Neither too distant nor too close. It is precisely because of thinking of what Aizen might be doing at this stage that the other party took the initiative to ask Aizen what they think of Seireitei, but unfortunately Aizen did not answer this question truthfully. Have you, in this period of time, begun to explore the truth of the world? Therefore, after meeting Aizen today, he will take the initiative to invite him to drink. Gosuke Shigure is not afraid. This is how Gosuke Shigure sees Aizen. Even Aizen, who planned Captain Hollow's night, is strong, but Gosuke Shigure is fearless. It can be regarded as the big boss in the first half of Shinigami, but Gosuke Shigure is not afraid of Aizen because of this. It is also for this reason that if you keep a distance from Aizen too much, and act like a 3.5 respectful distance from him, it will attract Aizen's attention even more. In addition, it is also because the Aizen of this time period is not the Aizen of the future after all. But from the subtle gleam in the eyes of the other party when he said that sentence, Gosuke Shigure still grasped a lot of information from it. Although Kyoka Suigetsu's complete hypnosis is scary, it is for Shinigami who does not know Kyoka Suigetsu's ability. For Gosuke Shigure, because he is familiar with the plot and knows the method to crack Kyoka Suigetsu in advance, he is not so afraid of Aizen. After all, the Aizen of these time periods is not the Aizen after the evolution with the help of Hogyoku. Chapter 146, Accident. Spiritual Arts Academy graduates new students every year. Although there are students graduating every year, in fact, there are not many Shinigami assigned to Gote 13. This is not a strange thing. Although the world is big, not all places are Karakura town. Under normal circumstances, the probability of being born with a soul with spiritual power is actually not high. Among ordinary people, this probability can be said to be as low as ultimate. For the nobles, because they have lived in the Seireitei for generations and are affected by the environment inside the Seireitei, the probability of being born with a soul with spiritual power will be higher, but it is not much higher. For this reason, among the nobles, there are also mediocre people who do not have Shinigami qualifications. This is one thing that no one can change. Even the few nobles standing at the top of the Soul Society are the same. It is for this reason that although Spiritual Arts Academy recruits students every year, in fact, there are not many students. It is conservatively estimated that more than 100 people are recruited every year. There are only a few hundred people in the 6 grades of the entire Spiritual Arts Academy. In 2005, only 100 people graduated every year, and then they were assigned to Gote 13. There were also departments such as Kido, Secret Mobile, etc. to add some people, and each team added a person. This is still a relatively popular fan team, and a relatively unpopular fan team, such as the 4th fan team, may not recruit a newcomer for several years. It seems incredible, but it is what it is. Because there are not many Shinigami in the entire Seireitei, including the entire Gote 13, there are only more than 6,000 people. The number may vary slightly, but if many nobles who did not join the Gote 13 after graduation are counted, it is top there are only about 10,000 people in the sky. It is these 10,000 people who determine everything in the 3 realms and maintain the order of the 3 realms. As for Gote 13, there are only a few hundred people in each team. If you look at it from this point of view, it is not surprising that the Soul Society in the original book values Kurosaki Ichigo so much, and would ask Kurosaki Ichigo to help when encountering something that cannot be handled. Because there are not many souls that can truly become Shinigami, and even fewer of them can be called strong. The agents of Shinigami are all the most powerful assistants. For such a strong person, every time there is one more, the Soul Society will be ecstatic, so naturally it is very concerned. Back to business. Advertisement. A few years have passed since Tsunayashiro Rihanna joined the team. This year, it is the annual Mauya. Asido sent the list to Gosuke Shigure as usual. Although the 11th team is a fighting team, among the more than 100 graduates, there are still people who like to fight. Therefore, every year, the 11th team will receive some applications from students. There may be more or less applications, but there are always. From this point of view, it is still much better than the 4th team. Not everyone in Gosuke Shigure is included in the band team. Some of those whose combat ability did not meet the standard at first glance were directly eliminated by him. It's not that he is picky, but that he is good for the students. After all, the 11th team is responsible for the frontal battle. If the combat ability is not up to the standard, it is very likely to die in the battle. This is not a gift for students. Gosuke Shigure can't possibly kill these young people for the expansion of the fan team, can't he? The number of people this year is actually less than usual. Gosuke Shigure took the list and couldn't help but say something. Asido replied. It's not surprising. After all, not all Shendu like to fight. I heard that there is still no one who applied to join the 4th team this year. In this way, our situation is quite good. Gosuke Shigure's mood suddenly improved after learning that the 4th team still had no success in finding a new job this year. He motioned for Asido to leave, and then looked through the list alone in the captain's room. On top of the list, there is also a photo of Shinigami attached. Here, I have to say that although the Soul Society is extremely backward in many aspects, it is also extremely advanced in some places. Compared with the current technology, I don't know how much advanced it is. When the present world was still in the feudal era, the Soul Society had already used high technology. However, the so-called high-tech, the speed of replacement is actually not fast. After the present world has entered the modern society, the technology of the Soul Society has obviously lagged behind the present world. Advertisement. It can only be said that the lifespan of Shinigami is too long compared with that of human beings, so they don't have much concept of technological upgrading. Gosuke Shigure looked at the results of the students on the list. Determine if they are eligible for admission to Spiritual Arts Academy. Until, he saw a familiar name. Among the 4 items of Zonquan Zugi, only Kido's result is excellent. As a result, I really waited until the graduation season, when Gosuke saw Nanao Aiza's application form in the roster of the team. As an intelligence team, the 8th division is mainly engaged in clerical work such as collecting intelligence, and does not have any combat missions. People like Nanao Aiza are just right to join the 8th division. Gosuke Shigure couldn't help thinking like this, and he also took a little look at Aiza Nanao's results. Although the Kido is also suitable for combat use. Gosuke Shigure thinks so too. Mistake. The only one that is not suitable is the 11th team. When he was chatting with Kiraku Shunsui earlier, he talked about Aiza Nanao who was about to graduate. Kiraku Shunsui also vowed that Aiza Nanao will definitely join the 8th team at 760. This made Gosuke Shigure more sure that this was the Aiza Nanao in his memory. It is a pity that such a person is not included in the Kido congregation. Next to this name, there is a small photo. The little girl in the photo looks very delicate, wearing a pair of glasses, showing a bookish atmosphere. But the 11th team is more respectful of hand-to-hand combat, using a knife to fight the enemy head-on. Many Zanpakuto of the Kido family will be ridiculed even within the 11th team. Ability: focus on sharpening your own chopping skills. White Hit's grades were mediocre, Shunpo's grades were mediocre, and her cutting skills were extremely poor. Besides, according to the report card, she hadn't awakened Zanpakuto yet. Gosuke Shigure was puzzled. Of course, because of the relationship between Aiz Nanao and Kyoraku Shunsui, Aiz Nanao has another choice, which is to join the 8th team. Aiz Nanao. Didn't Jingle say that she would join the 8th team? How did she end up in my 11th team? Chapter 147. Shocked Kyoraku Shunsui. Mistake or not, Gosuke Shigure thinks it is still necessary to find Kyoraku Shunsui and talk to him about it. Of course, Gosuke Shigure can also play a trick, and before Kyoraku Shunsui knows about it, Aiz Nanao can be included in the 11th team. But after thinking about it, Gosuke Shigure still didn't do it. Even though Kyoraku Shunsui has not revealed the relationship between him and Aiz Nanao so far, he has not denied that Aiz Nanao has a close relationship with him, not to mention, because Gosuke Shigure knew the original work, early in the morning know the real relationship between them. Under such a premise, there was really no need for him to offend Kyoraku Shunsui and privately recruit Aiz Nanao into the 11th team. More importantly, they are friends, not people. With this list, Gosuke Shigure soon came to the 8th team. Because of Gosuke Shigure's identity, he came to the door of the captain's room of the 8th division easily. Before he stepped into it, he heard Yadomaru Lisa's voice coming from inside. Captain, have you chosen yet? Kyoraku Shunsui sounded helpless. Let me choose slowly. I think this student is very suitable to join our 8th team, but the other one is not bad. They're all seedlings with good qualifications, but it's really confusing. Why can't they all be included in the team? Yadomaru Lisa is obviously not convinced by the reason given by Kyoraku Shunsui. We have to give the other teams some chances. Kyoraku Shunsui had his own rhetoric. As far as I know, the recruiting work of the 4th team this year is still very bleak, and none of the students chose the 4th team, although it was also very bleak in previous years, but there are still a few people. Captain Unohana can be regarded as my old senior. As a junior, I have to take care of her, so I have to find a way to eliminate a few people, and then recommend them to the 4th team. As that's so, it was a reason that sounded outrageous, but Yadomaru Lisa just believed it. Maybe it's because Unohana Retsu is a female captain, and Yadomaru Lisa respects her a lot. The 4th team is so miserable in finding a new job every year, they really should help. Gosuke Shigure listened at the door for a while, and understood that Kyoraku Shunsui was dealing with Yadomaru Lisa to find a new job, which was the same as what he was doing. Afterwards, he pushed the door open and entered. Captain of the Beijing band, it's really rare that you are handling team affairs. Advertisement. Kyoraku Shunsui put down the list in his hand, looked at Gosuke Shigure, a little surprised, then responded. Gosuke, what are you talking about? I often deal with team affairs, I don't want someone to be so leisurely. After saying this, before Gosuke Shigure said anything, Yadomaru Lisa on the side gave Kyoraku Shunsui a supercilious look. Kyoraku Shunsui had the nerve to say that. Didn't she handle all the team affairs in the past? Even, in the past, when she asked Kyoraku Shunsui to come back to handle team affairs, the other party refused in every possible way and hid whenever she could. But then again, it is indeed an extremely rare situation for the captain to take the initiative to handle team affairs like today. I see. Gosuke Shigure nodded, directly ignoring someone in Kyoraku Shunsui's life. Kyoraku Shunsui said again. You came here to find me, is there something wrong? Gosuke Shigure said. There is indeed something. Kyoraku Shunsui frowned slightly, and said to Yadomaru Lisa beside him. Lisa, you go to the doctor first. Yes, Yadomaru Lisa is not a person who disregards the importance, and naturally knows that the secrets between the captains cannot be heard by herself. After Yadomaru Lisa left, Gosuke Shigure sat down here at Kyoraku Shunsui very casually. He said to Kyoraku Shunsui. The leader of the Beijing band is so entangled in recruiting new players, not because he thinks that they are all qualified, but because there is one less person. Kyoraku Shunsui frowned slightly. Why does Gosuke think so?
Gosuke Shigure said. That's because the other party applied to join my team. As he spoke, he took out an application form from his pocket. Kyoraku Shunsui took the application form, and after seeing the name on it clearly, he was slightly dazed again. Advertisement, I actually ran away from you. Previously, the reason why he was so entangled in determining the list of new recruits was naturally not to take care of the 4th team, but because one of them was missing, and the missing person was Nanao Aiz. As his niece, Aiz Nanao, he has been watching her in secret. He is even more aware of the other party's graduation from Spiritual Arts Academy this year. He even went to the Spiritual Arts Academy a long time ago in order to let the other party join the 8th team, and explained to Nanao's teacher, asking the other party to suggest that Nano choose the 8th team. In his opinion, only Kido has outstanding performance in Nanao Zanchuan Zaogui, and Zanpakuto has not awakened. If he does not want to join the Kido, he will only choose to join the 8th team. As a result, unexpectedly, in the application form, he did not see Aiz Nanao. This once surprised Kyoraku Shunsui. He searched several times, but couldn't find it. Unexpectedly, the other party actually chose to apply to join the 11th team. This application went to Gosuke Shigure. After figuring out the cause of the incident, Yuan Le Chunshui became a bandit again. Cow, you can figure out how to apply to join the 11th team. Do you have that ability? You don't, do you know? Good jows? Kido has outstanding grades, so he may be able to join the 8th division, but it is definitely difficult to join the 11th division as a combat team. After all, what the 11th division needs is a Shinigami with outstanding fighting ability. Of course, thanks to Gosuke Shigure's good relationship with him, and knowing something about him and Nanao, if you don't know, maybe Nanao will really be included in the 11th team. Thinking of this, Kyoraku Shunsui couldn't help but feel a little lucky. He said sincerely to Gosuke Shigure, "Gosuke, thank you very much." Gosuke Shigure said, "What are you going to do now? Would you like me to take down Shishu? If the 11th team rejects her application for joining the team, the only choice before her is your 8th team." Kyoraku Shunsui was a little moved, but then, he still had a new idea. I want to hear her thoughts. Chapter 148. Desire for the Strong ever since, because of the matter of Ai's Nanao. Gosuke Shigure and Kyoraku Shunsui went to the Spiritual Arts Academy again. Fortunately, the location of Spiritual Arts Academy is not too far from Gode 13's team building. If you use Shunpo, you will arrive here soon. Because the relationship between Ai's Nanao and Kyoraku Shunsui is not easy to tell in the open, so Gosuke Shigure and Kyoraku Shunsui came here, and they said to the outside world that they are preparing to apply for joining the fan team, to determine if they are eligible to join their respective teams. In the past, there were many captains who came to Spiritual Arts Academy to conduct on-site assessments on the students. So this is not a strange thing. Again, joining Gode 13 is a two-way choice. It is the process by which those colleges choose Gode 13, and the process by which Gode 13 chooses them. When Ai's Nanao learned that the captain of the 11th team, Gosuke Kenpachi, wanted to see her, she felt nervous for no reason. After graduating from Spiritual Arts Academy this year, when faced with the problem of choosing a team, she had considered many teams, but in the end, he resolutely chose a team. Of course she knows that with her own achievements, she is not qualified to enter the 11th team to undertake combat missions. The 11th team is a combat team, and it is the team with the strongest combat ability in the entire Gode 13. And what about her? In Jianshuan Zhaogui, except Kido's grades are not bad, the rest of the grades are mediocre. There are many students who have awakened their Zanpakuto during the few years of studying in Mao. Her words have not awakened Zanpakuto so far, and she has not even successfully communicated with Zanpakuto once, and she does not know when Zanpakuto can be awakened. Naturally, this kind of her is not a genius. Even being admitted to Gode 13 is a rare thing. Where is the qualification to choose a team? Advertisement. However, even so, in the end, she resolutely chose the 11th team. Perhaps it was because she was being sentimental and a little ignorant, but thinking of what the man she met when she was a child said something, Ai's Nanao finally strengthened her belief. Only those who become strong are qualified to know the truth. This is what a man she met told her when she was a child. At that time, she once thought that the other party was her father, but later she realized that it was a misunderstanding. Later, as she was admitted to Spiritual Arts Academy and became Mao's student, she just found out the identity of that man by an accident. Captain of the 11th Division, Gosuke Shigure. 9th Generation Kenpachi, Gosuke Kenpachi. At that time, after she found out the real identity of the man, she was very astonished. Since the man I met when I was a child was Kenpachi, then who is the other man? This made her very curious. At the same time, she became more and more curious about the true identity of her mother and the father she had never seen before. But she also knew that under normal circumstances, it was impossible for her to know the truth. Ever since, what Gosuke Shigure said to her in the past came to her heart again. She wants to be a liar, in a room of the Spiritual Arts Academy. Ai's Nanao waited for a while with a nervous mood, and finally, two figures stepped into it. Of these two people, one looks young and looks a bit delicate, and the other is a middle-aged man with long hair, a cloak, and a shaggy beard. He is wearing a white shirt. Only wearing a pink blanket. Although the shape is very weird, Ai's Nanao still recognized that this white shirt is the haori that only the captain of Gode 13 is qualified to wear. What made Ai's Nanao even more concerned was that she knew one of them. Even if she only met once, she, Afad, still remembered the appearance of the other party in her heart. Captain Gosuke, I am Nanao Ai's. Advertisement. She looked at Gosuke Shigure and spoke nervously. Gosuke Shigure nodded and said, I know you, I came here today, especially for you. Captain Gosuke, Gosuke Shigure interrupted her and said, I have read your application, although I am very happy that you want to join the 11th team, but I still want to say that you are not suitable for the 11th team. The 11th team is a combat team. To put it bluntly, the casualty rate of its members is also the highest among the entire Gode 13. I have to think about the students. Otherwise, it will harm you. Gosuke Shigure said with a smile. I haven't introduced you yet, but this is Kyoraku Shunsui, captain of the 8th Division. Some unkind words came out of Gosuke Shigure's mouth. He wants to recruit you into the 8th Division. Ai's Nanao was very uncomfortable. Captain Gosuke, do I really have no chance? He didn't know if Ai's Nanao knew Kyoraku Shunsui before, but at this moment, he still said something to Ai's Nanao. In these respects, you obviously haven't met the standards to join my 11th team. In the end, you told me that I was not suitable for the team. It is precisely because I remember you that I have to think about you.
the 11th team is not suitable for you. Similarly, I have found the most suitable team for you. Before she finished speaking, Gosuke Shigure said first, I remember you. But I also have to regret to tell you that whether Kido's performance is excellent or not is not the criteria for the recruitment of my 11th team. My 11th team pays more attention to the strength of white hits and genjutsu. Nanao eyes talked eloquently, but she was afraid that Gosuke Shigure might misunderstand, so she hurriedly said to Gosuke Shigure. I don't know if Captain Gosuke remembers, but when I was young, I met Captain Gosuke 89. Obviously you told me back then that only when you become a strong person can you be qualified to know the truth. It was with this in mind that I wanted to join the 11th team. That's why I'm here. I can only recruit the other party to join the 11th team if I can ensure that the other party can take on the combat tasks of the 11th team. Aiz Nanao was puzzled. The best team for me? I've seen your grades. Among the 4 abilities of Zhanshu and Zhaogui, only Kido is excellent, and the other 3 are mediocre. Of course, this does not mean that you are bad. After all, among these 4 abilities, you can one item is excellent, which already shows that your aptitude is not bad, like the captain of the second team, Shihuan Yoruichi, is called Flash Goddess because of Shunpo's outstanding attainments. 140th 9 chapters Man of the Hour. In the end, Aiz Nanao agreed to go to the 8th team. Although she really wanted to join the 11th team, but Gosuke Shigure came here this time and explained all the reasons to her clearly. With her grades, she is not eligible to join the 11th team. And in the case of being rejected by the 11th team, if there is no other team to accept her, she can only join Kido. The Kido people do not belong to the Godai 13. Although the big Kido has a good status, it is not the department that Aiz Nanao wants to join after all. It's not bad for her to be able to enter the 8th team. What's more, Kyoraku Shunsui, the captain of the 8th division, came in person. In any case, Kyoraku Shunsui has to give this face. Although it was the first time to meet Kyoraku Shunsui, unexpectedly, Aiz Nanao felt a sense of familiarity from him. She didn't understand where the familiarity came from, and she always felt like it was somewhere in the past seen Kyoraku Shunsui same. Solving the matter of Aiz Nanao is another trivial matter. Gosuke Shigure felt more and more that the river of time was rushing forward. Some plot characters in the original work have also gradually appeared on the big screen. Tusen Kanami and Komamura Sajin successively joined Godai 13, and now Nanao has also joined the 8th team. Needless to say, those who were earlier, everyone in the Masked Legion has gradually become the mainstay of Godai 13. Perhaps it is for this reason that after they suffered hollow and left Godai 13, the entire Godai 13 fell into a period of weakness for a while. Then again, if I ask Urahara Kazuki to study the matter of the spiritual subspace, will it hinder the pace of the other party's creation of Hogyoku? Gosuke Shigure couldn't help guessing, but because he is not a researcher or scholar after all, he did not take the initiative to ask Urahara Kazuki these questions. In the blink of an eye, 20 years have passed. For Shinigami, 20 years is just a snap of the fingers. Advertisement. What's more, most of the Shinigami are in a state of stagnation. Even after 20 years, their strength has not made any progress. This may sound unbelievable, but it is true. The progress of Shinigami's strength can be divided into 3 stages. The first stage is during the period of entering the Spiritual Arts Academy. Through the teachings of the Spiritual Arts Academy, develop the spiritual power in the body, release it to the outside, transform it into Ryotsu, and then learn various knowledge of Shinigami. In the past few years, they have completely transformed from ordinary souls to Shinigami. Although the tutorials of Spiritual Arts Academy are only a few years old, these few years are undoubtedly the time when Shinigami's strength has improved the fastest. The second stage is to awaken Zanpakuto and master Shikai. Talented people can master Shikai during the period of Spiritual Arts Academy. This is the second stage of progression through the mastery of Shikai, followed by the continued development of Zanpakuto's abilities. The third stage is naturally to learn Bankai. In addition to these 3 stages, although Shinigami can also learn knowledge such as slashing fists and walking ghosts, it is not so easy to learn these basic knowledge. In addition to hard work, talent is also required. In addition, due to the extremely long lifespan of Shinigami, it is not surprising that ordinary Shinigami have not made any progress for decades after mastering Shikai, except for some people with outstanding aptitude. After all, Bankai, for most Shinigami, is still something that is elusive. Gosuke Shigure is naturally not an ordinary Shinigami. Even if it is only 20 years, his progress is still not small. As for what has been improved, what else? Ryotsu, of course. Shinigami's battle is Ryotsu's battle. For Gosuke Shigure, who has all cultivated to a certain level, Ryotsu's progress is actually an easier way to improve his strength. At the same Kido level, the stronger the Ryotsu is, the more powerful the Kido will be. And when it is fed back to the chopping technique, the sword pressure is even stronger. And the strength of Gosuke Shigure Ryotsu is different from that of Zaraki. Although Zaraki's Ryotsu is also very strong, he can't master his own Ryotsu finally, and even, Ryotsu's perception ability is basically equal to none. Advertisement. In addition to the progress of the past 2 decades, some new figures have also emerged among the Seireitei during these 2 decades. 0. Seeking flowers. For example, in the 5th team. Added a boy genius called Ichimaru Jin. He was young, but he completed all the courses of Spiritual Arts Academy in 1 year, then graduated and joined the 5th team. Such qualifications undoubtedly shocked the entire Godai 13.
In the past Soul Society, although it took 2 or 3 years to complete the Spiritual Arts Academy course, but after all, it was a bit unbelievable after all. In the history of Soul Society, only a few people have achieved such a feat, and these people, without exception, have become strong. Perhaps the current Ichimaru Jin is not strong for many Shinigami, but they all have to say, Ichimaru Jin, the future is promising. Compared to Ichimaru Jin who is just getting famous. Among the second team, the rise of Sui Feng is not so eye-catching. After all, the second division is secretly mobile, and the characteristics of the division make them never take the initiative to show off. Back then, Yoruichi would be in the limelight simply because she was the future heir of the Shihuan family, so too many people paid attention to her. However, Gosuke Shigure secretly paid attention to Sui Feng. After all, this is also the captain in the original book. In addition, there are many newcomers in the 11th team. Among them, the most striking are 2 people, Madarei Mikaku and Yasugawa Yumachika. In the 11th team in the original book, these 2 can be said to be Zaraki-Kenpachi's capable generals, and their strength is not bad, especially Madarei Mikaku, who, as the chief officer, has mastered Bankai even more. Although Gosuke Shigure transferred Zaraki to the 11th team many years ago, it did not affect the addition of Madarei Mikaku and Yasugawa Yumachika to the 11th team. They are all people who are eager to fight, hoping to fight the strong. When he found that the so-called strong men of Rukongai could not meet his requirements, he naturally joined the 11th team, and then joined the 10th team. I don't know if Zaraki has a characteristic. Not long after the 2 joined the 11th team, they were convinced by Zaraki because of their discussions with Zaraki. Chapter 150 Leaving the Palace, The Power of Rules. The Zero Division, where it is located in the sky above the Soul Society. Although it is in the sky, it does not mean that as long as you fly straight up, you can reach the place where the Zero Division is. There are 72 barriers between the Zero Division and Seireitei. The iron wall is like an iron wall, separating Seireitei from the place where the Zero Division is located. It is said that it is above Seireitei, but in fact, it can be regarded as being in 2 different spaces. The team house of the Zero Division is called Zero Division Lydian. Every captain who is promoted to the Zero Division will use the power of the Spirit King to rebuild his own bones, and the reconstructed bones are called Wangjian. This is a long-term communication certificate in the space where the Lingwang Palace is located, a key, and then, the power of Wangjian was released, forming several major palaces. As far as they are concerned, as long as Lingfan Liden exists, even if they, 1900, die, they can still survive with the power of Ichibei Hayasabi. Every member of the Zero Division has his own Zero Division Raiden. Among them, except for Ichibei Hayasabi who has a special identity, he is the first and oldest Shinigami. The rest of them have no distinction of status. Today, there are 4 members in the Zero Fan team, so there are also 4 Zero Fan halls. The 4 Lingfanli halls are like 4 huge cities, suspended in the sky, and in the central area where they intersect, is the inner palace of the Lingwang Palace, which is where the Lingwang Palace is located. During the long years, there was only 1 Lingfanli hall at the beginning, and now there are 4 Guoli halls. Their duty has never changed, that is to guard the Spirit King in the Spirit King Palace. This day, Ichibei Hayasabi, who had been closing his eyes all the time, opened his eyes in the middle of his Lingfan Raiden. He sees something. Seeing the Soul Society below, a new force of rules was born. The power of rules. It is an extremely mysterious force, it is created by man, but it can become a force that stabilizes the cornerstone of this world. This world is the world of Shinigami, but in the earliest times, the real masters of this world were not the Shinigami. Rather, imaginary. The earliest void devours everything. If it is allowed to swallow it like this, the whole world will be destroyed sooner or later. Advertisement. Fortunately, the world shouldn't just perish like this. The Spirit King was born. The appearance of the Spirit King prevented the destruction of the world, and even curbed Shu's devouring. After that, many influential figures emerged one after another. The original Shinigami, namely Ichibei Hayasabi, the ancestor of the 5 nobles. In that era, the Spirit King who saved the world was undoubtedly a well-deserved hero, and the ancestors of the ugly nobles were followers of the Spirit Lord. However, it was precisely because of the strength of the Spirit King that they were afraid again. As a result, several people headed by the first ancestor of the Suniyashiro family joined forces to murder the Spirit King. Among them, although the ancestor of the Shiba family raised objections, due to the general situation, they finally did not stop the first ancestor of the Suniyashiro family. King Ling was murdered by several people. Then, several people made the Spirit King into a wedge of the world, sealed it in the Spirit King's palace, and stabilized the existence of this world with the power of the other side. And because they were worried that the Spirit King would get out of trouble, they cut off the Spirit King's limbs, emptied the Spirit King's internal organs, and constantly weakened the excess power of the Spirit King, leaving only its core to stabilize the power of the world. After that, the ancestors of the 5 great nobles found the original Shinigami Ichibei Hayasabi and asked him to guard the Soul King. As for himself, he went to the Soul Society below the Lingwang Palace to take root and survive. From then on, this world completely belongs to Shinigami. But Shinigami, after all, are considered to be the ones who seize the power of the world. Moreover, the blood of the Spirit King is still flowing in the world, and sooner or later, it will overthrow Shinigami's rule. The Quincy Masters are the descendants of the Spirit King, but they themselves don't know this. More than 800 years ago, they invaded the Soul Society. It seemed that they were led by Yuhabak and gave birth to unreasonable ambitions, but isn't this because the Spirit Master is secretly swaying? Although for countless years, the Spirit King has been stabilizing the existence of the world. But this does not mean that he has no hatred for the Shinigami who murdered him. It is his mercy to secure the world, and his vengeance against the Shinigami. Advertisement, however, in the battle more than 800 years ago, the Quincy lost in the end. Since then, Ichibei Hayasabi has not taken the Quincy seriously, until many years ago, after Ichibei Hayasabi sensed the crisis, he issued an order to annihilate the Quincy. After this battle, although there are still some Quincy masters in this world, they are completely nothing to worry about. Ichibei Hayasabi, acquiescing to the kindness of the Soul Society, turned his gaze back. But the matter of King Ling's throbbing at that time still reminded him. But relying on the 3 Lingfan Lydians at that time, they still couldn't completely suppress the Lingwang, so, there was Kilin Tamiro inviting Shutara Senjumaru to the Zero team. Shutara Senjumaru, in fact, has long been qualified to join Team Zero, but for some reason over the years, he has rejected Team Zero's invitation several times, but fortunately he did not refuse this time. After she joined the Zero fan team, another Zero fan palace appeared, and the Lingwang palace finally became more and more stable. Back to the topic, why is Lingfan Lydian needed to stabilize the Lingwang palace and seal the Lingwang? Or because of the power of rules. This world appeared because of the Spirit King, and was stabilized by the Spirit King. But Shinigami, who became the real rulers, was the area where the doves occupied the magpies. In order to maintain the rule of the Shinigami, it is necessary to wrap the power of rules around the body of the Soul King, and then spread to the whole world with the help of the power of the Soul King, so as to establish Shinigami's orthodox position in the world. Ichibei Hayasabi is the original Shinigami. Everything in this world is named 2.2 by him. This is a unique power of rules and the most powerful power. That is, the power of real name. He made Shinigami the world's orthodoxy through words and writing. Then, Ermaiwu Wangyue created Zanpakuto, which gave Shinigami power. Kilin Temple Tianshiro created Kaido and medical skills. In addition to the deadly outfit, many rules have been formulated, making the Shinigami profession more formal. Although these rules are all artificially created. But it really stabilized Shinigami's position, making Shinigami the master of this world. Today, the Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, the present world, and even the original Hell all believe that Shinigami is the maintainer of world order. The premise is that they cannot know the truth. Chapter 151 Changes in the Sky, Team Zero comes. It is also to protect the truth. Therefore, for countless years, people in the Soul Society only knew about the Spirit King, but they had never seen the Spirit King, nor the royal family. Of course, it is also to convince them that there is really a Supreme King who is in command of everything. Every few years, the Soul Society will transfer the King Seal, created by the power of the Spirit King, and make some movements to show the power of the royal family. Several great nobles, at that time, will also show a humble attitude. It seems that several major nobles are loyal supporters of the royal family. In fact, the truth is that their ancestors were murdering Spirit Kings. Back to business. The power of rules is the key to sealing the Spirit King. At the same time, more and more power of rules can also make Shinigami more stable as its ruler. At present, the power of the 4 major rules is naturally enough. But since the Soul Society below, a new power of rules has been born, and it is associated with a corner of the future that I accidentally saw many years ago. Ichibei Hayasabi naturally doesn't mind future-proofing. When Kilin Temple Tenshiro, Naimea Wangyue, and Shuda 05 Luo Senjumaru came to Ichibei Hayasabi sat cross-legged on the ground and told them. In Seireitei below, Kiryu Hikafuna, captain of the 12th division, created something significant for the Soul Society, enough to be promoted to the Zero division. Which one of you is willing to go down and bring her to Team Zero? Obviously, it is impossible for Ichibei Hayasabi to leave the Soul King Palace easily. In the original book, although he also descended to the lower bound, it was only because of the special circumstances at that time. This time, if he was going to lead the opponent to Team Zero, he could only hand it over to the 3 people in front of him. Going to Seireitei. Ermaiwu Wangyue touched his chin, speaking carefully. I have been away from Seireitei for many years, but I have always wanted to go down and have a look. Tianshiro of Kilin Temple directly rejected the matter. For me, forget it. When I took over Shudora and came here, I went to Seireitei. Although Seireitei has changed a lot, there is really nothing worthwhile. A place of nostalgia. From the looks of it, it seems that this time, Ermeiya Wangyue is going to Seireitei, and Hikafuna Kiryu is going to come to Zero Division. But just when Ichibei Hayasabi was about to speak. Advertisement but Shutara Senjumaru said, let me go. As soon as these words came out, Kilin Temple Tenshiro and Ermeiya Wangyue all looked at Shutara Senjumaru, a little surprised. Although he is the least senior among the members of the Zero Division, it has been many years since he was promoted to the Zero Division. Shutara Senjumaru has also gradually adapted to the life of the Zero Division and is used to being with this team. Getting along with several people. She calmly said, I was also in the 12th division back then, and I am very familiar with Hikafuna Kiryu. Let me go down and persuade Hikafuna Kiryu to join Team Zero. Although being promoted to Team Zero is an honor for many captains, there are also captains who refuse to join Team Zero. This is the same as Go Day 13 recruiting graduates of Spiritual Arts Academy. It is a two-way choice. Although Ramei Wang Yu wanted to go to the Soul Society to have a look, but seeing Shutara Senjumaru said so, he finally agreed to Shutara Senjumaru's request to go to the Soul Society in Seireitei. After all, even if he went down, he would not be sure to persuade Hikafuna Kiryu to join the Zero Division. But Shutara Senju pills are different. For so many years before, she had been in the 12th squad, and she was an old acquaintance with Hikafuna Kiryu. There shouldn't be any problem with her words. Among the 12 teams, Hikafuna Kiryu has been famous recently, because she completed a theory that she put forward a long time ago. Long ago, she put forward a theory of temporary soul. The so-called temporary soul is an artificially created soul. The demise and birth of souls follow certain rules in the dark. So can Shinigami master this rule to create souls? She published her theory in the Seireitei correspondence. Many Shinigami have been inspired by seeing her publications. Urahara Kazuki is one of them. Through the study of Hikafuna Kiryu's theory, Urahara Kazuki created the Tenshin body and learned Bankai with the Tenshin body. This undoubtedly proves that Hikafuna Kiryu's theory is correct. Advertisement. But this time, Hikafuna Kiryu completed the temporary soul, which proved this point more clearly. Although it is only a technological breakthrough. But many Shinigami saw the unusualness of this technology from it. In the past, the demise and birth of souls were unstoppable events, and even Shinigami could not intervene, because this is the rule of the world, it is the domain of gods in the true sense. But now, Hikafuna Kiryu has perfected the temporary soul technology, making Shinigami's research direction completely extend to the soul realm, which would violate the realm of God. Such a genius-like creation. This day, Gosuke Shigure felt a high-intensity Ryutsu emerging from the sky, and this Ryutsu disappeared quickly, but Gosuke Shigure knew that the people from Team Zero had come to Soul Society. To be precise, he paid attention to the changes in the sky. Therefore, only members of the Zero Division can come down from above. And because of the other Zanpakuto, dead person, Gosuke Shigure wanted to meet Ramei Wangyu a long time ago. The man who built Zanpakuto with his own hands. Among the 11th team, Gosuke Shigure couldn't help but praise Hikafuna Kiryu after learning that Hikafuna 233 Kiryu had perfected the theory of temporary souls and successfully realized it. But Gosuke Shigure knew that there was another world above the sky of Seireitei. Obviously, it is impossible for her to go to Team Zero herself. If we can continue to improve in this area, one day, Shinigami will become a god in the true sense. Then, I began to pay close attention to one thing. This time, Hikafuna Kiryu is about to be promoted to Team Zero, which may be an opportunity. Pushed the name Hikafuna Kiryu to the peak of Gote 13. Its name is the Lingwang Palace. But because under normal circumstances, there is no way to contact the Zero team, even he can't do anything. Hikafuna Kiryu's creation of the temporary soul is the key factor for her promotion to the Zero Division in the original book. What can change in the sky? For ordinary Shinigami, there is nothing in the sky except the sun and the moon. Chapter 152, Coming for You. Seireitei is very large, Gote 13, and the area where the nobles live are all located in this circular city surrounded by walls made of killing stones. It is not easy for ordinary souls to enter Seireitei, and they can only enter it through the 4 portals in the south, east, north, and west. As for the invasion of Seireitei from the sky, it's not that easy either. Just because there is a soul obstructing membrane in the sky. Of course, there are still ways to forcefully break through the occult membrane and enter the Seireitei. For example, the technology mastered by the Shiba family. As one of the former 5 nobles, the Shiba family naturally also mastered unique technology. That is the ability to break through the space barrier. In the original book, Kurosaki Ichigo and others broke into Seireitei in order to rescue Rukia Kuchiki, relying on the sky cannon of Shiba Kuchiki. Afterwards, the members of Team Zero returned from Seireitei to Team Zero, also with her help. You know, above Seireitei, going to the space where the Lingwang Palace is located, the barrier there is much stronger than that above Seireitei, with a full 72 layers of barriers, but Shiba's technology can still break through there. As for Shutara Senjumaru, who has lived in Seireitei for many years and has returned to Soul Society this time, it is even easier for her to enter Seireitei. She is too familiar with Seireitei. In the past, she participated in the formulation of many rules of Seireitei, and she knows the internal structure of Seireitei by heart. And her strength is very strong. After joining Team Zero, she reshaped her bones with the help of the Spirit King's power, and after she fully integrated into the environment of the Spirit King's palace that contains super spiritual power, she became even stronger. There may also be a case where Shinigami, who has just been promoted to Team Zero, is not very strong. But as long as the bones are reshaped with the power of the Spirit King, and the King Key is created, coupled with being in the unique environment of the Spirit King Palace for a long time, it is only a matter of time before one becomes a strong person. The spiritual power of the space where the Lingwang Palace is located is more concentrated than Hueco Mundo. When Shinigami, who is so rich to the level of vice captain, enters it, he will feel suffocated and oppressed. Shutara Senjumaru easily entered the Seireitei, and then, she used a method newly developed in the Zero Division to hide her whereabouts, walking among the officials of the jingling court like a ghost. Advertisement. Compared with that year, it seems that there is not much change. Quote. Shutara Senjumaru commented like this. From her promotion to Team Zero to the present, the time between them is not very long compared to Shinigami's long life, but it is not a short period of time. However, it seems that the progress of the Soul Society is still slow visible to the naked eye. Then, Shutara Senjumaru went to the Seireitei Research Institute under the 12th Division. She was here all the time. Most of the members inside are her acquaintances before she was promoted, and there are some newcomers, and similarly, some people are missing. Kuretsuchi Mayuri, was he finally arrested because he was too dangerous? Shutara Senjumaru thought so. Kuretsuchi Mayuri is a Shinigami she met when she was in the Seireitei Institute. Because of his unique thinking and talent, she taught Kuretsuchi Mayuri some things. Sometimes, she also had to admit that certain ideas of the other party were very dangerous. If it is not contained, it will enter the maggot sooner or later. Today, Kuretsuchi Mayuri is not seen, apparently the other party is going in. Of course, it is also possible that the other party has committed a greater crime and has been executed. After visiting the Seireitei Research Institute for a while, Shutara Senjumaru quietly came to the door of the captain's room again. Inside, Tsurugaki Hiyori, the vice captain of Division 12, was talking with Hikafuna Kiryu, and Shutara Senjumaru didn't rush to interrupt them. After Tsurugaki Hiyori left, she quietly stepped into the captain's room. Hikafuna Kiryu's appearance is a rather sexy beauty with long purple curly hair. After Tsurugaki Hiyori left, she was going to rest for a while. Suddenly, she had a strange feeling and immediately looked at a certain direction. The gentle expression also suddenly became serious, and a fierce aura was released from her body. "It's me," a woman's voice sounded, and then, a figure appeared out of nothingness. After seeing this figure, Dienjo Kiryu was slightly taken aback. "Senju Maru, is that you?" Advertisement. "Kiryu, long time no see." Shutara Senjumaru greeted Hikafuna Kiryu. When it comes to age, she is Hikafuna Kiryu's senior, but when it comes to identity, when she was hidden in the 12th squad, Hikafuna Kiryu is her captain again. But generally speaking, they are old acquaintances. "Aren't you already?" There is something in Hikafuna Kiryu's words, because Shutara Senjumaru was not the captain of Gote 13 back then, so few people know about her promotion to the Zero Division, but Hikafuna Kiryu obviously knows. "I'm here for you." Shutara Senjumaru reveals his purpose. Oh, a strange color flashed in Hikafuna Kiryu's eyes. Shutara Senjumaru suddenly became serious. She said Hikafuna Kiryu's full name. "Hikafuna Kiryu, you have created something that has a great influence on the Soul Society. You are already satisfied to be promoted to Team Zero standards. Today, on behalf of Team Zero, I formally extend an invitation to you. I wonder if you would like to be promoted to Team Zero." As soon as this remark came out, Hikashuki Kiryu's expression immediately became serious. She was silent for a while, and said to Shutara Senjumaru, "I need to think about this matter." Shutara Senjumaru wasn't surprised by Hikafuna Kiryu's reply. When Kilin C. Tianshiro invited her to join the Zero Division, she also gave the same answer. She nodded and said, "I hope you can give me an answer as soon as possible. Whether it is to refuse or agree, it must be done as soon as possible." Hikafuna Kiryu also nodded, indicating that he would. Afterwards, Shutaro Senjumaru lived in the 12th Division Jo. Although she has been away for many years, this is the place she used to stay after all, some of her private places, because she hides it very well, no outsiders have set foot in it. "When I come back now, I happen to live there. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, several days have passed since Shutara Senjumaru returned to Seireitei." Hikafuna Kiryu hadn't made up his mind yet. Shutara Senjumaru became bored, and on this day, she thought of someone. Chapter 153 Senju-wan, long time no see. However, even though Shutara Senjumaru thought of that person, he didn't intend to meet him. After all, the other party is not the person he was back then. Even if he got some legacy left by that person back then. However, this origin brought about by the leftovers had already been completely terminated and completely cut off long after she sent out the deadly domineering outfit. This time she returned to Seireitei. The purpose is to bring Hikafuna Kiryu to the Zero Division, and for the promotion of Hikafuna Kiryu. Other than that, she doesn't intend to have contact with anyone. After all, she is already a member of Team Zero. Team Zero, and Seireitei are two completely different systems. There should not be too many intersections. Just when Shutara Senjumaru thought so. That night, a familiar wave suddenly came. Feeling this familiar fluctuation for the first time in many years, Shutara Senjumaru couldn't help being taken aback. Immediately, only a mist emerged, and in the mist, a figure between the virtual and the real appeared. The other party said a word in a hoarse tone. "Rukongai. A narrative." After saying this, the mist dissipated and the figure in the mist also disappeared suddenly. 350. Shutara Senjumaru was completely stunned. This is the power of the dead. Back then, she had followed that person by his side, so it could be said that she didn't understand the ability of the other's knife. The knife is called the dead, just like its name, it is a knife that can manipulate the dead at will. All existences that die under that knife will become slaves of that knife and be driven by it. For most people, this kind of ability is probably only used in combat, but for that person, he has developed a new use for this kind of ability. For example, to drive the dead to take care of their own daily life, for example, to drive the dead to deliver letters. Advertisement. It stands to reason that after the death of that person, the knife was completely extinct because of the death of its owner. But today, Shutara Senjumaru found out that he was wrong. The dead are still there. It has not disappeared. Is he not dead? Shutara Senju-wan couldn't help feeling a bit of joy, and immediately, another basin of cold water was poured down. The death of the other party has become a final conclusion. In these long AFFJ years, I have tried remarried each other, but ultimately failed. In other words, there can be no turning point in this matter. So, why does the opponent's knife still exist? Shutaro Senju-maru soon thought of an answer. Tsunayashiro's family. As one of the great nobles, the Tsunayashi family once had a zanpakuto that was passed down from generation to generation, which was the zanpakuto of the former ancestor of the Namadai family. Since the Tsunayashiro family was able to keep the knife, maybe there is a way to keep the deceased. So, the one who asked her out to meet this time is someone from the Tsunayashiro family. Shutara Senjumaru thought so. The other party observed that he came to Seireitei from the Soul King Palace. Although this matter is hidden, if someone really observes it deliberately, they can still find a clue. After all, when the Tianju chariot comes down from the Lingwang Palace, it needs to pass through the 72 barriers, and then for a long period of time, the 72 barriers will not be closed, but will be in an open state. For a while, Shutara Senju-wan couldn't figure out the answer. However, the other party sent the letter here after all, and the aura of the dead man's knife also brought some shock to her, and she had to go and see that person because of emotion and reason. After all, after she was promoted to the palace of the Soul King and all the bones were reshaped by the power of the Soul King, she couldn't help feeling aloof and arrogant. In her opinion, the so-called strong and the so-called captain of the Soul Society were nothing more than mediocre. Leaving Seireitei, went to Rukongai. In the fringe area of Rukongai District 3. There are mountains and rivers here, and the happiness index of the residents living in it is also very high, ranking well among the 320 areas in Rukongai. At this moment, the moonlight is just right, and the evening wind is blowing. Advertisement. A figure stood quietly on the grass, the breeze blew and rolled his white feathers, and the bright moon reflected it, and one could see 2 black, 11, on his white feathers back. Font. What is even more amazing is that the opponent wears a zanpakuto on his waist, and at the same time holds a zanpakuto in his hand. On the zanpakuto held by him, there are strands of red light flowing on the blade, just like fresh blood. Horrible. Shutara Senju-maru came here soon. The first time he noticed the other party's white haori and the words on the haori. This surprised her very much. She thought it was someone from the Tsunayashiro family who invited her to come here, but she didn't expect it to be this person. After sensing Shutara Senju-maru's familiar ryutsu, Gosuke Shigure froze. This person took the initiative to find himself. Because if you want to solve the problem of another zanpakuto, dead person, you have to ask Tumaku Zuyu for help. But in the end, he still decided to ask Shutara Senju-maru out to meet him. He thought that after he was reborn, he would have nothing to do with his previous life, but he didn't know that those connections in his previous life were there, and he couldn't escape. But it didn't occur to him that he didn't intend to see this person. It's you. There are some pasts that cannot be cut off just by cutting them off. No matter who is the person from the Zero Division who came to Seireitei this time, Gosuke Shigure intends to meet him. He is ashamed of it. He also gradually wanted to understand a lot of things. He also thought that it was Keilin Temple Tenshiro and Ermea Wengyu who came to Seireitei, but he didn't expect that it was Shutara Senjumaru who finally came to Seireitei. Gosuke Shigure turned around slowly, still not putting away the knife in his hand. He said to Shutara Senjumaru, "Senjumaru, long time no see." With the fact that the head of Tsunayashiro's family was almost destroyed, and with the fact that the knife of the deceased fell into his hands again. There were some emotional fluctuations in Shutara Senju-maru's tone. Ever since he completed the theory of the temporary soul in Hikafuna Kiryu, Gosuke Shigure was sure that the other party would definitely attract the attention of the Zero Division, and then he was promoted to the Zero Division. During this time, he has nothing to do, just waiting for the Zero Division to come. You know, she had thought of this person before, but she didn't plan to meet this person on the grounds that the relationship had been completely severed. Shutara Senju-maru waited for him for a long time. Chapter 154, Confession. Gosuke Kenpachi, it's you. After hearing Gosuke Shigure's words, Shutara Senjumaru came back to her senses, and immediately asked Gosuke Shigure bluntly, "Gosuke Kenpachi, where did you get this knife from?" Compared with the fact that Gosuke Shigure asked her to come here to meet, what she cares more about is the zanpakuto that Gosuke Shigure is holding in his hand at the moment. This knife is the dead man. Earlier, Shutara Senjumaru felt the aura that belonged to this knife alone, but she was still a little uncertain. After all, she hadn't seen the knife in person. Until now, seeing it with her own eyes, she no longer has any doubts. It is basically certain that this is the knife. Are you talking about this knife? Gosuke Shigure raised his mouth slightly, and raised the red zanpakuto in his hand. Why don't we play a game? Guess what? Gosuke Shigure and Shutara Senjumaru made a joke. Shutara Senjumaru, however, wasn't even joking. Her eyes became extremely sharp, staring at Gosuke Shigure. "I ask you, where did you get this knife?" She didn't mean to speculate, just wanted to know where Gosuke Shigure got the knife from. In comparison, Gosuke Shigure's knowledge of her coming to Seireitei from the Soul King Palace is not that important. Feeling the seriousness of Shutara Senjumaru, Gosuke Shigure's expression also became serious. Okay, I won't joke with you anymore. I'll tell you the answer. I got this knife from Nerdai Shiden. With the help of this knife, Tsunayashiro Tokunada slaughtered the family of Tsunayashiro Tokunada, and then fled to Hueco Mundo. I went to Hueco Mundo as a pursuer, and finally killed Tsunayashiro Tokunada. This knife is also why fell into my hands. Gosuke Shigure's answer surprised Shudara Senjumaru. Although she had guessed before, the existence of the deceased may be related to the Tsunayashiro family. But she did not expect that the Tsunayashiro family had already been wiped out. You know, this is a famous nobleman. However, Shudara Senjumaru was only shocked for a while. It is true that the Soul King will become the wedge of the world and the cornerstone of the world, which is related to the ancestors of the Tsunayashiro family in the past. But when the ancestors of the five nobles chose to go to Seireitei to enjoy the wealth and honor, the matter of the Spirit King has nothing to do with them. It is the duty of Team Zero to protect the Spirit King. Advertisement. Even if the five great nobles are all destroyed, it will not affect the Spirit King. So that's how it is. A complex expression appeared on Shutara Senjumaru's face. If you observe carefully, you will find a trace of loss hidden in her complex expression. The appearance of the deceased made her very happy, but after all, it was not the reappearance of that person back then. She was about to ask again how Gosuke Shigure knew about her coming to Seireitei and found her trail. Gosuke Shigure was heard to say again, although this sword was obtained from someone else, it is indeed my sword. Shudara Senjumaru's body shook slightly, and he looked at Gosuke Shigure in disbelief. His knife. Does he know what he's talking about? Shutara Senjumaru frowned again. Gosuke Shigure met Shutara Senjumaru's eyes and smiled faintly. At the same time, the deceased in his hand immediately responded to him. A blood-red light emerged, and the mist lingered, covering everything around him. The blood-colored mist cut off the moonlight, but the inside was not dark, and the light came from nowhere, falling on the bodies of Gosuke Shigure and Shutara Senjumaru. Gosuke Shigure looked at Shutara Senjumaru and said, Senjumaru, long time no see. Earlier, when Gosuke Shigure met Shutara Senjumaru, he had already said such a sentence. But at this moment, under such a situation, I always feel that I still have to say something. Shudara Senjumaru, at first I didn't understand the meaning of mutual aid Shigure. At this moment, seeing the blood-red mist, he couldn't help but fall into memories. I don't know the meaning of Gosuke Shigure's words. Although I don't know how the Tsunayashiro family preserved the dead man's sword, even if outsiders hold the sword, they can exert its power, but because they are not the real owner of the sword after all, there are restrictions. As for Gosuke Shigure at this moment, Shudara Senjumaru could see that he could drive the knife at will. 0. Asking for flowers. Only one person can do such a thing. That's the guy from back then. Combined with what Gosuke Shigure said, this is his knife. Advertisement. The answer is self-evident. That's right, at the beginning the other party said that he got Tsunayashiro Shisui's legacy, went to find her, and talked to her a lot. She also believed in Gosuke Shigure back then. Thinking about it now, is there a possibility? Gosuke Shigure, is it not the person who got the legacy of Tsunayashiro Shisui, or Tsunayashiro Shisui himself? You are. Shutara Senjumaru showed shock. But then, thinking of what Gosuke Shigure said to her when she came to her as Tsuneo Shisui's successor, her anger couldn't help burning. Even if Gosuke Shigure understood his true heart and wanted to say sorry to Shudara Senjumaru, he had no chance to say it. He had already figured everything out on the way to Hueco Mundo. That's why there is the meaning of asking Shudara Senjumaru to meet here. But also made up his mind. That's right, it's me, I'm back. When Shutara Senjumaru heard these past events, Yurong couldn't help showing a dazed expression, and she fell into memories. Gosuke Shigure spoke softly, telling many past events of the past. Although Shutara Senjumaru had the answer in his heart, he still had a little hesitation after all. After she woke up from her memories, she could basically be sure that the person in front of her was none other than Akira Yudai back then. How do you prove that you are him? She just wants to beat Gosuke Shigure up. She wants Gosuke Shigure to show evidence. Gosuke Shigure has no intention of continuing to hide it. Thinking of this, Shudara Senjumaru was very happy. After years of perseverance, she finally waited for that person to come back. But because at that time Shutara Senjumaru had already gone to Team Zero. Because many things the other party said were secrets that only the two of them knew. This time, after discovering that Shudara Senjumaru had returned to Seireitei, although he was a little surprised. Chapter 155 A Complaint from the Heart. Shudara Senjumaru did not fight Gosuke Shigure in the end. How could she fight Gosuke Shigure? How could she be willing to fight Gosuke Shigure? After all, she had been waiting for a long time for his return. At the beginning, she didn't even give any hope, it was just a simple obsession. In comparison, being able to see the person from the past again was the biggest surprise for her. As for what Gosuke Shigure was hiding from her, that's even less of a problem. After all, I have been waiting for so many years. Now, it's just a few decades of waiting. But after all, I still waited for the answer and the result I wanted. Gosuke Shigure has already put away the dead. After all, due to rebirth, the soul has undergone some changes. He has no 7 or 6-0 method to provide power to the dead. Now the ability to mobilize the dead depends on Tsunade Yashira Tokunada's gift relies on the soul power that the other party devoured in the void where Hawako Mundo slaughtered. The moonlight fell again. On the grass, Gosuke Shigure and Shutara Senjumaru all sat on the ground. It's not that Gosuke Shigure is telling Shutara Senjumaru something. Instead, it was Shutara Senjumaru who was telling the story to Gosuke Shigure. It tells the story of Tsunayashiro Shisui's death. After your accident that year, I was very surprised. After all, you were so powerful, but in the end, you died suddenly. At that time, I was still very weak, and I didn't have enough ability to avenge you, but I accidentally discovered that your spiritual power has always existed in the world, and you have already carried out the soul burial, but there seems to be something, as if it involves your soul, so that your soul will always wander in this world instead of entering hell. So, I gradually created a crazy extinguishing method. Can I try to resurrect you? By creating a body, I will recreate a body for you, and then guide your soul wandering in the world into this body. Unfortunately, I still failed in the end. Not only did I fail to resurrect you, but even your spiritual power completely dissipated. Quote. Advertisement. While speaking, she also told the time when Gosuke Shigure's spiritual power completely dissipated. About 200 years ago or so. After hearing what Shutara Senjumaru said, Gosuke Shigure gradually had an answer in his heart. No, you didn't fail. Perhaps you have succeeded. Gosuke Shigure had a guess in his heart, and gradually knew the answer to the fact that he could be resurrected. The deceased is Zanpakuto, the soul system. Because of the Tsunayashiro family, it should have been preserved along with my death. Afterwards, the Tsunayashiro family sacrificed many souls for it. The powerful soul power hidden in the blade, this power, made my soul that should have dissipated, not die. Then, because of your experiment, my soul was reorganized. In your opinion, my spiritual power has completely dissipated because your experiment failed, but in my opinion, this happens to be the beginning of a new life. Gosuke Shigure talked eloquently, expressing his conjecture. In my life, I was born exactly 200 years ago. After hearing what Gosuke Shigure said, Shutara Senjumaru also gradually understood the whole story. I know what kind of role the dead knife played in the rebirth of Gosuke Shigure. It can be said that without the power of this sword, Gosuke Shigure would never be able to be reborn. It can only be said that Zanpakuto, the soul system, is really different. Although there are still some reasons for the rebirth of Gosuke Shigure that have not been clarified, and it is more like a surprise brought about by the superposition of various accidents, but what Shutara Senjumaru cares most about is that the original person came back alive. It's great that you came back alive. Shutara Senjumaru said so. Gosuke Shigure also nodded approvingly. I also think that being able to live a new life is indeed a happy thing. After all, if you can live, no one will complain about death. Gosuke Shigure thought of another thing. He said to Shutara Senjumaru, speaking carefully, my body is only about 200 years old from birth, and your age is now older than mine woolen cloth. In the previous life, Tsunayashiro Shisui was naturally older than Shutara Senjumaru. But in this life, it seems to be the other way around. After hearing Gosuke Shigure's words, Shutara Senjumaru's expression froze. Advertisement. There is no problem with Gosuke Shigure's words. In terms of age, she is indeed younger than Gosuke Shigure in this life. But for a woman, she is naturally unwilling to admit that she is older. No, you are still bigger. Shutara Senjumaru quickly found a perfect rhetoric. My body has been baptized and reshaped by the power of the Spirit King, and now I am only a few dozen years old. As that's so, Gosuke Shigure was slightly taken aback. Shutara Senjumaru answered as a matter of course. That's right, that's it. The two of them talked again afterward. Although we haven't seen each other for many years. But in Gosuke Shigure's previous life, the two were extremely close. Now, since they have recognized each other, it is natural for them to return to the way they used to get along. Shutara Senjumaru did not hide her purpose of coming to Seireitei this time. She came for Hakafuna Kiryu's promotion to Team Zero. In other words, she could not stay in Seireitei for too long. Gosuke Shigure is not surprised by this. He said to Shutara Senjumaru, as far as I know, in Team Zero 4.5, there is a thing called Super Fruit Gate. Yes, Shutara Senjumaru has been promoted to Team Zero for many years, so he naturally knows about Team Zero. Transcendence Gate is a special transboundary gate in Team Zero. It allows people to quickly travel back and forth between the present world and the Lingwang Palace. But it has a strict time limit. Once the time is up, the Super Ghost Gate will be closed. Then, Shutara Senjumaru also understood what Gosuke Shigure meant. Although Transcendence Gate has a time limit, as long as she returns to Team Zero within the specified time, she can still come to the present world at any time and meet Gosuke Shigure. Even if the time is not long, it is better than staying alone in Seireitei and Lingwang Palace alone. The sky and the earth are so far apart that they cannot get in touch. Chapter 156. Reasons to go to Team Zero. That's right, I almost forgot that Team Zero has such a thing as a transboundary gate, which is a special transboundary gate for the convenience of Team Zero members to understand the situation in the present world. Shutara Senjumaru thought that there is such a thing as the Transcendental Gate, which can realize the meeting with Gosuke Shigure, and immediately felt a lot better. Otherwise, it would be a little uncomfortable for her to think of going to Team Zero and having to part with Gosuke Shigure. After all, After a long wait, I finally got a satisfactory result. Such a result, how can it end with a world apart? But what if we are not on one side? She has already gone to Team Zero, and her flesh and blood have been baptized by the power of the Spirit King. She must exist in the Spirit King Palace in order to maintain the order of the three worlds and protect this fragile balance. Although Shutara Senjumaru is very concerned about the personal relationship of his children, he is also a person who takes care of the overall situation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Tianxilong of Qilin Temple to choose to go to the palace of the Spirit King and join the Zero Team in 07 after he mentioned the change of the Spirit King that day. Of course, there is also a way to stay with Gosuke Shigure forever. That is Gosuke Shigure going to the Soul King Palace and joining the Zero Division. As long as Gosuke Shigure joins Team Zero, they can be together forever. But for such a thing, Shutara Senjumaru gave up after thinking about it. The Zero Division is completely different from Gote 13. Once you join, it means that you will lose your freedom forever and become the jailer guarding the Spirit King. The entire Lingwang Palace is actually a huge prison. Just become a jailer yourself. How can Gosuke Shigure be a jailer? After all, in his previous life, he loved freedom so much. But because of his status as a great nobleman, he can't help himself in many things. And in this life, he has a new identity, and seems to be living very freely in Seireitei. Of course, it is impossible for Gosuke Shigure to go to the Lingwang Palace. Just when Shutara Senjumaru was thinking so, Gosuke Shigure said again, besides that, for me, there is one more thing. Advertisement. What's up? I want to go to the Lingwang Palace. Shutara Senjumaru was taken aback when he heard this, and immediately said to Gosuke Shigure, you don't have to be like this. Let's not say that it is not so easy to become a member of the Zero Division, even if you are Kenpachi, it is not necessarily so eligible to be promoted to Team Zero. And even if you become a member of Team Zero, it's not as good as you think. In front of Hikafuna Kiryu, Shutara Senjumaru was persuading him to join Team Zero. In front of Gosuke Shigure, Shutara Senjumaru was another set of rhetoric, directly preventing Gosuke Shigure from joining the Zero Team. I am very clear about the matter of Team Zero. After all, you know who I was in my previous life. Gosuke Shigure said to Shutara Senjumaru. Shutara Senjumaru nodded slightly. Indeed, Gosuke Shigure in his previous life was a member of the Tsunayashiro family. The Tsunayashiro of that era was different from the current Tsunayashiro. It was the most prosperous period, even if Tsunayashi Shisui was only a member of the branch house, but with his strength at that time, it was enough to know all the secrets. This is also the reason why Gosuke Shigure was not surprised at all when he talked about Super Realm Gate and Squad Zero. Because before joining Team Zero, a lot of her knowledge about Team Zero came from the mouth of Gosuke Shigure in her previous life. But I still need to go to Team Zero. Gosuke Shigure continued. Shutara Senjumaru became more and more curious. Gosuke Shigure explained to Shutara Senjumaru, although I was reborn, but because of the changes brought about by rebirth, the sword of the dead no longer matches my current soul, so I need to meet the two kings of the House Joy. Ermewu Wangyu is the creator of Zanpakuto. All sealed states in this world come from his hands. It is because he created the most basic Zanpakuto, the sealed state. Only then did Shinigami have the opportunity to use the sealed state to evolve Zanpakuto with various abilities, and to dig out the power originally hidden in the depths of their souls. You know, before Zanpakuto was created, although Shinigami's soul also has powerful power, it is not so easy to dig it out. The appearance of Zanpakuto lowered the threshold for digging one's own soul power, and gave many souls a key to open the door to become stronger. It can be said that Naimea Wangyu is the person who knows Zanpakuto best in the world. If anyone is most likely to solve the problem of Gosuke Shigure's dead Zanpakuto, then it must be Ermewu Wangyu. Advertisement. I see. Shutara Senjumaru nodded. It's clear. In the following time, Gosuke Shigure has been with Shutara Senjumaru. We didn't say goodbye until the sky was getting dark. In the next few days, every night, they would meet in the wilderness of Rukongai. Why Rukongai? Of course because Seireitei is not safe. There is, after all, a vast realm lurking in the shadow of the Seireitei. I don't know if Urahara Kazuki has studied the Invisible Empire in depth these years. If he can invade the Invisible Empire in advance and wipe out the group of Quincy 323 before they become a serious problem, that seems to be the case. A nice thing. Until this day, Hikafuna Kiryu took the initiative to find Shutara Senjumaru. She looked at Shutara Senjumaru and said, I've already thought about it. Since Team Zero needs me, then I will join Team Zero. If Shutara Senjumaru heard that Hikafuna Kiryu had made a decision when she first came to Seireitei, she would be very happy, because she completed her task. But now, she suddenly complained in her heart. Why did Hikafuna Kiryu make a decision so quickly? Shutara Senjumaru couldn't help but ask Hikafuna Kiryu in a deep voice. Although you have already made a decision, you don't have to rush to Team Zero, wait until you have settled everything before going with me. It's not too late to find the team. Hikafuna Kiryu nodded and said, there are indeed some things that need to be dealt with. She has been the captain of Division 12 for so many years, but now she decides to join Division 0 for greater things. But in the end, all the affairs of the team must be implemented, so that the group can leave safely. Otherwise, if you wait, you will leave a mess to your successors. Among other things, at least, you have to confirm the candidate for the next captain before stepping down as captain. Chapter 157 Talents in the Nest of Maggots. After Hikafuna Kiryu made a decision, she went to see Captain Yamamoto. Captain Yamamoto is not surprised that the members of Team Zero came to Seireitei. After all, the temporary soul, created by Kiryu Hikafuna, is a breakthrough in the realm of the soul and has extraordinary significance. Such a feat is enough to be promoted to the Zero team. Similarly, Captain Yamamoto did not comment on Hikafuna Kiryu's choice. If Hikafuna Kiryu rejects the invitation of the Zero Division, she will naturally still be the captain of the 12th Division. But since she chose to join the Zero Division, all he can do is naturally assist Hikafuna Kiryu to complete the finishing work before she leaves. Have you thought about the candidate for the new captain? Commander Yamamoto asked Hikafuna Kiryu. Although Seireitei has been stable for many years, it seems to have fallen into troubled times in recent years. First, the captain of the third team retired. Now it is hard to find a suitable candidate who is enough to be the captain, but the captain assessment has not yet been carried out. The captain of the 10th Division also died in battle not long ago. The captain of the 10th squad is also extremely intolerable. After the accident in Shiba's family, as a commoner, he took over the original Shiba Isei's position. Over the years, he worked hard, but in the end, he died in battle because of lack of strength. Therefore, the position of captain of the 10th squad was vacant. Even, he has not yet found a suitable candidate for the same position as the captain of the third team. And now, Hikafuna Kiryu has chosen to be promoted again, which means that another captain position will be vacated. I haven't thought about the specific candidate yet. I don't have any suitable candidates here. Hikafuna Kiryu replied truthfully. Captain Yamamoto raised his brows slightly, that can only call the captains here to see if there is any suitable candidate to recommend. And about Hikafuna Kiryu's upcoming promotion, he should really tell the captains. This matter can be concealed from the vice captain and the chief executive officer, but there is no need to hide it from the captains. Soon, the secret letter from Captain Yamamoto was sent to all the captains. Advertisement. Many captains of Gote 13 all came to the head room of the team. They did not bring their respective vice captains. A very special captain meeting is called here. Naturally, because the vice captain did not participate, the standard of this captain's meeting was extremely high, which meant that there were many secrets that the vice captain was not qualified to know. Gosuke Shigure, as the contemporary Kenpachi, is naturally qualified to participate in this captain's meeting. The meeting begins. Captain Yamamoto directly explained the cause of the matter. 12th Division Captain Hikifumi Kiryu is about to be promoted to Zero Division. After she is promoted, the position of the 12th Division captain will be vacant. Do you have any suitable candidates to recommend? As soon as this remark came out, the expressions of many captains suddenly changed. Some captains, because they have not been in office for a long time, although they know the Zero Division because of their status as captains, they have never experienced the promotion of the other captains to the Zero Division. Hearing these words suddenly at this moment, he couldn't help being very shocked. That's right, I'm talking about captains like Muguruma Kensai. As for Yoruichi, although he is also a young captain, he couldn't help that he was born in Shihuan's family and knew a lot of secrets by nature. Therefore, apart from the initial shock of Kiryu Hikafuna's promotion, he immediately sighed. After all, it is not so easy to be promoted to Team Zero. Very stringent conditions need to be met. And Hikafuna Kiryu's ability to be promoted just shows how powerful she is. Are you actually promoted at this time? Jashiro Yukitaki, as a veteran captain, knew what was going on with Team Zero, so he couldn't help frowning slightly. In his opinion, Hikafuna Kiryu will be promoted at this time, which is really not a good time. The captain of the third team has just retired, and the new captain has not yet been selected. The captain of the 10th team was killed not long ago, and the position of captain is also vacant. Now Hikafuna Kiryu has been promoted again, which means that another captain position will be vacated. Losing 3 captains at once is not a good thing for Gote 13. Hiroku Shunsui said from the side. I can't help it, it should be someone from the Zero Division who came here. Advertisement. If possible, the boat captain probably wouldn't want to be promoted so quickly. Jashiro Yukitaki nodded. After hearing the news of Hikafuna Kiryu's promotion, many captains began to answer the questions of Captain Yamamoto after whispering at first. The answer of most people is that there is no suitable candidate. If it is to choose the captain of the other teams, no matter what, he can recommend some suitable candidates. Yoruichi was also stunned when she heard Gosuke Shigure's words. After hearing the Maggot's Nest, she thought that Gosuke Shigure would recommend Urahara Kazuki, but she recommended Kuritsuchi Mayuri, who had never heard of it. If you want to know the captain of the combat team, what kind of candidate can Kong recommend? But the 12th squad is different. Of course Gosuke Shigure knew who Yoruichi wanted to recommend, and he was going to name the candidate, but when he said the words, he suddenly had a bad taste. She trusts that Gosuke Shigure understands what she means and who she is going to recommend. Oh, no one expected that Gosuke Shigure would recommend a prisoner imprisoned in the Maggot list as the captain of the 12th division. The 12th squad is a technical team, and the selection of the captain is not based on strength as the first criterion, but on the premise of understanding technology. Teacher. Gosuke Shigure has been the captain for many years since he took over the position of Kenpachi, Good King Zhao. He is an old-fashioned captain, and he is quite prestigious among the captains. His name is Kuretsuchi Mayuri. So, he said to Captain Yamamoto, I do have a suitable candidate. When many captains said that there was no suitable candidate, Yoruichi suddenly thought of someone. She was going to recommend to Captain Yamamoto, but she felt that her recommendation seemed a bit inappropriate, and then she looked at Gosuke Shigure. As soon as this remark came out, many captains looked at Gosuke Shigure in surprise. Under the 2nd Division, there is a prison called the Maggot's Nest, which is guarded by the supervision team of the 3rd Division of the 2nd Division. The Maggot's Nest is detaining many people who are judged to be potentially dangerous by Seireitei's existing regulations. What I want to recommend is one of the prisoners. The other captains all looked at him curiously. If a person does not understand any skills, he is naturally not qualified to be the captain of the 12th Division. Yoruichi spoke softly. Chapter 158. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. Captain Gosuke, do you know what you're talking about? When Captain Yamamoto heard that Gosuke Shigure recommended a prisoner in the nest of maggots, his tone was also a little serious. Gosuke Shigure said, although Kuretsuchi Mayuri is a prisoner imprisoned in the nest of maggots, we cannot deny his ability just because he is imprisoned in the nest of maggots. I am recommending the most suitable candidate from my perspective. Furthermore, being detained in the maggot's lair only shows that he is a potential dangerous element, but it does not actually violate the Soul Society's regulations. If you really violated the rules of the Soul Society, it would be more than just being imprisoned in the nest of maggots. Instead, they will be sentenced directly by Central 46. Captain Yamamoto was noncommittal to Gosuke Shigure's words, and he glanced at the other captains. Are there any other candidates? If not, he wouldn't mind actually having someone bring out Kuretsuchi Mayuri from the maggot nest to test whether he has the ability to be the captain of the 12th Division. Yoruichi glanced at Gosuke Shigure with some resentment. She originally expected Gosuke Shigure to recommend Urahara Kazuki. As a result, the previous words were fine, but then she suddenly recommended a person named Kuretsuchi Mayuri, which made her quite speechless. I can only recommend it myself. Not long after the captain's words fell, Yoruichi said, I also have a candidate. Captain Shihuan, please speak. Commander Yamamoto said to Yoruichi. Yoruichi said, Captain Gosuke said earlier about the maggot nest of our second squad. The person I recommended is also related to the maggot nest, but he is not a prisoner who was imprisoned in the maggot nest. It's the captain of the supervision team of the 3rd Division of the 2nd Division who is in charge of guarding the maggot's nest, and also the 3rd seat of my 2nd Division, Urahara Kazuki. Because of the particularity of the maggot's nest, all Shinigami imprisoned in it have been confiscated with Zanpakuto. Similarly, any Shinigami who enters the maggot's nest cannot carry Zanpakuto. And want to be the captain of the supervision team. A special requirement is to be able to suppress all the personnel in the supervision tower with bare hands. Urahara Kazuki, as the captain of the supervision team, has a very good ability. And besides his personal ability, he is also a grandmaster of various technologies related to spirits. Therefore, I recommend him to participate in the assessment of the captain of the 12th Division. Captain Yamamoto couldn't help being a little surprised when Yoruichi praised Urahara Kazuki so much. In the following time, there were no other captains to recommend candidates. Advertisement. Ever since, Captain Yamamoto decided to see if this Urahara Kazuki is eligible. If that doesn't work, consider the person recommended by Gosuke Shigure. Of course, it is only the recommendation stage at present. It will take some time for Urahara Kazuki to be formally assessed as captain. After all, although Hikafuna Kiryu said he was going to be promoted, he hadn't formally abdicated after all. All these things had to wait until Hikafuna Kiryu officially abdicated and left. With this time, it is better to complete the assessment ceremony of the captain of the 3rd Division first. Being able to take the opportunity to fill a hole first as a whole. The assessment ceremony for the captain of the 3rd Division has nothing to do with Gosuke Shigure. Also has nothing to do with Yoruichi. After this special captain's meeting, they went to drink. Then, Yoruichi immediately complained to Gosuke Shigure, Sensei, you really don't cooperate at all. If you recommend Kazuki from the beginning, where do I need to go? Also, what about Kuretsuchi Mayuri? I've never heard of it. Gosuke Shigure said with a smile. Kazuki's ability is not bad, but why do you think that the Kuretsuchi Mayuri I recommended is not suitable? Oh, Yoruichi looked at Gosuke Shigure curiously. Gosuke Shigure said, this is someone who can be compared to Kazuki. In the original book, Kuretsuchi Mayuri and Urahara Kazuki can be described as a pair of crouching dragon and phoenix chicks. AHBG. If Urahara Kazuki is more adaptable and can always come up with new solutions, then Kuretsuchi Mayuri is better at analysis. As long as he is given enough information, he can defeat the enemy. In the Millennium Bloody Battle, to be honest, Urahara Kazuki's performance was not as impressive as that of Kuretsuchi Mayuri. Kuretsuchi Mayuri is the well-deserved MVP. I don't know how many enemies he has defeated, and how many friendly troops he has revived. An enemy like Komamura Sajin who gave up his life and was unable to kill was directly defeated by Kuretsuchi Mayuri with a small device. I don't know how Komamura Sajin, who was reduced to a beast in the end, will feel if he recovers. As the teacher praising him so much, Yoruichi couldn't believe it. Advertisement. Urahara Kazuki's strengths, she knows, but Gosuke Shigure actually said that someone can speak out. More importantly, this person is a prisoner who was imprisoned in the maggot nest of her second team. If there is a chance, she would like to meet each other. Captain Yamamoto was a little curious as to why Shutaro Senjumaru brought Gosuke Shigure to Team Zero, but he didn't say much after all. During the daytime, Shutaro Senjumaru was silently hiding in the 12th division. After all, in terms of rank, Team Zero is higher than Gote 13. Naturally, I have a lot to say to Gosuke Shigure. In order to cause unnecessary turmoil, Gosuke Shigure smiled and didn't say much. Gosuke Shigure plans to go to the Soul King Palace with Hikafuna Kiryu and Shutaro Senjumaru. Odoribashi Rojiro officially passed the captain's assessment and became the captain of the third team. So far, all the members of the Masked Legion in the original book have gathered, and they have successively served as the captain and vice-captain of Gote 13. Hikafuna Kiryu finished all the work and was ready to go to the Soul King Palace. These words cannot be finished in 1 or 2 days. Because Hikafuna Kiryu still has a lot of finishing matters that have not been dealt with, Shutaro Senjumaru can continue to stay in Soul Society for a long time, and Gosuke Shigure will go to chat with Shutaro Senjumaru every night. After all, it has been too long since Gosuke Shigure died in his previous life. After drinking with Yoruichi, he returned to the 11th squad. In the next period of time. During this period, Tiansuke Shigure also participated in a captain inauguration ceremony. For so many years, Shutaro Senjumaru has been silently waiting. Before that, he and Shutaro Senjumarumachi went to meet Captain Yamamoto. Also after Odoribashi Rojiro succeeded as captain. Chapter 159 Going to Team Zero. I didn't expect Captain Gosuke to know someone from Team Zero. On the day of heading to Team Zero, Hikafuna Kiryu was a little surprised to see Gosuke Shigure appearing with Shutaro Senjumaru. Gosuke Shigure, she is naturally no stranger. Gosuke Shigure's captain assessment was carried out under her witness, although it has been many years since Gosuke Shigure became the captain. But under normal circumstances, it should be difficult for Gosuke Shigure to interact with the members of the Zero Division. After all, today's era is not, then. At that time, Team Zero and Gote 13 had a lot of intersections. At that time, Team Zero members often came to Gote 13 from the Lingwang Palace. Not so now. Team Zero has long stopped dealing with Gote 13. Although after becoming the captain, he is entitled to know many secrets and the existence of Team Zero. But there are not many people who have actually met the members of the Zero Division. Of course I have my chance. Gosuke Shigure said something inexplicable, and then said to Hikafuna Kiryu, I want to visit Ermea Wangyu, who is known as the Sword God in the Ichiban Zero Division, and I have questions about Zanpakuto. Ask him for advice. It's different from Captain Hiko. Captain Hiko is going to serve in the Zero Division. I can't stay for a few days. 17. That's it. Hikafuna Kiryu understood. She immediately asked Shutaro Senjumaru, how do we get to the Soul King Palace? Although there are records about the Zero Division and the Lingwang Palace among the secrets that only the captain is qualified to know, Zhang said that the captain can be promoted to the Zero Division of the car owner family spy. Team Zero is located in the Palace of the Soul King. Exactly where the Kelling Palace is and how to enter it is another secret. Among those secrets, there is no mention of this. Shutaro Senjumaru replied. For this, I have already contacted a firework master, and he will help us go to the Lingwang Palace. Speaking of this matter, Shutaro Senjumaru felt a little emotional again. Speaking carefully, it's quite dangerous. The family that mastered the technology to go to the Lingwang Palace actually almost perished a few years ago. If it really perished, I will returning to the Zero Division, we can only find a way to contact the other Zero Division members to come and meet them. Advertisement. Fortunately, there are still survivors from the other party's family, and there are still people who have mastered that kind of technology, which has saved me a lot of trouble. Hikafuna Kiryu did not understand the meaning of this sentence. Gosuke Shigure showed thoughtfulness. The two of them concealed their whereabouts, followed Shutaro Senjumaru and left Seireitei, and went to Rukongai. Until I came to somewhere in Rukongai, when I came to a certain family in Rukongai. Hikafuna Kiryu showed a surprised look. As this, Shiba's house. As one of the top nobles in the past, the Shiba family, even if they were expelled from the ranks of the great nobles and are now forced to live in Rukongai, as long as such a great noble is not completely wiped out, it will still attract people's attention. Because they've been around for too long. As a result, they know many of the Soul Society's secrets. Hikafuna Kiryu didn't expect Shutaro Senjumaru to bring her to the place where Shiba's house is. Shutaro Senjumaru called out softly, Shiba is in charge. A man with a handsome appearance came out and smiled at Shutaro Senjumaru. Captain Shutara is too polite. I'm not the head of the Shiba family, I'm just a branch house person. 17. Shutaro Senjumaru said. Although it is only the head of the branch house, it is right to be the head of the house. He. The man smiled, and said to Shutaro Senjumaru again, I have fulfilled Captain Shutara's request, and I can help you relaunch the Tianju chariot at any time. Thank you very much. Shutaro Senjumaru thanked the man. The man shook his head and said, it's nothing, compared to Captain Shuduoluo asking me to help you. For our Shiba family, being needed means that we, the remnants of evil, still have the value of surviving. This is the real truth. Important things. When he said this, there was a trace of complexity in the man's tone. Both Gosuke Shigure and Hikafuna Kiryu heard what the man meant, but they didn't say much. Of course, Gosuke Shigure took a few extra glances at the man. Even though Shutara Senjumaru didn't say the other person's name, Gosuke Shigure still recognized him. 0. Seeking flowers. Advertisement. It was Shiba Yixin in his youth. The head of the Shiba branch house and the father of the future protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo. After Shiba finished this complicated sentence, he didn't say anything more. Then, I took Gosuke Shigure, Hikafuna Kiryu, and Shutara Senjumaru to the fireworks stand of Shiba's house. The Shiba family has an ancestral firework technique. On the surface, this is fireworks, but in fact, it is a very unique means. You can forcefully break through the space barrier by releasing fireworks. Like the soul cloaking membrane of Seireitei, the 72 layers of barrier between the palace of the Soul King and the Soul Society, they can all be easily broken through. Of course, if you want to break through these things, whether the shells are strong is also a problem. 0. Obviously, the Tianju chariot of Team 0 is strong enough. After all, it is the vehicle for the members of the Zero Division to go to and from the Lingwang Palace, and it is something created by the super spiritual power of the Lingwang Palace. Although it's just a pillar, it has a degree of sturdiness that surpasses many things in the Soul Society. When Shutara Senjumaru arrived at Soul Society with this object, she had already figured out how to go back. She found Shiba Ishin, and then sent the Tianju chariot to Shiba Ishin. At this moment, Gosuke Shigure, Shutara Senjumaru, and Hikafuna Kiryu just need to enter the Tianju chariot and stay there. Right now, Hikafuna Kiryu, because he hasn't accumulated fat for cooking as in the original book, has become a big fat man, and is still an out-and-out beauty. Shutara Senjumaru is also a cool beauty. For Gosuke Shigure, it was a very novel experience for Gosuke Shigure to be in the somewhat dim Tianju chariot with these two people. Fortunately, there is quite a lot of space in the Tianju chariot, otherwise, it would be fine if only Gosuke Shigure and Shutara Senjumaru arrived, but it would be a bit embarrassing if there was one more Hikafuna Kiryu. After the three entered the Tianju chariot, Shiba did not hesitate, and immediately activated the fireworks release device, a huge fort. With the help of the cannon, he successfully released Tianju Quan. Then, the Tianju chariot quickly lifted into the sky, heading towards the end of the sky. Chapter 160. Spirit Palace. The Spirit King Palace is located above the Soul Society, and between it and the Soul Society, there are a total of 72 layers of barriers, and each layer of barriers is stronger than the soul-obstructing membrane that surrounds Seireitei. At the very beginning, these 72 barriers did not exist. At that time, there were often powerful beings who killed the Spirit King Palace. Later, the members of Team Zero felt that if this continues, sooner or later, the seal of the Spirit King will be broken. At that time, if something happens to the Spirit King, the whole world will lose its balance. This is not a good thing. Therefore, with the help of the superspiritual power of the realm where the Lingwang Palace is located, they erected 72 layers of barriers to completely isolate the existence of Lingwang Fu from the Huhun realm. Only with the help of the Tianju chariot, which is also made of superspiritual power, can travel to and from the Lingwang Palace. Driven by Shiba's unique 770 launching device, the Tianju chariot soared upwards. In a short moment, it touched the first layer of barriers, and then the barriers were pierced through. The second barrier was pierced again, and finally, it went through the 72 barriers before losing all power and falling from midair, but it did not fall into the Soul Society, but landed on the huge floating above the midair on the platform. At the same time, among several Lingfan Lydians, the other three members of the Zero Division also put down their work one after another. Headed towards Ling Wang Dane Li. Will be there soon to welcome the arrival of new members. The inner palace of the Spirit King is the core area of the Spirit King Palace, and it is also the closest place to the Spirit King. All the members of the Zero Division, when they first came to the Lingwang Palace, needed to use the power of the Soul King to reshape their bones, that is, create the Wang Qi, and then use the power of the Soul King to create their own Lingfan Palace. During this period, because of the need to borrow the power of the Spirit King, the welcome ceremony was naturally placed at the place closest to the Spirit King. It was also there that Ikebe Hayasube, who was the original member of Team Zero, would tell the new members about the origin of Team Zero, and the truth about the Soul King, that is a secret that only a member of Team Zero is entitled to know. The Tianju chariot landed quietly on the platform, and then, a door was opened on the cylindrical vehicle. Gosuke Shigure, Hikafuna Kiryu, and Shutara Senjumaru walked out of it. As soon as Hikashu Kiryu stepped into the Tianju chariot, the first thing she felt was the extremely strong spiritual power, and the concentration of spiritual particles in the air was beyond her imagination. Is this the Spirit King's palace? What an amazing place. Advertisement. Hikafuna Kiryu couldn't help sighing. Gosuke Shigure also expressed similar emotion, as expected of the place where the Spirit King is located, the concentration of spirit particles here is several times higher than that of Hawako Mundo. I'm afraid Shinigami at the vice captain level will be suffocated when they come here feel it. Shutara Senjumaru catered to Gosuke Shigure's praise and said, after all, it is the Lingwang Palace, and it is also the most important area in the entire world, so it is naturally different. She turned to Gosuke Shigure again. I'll take you to the Lingbanli Palace where I am, you can stay there now, and I will go to you after I solve Hikafuna's enlistment ceremony. Gosuke Shigure nodded, okay. During this period, Hikafuna Kiryu glanced at Shutara Senjumaru and Gosuke Shigure with increasing curiosity. She couldn't understand the relationship between the two more and more. She is very familiar with Shutara Senjumaru, After all, she had been in her 12th squad for so many years, but she really didn't know how Gosuke Shigure knew Shutara Senjumaru and had such a close relationship with him. Then, Shutara Senjumaru first brought Gosuke Shigure to her Lingfan Palace. The Lingwang Palace is a huge city-state suspended in the sky. Here, it is impossible to fly. This is not a strange thing either. Shinigami's so-called flight and so-called suspension can only be achieved in places where the concentration of spirit particles is extremely low. For example, world. The concentration of spiritual particles in this world is much lower than that in Shinigami's body, so Shinigami can be suspended in midair in this world, while in other places, such as Soul Society and Virtual Circle, Shinigami have nothing to do with ordinary people. The difference is that you can only run on the ground with your feet. And the concentration of spirit seeds in Lingwang Palace is even higher than those in these two places. Shinigami at the vice captain level will even feel suffocated when they come here, and naturally it is even more difficult to fly. If you want to go to the various areas of the Lingwang Palace, you rely on a public mobile platform called the Midasanda of the Lingwang Palace. It is a semi-fan-shaped platform suspended in midair. Advertisement. They naturally care about the relationship with their companions. And if there is no accident, the companions who join here will always be with them. This is all the members of the Zero Division at the moment. Monk Ikibe Hayasube had some objections to Shutara Senjumaru's words, and after hearing what she said, he smiled and said, "Shutara, you are wrong, we will no longer be 4 people, but 5 people. Her Lingfanli Hall will be located in the south of Lingwang Dane." While speaking, Ikibe Hayasube said to Hikifuna Kiryu, "Hikifu Kiryu, welcome to the Zero Division." When the two of them arrived at the gate of the main hall of the Lingwang Palace, 3 figures were already waiting there. Quantang Ghost, Qilin Temple Tianshiro. It is something that is difficult to encounter for hundreds of thousands of years. 2.7 The rest of them, Armewu Wangyu and Kilinsi Tianshiro, also said one after another, "Welcome to Team Zero." Shutara Senjumaru brought Gosuke Shigure and Hikifuna Kiryu to this place, and first sent Gosuke Shigure to Lingban Raiden, and then, with the help of this thing, took Hikifuna Kiryu to the Soul King Aochi, which is the main hall of the palace. Monk, Ikibe Hayasube. It's not surprising, since the very ancient era, since the establishment of the Zero Division, the number of people has never exceeded 1 palm. At the beginning, there was only Ikibe Hayasube, and later Armewu Wangyu joined it, and then Qilin Temple Tianshi Lang, there is Shutara Senjumaru, and now there is Hikifuna Kiryu. For them, every additional member is a happy thing. Before, the Spirit King had given me a revelation. From now on, Hiko Kiryu, who is titled King of Valley, is the God General of the South. And me, Oriso, Shutara Senjumaru. They attach great importance to the addition of newcomers. Shutara Senjumaru introduced the 3 of them to Hikifuna Kiryu one by one. Sword God, Armea Wangyu. Chapter 161 Sword God Naimea. After Hikifuna Kiryu's enlistment ceremony, the next step is to create Wang Jian for Hikifuna Kiryu. Ikibe Hayasube personally took action, drawing out the power of the Soul King from the main hall of the Soul King Palace beside him. Then, the power of the Spirit King poured into Hikishuki Kiryu's body. In an instant, Hikifuna Kiryu let out a painful sound. The rich spiritual power wrapped Hikishu Kiryu's body in it, like a huge cocoon of light. The only thing that still existed was Hikishu Kiryu's painful wailing. This is not surprising. The so-called King Ki refers to the bones reshaped by the power of the Spirit King. During this process, all the original bones will be melted away by the power of the Spirit King, and naturally they will suffer great pain. Even this pain will last for a long time. So for the next time, there is no need for Armea Wangyu, Qilin Temple Tenshiro, Shutara Senjumaru to stay here anymore. Only Ikibe Hayasube is left here to watch over Hikifuna Kiryu, who is creating the King Ki. After that, he will teach Hikifuna Kiryu how to use the power of the Master Ki to condense his own Lingfan Raiden. Armea Wangyu, Qilin Temple Tenshiro, and Shutara Senjumaru left here together. On the way to leave, Armea Wangyu couldn't help sighing. I remember the last time I saw such a scene. It was the time when Shutara came to the palace of the Spirit King. Speaking carefully, Shutara is really lucky. He has only been in the Zero Division for so many years, and he has waited for the newcomers to arrive. I waited for many years, and the group arrived. Tianshalong of Qilin Temple also responded. That's right, I also waited for many years for Shutara, and fortunately Shutara agreed to my invitation, otherwise, I would still be in Team Zero at that time. The least senior among them. Shutara Senjumaru listened to what the two said, but didn't say anything. After Tenshiro of Qilin Temple went first to his Lingfan Raiden in the east, there were only 2 left, Yuangyu and Shutara Senjumaru, who were about to return to their Lingfan Raiden in the west and Lingfan Raiden in the north. When Shui Fan left the palace, Shutara Senjumaru turned to Armea Wangyu and said, "Wangyu." Naimea Wangyu looked at Shutara Senjumaru in surprise. "Shutara, what's wrong?" In his cognition, Shutara Senjumaru is an incomparably aloof beauty, even an indispensable flower of the high mountain, who rarely speaks on his own initiative, but once he speaks, it is obviously a crime. "I want to ask you a favor," Shutara Senjumaru said to Naimea Wangyu. It was, "please," and, "help." Again, words like this came out of Shutara Senjumaru's mouth, and the 2 house owners couldn't be happy for a while. "Shutara, what do you want me to help you with?" Armea Wangyu was stunned for a while, then came back to his senses and asked Shutara Senjumaru. Help someone with Zanpakuto's problems. Shutara Senju Maru said so. Advertisement. Oh, hearing that it was a question related to Zanpakuto, Naimea Wangyu also became interested. He is the person who knows Zanpakuto best in this world. Also, happy to deal with various Zanpakuto-related issues. What made him more concerned was the other meanings contained in Shutara Senju Maru's words. Is to help others deal with Zanpakuto problems. This person is not Shutara Senju Maru. That is to say, Shutara Senjumaru, besides Hikafuna Kiryu, brought someone else to the Soul King Palace. Otherwise, such a thing might be said here. Ermewu Wangyu looked at Shutara Senjumaru in surprise, and said again, just bring him to me directly. Shutara Senjumaru nodded. Lingfanli Temple is located in the north. This is Shutara Senju Maru's Lingban Raiden. Gosuke Shigure was wandering casually in it. The layout here is similar to the room where Shutara Senjumaru was located when he went to the 12th Division when he took the Captain Haori back then. Various fabrics and clothes are hung. The only difference is that this place is much larger than where Shutara Senju Maru was. During his wanderings, he once felt extremely powerful energy fluctuations emanating from the distant spirit King Aochi, and he guessed that it was an enlistment ceremony for Hikafuna Kiryu. But it didn't mean to watch. Instead, he chose to wait quietly here. Chu Shui-kun. Until a gentle voice sounded. Gosuke Shigure turned his head and it was Shutara Senjumaru who came back. Although he emphasized several times in front of Shutara Senjumaru that his name is Gosuke Shigure in this life, but for Shutara Senjumaru, some titles are hard to change, for example, calling him Chu Shui-kun. Senjumaru, you're back. Advertisement. Yeah, Shutara Senjumaru nodded, and she said to Gosuke Shigure, I've already told Ermea Wangyu about it, and I'll take you to see him next. It is good. It seemed that Shutara Senju Maru seemed a little anxious. But this is actually a request from Gosuke Shigure. After all, he wasn't the one who was promoted to Team Zero and was about to become a member of Team Zero. It is impossible to stay in Lingwang Palace for a long time. You have to take advantage of the time to come to the Lingwang Palace to settle everything. If you leave Soul Society for too long, who knows what will happen. The departure halls of the members of the Zero Division are all located according to their azimuths. Shutara Senju Maru's detached hall is located in the north, so she is also known as the Northern God General in 960. Ermewu Wangyu is a Western General. Tianshilong in Qilin Temple is an Oriental General. Ikebe Hayasube sits in the center and is a master of traditional Huxia medicine. Hikafuna Kiryu, who has newly joined the Zero Division, will be the God General of the South. The north is very close to the west. Starting from Shutara Senju Maru, it didn't take long to come to the Lydian in the west, which is the area of Shuifan Lydian in Ermeiziu. After arriving here, there were only 2 rows of beauties with different appearances, each with their own merits, who greeted them respectfully, and their delicate voices sounded, welcome distinguished guests. Gosuke Shigure watched this scene in astonishment. Shutara Senju Maru couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Wang Yu, what are you doing? Behind a beauty, Ermewu Wangyu, wearing sunglasses, came out, with a giggling look. Shutara, don't be so cold, I'm ready to welcome you. While talking, he looked at the people around Shutara Senjumaru again. You are the one Shutara wants me to help, right? The why? The clothes on you are Gote 13's Captain Haori. Before Gosuke Shigure could speak, Ermewu Wangyu's figure flickered, and he had already arrived behind Gosuke Shigure, and he could clearly see the writing on Haori's back. It's actually the 11th team. In other words, you are Lee. Chapter 162 Soul Department Zanpakuto. My name is Gosuke Shigure, and I'm probably the 9th generation of Kenpachi. Gosuke Shigure answered Naimea Etsu's question. Hearing this, Ermewu Wangyu also showed a pensive expression. Is it already the 9th generation? It's really fast. The last Kenpachi I knew was the 7th generation Kenpachi Kenyashiki. At that time, I invited him to join Team Zero, but he refused. In other words, is he dead? It's a pity. With his death, his extremely powerful Zanpakuto, I'm afraid it also disappeared. Ermewu Wangyu spoke one after another. Gosuke Shigure felt that he didn't feel sorry for Kenpachi's death, but rather that he could pass away Kenpachi Zanpakuto. However, his words explained a lot of Wu Zu Shigure's doubts. In the past, when Kenpachi was still there were rumors that Team Zero wanted to recruit Kenpachi, but he refused. Right now, Gosuke Shigure knows who was the one who wanted to recruit Takuyashiki in Team Zero back then. It was Ermewu Wangyu in front of him. Standing beside Gosuke Shigure, Shutara Senjumaru saw Gosuke Shigure pondering, thinking that he didn't like Ermea Wangyu's chattering appearance, and said again, Wang Yu, stop talking nonsense, and quickly bring us go to the real Phoenix Palace. If you're here, you probably won't be able to work. Ermewu Wangyu came back to his senses, with a troubled expression on his face. Are you really going there? Would you like to go there after I perform the welcoming ceremony? I haven't even introduced my palace to this Gosuke Kenpachi from Soul Society. 17. Shutara Senju Maru raised his brows, and Jacko looked at Ermea Wangyu. Although Etsu Naimea's seniority in Team Zero is extremely old, second only to Ikebe Hayasube, and Shutara Senjumaru was the person with the least seniority before Hikafuna Kiryu was promoted, but she didn't treat Naimea Wange for this reason. Yu exists in awe. Okay, let's go over there. Ermewu Wangyu sighed helplessly. He waved his hands to the beauties around him and said, it's gone, it's all gone. Advertisement. After dismissing these beauties, Armewu Wangyu turned his head again and explained to Gosuke Shigure, they are all Zanpakuto created by me. Of course Gosuke Shigure knew that this was Zanpakuto created by Armewu Wangyu. As the creator of Zanpakuto, Etsu Naimea is the person who knows Zanpakuto best in the world. It is for this reason that Gosuke Shigure has come to him for help. It's really amazing. Although he knew it, he still praised Armewu Wangyu. Armewu Wangyu waved his hands and said, where is it? While speaking, he walked towards the other side with Gosuke Shigure and Shudara Senjumaru. Went through a door. It seems to have come to another space, which is a bare hill. At the top of the page, there is a dilapidated house. This is the real Phoenix Palace. Shudara Senjumaru said to Gosuke Shigure, because the Phoenix Hall is too simple, Wangyu built the previous gorgeous branch hall by himself. He usually greets guests in that branch hall, but if you want to work, you must be in the real Phoenix Palace. Armewu Wangyu let Shutara Senjumaru explain, and he didn't say much. It wasn't until Shutara Senjumaru finished explaining that he turned to Gosuke Shigure and asked, what's wrong with your Zanpakuto? Could it have been destroyed during Bankai? That's not a simple problem, the whole knife must be recast. Armewu Wangyu can only guess this question, and the other party will come to him. Otherwise, it's hard to go wrong with Shinigami's Zanpakuto. If there is a problem, the only possibility is that it was damaged during the Bankai period. This kind of damage is irreversible and cannot be restored. Gosuke Shigure said to Naimea Wangyu, there is nothing wrong with my current sword, even, I have never used Bankai before. Oh, Armewu Wangyu was puzzled. Since there is no problem and I have never used Bankai, what do you want me to do? Advertisement. While speaking, Gosuke Shigure untied the other knife he was wearing beside him and said, the problem is this knife. Naimewu Wangyu took the Zanpakuto from Gosuke Shigure. Although all Zanpakuto are awakened by Shinigami through their own soul power, the original Zanpakuto, which is the sealed state, are all from the hands of Armewu Wangyu. Since the opening of Soul Society, there have been no exceptions. All the sealed states of Shinigami are from his hands. It is for this reason that Naimea Wangyu can perceive the situation of Zanpakuto when he comes into contact with Zanpakuto. Backquote. This knife. After getting the knife, Armewu Wangyu immediately sensed the situation of the knife. This is a half-dead knife. It has obviously lost the supply of the master's spiritual power, but it is still struggling to survive in the world. It is really a strong knife. After feeling the situation of this knife for a while, Armewu Wangyu looked at Gosuke Shigure again, with a strange light in his eyes, this should not be your knife. If it was Gosuke Shigure's sword, how could he lose his spiritual power supply? Moreover, this sword, he is very familiar with it, because its birth was a miracle. No, this is my knife, but it is the knife of my previous life. Gosuke Shigure did not hide Armewu Wangyu, after all, it was to solve his own Zanpakuto problem, and there were some things that Armewu Wangyu had to know. Past life. Armewu Wangyu was a little shocked. Gosuke Shigure looked calm. The soul itself is a very mysterious thing, even if Shinigami has been dealing with the soul, Zhao can't figure out the secret of the soul. Hakafuna Kiryu was able to be promoted to the Zero Division because he discovered some of the secrets of the soul and created a temporary soul. Quote. The soul system, Zanpakuto, is even more mysterious. In my previous life, I died by accident, but because of this knife, I was reborn. After rebirth, this knife fell into my hands again, but I found that I can no longer use it because my soul has changed. I see. After hearing Gosuke Shigure's words, Armewu Wangyu was silent for a while, and then said to Gosuke Shigure, it's really you Chushui-kun. When he touched this knife before, he knew what it was. It was because he knew the real owner of this knife that he told Gosuke Shigure that it should not be your knife. As a result, even Armewu Wangyu did not expect that the truth was so unexpected. Chapter 163, Recasting. As for why Naimewu Wangyu accepted Gosuke Shigure's words so quickly, and accepted the inconceivable assertion of rebirth. Of course it was because he sensed it from the knife. At the same time, it was also due to his understanding of the knife currently held by his opponent. The deceased was Zanpakuto of Tsunayashi Shisui, the previous life of Gosuke Shigure. It is a very special knife. If Ryujin Jaka is the oldest and most powerful Zanpakuto of the heat system, and the future Hyarinmaru is the most powerful Zanpakuto of the ice system, then the deceased is the most powerful Zanpakuto of the soul system. How such a knife was born, even Armewu Wangyu was curious. All, in previous years, after the birth of that knife, he set his sights on Tsunayashiro Shisui who held that knife. In terms of sealed state, the sealed state held by Tsunayashiro Shisui at that time was not nothing special. But Tsunayashiro Shisui is a person with a unique talent. He has evolved an ordinary sealed state into an extraordinary knife. In particular, that knife is an extremely mysterious soul category for Shinigami. If Tsunayashiro Shisui is given time, he will definitely surpass Shigekuni Yamamoto who holds the strongest Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka in the heat department. The fact is also true, the future Tsunayashiro Shisui has indeed become a top powerhouse. In that era, the connection between the Sibo fan team and the Huhun realm was extremely close. It was also for this reason that Armewu Wangyu took the initiative to make friends with Tsunayashiro Chushui, and the two also established a considerable friendship. Later, When he learned of the fall of Tsunayashiro Chushui, he also felt a burst of emotion. Although Tsunayashiro Shisui had reached a certain height at that time, he still hadn't made it to the top after all, and the most powerful Zanpakuto with the soul system hadn't fully radiated its radiance after all. I don't know if similar knives will be produced in the future. As the creator of Zanpakuto, Naimewu Wangyu has always cared about the sword itself. For people's death, on the contrary, they don't care so much. After all, he has been used to death since the Soul Society was born. Advertisement. He didn't expect that one day, he would see the knife again which he thought had disappeared. The deceased, this knife, still exists. Not only did it exist, but it also revived its owner, Tsunayashiro Shisui. Tsunayashiro Shisui lived a new life. AIFH, worthy of the unique soul-type Zanpakuto. Ermewu Wangyu made such a sigh. Then, he began to re-examine the problem of Gosuke Shigure. That is to say, after you were resurrected with the help of this knife, you found that your soul has changed, which makes it impossible for you to provide spiritual power to this knife, right? Naimea Wangyu looked at Gosuke Shigure and asked. Not bad. Gosuke Shigure nodded. Ermewu Wangyu rubbed his chin. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. After all, the soul-type Zanpakuto is an extremely rare type, let alone resurrection from the dead. Although the soul of a powerful Shinigami will not dissipate after death, but will enter hell, but from ancient times to the present, there is no news of anyone who escaped from hell and came back to life. Gosuke Shigure said with a smile. But if it's you, even if it's the first time you encounter this situation, you should have a solution. They had already revealed their identity in front of Ermewu Wangyu, and Gosuke Shigure immediately assumed the identity of his previous life, Tsunayashiro Shisui, and talked casually with Ermewu Wangyu directly. Ermewu Wangyu snapped his fingers. That's right, as long as it's about Zanpakuto, I won't be troubled. While talking, he turned to Gosuke Shigure and said, can you show me your current knife? Gosuke Shigure didn't hesitate either, and handed the other Zanpakuto to Ermewu Wangyu. Ermewu Wangyu took another Zanpakuto from Gosuke Shigure, felt the situation of this knife, and said, this knife is much more active, its vitality is extremely strong, and I can feel that it contains extremely powerful. Chu Shui-jun, you are really enviable. Advertisement. It's actually possible to have such two powerful Zanpakuto successively, and it's probably the first time you have two Shinigami with different Zanpakuto. Wang Yu, you are highly praised. When it comes to the number of Zanpakuto, who can compare with you? Gosuke Shigure said with a smile. He is an activist. Because Tsunayashiro Shisui has died, the soul of the reborn Gosuke Shigure has changed, and it is difficult to provide spiritual power to the deceased. The only way is to destroy the old deceased, and then use the sealed state that blends with Gosuke Shigure's spiritual power is only by using a new carrier to carry the sword spirit of the deceased and recasting a new sword can this problem be solved. After discovering that Urahara Kazuki could not solve his Zanpakuto problem and thinking of Ermewu Wangyu, he has been waiting for the opportunity to enter the Spirit Master. At present, I have an idea about how to solve the problem of your other knife. Naimewu Wangyu began to recast Zanpakuto for Gosuke Shigure. Ermewu Wangyu said, it is true that I have created a lot of Zanpakuto, but strictly speaking, those knives are in a sealed state. It is somewhat different from your awakened and evolved powers. What idea? You just say it. Gosuke Shigure was very direct. Gosuke Shigure said, then try it. That is, use one sealed state to carry two sword spirits. It should be possible. Ermewu Wangyu was very sure. In the next time, Ermewu Wangyu said, mix your original Zanpakuto and your current Zanpakuto together, and recast them, using the current sword as a carrier to carry two souls at the same time. First, he needs to destroy Gosuke Shigure's old Zanpakuto, the dead. Gosuke Shigure frowned. Is it okay? Because if even Ermewu Wangyu can't solve his Zanpakuto problem, there will be no one in this world who can help him solve this problem. This time he came to Lingwang Palace, no matter what incredible method Ermewu Wangyu proposed, he would not mind trying it. While talking, Ermewu Wangyu suddenly had an idea. But because Gosuke Shigure already has a new knife, it is not easy to choose the sealed state again, so Ermewu Wangyu is going to do something that he has never done before. Chapter 164. The New Captain. However, although no such thing has been done before, such knives have indeed appeared in the long history of Soul Society. That is the twin swords in pairs like Sogyo no Kodowari. This is also the reason why Ermewu Wangyu is sure to succeed. Team 0, Phoenix Hall. Gosuke Shigure started his journey of making knives. Immediately below the palace of the Spirit King, at an unknown distance, this is where the Seireitei is located. Follow Hakafuna Kiryu to Team 0. The position of the captain of the 12th division was also completely vacant, and according to the public, Hakafuna Kiryu chose to retire. When the specific news spread, it was shocking. Hakafuna Kiryu is a very old captain who has served as captain for hundreds of years. Is it because she was influenced by the former captain of the home team that she chooses to retire at this time? The captain of the third team chose to retire because of his age. After that, Odoribashi Rojiro passed the captain's assessment and became the new captain of the third division. However, even if he was influenced by the former captain of the third team, it shouldn't be this time. You know, earlier on, not only the captain of the third division retired, but also the captain of the 10th division died in battle. Even if the position of the captain of the third team has been supplemented now. But the position of captain of the 10th squad is still vacant. Hakafuna Kiryu retired, leaving the position of captain of the 12th squad vacant. There are multiple vacancies for captain positions, which is not a good thing for the stability of Gote 13. Some people don't understand why Hakafuna Kiryu retired at this time. Some people also think that because Hakafuna Kiryu completed the theory of the temporary soul and completed his lifelong pursuit, he lost interest in the position of captain and decided to retire. As for Gote 13, the most important question is about the new captain of the 12th division. Gosuke Shigure and Shihoin Yoruichi successively recommended two very different people. One thing in common is that they are all related to maggot nests. But one is the prisoner, and the other is the jailer. Advertisement. Because of the difference in status, Captain Yamamoto decided to examine the jailer first. Ever since, the matter of letting Urahara Kazuki participate in the captain's assessment was agreed by the captain of Yamamoto, and then passed on to the second team. When this news was known to Urahara Kazuki looked very calm. On the other hand, Sui Feng beside him was very astonished. Let him go to the captain's assessment. Master Yoruichi, are you sure you are not mistaken? Sui Feng's original name was Sui Fan, and she was the descendant of the lower-level noble Feng family. She died in the line of duty, so the heavy responsibility of the Feng family fell on her. If she could not join the criminal army, she would be exiled by the family. Fortunately, she has outstanding qualifications, not only successfully joined the criminal army, but also became a member of Yoruichi's guard army in the 7th year after joining the criminal army, and later inherited her name, Sui Feng. And because she was young when she joined the criminal army, she has been taken care of by Yoruichi for many years, and Yoruichi treats her like his own sister. Because he has been with Yoruichi for many years, Sui Feng also knows that Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi have a close relationship. At first, she looked down on Urahara Kazuki for a while. It was not until later that Urahara Kazuki indirectly proved his strength to her that she gradually recognized Urahara Kazuki. But endorsing Urahara Kazuki is one thing. After hearing that Urahara Kazuki is going to participate in the captain's assessment, it is another matter. Yoruichi said firmly, "That's right, it's Kazuki. This is the request of the captain." After explaining to Sui Feng, Yoruichi's eyes fell on Urahara Kazuki again. "Kazuki, this is an opportunity, you have to seize it for me." Urahara Kazuki said with some embarrassment. "Having said that, it is inevitable that I will be a little nervous when I hear that I am going to participate in the captain's assessment." Just nervous. Urahara Kazuki did not have any intention of refusing to participate in the captain's assessment. For the current Urahara Kazuki, becoming the captain is indeed an opportunity. A chance to let him know more about the Soul Society's secrets. His thirst for knowledge became stronger and stronger. But due to his identity, he is not qualified to know many secrets. If you can become the captain of the 12th squad, then you can easily solve all the problems. 0. Seeking Flowers 0. Advertisement. The 12th team is a technical team. In that team, he can even conduct many experiments openly, and he can even apply directly to Central 46 for experimental funds. Finally, under Sui Feng's astonished gaze, Yoruichi took Urahara Kazuki to the first team to participate in the captain's assessment. Who is the candidate for the captain's assessment? No one knows. As a result, neither Yoruichi nor Urahara Kazuki said anything at first. This made Sui Feng very depressed. But it didn't take long for the result to come out. After that, several people came to the front of a corridor of the first team one after another. On the wall next to the corridor, some signs were hung. This captain's meeting is just a regular captain's meeting, and it does not emphasize that only the captain can participate. So many captains also brought their own vice captains with them. Seeing that they are about to quarrel like children, Hiroko Shinji provoked Surugaki Hiyori and was kicked away by Surugaki Hiyori, the vice captain of the 12th squad. The function of the sign is similar to that of an attendance sheet. When a captain comes, he will take the initiative to turn over the sign on it. Hiroko Shinji looked at most of the unopened signs on it, and couldn't help but said to Love Akawa beside him, "It seems that we came early." At this moment, Hiraku Shunsui's voice suddenly came from the door. "Hiroko, what you said is wrong, I am here too." In the end, it was Love Akawa, the captain of the 7th division, who came forward to resolve this ridiculous dispute. Really, these guys, can't they come a little? After seeing Hiraku Shunsui, Hiroko Shinji was also a little surprised. "It's so early today, Shunsui." Love Akawa smiled without saying a word. Hiraku Shunsui's expression sank immediately, and he warned Yadomaru Lisa, "Don't talk nonsense with other captains." Hiraku Shunsui smiled and said, "What are you talking about? It's my first time every time, okay." However, just after arriving at the first team, the conflict broke out. Because Captain Yamamoto held a captain's meeting. 0. In the whole Gote 13, people who are as punctual as me are still a minority after all. However, he got up early with great difficulty, and before he could finish his sentence, the vice captain Yadomaru Lisa revealed his shortcoming. "I dragged him up today." Chapter 165 Shocked Aizen. Yadomaru Lisa gave Kiraku Shunsui a blank look, and finally chose to shut up. Jashiro Yukitaki next to Kiraku Shunsui glanced at the wooden signs on the wall. Some captains had already arrived, while the signs of the teams represented by some captains were still blank. Captain Hikura hasn't come yet today. What to do today? The captains all know it well. Unsurprisingly, it was the succession ceremony of the new captain of the 12th squad. Logically speaking, Hikifuna Kiryu, the former captain, should come forward and make a handover. After all, what is said on the surface is that Hikifuki Kiryu chose to retire. Perhaps it was precisely because Surugaki Hiyori knew that he was going to welcome a new captain today, and the conflict broke out between Surugaki Hiyori and Hiroko Shinji. Hikifuna. A subtle expression appeared on Kyoraku Shunsui's face. She has already gone there. Hearing this, Jashiro Yukitaki felt a little emotional. It's really strange, it's not an urgent matter, it's better to take it slowly. Although I am no longer a member of Gote 13 after accepting the invitation of Team Zero, but anyway, I have served as the captain of Gote 13 for such a long time, I can stay for a while longer, at least I have to witness the 12 Let's Go after the succession ceremony of the new team captain. As a result, he left now, which seemed too far-fetched. Jashiro Yukitaki is one such idea. As a good friend of Jashiro Yukitaki, Kyoraku Shunsui didn't know Jashiro Yukitaki's thoughts, and agreed with him, indeed. He said one more thing, by the way, Gosuke seems to have gone there too. Jashiro Yukitaki frowned slightly. Did Wu help him go? Yeah, Kyoraku Shunsui responded. I know from the old man, but Gosuke is not promoted to the Zero Division, but has some problems about Zanpakuto, which needs to be resolved there. After all, that person is there. Jashiro Yukitaki's eyes flickered. Indeed, there are problems about Zanpakuto, and that person can basically solve them. However, what could be wrong with Gosuke's Zanpakuto? Jashiro Yukitaki was curious. Advertisement. Kyoraku Shunsui shook his head and said, who knows, he rarely even uses Shikai, let alone Bankai, but what is certain is that with his strength, he can absolutely control Bankai. That's true. Jashiro Yukitaki thinks so. Hiroko Shinji and Love Akawa followed closely behind Jashiro Yukitaki and Kyoraku Shunsui, listening to the two chatting without taking the initiative to intervene. One is because these two people don't know much about Team Zero, and it's rare to be able to know something about Team Zero from the mouths of the two seniors in front of them, so they naturally listened carefully. Secondly, they are not very familiar with Gosuke Shigure, so naturally it is not good to interrupt rashly. However, they also heard something. That is, Kenpachi, Gosuke Shigure, also followed Hikifuna Kiryu to the place where the Zero Division is located. The reason is that there is something wrong with his Zanpakuto, and the person who can solve this problem happens to be in the Zero Division among. After Kyoraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki finished chatting, Hiroko Shinji said, it's true, the captain has been changed little by little these days. Feng Chao just became the captain of the 3rd team a while ago, and this time it's the turn of the 12th team. Is it okay to continue like this? Kyoraku Shunsui responded. Everything has to change, but now we have caught up, and all along, the only ones who can be captains for more than 100 years are probably only me, Jashiro, and Mr. Yamamoto. As for Hiroko Shinji and Gosuke Shigure, although they have been captains for about the same time, it has been more than 100 years now, but they were subconsciously ignored by Kyoraku Shunsui. Hiroko Shinji is aware of this, but doesn't point it out. Because in his cognition, he is a very young person. On the contrary, Jashiro Yukitaki seemed to have sensed something, and quickly reminded Kyoraku Shunsui, what is it probably, there is Captain Unohana. Kyoraku Shunsui suddenly realized, oh, yes, you will be scolded if you forget about seniors, it's terrible. He just finished speaking. Unohana Retsu's puzzled voice sounded from behind, what's so scary? When Kyoraku Shunsui heard this, his expression froze. He didn't expect Unohana Retsu to be so elusive. After a while, he quickly changed the subject and explained, it's nothing, I just said that the weather is so good today, right? He looked at Jashiro Yukitaki beside him. Advertisement. Jashiro Yukitaki nodded quickly, However, Unohana Retsu seemed to have heard what they were talking about from the very beginning. With a calm expression, she walked up to Kyoraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki and said, it's not like the 12th Division retired and the 12th Division promoted. If Fan Dui died in the line of duty like that, peace is not a good thing. Kyoraku Shunsui was about to respond to Unohana Retsu. Promotion. A doubtful voice came from behind. When the captains looked back, they saw Aizen, the vice captain of the 5th Division, showing a deep puzzlement on his face. Sosuke. Hiroko Shinji frowned slightly, as if dissatisfied with Aizen's behavior. Aizen stepped forward, bowed to several captains, and asked again, excuse me for interrupting the conversation of the captains. Kyoraku Shunsui laughed, it's okay. Sosuke, what's wrong? Aizen asked with doubts. Our vice captain didn't hear that the captain of the 12th Division Hikifu didn't retire, but was promoted. Kyoraku Shunsui didn't expect Aizen to ask such a question, but thought that Unohana Retsu had already said it, and said truthfully, yes. Aizen is more and more curious. 1.7 inches is it more advanced than the captain, room 46. It's unheard of to be promoted from the captain to the 46th room. It's not room 46. Kyoraku Shunsui slowly turned his body, his head drooped, his eyes were just covered by a bamboo hat, and a low voice came out of his mouth, she entered the royal family's Zero team. A royal agent. Hearing this, Aizen couldn't help being startled. He felt that he was one step closer to knowing the truth of the world. A long time ago, he had learned of the existence of the Spirit King from some lost classics, and knew some truths about the Spirit King. And now, he further knew about an organization called Royal Family Secret Service. After the captain is promoted, he will go there. In other words, in this world, there are forces stronger than Gote 13. Chapter 166 Return. After realizing this, although Aizen was shocked, he didn't show any fear. However, in his heart, he quietly made some changes to his plan. A long time ago, after he realized the existence of the Spirit King, he secretly studied the Spirit King, and even tried to find the fragments of the Spirit King, on the premise that what was recorded in that ancient book is true. The Ling King had been dismembered, and the fragments were scattered everywhere. Later, it can be regarded as hard work pays off. Aizen did manage to find some pieces of the Soul King. He was extremely obsessed with the special nature of the Spirit King fragments. Perhaps with the help of these fragments, a miracle can be accomplished, to break the boundaries of Shinigami, and to break through to a new dimension. But right now, knowing the existence of Team Zero and knowing that there is such a powerful force beside King Ling, this has aroused Aizen's vigilance, making him unable to fully digest the news for a long time. At this moment, a somewhat staid voice sounded, as the road ahead blocked. Hearing this, Aizen came to his senses and quickly stepped out of the way. A tall old man and a petite woman walked over hand in hand. Jung 08 is Kuchiki Yinling, the captain of the 6th Division, and Shihuan Yoruichi, the captain of the 2nd Division. The heads of these two great nobles. Because the situation of Kuchiki's family has become more and more serious, Kuchiki Silver Ridge has become more and more tightly besieged over the years. Even the captain felt a sense that strangers should not enter from him. Watching Kuchiki Yinling pass by, Kiraku Shunsui and others wisely did not say hello. Instead, when Kiraku Shunsui saw Yoruichi behind him, he thanked Yoruichi, "Congratulations." Yoruichi was stunned for a moment, but also responded, "Thank you." Many captains don't know who the new captain of the 12th squad is, but Kiraku Shunsui is. Because he is one of the candidates for the captain assessment. Urahara Kazuki's captain succession ceremony, Gosuke Shigure is destined to miss. If he knew, he would definitely say, "The wind is blowing," in his heart. Advertisement. In the original book, there is a big event. It can be said that that incident can be regarded as the origin of many things. It was the night captain was attacked in Hollow. And before that incident, everything started when Urahara Kazuki became the captain of the 12th Division. Team Zero, Phoenix Hall. It has been several months since Gosuke Shigure came to Team Zero. This period of time is not short. Compared with Kurosaki Ichigo and others who only stayed in Team Zero for a few days in the original book, it can be said that he has spent enough time. It is not surprising to count the background. In the original book, when Kurosaki Ichigo and others came to Team Zero, it was when the Invisible Empire headed by Yhwach invaded the Soul Society. It was a time of war, and they came to Team Zero to improve their strength against Yhwach. Yes, of course time is tight, and everything must be done within a few days. And when Gosuke Shigure came to Team Zero, it was a time of peace. Of course you can stay for a while. Of course, it is said that it is too much to stay, and now it is almost time to go back. Although he has already asked for leave with the captain of Yamamoto, and the 11th team can still operate as usual without him as the captain. But if you leave for too long, it is not a good thing after all, and it may even be considered a traitor. Fortunately, during this period of time, his knife has been recast, so it was a worthwhile trip. Goodbye, Senjumaru. After saying hello to Senjumaru and saying goodbye, Gosuke Shigure, holding a sword, leapt down from a high altitude, officially left the Soul King Palace, and embarked on the road to return to the Soul Realm. Unlike Shudara Senjumaru who needed the help of the Tianju chariot to go to the Soul Society, Gosuke Shigure did not use such a thing as the Tianju chariot when he went back. Because going down from the Lingwang Palace, there is actually no need for this kind of thing. Back then, Shutara Senjumaru would use this thing simply to be able to return to the Soul King Palace. If there is no Tianju chariot, it is impossible to break through the 72 layers of barriers to reach the location of the Lingwang Palace from below. But if you go down from the Lingwang Palace, it is easy to say, directly from the inside, temporarily open the 72 barriers. Gosuke Shigure only needs to jump from here. During this period, the special death suit he wears will help him reduce the friction caused by falling from a high altitude and finally successfully let him land. Advertisement. In the Soul King Palace, watching Gosuke Shigure leave just like that. Ermea Wangyu glanced at Shutara Senjumaru beside him in surprise. "I thought the farewell between you two would be boring, but I didn't expect it to be so plain." Shutara Senjumaru said calmly, "There is no need to do this." Ermea Wangyu said, "Speaking of which, are you really not considering recruiting him into Team Zero? It's not so easy for you to meet again after he left this time." Shutara Senjumaru said, "Squad Zero, it's not suitable for him. It's gone. This news is related to Shinigami, and it's destined to have nothing to do with them." Ermea Wangyu suddenly found himself ignoring the usage of the Transcendental Gate. The souls of some Rukongai in the distance are aware of the movement here, and subconsciously approach. The huge sound reverberated, a big hole was smashed into the ground, and the empty field was raised in all directions. So, why didn't I think of using the Transcendental Gate to see it before? In the original book, Aizen almost used his own Ryutsu to knock down the entire Soul King Palace. As for the farewell between me and him, isn't there a Transcendent Gate? Finally, in a wilderness in Rukongai, it landed with a crash. Ermea Wangyu was taken aback when he heard this. "That's right, we still have the Transcendental Gate here. Afterwards, his body was oppressed by the spirit particles in the air of Soul Society, and he began to fall continuously. However, when they approached, all they saw was a Shinigami with a knife. But when he returned from the Soul King Palace, Gosuke Shigure spent several days. Although it didn't take too long to take the Tianju chariot to the Lingwang Palace. Boom. It appears that the location of the Soul King Palace is located above the Soul Society. But that was when the 72 layers of barriers had been completely destroyed. Right now, the 72 layers of barriers are still there. Their existence is like a folded space of 72 layers, making the space between Soul Society and Lingwang Palace become extremely distant. Then, they dispersed one after another. Gosuke Shigure wore Shutara Senjumaru's special clothes, which could ignore the wind and friction, and finally, after passing through the long folding space, he officially came to the sky above Soul Society. Chapter 167 The Shadow Problem. I didn't expect that Kazuki really became the captain. In the famous tavern on Noble Street, Gosuke Shigure and Yoruichi drank wine, and at the same time, they also learned what happened recently from Yoruichi's mouth. Holding the wine glass, Yoruichi said to Gosuke Shigure, "From what Sensei said, it seems that Kazuki can't be the captain. Would it be possible to recommend that character named Kuretsuchi Mayuri that day, whom I have never heard of?" Gosuke Shigure didn't expect Yoruichi to still be brooding over this matter. He shook his head and said, "I don't think so. I always thought that Kazuki could become the captain. After all, he has already mastered Bankai. In the entire Gote 13, not many people have mastered Bankai. As for Kuretsuchi Mayuri, didn't I say that at the beginning? He is actually a suitable candidate. Of course, Kazuki has already become the captain of the 12th squad, and it's not appropriate to say such a thing, but you just wait and see. Kazuki has guarded the maggot's nest for so long, it is impossible not to know about Kuretsuchi Mayuri's existence. If he wants to make a big difference in the 12th squad, he will definitely find a way to bring out Kuretsuchi Mayuri." Oh, Yoruichi looked at Gosuke Shigure puzzled. Gosuke Shigure smiled without giving an explanation. Yoruichi could only put away the curiosity in his heart, and said to Gosuke Shigure, "By the way, teacher, you haven't said where you have been during this time. You were not even present at Kazuki's inauguration ceremony. You didn't know that Kazuki was actually quite disappointed at that time. I went to deal with some personal issues, so I asked the captain for a leave." Gosuke Shigure didn't intend to elaborate on the matter of going to the Zero Division, although some people may already know about it. But letting too many people know is not a good thing. Quote question mark quote. Yoruichi looked at Gosuke Shigure more and more puzzled, but unfortunately, he couldn't get an answer from Gosuke Shigure. The two drank here, and finally parted ways. After the separation, Gosuke Shigure originally planned to return to the 11th squad, but even when he was about to reach the area where the 11th squad was located, he turned around and headed towards the area where the 12th squad was located. Although I only stayed in Team Zero for a few months, but after returning to Soul Society, it is inevitable that I will have a feeling that has lasted for a long time. Advertisement. Because in the past few months, a lot of things have happened. Urahara Kazuki became the captain of the 12th division, which gave Gosuke Shigure an inexplicable sense of urgency. Having met and chatted with Yoruichi, now it's time to meet Urahara Kazuki. He had already told Urahara Kazuki about the Invisible Empire back then. After such a long time, there should be some gains, right? Because counting the time, there is not much time until the ancestor friend of the Quincy, Habak, wakes up. Just stepped into the team building of the 12th squad. I heard the voices of a team member and a girl, and a conflict seemed to erupt between them. There was deep dissatisfaction in the girl's words. Who wants to call a guy like that the captain? If you like to call him, just call him. After saying this, the girl seemed a little angry and left the room angrily. When Gosuke Shigure walked to the door, he just felt a figure hit him. Gosuke Shigure looked down and saw a short girl. It was Surugaki Hiyori, the vice captain of the 12th division. There was still anger on her face. The previous words came from her mouth. Captain Gosuke. After seeing Gosuke Shigure, although Surugaki Hiyori was still angry that such a lazy guy became the captain of the 12th division, he took the initiative to address Gosuke Shigure. Although usually, in front of Hiroko Shinji, the captain of the 5th team, he was a bit indifferent, and even dared to fight Hiroko Shinji, but that was only because Surugaki Hiyori and Hiroko Shinji were very familiar. Facing an unfamiliar captain, Surugaki Hiyori will still remain in awe. Is your captain there? Gosuke Shigure asked Surugaki Hiyori. I don't know if this sentence touched some taboos in Surugaki Hiyori's heart. She didn't say a word, just left like this. Advertisement. Gosuke Shigure watched Surugaki Hiyori leave, feeling a little helpless. The people in the 12th squad were really rude. He had to go into it himself. Fortunately, Urahara Kazuki is here at the moment. He was wearing the Haori of the 12th Division captain, and was at his desk, flipping through the archives of the 12th Division. I thought you wouldn't be able to adapt to the captain's job in a short time. You've done a good job. Gosuke Shigure's voice rang in Urahara Kazuki's ear. Urahara Kazuki put down the document in his hand, looked at the person who came, teacher. Don't be so polite. Anyway, you are already the captain now, and in terms of rank, you are at the same level as me. Gosuke Shigure joked. Having said that, when I heard Urahara Kazuki call himself a teacher, the feeling was extraordinarily refreshing. Compared with Yoruichi calling himself a teacher, I don't know how much more refreshing. Urahara Kazuki said, Sensei, what's the matter with me? Gosuke Shigure said, first of all, I came to congratulate you on becoming the captain of the 12th division. When you succeeded as the captain, I missed it because of some personal matters. Now I will add this congratulations. If it's to congratulate me, the teacher has already finished speaking. I wonder what the teacher's second thing is. Urahara Kazuki asked directly without politeness. Gosuke Shigure was a little surprised. You haven't really changed much before you became the captain and after you became the captain. Urahara Wang Zhao was extremely shy before becoming the captain, but he never expected that after becoming the captain, it would be so straightforward. Is this the so-called rampant once you gain power? Because Urahara Kazuki became the captain of the 12th squad, so the truth is revealed. After complaining, Gosuke Shigure's expression turned serious. How is the investigation on the shadow matter? Shadow is a code, referring to the shadow of Seireitei. According to what Gosuke Shigure said at the time, there are certain things hidden in the shadow of Seireitei, and those things are most likely the work of the fallen Quincy Master. A long time ago, Gosuke Shigure asked Urahara Kazuki to investigate this matter. Urahara Kazuki heard what Gosuke Shigure meant, and his expression became serious. The teacher is right, there is indeed a problem with the shadow. But with my current technology, it's not enough to penetrate it, so it will take some time. 5BK. Chapter 168 Hogyoku. That's it. Gosuke Shigure looked a little serious when he heard such an answer. Such an answer naturally made him a little dissatisfied, but he couldn't say anything. Who told him that he was not a professional? I hope you can investigate the situation over there as soon as possible.
Gosuke Shigure was the only thing he could say. Urahara Kazuki nodded, knowing. Gosuke Shigure left here after chatting with Urahara Kazuki for a while in the 12th squad. If in the next time, Urahara Kazuki finds a way to infiltrate the Invisible Empire, that would be great. If not, Gosuke Shigure can only see Plan B, that is to rely on the sword in his hand.
As long as you work hard to improve your strength, you will be able to cope with all difficult situations. Back to the 11th team. Back into the boring routine again. Although Gote 13 has undergone several captain changes in a short period of time. Odoribashi Rojiro became the captain of the 3rd division, Urahara Kazuki became the captain of the 12th division, and even bid farewell to Hikafuna Kiryu, the captain of the 10th division died in the line of duty, and the new captain has not yet been selected. But these changes of captains did not affect the operation of the 337th team at all. The 11th team is a combat team, and it is also the team with the highest casualty rate. For things like death, I look very lightly. For them, the only thing they love and are passionate about is fighting.
As for Gosuke Shigure, the only thing he loves is drinking alcohol and drinking tea. Before being sure when Urahara Kazuki will be able to study the results of the Invisible Empire, all Gosuke Shigure can do is wait patiently. At the same time, he is also very curious about how much movement Urahara Kazuki can make next. Advertisement as expected, the Technology Development Bureau in the original book should be almost ready. Technology Development Bureau, Urahara Kazuki's ambition can be seen from the name. Although Urahara Kazuki always has a low-key and humble appearance in front of outsiders, as a true genius, Urahara Kazuki is undoubtedly proud in his heart. He looks down on the technical developers of Soul Society in the past, and at the same time feels that Soul Society technological progress is too slow. Therefore, it is planned to abolish the old research institutions and set up a new research department. Only a fool like Sarugaki Hiyori would think that Urahara Kazuki is a useless person. Fortunately, Urahara Kazuki has a good temper. The captain of the fan team can completely replace her as the vice captain. Everything, as Gosuke Shigure expected, not long after Gosuke Shigure visited Urahara Kazuki. Captain Yamamoto convened a captain's meeting. At the meeting, Urahara Kazuki mentioned the reorganization of the former Seireitei Research Institute into a Technology Development Bureau. At the same time, Urahara Kazuki was given great authority. That is, among the Gote 13, if there are talents that Urahara Kazuki likes, Urahara Kazuki can recruit them into the Technology Development Bureau. The reason why Urahara Kazuki is given such great authority. The main reason is that the temporary soul theory pioneered by Hikafuna Kiryu brought a lot of convenience to Soul Society, and also allowed Central 46 to see the changes brought about by technological innovation. If Urahara Kazuki, the new Technology Development Bureau, can really research something, that would be great. Anyway, the Seireitei Research Institute already existed. The so-called Technology Development Bureau is nothing more than changing the name of the original Seireitei Research Institute. After Urahara Kazuki obtained such a large authority, he also held the idea that the authority would not expire, and directly searched for suitable talents from the entire Gote 13, not to mention the talents poached from the major teams. He even set his sights on the nest of maggots. BBEB. The prisoners in the maggot nest are all extremely dangerous prisoners, and their existence itself is extremely dangerous to the Soul Society. But Urahara Kazuki doesn't care about that. When he guarded the nest of maggots back then, all he saw was the ingenuity of these people. In the end, he really brought out a few people from the nest of maggots. What made Chong Yi of the second team particularly concerned was that one of them was named Kuretsuchi Mayuri. At the beginning, Gosuke Shigure said that if Urahara Kazuki wanted to do something big, he would probably bring Kuretsuchi Mayuri out of the nest of maggots. Unexpectedly,
Gosuke Shigure was right. Advertisement Urahara Kazuki really brought out Kuretsuchi Mayuri. Teacher, you must have guessed too accurately. This is Yoruichi's emotion when he met Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure smiled and didn't say much. Guess? Of course he didn't guess, but because he knew the plot. During this period, when Urahara Kazuki was busy with the affairs of the Technology Development Bureau, the other person, I am afraid, was not idle either. 5th Division, Aizen Residence. No one knows that there is a hidden space under Aizen's residence. In the hidden underground space, apart from some experimental devices, there are also some small transgressive doors. The existence of the world transmitting gate allows him to go to Hueco Mundo and the present world for experiments, but at this stage, he still goes to Hueco Mundo a little more, because the current Aizen is not very good at the present world. Come, only Hueco Mundo is the best testing ground. There are many Manos Grande there, and those fictions are good experimental materials. Also, because of Zanpakuto Kyoka Suigetsu, even if Aizen stayed in Hueco Mundo for a little longer, it would not alarm some people. In the underground space, Aizen came out of it. Before that, he went to Hueco Mundo again, where he collected a lot of ghosts. Ever since he knew the existence of the Royal Secret Service Team Zero and that there was such a powerful force beside the King of Spirits, Aizen became more vigilant. At the same time, he also understood that the only way to gain insight into the truth of everything is to gain power beyond everything. Just work. A long time ago, after discovering the secret of the Spirit King and finding some fragments of the Spirit King, Aizen came up with an idea. The fragments of the Spirit King can be integrated into the body of ordinary souls, making them into souls with powerful spiritual power. So, is it possible to combine the souls of Shinigami and Shu, and gather the essence of many souls to break through the boundaries? Because of this idea, in the end, it really made Aizen create an incredible product. He named it, Hobyoku, Chapter 169 Existence of Spirit Subspace. The appearance of Hobyoku made Aizen see a completely different path. At the same time, the magic of Hobyoku also makes Aizen obsessed. He wants to use Hobyoku to help him break the boundaries of being a Shinigami, and then evolve to a higher level. However, Aizen is an extremely cautious person. Before that, he could not directly experiment with his own body. Of course, it is to use the soul to conduct experiments, to test the various abilities of Hobyoku, and to test the limits of Hobyoku. First, ordinary souls, then souls with Shinigami qualifications, and Hueco Mundo's virtual. These are Aizen's experimental targets. During these long years, I don't know how many of the above-mentioned souls have become his experimental products. However, the premise is that he did not know the existence of the Zero Division. After learning of the existence of Team Zero, he felt a sense of urgency. A higher level of experimentation must be carried out. Ordinary souls, souls with Shinigami qualifications, and ordinary hollows simply cannot carry the power of Hobyoku, so Aizen set his sights on the real Shinigami. A soul with Shinigami aptitude, before that aptitude is developed, is not much stronger than an ordinary soul. So, how to deal with Shinigami? Aizen also has his own ideas. As a result, in recent years, Hueco Mundo has frequently attacked the Soul Society. Often the Manos Grande crosses the line. Although the Shinigami of the 11th Squad are actively fighting, but the 11th Squad alone is not enough to deal with these emergencies, and occasionally other squads will go to support. The captain of the 10th Division died in such a situation. To be honest, Aizen was also very surprised when he learned that the captain of the 10th Division was killed in battle. He just wanted to fish in troubled waters, looking for opportunities to experiment with Shinigami, but he didn't expect that the captain of the 10th Squad would die directly under Shu's attack. Is Shu too strong, or is the captain too weak? Advertisement. Aizen couldn't give an accurate answer for a while. But if the captain-level Shinigami is like that, why can't he take a longer view and regard the captain-level Shinigami as the target of the experiment? In the past, I thought that the captain was very strong, because the captain stood at the top of the whole Gode 13. Now that we all know that there is still a channel for the captain to be promoted, and above Gode 13, there is also the existence of the Zero Division, which means that Gode 13 is nothing more than that. Aizen has always been a bold person. Now that a similar idea has been born, it is natural to find a way to put it into practice. Of course, Shinigami at the captain level is not so easy to target, so you have to find an opportunity. The Technology Development Bureau was reorganized on the basis of the former Seireitei Research Institute. After the completion of the establishment, Urahara Kazuki first eliminated many old machines in the Research Institute and replaced them with new equipment developed by him. No one knew that he had secretly created so many new equipment, but when the members of the institute use these new equipment, they have to admit that it is really easy to use. Among them was Kuretsuchi Mayuri, who was brought out of the nest of maggots by Urahara Kazuki. Of course, Kuretsuchi Mayuri only admits that the things developed by Urahara Kazuki are better for the time being, and he will develop more advanced equipment than Urahara Kazuki in the future. Urahara Kazuki knew about Kuretsuchi Mayuri's ambitions, but didn't pay much attention to them. With the Technology Development Bureau completely on the right track. It was also the first time he used the Technology Development Bureau to further verify things that could not be done in the past. Let's not say that Gosuke Shigure asked him about the shadow several times, but the truth that Gosuke Shigure said in Rukongai that day was so shocking, and it is really urgent to investigate the shadow. All spirits have spirit waves, because spirits themselves are a kind of energy. Shinigami, Hollow, and Quincy are all obtained by relying on this energy.
The only difference is that the three have different focuses. Shu lives by devouring spirit seeds, while Shinigami relies on the spiritual power contained in his own soul. The Quinshik himself does not have strong spiritual power, but he can manipulate spirit seeds, and use the spirit seeds in the outer space to make a living. For their own use. It is also for this reason that they can directly construct the spirit sun at a deeper level, for example, condensing it into a space. Advertisement. Ask for flowers. Oh, if that space really exists, no matter how well it is hidden, it will eventually release spiritual waves. Below the Seireitei, there is a huge spiritual space? 0. It really exists. In the past, the Technology Development Bureau itself has been monitoring the Soul Society and the spiritual wave of the present world all the time, so as to determine the invasion of Manos Grande. The two left Seireitei hand in hand again, and did not read the data collected by Urahara Kazuki until they came to Rukongai. After Gosuke Shigure read the data, he handed it back to Urahara Kazuki, and couldn't help but sigh. Of course I will report this to the captain. Although the existence of the Invisible Empire has been known for a long time, according to the survey data of Urahara Kazuki, the Invisible Empire is even bigger than imagined. No wonder it replaced the entire Seireitei and completely destroyed the Seireitei after it appeared in the original book up. After getting an affirmative answer, Urahara Kazuki knew that this matter was not trivial, and immediately brought relevant data to find Gosuke Shigure. But now it is different. He has become the captain of the 12th Division, and he is also the director of the first generation of the Technology Development Bureau. He can use the equipment of the Technology Development Bureau to conduct research in this area. Sensei, what should we do next? Urahara Kazuki asked Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure said a natural answer and, on the screen of the device, the wavelength belonging to the spiritual wave was constantly beating, and the beating frequency was extremely high. After seeing the content on the screen clearly, Urahara Kazuki's expression suddenly became serious. Diddy. In the past, Urahara Kazuki, because there was only one person, it was difficult to conduct accurate surveys. It's really a big deal. In the past, although Urahara Kazuki said in front of Gosuke Shigure that he found some problems with the shadow, but because he couldn't touch the things deep in the shadow, he couldn't get a clear picture of it for the time being. Now, with the help of the equipment of the 12th Squad, basically already determined. He only needs to modify these devices a little bit, and he can accurately detect the reality of the spirit space. Advertisement Chapter 170 Reporting. After hearing Gosuke Shigure's words, Urahara Kazuki was stunned for a moment, and immediately took it for granted. Since the founding of Godei 13, the captain has guarded the entire Soul Society, carrying the lot on his own. The more you know about him, the more you will find that he is not actually a running dog of the nobles like Central 46, on the contrary, he is very humane, and at the same time, he tries his best to carry the darkness on his back, so as not to let the darkness pour out on ordinary people. Of course, in the process, he sometimes showed his indifference. But in the final analysis, this is just a necessary means to maintain balance. The matter in the spiritual space is too big. After confirming its existence, Urahara Kazuki knew that this was not a trivial matter. This matter, he couldn't bear it. Gosuke Shigure couldn't bear it, only Captain Yamamoto could resist it. After, September 43 inches determined what to do next. Gosuke Shigure and Urahara Kazuki returned to Seireitei again, and then, after hearing Yi sound, the three captains went to the first team hand in hand. There is no doubt that such formations are extraordinary. Shojiro Sasaki, the deputy captain of the first team, learned that the three captains had come to the first team, and immediately took the initiative to greet them. Captain Shihuan, Captain Gosuke, Captain Urahara, I don't know if you are here together, what is it? At this time, Urahara Kazuki didn't care about Gosuke Shigure being his teacher anymore. He didn't pay attention to seniority. He said to Shojiro Sasaki with a solemn expression. We have something very urgent and we need to report it to the captain. Shojiro Sasaki frowned slightly, and his eyes fell on the three of them, as if he wanted to see through the three captains in front of him. But obviously, even if he lived for many years, he still couldn't see through the three people in front of him. But what is certain is that these three people came here together, and what they did was definitely not a trivial matter. I see, you come with me. Shojiro Sasaki's tone also inadvertently became a little dignified. Advertisement immediately, he took the three of them to the captain's office. The geographical location of the first team is the highest place in the entire Godei 13, and the office of the chief captain occupies a huge area. In front of the office, there is a huge platform. Standing there, you can overlook half of the world. Seireitei. Shojiro Sasaki walked in first, and said a few words to the captain who was handling team affairs. Then the captain put down what he was doing, got up from behind the desk, and came to the reception room next to him. Gosuke Shigure, Urahara Kazuki, and Yoruichi are already waiting here. Captain Shihuan, Captain Gosuke, and Captain Urahara, what is the importance of you joining hands to find this old man? Urahara Kazuki glanced at Gosuke Shigure, motioned for Gosuke Shigure to tell. After all, it was Gosuke Shigure who said to report this to the captain. There is a report that I want to show to the captain. Gosuke Shigure opened his mouth. Even if he is the captain of Godei 13 Yamamoto who has been the captain of Godei 13 for thousands of years, he doesn't have any intention of nervousness, and even Captain Yamamoto should also be grateful to him. After all, he helped the Soul Society in advance and found out a huge hidden danger. Urahara Kazuki handed the report to Captain Yamamoto. Captain Yamamoto took the report and read it carefully. The three captains came here hand in hand.
It is true that the three of them had a very good relationship a long time ago, but they are not ignorant people. They came here together, which is enough to show the seriousness of the matter. And after reading this report, Captain Yamamoto really realized the seriousness of the matter. Is this report true? His eyes became very sharp, and fell on Urahara Kazuki, asking Urahara Kazuki. Urahara Kazuki is the new captain of the 12th Division. After taking over as the captain, he reorganized the original Seireitei Research Institute into the Technology Development Bureau. Obviously, this report came from him. Urahara Kazuki replied, "True and true, advertisement." Captain Yamamoto asked again. Then the question is, why did you go to investigate the shadow? Seireitei is very large. Under the sun, there are many areas covered by shadows. People who are idle will naturally not be idle to study shadows. Urahara Kazuki has studied shadows, and even found something in the shadows. Something. The captain should know that Zanpakuto has various abilities. In the long history of the Corp's 5.9 Soul World, many special knives have been born. My Zanpakuto is one of them. Long ago, I found something hidden in the shadow of Seireitei, which gave me a sense of familiarity. That is, my feeling is not wrong, there is indeed something hidden in the shadow. Even if this is Seireitei, even if this place may be under the surveillance of the Invisible Empire, you can directly report the matter to the captain here. Now Captain Yamamoto knows. Captain Gosuke, please explain in detail. He knew very well how much those guys valued the Spirit King. Captain Yamamoto was very humble and asked Gosuke Shigure. At present, it can be confirmed that it is a spiritual space with a huge area. If we say that Shihouen Yoruichi came here because she is Urahara Kazuki's old boss, since Urahara Kazuki became the captain of the 12th Division and came to give him a platform, then why did Gosuke Shigure come here? Perhaps because Gosuke Shigure had been to Team Zero and had a close relationship with Team Zero, Captain Yamamoto treated Gosuke Shigure very politely. Back then, I was ordered by the captain to go to the present world to deal with the Quincy matter. The things in the shadow of Seireitei gave me a feeling very similar to that of the Quincy, but because this is just my personal feeling after all, it cannot be regarded as real. Because if it is a person with a different heart, it is impossible to return safely after going to the Lingwang Palace. I asked him to investigate. A strange color flashed in the eyes of Captain Yamamoto, and he finally understood why Gosuke Shigure came here with him. It happened that Urahara Kazuki's ability was penultimate, so I entrusted him to investigate this matter in private. Urahara Kazuki spent a long time, and finally confirmed one thing. Gosuke Shigure opened his mouth and answered the question of Captain Yamamoto. Anyone with descending intentions going to the Lingwang Palace will only be killed on the spot by them. Right now, Urahara Kazuki has already found out about the matter of the spirit subspace, and has already informed Captain Yamamoto, so there is no need to worry about the existence of the shadow. Chapter 171 Invasion of the Invisible Empire. Of course Captain Yamamoto is no stranger to spiritual space. This is something that only a Quincy can create. During the long years, he has dealt with a lot of Quincy, and it can be said that he understands ultimate to Quincy. 900 years ago, he fought a bloody battle with Ibok, the ancestor of the Quincy, on the land of the Soul Society. This battle almost destroyed the entire Soul Society. Although he still won in the end, the Soul Society side also suffered heavy casualties, and it took a long time after the battle to regain their vitality. It was also after that battle that Captain Yamamoto learned one thing. That is restraint. He learned to restrain himself so as not to turn himself into an irrational beast. He has also become rational again. The man he has been in the past 900 years is completely different from the previous one. Unfortunately, only a few people know about this change. The Shinigami born in the past 900 years are obviously unaware of it, to this change. So, do you think that the 11 spirit subdimensions in the shadow were created by the Quincy Master? Captain Yamamoto asked Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure said, except for Quincy, I don't think anyone else has the ability to create a spirit space in the shadow. More importantly, the Quincy has the ability to create spirits in the shadow of the Lingding. Subspace opportunities. What chance? Captain Yamamoto asked. Gosuke Shigure said in a deep voice, 900 years ago, the battle between Shinigami and Quincy was fought in Soul Society. Although it ended in the defeat of Quincy, if during that process, Quincy the division has some survivors, they did not leave the Soul Society with hatred, but hibernated in the Soul Society secretly, and it is also possible to create a large spiritual space in the shadow of Seireitei. Captain Yamamoto was silent. He couldn't help thinking about what happened 900 years ago. In the textbooks of the Soul Society, it is said that the Shinigami won the battle 900 years ago, and after that battle, they wiped out all the Quincy divisions of the entire Soul Society. But in fact, Captain Yamamoto, as a person who experienced it personally, knows what happened at the beginning better than ordinary people. At that time, the Soul Society was also full of holes because of that battle, and the Shinigami side also suffered heavy casualties, and they were in a state of recuperation for a long time after the war. Although the Quincy's in the Soul Society were indeed wiped out afterwards, the number of Quincy's remaining in the Soul Society at that time was smaller than expected. Captain Yamamoto only thought that those Quincy's had returned to the present world. Advertisement now, Gosuke Shigure has given a new guess. If during that period, some Quincy masters secretly lurk in the Soul Society while the Shinigami side is recuperating, it is not impossible. Thoughts flickered. Captain Yamamoto quickly made up his mind again. No matter what the origin of these spirit subspaces is, if they really come from the hands of Quincy, he will absolutely not tolerate such things. He had already given the Quincy the sympathy he deserved. If Quincy really plots something wrong, he doesn't mind completely throwing this group out of the world. Captain Yamamoto looked at Urahara Kazuki and said, Captain Urahara, is there a way to enter that spirit space? Urahara Kazuki said softly, although the spirit space is very hidden, in the final analysis, it is just a small space attached to the Soul Society. Its nature is similar to that of the boundary. Now that I have discovered its existence, combining the spirit waves of that space to create a special world transmitting door that can enter that space is not a difficult task. Captain Yamamoto said, I will leave this matter to you. I hope you can complete the end of the crossing gate as soon as possible. The three of them left the team again. After leaving the first team, Gosuke Shigure returned to the 11th team, and instead of drinking tea in the past, he suddenly pulled out Zanpakuto. Speaking carefully, he hasn't waved his Zanpakuto in many years. I don't know if there is a chance to wave Zanpakuto this time. From his rebirth to the present, the number of times he swung his knife was really not that many. Hope this time it can really solve some problems. Waited for a while among the 11th team. On this day, Gosuke Shigure was summoned by the captain again. When he arrived at the headroom of the first team, he saw Yoriichi, Urahara Kazuki were present besides himself, and there were three other captains, namely Yunohana Retsu, Kyoraku Shunsui, Jashiro Yukitaki. If the total captain is added, there are 7 Godei 13 captains. For today's Godei 13, most of them are the best. Advertisement. Moreover, these captains in the field are the strongest among the captains of Godei 13. Needless to say, Gosuke Shigure is a contemporary Kenpachi. Although Yoriichi and Urahara Kazuki have not been captains for too long, their strength should not be underestimated. The rest, the general captain and Yunohana Retsu, are the captains who have existed since the beginning of the Godei 13 team. Kyoraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki are also veteran captains who have been captains for hundreds of years, and their strength is absolutely powerful. Old man, what's the matter for calling us here today? Kyoraku Shunsui tentatively asked Yamamoto's 737 leader. Today, the captain made such a posture, and he noticed that it was unusual. Yunohana Retsu squinted her eyes, showing a dignified look on her face. Captain Yamamoto did not answer directly, but said to Kyoraku Shunsui, you will know later. He looked to the side of Urahara Kazuki. At this moment, Urahara Kazuki is busy working with a strange-looking figure who does not look like a normal human being. Gosuke Shigure naturally also noticed that figure. Kuretsuchi Mayuri, the captain of the 12th squad in the original book, and the successor of Urahara Kazuki. So in other words, there are actually not only 7 captains here, but a full 8 captain-level powerhouses. With the help of Kuretsuchi Mayuri, many equipments were quickly set up in the team room of the first team. Jashiro Yukitaki looked at the built equipment, curious, what is this? Urahara Kazuki looked at the captain, Captain, you are ready. Captain Yamamoto said in a deep voice, let's begin. Then, Urahara Kazuki started the machine. In an instant, the spiritual particles in the air were extracted, and finally, through the action of the machine, a door was formed in front. With the opening of this door, the cold chill of the day suddenly rushed over from the other side of the door. Chapter 172, Ice and Snow World. The icy cold air gushed out one after another, and the temperature in the entire team's headroom dropped a lot accordingly. Through this door, one can vaguely see that the world behind the door is a pale world covered with ice and snow. Jashiro Yukitaki didn't understand that the device that Urahara Kazuki had been working on for a long time before was a world-transmitting gate. However, he still couldn't figure out the purpose of the captain. Did the captain come to see them here just to witness the world-transmitting gate? Captain, what is this place? Jashiro Yukitaki asked curiously. Kyoraku Shunsui also looked at Captain Yamamoto suspiciously. Although Yunohana Retsu didn't show such eyes, she listened attentively and was ready to listen to the captain's answer at any time. Captain Yamamoto said, let Captain Gosuke and the others answer this question for you. Kyoraku Shunsui looked at Gosuke Shigure again, Wusuke. Gosuke Shigure said, this is a spiritual space located in the shadow of Seireitei. He didn't mean to hide it. Shadow of Seireitei. Jashiro Yukitaki's complexion changed slightly upon hearing this. Kyoraku Shunsui also became serious. Are you sure you're right? Gosuke Shigure said, what do you think? Kyoraku Shunsui fell silent. He finally understood why Captain Yamamoto called all of them here. It turned out that such an astonishing discovery was made. In the shadow of Seireitei, there is actually such a large space hidden. Who created this space? Is it natural or man-made? These are questions that haunt Kyoraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki. In the end, they all came to a conclusion. It should be artificial. Advertisement. After all, under normal circumstances, it is impossible for such a huge space to appear in the shadow. Then, a new problem arises again. Who on earth created such a large space in the shadow of Seireitei? Let's go in and have a look. While Kyoraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki were thinking, Commander Yamamoto spoke. All of them came back to their senses and nodded solemnly. Captain Yamamoto looked at Yoriichi, Urahara Kazuki, and Kuretsuchi Mayuri again, the three of you stay here to guard the crossing gate. The rest, enter it with me. Hey, Captain, we found out this space, but you let me and Kazuki stay here besides Gosuke, it's not kind. Yoriichi heard this, immediately complained to the captain. The captain just looked at Yoruichi with a serious expression, and Yoruichi shut his mouth obediently. Well, after all, the descendants have to be stationed at the rear, why can't this person be me? Yoruichi finally found such a reason to comfort himself. She stayed here with Urahara Kazuki and Kuretsuchi Mayuri. Captain Yamamoto, Hiroku Shunsui, Unohana Retsu, Gosuke Shigure, and Jashiro Yukitaki stepped through the gate and entered the snow-covered space. Although I was separated by the door before, I could clearly see some of the environment behind the door. But when I stepped into it in person, I found that the space inside was more spacious than imagined. This is a world covered by ice and snow, which is extremely cold. Jashiro Yukitaki has always been weak and sick, stepping into such a world, subconsciously shuddered. Fortunately, Captain Yamamoto pulled out Ryujin Jaka at a critical moment. Everything is ashes, Ryujin Jaka. The raging flames were burning, and his Zanpakuto was lingering with flames that lingered for years, and the high temperature swept towards the surroundings, dispelling the chill that enveloped several people. Hiroku Shunsui couldn't help but praised. Use Ryujin Jaka to drive away the chill, old man, it's really you. After saying this, Hiroku Shunsui felt a cold gaze on him. Captain Yamamoto's deep voice sounded, this old man is just preparing for battle in advance. I can feel that there is an enemy's aura in that palace. Although Hiroku Shunsui wanted to continue joking with Captain Yamamoto and said not to make excuses, but after thinking about it, he still did not say such a thing, but looked not far away. Advertisement. In the world of ice and snow, a huge palace is particularly eye-catching. If before, everyone doubted whether this space was artificially created, then now, there is no doubt at all. This space is man-made. It is impossible for this palace to be formed naturally. Who on earth created this space and built this palace in the shadow of Seireitei? Hiroku Shunsui asked curiously, and he looked at Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke, you should know. Although Captain Yamamoto did not elaborate on the reasons for the incident, Hiroku Shunsui could already guess from the attitude of the captain when he was in the first room of the team that the discovery of this space must be related to Gosuke Shigure, Urahara Kazuki and others. It's the Quincy Master. Gosuke Shigure uttered an unexpected answer. A young man with a fuchsia mohawk hairstyle and an arrogant appearance asked the young man who gave orders. Since His Majesty the Emperor was defeated in that battle 900 years ago, it was the young people who organized the surviving Quincy Masters to create the spirit space in the shadow of Seireitei. It can be said that during the period of His Majesty's deep sleep, the young people were all the Quincy's division leader. Afterwards, he summoned all members of the Star Cross Knights in the palace. Just when several people's eyes all fell on the Frost Palace Wang Li's. There is no doubt that this appearance is a posture of preparing for war. Hugo, has something happened? Many Quincy Masters are also very dissatisfied with the forbearing attitude of the young people, because the situation of Quincy Masters during the past 900 years has not been very good. The captain must have felt it too. That's the breath of the ancestor of the Quincy, Yuhabak. Gosuke Shigure didn't mean to explain much, and also imitated the captain and pulled out his own Zanpakuto. The rest of the Star Cross Knights also looked at the young man curiously. Hiroku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki raised eyebrows at the same time, especially as Hiroku Shunsui was about to say something. But this does not mean that all Quincy Masters are willing to obey the young man, after all he is not the real emperor. That's why he drew his sword and liberated Ryujin Jaka. Unohana Retsu frowned intently and looked at the palace not far away. In that palace, she felt a familiar atmosphere. In the palace, a young man with a refined and handsome appearance became serious. Hiroku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki were all stunned. Chapter 173 Quincy and Shinigami. In the past 900 years, if one word can be used to sum up the situation of the Quincy Master, that is, a lost dog. 900 years ago, under the command of His Majesty the Emperor, the Quincy was a powerful group that could compete with the Shinigami. If they had won that battle, they would be the Quinton who ruled the entire world now. Unfortunately, they lost that battle. It was also because of the loss that it was destroyed and suffered the liquidation of Shinigami. The Quincy Masters in this world are even better. Those who survive in the Soul Society are in a really difficult situation. Under the leadership of the youth, the remaining Quincy Masters of the Soul Society found a place to settle in the shadow of the Soul Society, and created a spiritual space in it. Expansion led to its current scale. But this does not mean that the young man became the second emperor. After all, although he also possesses great power, not all Quincy Masters succumb to him. It's really because, these years, the Quincy Master has been too aggrieved. The earliest Quincy division still took a little care of the big 717 rounds, knowing how badly they lost back then. But the Quincy born during these 900 years didn't think so. They think they are born with such powerful power, so why should they live such a difficult life? Why should they be afraid of Shinigami? This kind of thinking is similar to that of the Quincy Masters who turned to the Shogunate for power in the past. They are all those who have power and are not willing to be ordinary. Therefore, in these years, the contradictions in the Invisible Empire have accumulated long ago. Especially 100 years ago, the Quincy Masters in this world were purged, causing the conflict to be aroused again. In the Invisible Empire, there has long been a voice that they should not continue to endure, but directly start a decisive battle with the Shinigami. Anyway, their palace was built in the shadow of the Seireitei where Shinigami was. As long as they made an unexpected attack, they would definitely be able to catch Shinigami by surprise and destroy most of the Seireitei. But such voices were eventually suppressed by the youth. Advertisement. The young man has shiny blonde hair, and his name, also very literary, is Rain BBDA Glenn Hasward. He is the highest rank of the Knights of the Star Cross and the assistant of Emperor Juhabak. At this moment, in the palace of the Invisible Empire, all members of the Star Cross Knights looked at Hasward, who summoned everyone here with complicated eyes. Hasward's friend Busby immediately asked Hasward about the cause of the incident. Harford didn't hide it either. There are enemies breaking into the Empire. As soon as this remark came out, the faces of many Quincy Knights of the Star Cross Knights changed one after another. Some of the older Quincy masters were survivors of that battle, and immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. Hasward, are you telling the truth? Hasward looked solemn. Well, they have arrived at the palace. The next moment, before he could speak, many Quintians of the Star Cross Knights only felt a raging flame sweeping towards them. Bang! The walls of the palace they built using spirit seeds collapsed and burst in half a day, and flames surged out of it, dispelling the cold air in the Invisible Empire. Dust and smoke filled the air, and many Quincy masters looked in the direction of the ruins. In the end, only a few figures walked out of it. Oh, it's really unbelievable that there are so many Quincy in the shadow of the Seireitei we are in. Hiroku Shunsui spoke in surprise after seeing the people gathered in the palace. Beside him, Jashiro Yukitaki's expression became very indifferent. Shunsui, don't say a few words, get ready to fight. These are enemies. Although in the past, Jashiro Yukitaki was kind to everyone no matter what, he looked like a gentle and nice man, but this does not mean that he will be kind to Quincy. In particular, the group of Quincy masters in front of them are building a spiritual space in the shadow of Seireitei, and they are still hiding in it. No matter how you look at it, they are not good people. Advertisement. Absolutely plotting against the law is a generation and an enemy. Now that I have seen this group of enemies, there is no reason to let them go. Hiroku Shunsui also obediently closed his mouth when he heard the words. Commander Yamamoto is holding Ryujin Jaka. On the long knife, there are still lingering flames. His eyes are extremely sharp, and he fell on the Quincy in front of him. You Quincy, hide here. Now, being discovered by this old man, have you ever been prepared to die? On this point, he shares exactly the same opinion as Jashiro Yukitaki. Now is not the time to be kind. This group of Quincy's has been hiding in the shadow of Seireitei for an unknown number of years. Have they understood Seireitei's secrets? There is no doubt that these are enemies and must be wiped out. Hathor did not expect the invading enemy to arrive here so soon. Of course, it was also because he spent a lot of time gathering the members of the Star Cross Knights here, which is the most important thing. After hearing Captain Yamamoto's words, there was a bit of dignity on his handsome face, and he responded, we have prepared to fight to death as early as the moment we lost our homeland. Why did they lose their homeland? It is precisely because of the Shinigami in front of me. Therefore, when he said this sentence, there was a deep agreement in his words. Captain Yamamoto also heard this hatred, but he didn't comment much. It seems that Shinigami took the initiative to destroy the Quincy. It is obvious that the Quincy breeds ambition and attacked the Soul Society by himself, which ended in this way. Harford knew that he and Captain Yamamoto had nothing to say, but said to the members of the Star Cross Knights, everyone, get ready to fight. The person in front of you is the captain of Gote 13, Yamamoto Genryusai. Your Majesty the Emperor, you lost to him. The rest are the captain of the 4th Division, Unohana Retsu, who was also a member of the 1st generation Gote 13 in the past, 1st generation Kenpachi. There are also the captain of the 8th Division, Hiroku Shunsui, the captain of the 11th Division, Gosuke Shigure, and the 13th Division. Captain Jashiro Yukitaki. These people, in today's Gote 13, are not simple characters. In a few words, Hasward revealed all the identities of the future comers. When many Quincy masters heard these words, they also looked at the attacking people with solemn expressions, but they did not show any fear. Chapter 174. The First Confrontation. After all, for the Quincy, it's long since been longing to fight the Shinigami. For the Quincy who survived that battle, they used some special means to survive until now, and they have been longing for another battle with Shinigami to avenge Shinigami. As for the Quincy masters who joined the intangible empire during these 900 years, they were simply unwilling to accept the Quincy masters' situation. Why should the Shinigami rule over everything? And the Quincy, who also possesses powerful power, will live on. In their hearts, they have long harbored deep resentment towards Shinigami. But because Hasward kept saying the time hadn't come. During these long years, they could only hide in this cold and lonely palace, secretly collecting information about Shinigami. During this process, the hatred in their hearts became more and more intense. I've been longing to fight Shinigami for a long time. Not long after Hasward's words spread, an arrogant voice sounded. A young man with a purple-red mohawk hairstyle rushed forward, and with the help of Quincy's unique skill, he quickly came to Captain Yamamoto with flying scythes. I heard that your Zanpakuto is the oldest and strongest Zanpakuto in the Heat Department, so let me meet you. Hasward's friend, who was also Busby who asked Hasward earlier, waved his palm, and raging flames spewed out from his hand, attacking and killing Captain Yamamoto. Captain Yamamoto looked indifferent, did not respond to Busby's words, but waved Ryujin Jaka in his hand. Cut and chop. The light of the knife flashed away, and the flames condensed into a terrifying slash, touching Busby's flame. In the end, the flames released by Busby from both hands were directly chopped off by Ryujinjaka. Fortunately, he used the flying scythe kick at a critical moment, so that he calmly avoided the attack of the captain. However, Busby's active attack on the captain gave the rest of the Quincy a signal to start the war. In the next instant, many Quintients of the Star-Crossed Knights attacked and killed Gosuke Shigure and the others one after another. When they raised their hands, the spirits gathered towards them, and then gathered together, turning into bows and arrows like the substance. Advertisement. The Lingzi bow and arrow attacked and killed Gosuke Shigure and others. Shish. The slender spirit arrows contain extremely powerful lethality. Fortunately, Hieraku Shunsui, Jashiro Yukitaki and others were ready to fight when they came here, and it is not surprising for such a result. The only thing that surprised them was that there were a lot of Quincy divisions here, and their strength seemed to be very strong. It's a bit reckless. You should check out the truth and reality here before entering the palace rashly. Hieraku Shunsui spoke with some helplessness. It's too late to say these words now. Unohana Retsu's voice rang in his ears, and at some point, Unohana Retsu had already pulled out her Zanpakuto, and on her Zanpakuto, a terrifying sword pressure swept across out. Hazward, the leader of the former Quincy division, has already revealed her true identity and the name, first generation Kenpachi, so she has no intention of hiding herself now. When facing Shinigami, she can show her compassionate side, but in front of Quincy, she doesn't have to do that at all. Hieraku Shunsui looked at Unohana Retsu in a fighting posture, and was also a little surprised. Although he always knew that Captain Unohana was very strong and was a real senior, to be honest, he had never seen Unohana Retsu in a fighting posture. What about Captain Zihua? However, he agreed with Unohana Retsu's words. Indeed, it's too late to talk about this at this time. Now we have only one choice, and that is to kill all the Quincy divisions here and penetrate here. As Hieraku Shunsui said, Kaden Kyokutsu in his hand also waved, and the slash swept across, swinging away the spirit arrows released by the Quincy, and then his figure flickered again, and came to Jashiro Yukitaki. Jashiro, are you still here? Can it hold up? He wasn't too worried about the rest of them. After all, the old man and Captain Unohana are both seniors and strong men, so Gosuke Shigure doesn't have to worry, he is a contemporary Kenpachi. Only Jashiro is different. Although Jashiro is very strong, but because of his body, there are not many times when he is really needed to fight. Ask for flowers. Even Hieraku Shunsui didn't quite know how Jashiro Yukitaki's body was doing today. Advertisement. Therefore, he still chose to run to his good friend and prepare to take care of him. Don't worry, there is no problem with this level of fighting. Also, we are not the only ones fighting now. But to the outside world, Gosuke Shigure in order not to reveal this secret. Don't ignore me. Seeing this, Busby gritted his teeth angrily. Under his control, the spirits gathered, and then ignited by the power of the holy text in the body, turning into a column of flames that soared into the sky, brazenly touching the flame of Ryujinjaka. After his Zanpakuto was recast at Ermewu Wangyu, the original deceased was integrated into the current sword, and his sword became a double sword. Thunder and lightning lingered on Zanpakuto, who looked like a sealed state, moving with the figure of Gosuke Shigure. The thunder was like a net, covering the sky and covering the ground towards the Quincy headed by Hazward. When I am free, I only do half shikai. Captain Yamamoto waved Ryujinjaka, and the blazing flames swept across. As the strongest and oldest Zanpakuto in the heat department, the power of Ryujinjaka is beyond doubt. Even if it is just shikai, its power is enough to surpass Bankai of many captains. Of course, the reason for this is that in addition to Zanpakuto's factors, it is also related to Captain Yamamoto's own strength. The blazing flames sent towards those Quincy masters who held the bows and arrows of spirit seeds and released the arrows of spirit seeds at the same time. They are old, but their fighting style is unusually bold and unrestrained. Boom boom boom. While Hieraku Shunsui, Jashiro Yukitaki, and Unohana Retsu were dealing with the Quincy's reishi arrows, Gosuke Shigure and Captain Yamamoto were also in action. With the help of flying scythes, he rushed towards Captain Yamamoto's flames, and at the same time stretched out his fingers. 0. It is enough to release only half of the original Zanpakuto's power. Gosuke Shigure also pulled out the Zanpakuto after the Quincy took the initiative to attack, and even quietly performed a half shikai. The flame exploded and swept all around, igniting all the buildings in the palace. Fire Fingers 1. Chapter 175 Lin Chan. Let me meet you. Hazward didn't make a move. Now that Emperor Yuhabak is sleeping, he is the leader of the Quincy division. Although many Quincy divisions think that he is too weak, and obviously possesses great power, they are willing to let the Quincy division lie dormant in the dark. Frustrated days. But at least on the bright side, all Quincy still chose to obey Hazward's orders. After all, it was His Majesty the Emperor who appointed him as an assistant and head of the Star-Crossed Knights, and His Majesty entrusted everything to Hazward before he fell asleep. At this moment, seeing Gosuke Shigure rushing directly in front of them, ready to attack Hazward, a Quincy division immediately took the initiative to meet Gosuke Shigure's offensive. While speaking, a spear formed by spirit seeds appeared in the hand of Chiwuki, and was stuck out by him, stabbing towards Gosuke Shigure. Too slow. Gosuke Shigure's voice sounded, and the Quincy with the spear was furious. A knife flashed past, and the spear in his hand was cut off immediately, and then, Gosuke Shigure's Zanpakuto brought out a hideous wound on his body, scarlet blood gushes out. The pupils of the burly Quincy contracted slightly, his face was horrified, and he never thought that he would be injured just by meeting him. Delisk, you waste, let me do it. Seeing the strong man injured, beside him, a woman's voice sounded. The woman had long grass-green hair parted on the side and a pair of light green the eyes, the ends of the eyebrows and part of the hair are in the shape of lightning. He is wearing a sleeveless top and shorts with an open neckline, a military cap with an invisible imperial mark on his head, and gloves on his hands. After the strong man named Dorisk was injured, a lightning-like arrow was released from her hand immediately, flashing with thunder, wearing a terrifying electric light, and in an instant, it came to Gosuke Shigure. Originally, the woman didn't intend to make a move, but after discovering that Gosuke Shigure Zanpakuto's ability is the extremely rare Thunderbolt, which is somewhat similar to her ability attributes, so she still chose to shoot. She really wanted to know whether the power of thunder she possessed was stronger than Gosuke Shigure's Zanpakuto. Don't look down on people. Delisk was angry at the woman who robbed his enemy of things, and when he raised his hand, he condensed a spiritual spear again, and threw it towards Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure didn't expect that he would become a favorite, that there would be a Quincy fighting with him and quarreling, especially among them was a beautiful woman with a strong figure. But having said that, he is not a casual person, let alone a soft persimmon. Advertisement. Waving the knife, the thunder light jumped, first breaking open the arrow released by the woman, and then met the spirit spear thrown by Delisk, and shattered it with a single blow. Ray. After the slash, Gosuke Shigure's deep voice sounded. In an instant, raging thunder was released from the long knife, just like Yamamoto's captain wielding Ryujin Jaka, a large-scale attack enveloped the Quincy division. The number of Quincy here is said to be large, but in fact there are only dozens of them. After all, there are only about 30 members of the Star-Crossed Knights in the original book, which is really not that many. Of course, compared to the 5 captains of Gosuke Shigure, the Quincy division still has a large number of people. Therefore, the best way to deal with these people is to use a wide range of attack methods. In the previous Gosuke Shigure's fighting style, Zanpakuto was more inclined to use Zanpakuto for hand-to-hand combat, and occasionally some Kido were used, but in this situation, Kido needs time to prepare, and it is more straightforward to use Zanpakuto. Shinigami, do you really think we are all vegetarians? Gosuke Shigure's arrogant behavior immediately made many Quincy's furious. It was enough to just deal with Duelisk and Goddess, but at this moment, they attacked all of them at the same time. Immediately, another old-looking Quincy took out his gun. One shot. Gosuke Shigure only felt the danger coming, and didn't react at all. The bullets condensed by the spirit sun fired right above his body. However, this Quincy master seemed to have underestimated one thing. That is the Shiba suit worn by Gosuke Shigure. When the bullet touched Gosuke Shigure's body, the spiritual power that was originally filled inside the Shigure suit turned into a mask, directly blocking the shot. Even so, Shigure still felt a stronger impact than usual. With a flickering figure, he dodged several more shots with the help of Shunpo, before he sighed, "It's really dangerous." Advertisement. This ability is really weird enough. Can't even grasp the traces of the bullets. Obviously, it was due to the ability of the Quincier. No wonder the right eye and right ear of Kyoraku Shunsui in the original book were injured by this man. Apart from Kyoraku Shunsui being too lazy, the other party's strange offensive is also one of the reasons. Gosuke Shigure has recognized most of them since coming to the Palace of the Invisible Empire. There are many people among them, he can't name them, after all, there are too many people in the Star-Crossed Knights, much more than the captain of Gote 13. But some people, after seeing each other, can still think of the opponent's record. Needless to say, Delisk, the person who killed Chojiro Sasaki in the original book was finally slashed by Captain Yamamoto and burned to death in the flames. Goddess, as the only female members of the Star-Crossed Knights, has such characteristics that it is difficult for people to remember them. And at this moment, the old man who attacked Gosuke Shigure. Although there is nothing outlandish in appearance, Gosuke Shigure remembers who he is because he uses a gun and his bullets are weird. 5.1 The one who ruined one ear and one eye of Kyoraku Shunsui. What is the power of holy writing called? Well, it's been too long, I don't remember some. However, there is one thing for sure. Gosuke Shigure's thoughts flickered, and he continued to release the power of thunder. With the help of Zanpakuto's manipulation, the power of thunder shrouded as many Quincy as possible. Among them, many Quincy used their own methods to deal with Gosuke Shigure's attack. There are also Quincy masters who are fighting Kyoraku Shunsui, Jashiro Yukitaki, Unohana Retsu, and Captain Yamamoto, and they also showed their respective methods in the process. Gosuke Shigure gathered information while fighting, and one thing was confirmed. That is, not all Quincy masters have the power of holy text. Chapter 176, The Collapsed Palace. The holy text is the biggest reliance of the Quincy master when attacking the Soul Society in the Millennium Blood War chapter of the original book. With the power of the holy text, the Quincy master can even open the holy body, which is far beyond the final form of the previous Quincy master. It is different from the final form of the previous Quincy. After the final form of the previous Quincy is opened, it will lose all the power of the Quincy. Even if the lost power can be regained later, it is still dangerous and requires a lot of effort. Cost. But the holy body is not the case. Although it will bring a burden to the body when it is used, it can be opened repeatedly. The main reason is because of the power of holy text. The holy text, the ball, is the key to opening the Eucharist. Similarly, it is also because of the power of the holy text that the Quincy Master in the original book is so powerful. Even, once so strong that the Soul Society side didn't know how to win that war. Although in that battle, the Soul Society also had some top combat power and won the battle against the Quincy, but more people still lost to the strange holy text of the Quincy calendar. Fortunately, the author knows how to win. Ever since, in a holy farewell, all the Quincy Masters ushered in the plot kill, and all their powers were swallowed up by Yhwach. This made the Soul Society side, which originally had to deal with many enemies, only need to deal with Yhwach. The final result was that Yhwach lost, so the Soul Society side won that battle. Of course, right now it's not to worry about the reason why the Quincy Division group lost in that battle. Rather, it lies in the power of holy words. Through observation, Gosuke Shigure found that not all Quincy Masters possess the power of holy text. It is true that the Quincy Masters here are not weak enough to be called the best. But there are only a few people who really have the holy text. Moreover, the strength they showed is not as good as when they first appeared in the original book. Only some people showed the strength of the captain level, and most of them did not touch that threshold. If they are all as strong as they were when they first appeared in the original book, although Gosuke Shigure and the others broke into here this time, the lineup is not weak. But it wasn't that easy to leave. Advertisement. Unless the captain directly casts Bankai here and uses the Remnant Fire Sword. Otherwise, it will be difficult to kill the Star Cross Knights with Ryujin Jaka alone. However, the fact is that the current Star Cross Knights are weaker than imagined. Is it because Yhwach is still asleep and hasn't fully awakened yet? Because he's still sleeping, naturally he doesn't have time to bestow the power of the holy text on the Quincy Master. The current Quincy Masters who possess the holy text probably all followed him to participate in the war 900 years ago. As for the Quincy Master who possesses the holy text, the power displayed is not as powerful as imagined. Is it also related to Yhwach? The power of the holy text comes from giving, which is a way of redistribution of Yhwach's power. He dripped the blood containing his own power into the wine. After the Quincy drank the wine, Yhwach would engrave holy words in his body, and then use the power of Yhwach's soul to guide him out of his own body. The power in the soul. It seems that Yhwach's power is just a key to help open the lock. But in fact, it is precisely because this power is activated by Yhwach's power. When necessary, Yhwach can deprive all Quintians of their power. Today's Yhwach is still in a deep sleep, recovering himself in the deep sleep. Gosuke Shigure guessed that the power of these holy text destroyers is so weak, probably because they were influenced by Yhwach, their power was absorbed by Yhwach invisibly, and became the nutrient for him to repair himself. Only in this way can they explain their weakness. Of course, this is just Gosuke Shigure's guess after all, and he can't say whether it is correct, because there is no empirical evidence after all. But if this group of Quincy Masters is really so weak, he doesn't mind being here and getting rid of them all. Following the previous thunderstorm, which unleashed endless lightning and swept towards all Quincy at the same time, Gosuke Shigure once again unleashed the powerful Ryutsu in his body. Boom! Cracks suddenly appeared in the palace of the Invisible Empire. All the buildings here were created by the Quincy Master through the method of gathering spirit particles. After all, this place was originally the shadow of Seireitei, and although the Quincy opened up a spiritual space in it, there was indeed nothing in this space at the beginning. Advertisement. This palace was built by the Quincy Master using the method of gathering spirit particles. The clustering of spirit particles is a unique method of the Quincy Master. The more stable the thing constructed, the longer it will exist. Obviously, the construction of the palace is very stable. But no matter how stable they can't change that they are all composed of spirit particles. As Gosuke Shigure releases the powerful Ryutsu, this palace is about to collapse immediately. His flame is still slightly inferior to Ryujin Jaka. Feeling the changes in the palace, whether it is the Quincy who was under the lightning attack of Gosuke Shigure, or the Quincy who was fighting against the commander-in-chief Flame, or the Quincy who was entangled with Kyoraku Shunsui, Jashiro Yukitaki, and Yunohana Retsu, we all realize that Gosuke Shigure cannot go on like this. This is just the opponent's Shikai, and the opponent still has Bankai. This place is going to collapse. At the critical moment, Hazward made a shot. This is the unstable state that occurs when Ryutsu encounters a higher intensity Ryutsu. Earlier, he used his power of words to prove that his flame was stronger than Yamamoto's Ryujin Jaka, but in the end, he was somewhat disappointed. A sword appeared in his hand. This can only make him can't help but sigh. He is indeed the captain of Gote 13, and he is also the one who defeated Yhwach back then. At the same time, because of the powerful Ryutsu released by Gosuke Shigure, the faintly collapsed palace also appeared to heal. This is the Emperor's palace. If a group of outsiders like Gosuke Shigure were to destroy the Emperor's palace in this way, what would the Emperor's face be? Harsword, you finally made a move. Whether it was Gosuke Shigure's lightning power or Captain Yamamoto's fire power, they were all annihilated. Not good. After seeing this scene, Hazward's Harry Busby immediately spoke excitedly. Unlike all the members of the Star Cross Knights who feared the Emperor Yhwach, Busby had a deep hatred for Yhwach from the very beginning, eager to kill Yhwach. He swiped the sword in his hand. Chapter 177. Strategic Transfer. Although Busby didn't like Hubok, but because of his friend Hasward, he stayed in the palace of the Invisible Empire for many years. At this moment, seeing Hasward make a move, he was immediately very excited. As a friend of Hasward, he also wanted to see the scene where his friend showed off his prestige. However, the next moment, he was stunned again. After all the turmoil were quelled by Hasward's sword, another large group of shadows appeared in the midair, and this group of shadows turned into countless arrows, shooting down overwhelmingly. Because it is black, it is in stark contrast to the previous spirit arrow. Hiroku Shunsui, Jashiro Yukitaki, and Unohana Retsu attacked subconsciously, and Gosuke Shigure and Captain Yamamoto also attacked one after another. But the result was so unexpected. The target of these shadow arrows is not the Shinigami who broke into it, but the Quincy Master. All the Quincy divisions seem to have realized what Haswarden means. Relief, anger, and unwillingness appeared on their faces, but in the end, they obediently let the shadow arrow fall on themselves. Busby also showed a puzzled expression on his face. Harsword, you. Then he gladly took an arrow. These arrows, after falling on the bodies of many Quincy masters, immediately spread out and turned into a huge black shadow, swallowing their bodies, and then disappeared. In the blink of an eye, all the Quincy's disappeared. Captain Yamamoto was also aware of this scene, knowing that Hasward was using some means to turn the Quincy around. Immediately furious, he waved the Ryujin Jaka in his hand, and the raging flames swept across, attacking and killing Hasward. However, when the flame was about to reach Hasward, it was blocked by a certain force, and then disappeared. Hasward still held the sword in his hand, and his golden hair was so dazzling. He looked at the angry Captain Yamamoto and said, "Now, it's not time for a decisive battle." Advertisement. When His Majesty the Emperor fully wakes up, there will be a battle between us sooner or later. Shinigami, just wait for the despair to come. Click. Hasward's body shattered like a mirror, turning into countless fragments, and then disappeared. After her sword's body disappeared, the figure of Captain Yamamoto rushed over, but nothing followed. Looks like they've all escaped. Hiroku Shunsui watched the scene, put away the Zanpakuto in his hand, and spoke the truth. Jashiro Yukitaki next to him also said, "We are still too reckless. After discovering the existence of this spirit space, we should first set up an enchantment around it to prevent them from escaping." Of course, it's too late to say these words first. After all, before breaking into this place, no one knew what the situation in the palace was like. Even they did not expect that there would be so many Quincy masters dormant here, and these Quincy masters were not weak. What's more, they didn't expect that after they found out that the situation was not good, they would choose to escape immediately. No wonder there was no trace of their existence for so many years. Commander Yamamoto held Ryujin Jaka, the flames were burning, looking at the huge and deserted palace, he didn't know what he was thinking. Gosuke Shigure lifted Zanpakuto's liberation, put away the knife in his hand, and looked at the huge palace, his eyes flickering. Another captain's meeting was called. But this captain meeting was not for the appointment of a new captain. Although the position of captain of the 10th squad is still vacant, no suitable candidate has been selected so far. But sometimes, the right person is not so easy to choose. After all, among the Soul Society, there are still a few Shinigami who have the ability to serve as captains. In the past, there have actually been situations where a captain's position has been left vacant for decades. This is not an uncommon situation. It is better to search for the captain of the 10th squad slowly. At this captain meeting, Captain Yamamoto focused on the things about the spirit subspace. Advertisement. He spoke bluntly, and through the joint search of Shihuan Yoruichi, the captain of the 2nd Division, Gosuke Shigure, the captain of the 11th Division, and Urahara Kazuki, the captain of the 12th Division, found a huge spiritual space in the shadow of Seireitei. Then he, Unohana Retsu, Hiroku Shunsui, Gosuke Shigure, and Jashiro Yukitaki went to explore, and found that this spiritual space was created by Quincy Master. For countless years, Quincy Master has been dormant in it, and even built it. A grand palace. Unfortunately, after discovering their invasion, the Quincy's resolutely abandoned the palace and chose to escape. Right now, the reason why he convened this captain meeting was to gather the power of the entire Gotei 13, explore that spiritual space, and see if he could find any clues. Doesn't this mean that they, who were in the Seireitei in the past, have been under the surveillance of the Quincy division? As a result, he was now told that what he planned might be known. In the shadow of Seireitei, there is actually a huge spiritual space hidden. Yu Wang Li's he immediately volunteered to explore the reality among the spirits. By exploring the function of these devices, the Shinigami side determined that they have been under the surveillance of the Quincy for countless years in the past. When the news was known to Aizen, the vice captain of the 5th team, his mood was not very good immediately. When the content of this captain meeting spread and some captains who didn't know the inside story learned about it, it caused a great commotion. After knowing this, Aizen's expression became more and more gloomy. This group of quenches is extremely threatening. After Gosuke Shigure and others first explored the spiritual subspace, and all the quintients in the spiritual subspace were transferred, this spiritual subspace lost its meaning, so Aizen and others were able to enter it for the second stage of exploration. After all, he has been secretly planning many things over the years. Although there is no Quincy anymore, but the Quincy moved hastily after all, leaving a lot of clues behind. His secret is likely to be exposed. At the same time, we will do our best to monitor the present world and the Soul Society, and strictly search for the whereabouts of those Quincy's, absolutely not allowing them to escape. He thought he was someone hiding in the dark, but he didn't expect that there were other people lurking in the dark. For example, some scientific research equipment was not taken away. This made him brood over the escaped Quincy. Chapter 178 Regrets. The discovery of the Invisible Empire, and the fact that there are so many survivors of the Quincy, which had long been recognized as declining, is already the most important thing today. When this matter was known by Central 46, Mao 46 office ordered Gote 13 to seize the time to search for and apprehend this group of Quincy masters. After all, anyone who knows that there are still a group of enemies in the shadow of the place where he lived in the past will feel uncomfortable, and according to the clues known so far, it can be known that this group of enemies is secretly monitoring them a very long time. No one knows how much of the Soul Society's secrets these enemies know. Under such circumstances, if you want to keep the secrets, the best way is to find out all these enemies and deal with them. But it is not so easy to find the Quincy master. The entire Gote 13 is running at high speed. But there was still no trace of the existence of any Quincy. If it wasn't for that spirit space, if not for that palace still exists, some people would even suspect that the group of enemies didn't exist at all. That would be unfounded. Looking like this, it doesn't seem like a good thing to expose the Invisible Empire prematurely. In the 11th team of 810, Gosuke Shigure couldn't help but examine his past. He disclosed the matter of the Invisible Empire to Urahara Kazuki a long time ago, and asked Urahara Kazuki to explore the secrets of the spiritual space. Urahara Kazuki also lived up to expectations, successfully found the existence of the spirit subspace, and entered it. In the end, I didn't expect that the Mie inside was so cowardly. After only playing a few tricks, he slipped away. But thinking about it carefully, it doesn't seem surprising. As far as the Quincy division is concerned, it is true that they are not yet ready to fight. Advertisement. Ever since Juhabok was defeated in that battle 900 years ago, he has been in a deep sleep. According to the words in the original book, it was 900 years after the war that he regained his heartbeat, and 90 years passed before he regained consciousness. That is, when Kurosaki Ichigo was 9 years old, he regained consciousness. Having plundered the power of all the mixed-blood Quincy in the world, Kurosaki Ichigo's mother was originally a pure-blood Quincy, and should be safe and sound, but because she was attacked by Shubai, her power was impure, so she was punished. Under the influence of the Holy Spirit, he lost his strength, and then died under Shu's attack. Now, it has been 100 years since the so-called plot begins. Juhabok probably didn't even recover his heartbeat. Although there are also some Quincy masters with holy texts, these Quincy masters are the survivors who attacked the Soul Society with Juhabok 900 years ago, but Gosuke Shigure in the Palace of the Invisible Empire has been able to confirm that the power of human holy text is not strong, perhaps, not as strong as Gosuke Shigure imagined. That's where it gets interesting. Either the holy text itself has only this strength, or it is because the strength of the holy text is affected by the strength of its giver. The holy text is derived from the bestowal of Juhabok. And the process of bestowing holy words is the ability of Juhabok's soul multiplication, that is, he can redistribute his power, by absorbing the power of all the Quincy masters in the world, and distribute the power to some valuable people. In the same way, if these people lose their value, Fahabok can also regain their power. No matter what the reason is, for the Quincy divisions who have not yet woken up in Juhabok, now is obviously not the best time to start the war. Therefore, it does not seem surprising that Hazard would give the order to retreat and flee. It is true that he gave up the spirit space that Quincy opened up for many years, and the foundation that has been in operation for 900 years, but at least he kept the fire of Quincy. As long as people are still alive and the fire is still there, sooner or later, they will be able to retaliate against Shinigami BDED. Perhaps such behavior, in the eyes of many Quincy masters, is weak. But in Gosuke Shigure's view, Hathor did make the right decision. When the vast majority of Quincy masters do not have holy text, and the power of Quincy masters with holy text is not as good as before, if they rashly start a war with the Soul Society, although they can kill some Shinigami, the price will be survivors like them. Annihilation of the entire army will delay His Majesty's resurrection plan. Advertisement. In Jashiro's words, I'm still not fully prepared. Captain Yamamoto led a few people to explore the spiritual space, is it wrong? Not wrong. Because I don't know the reality of the spirit space, I only enter it with a few top combat forces, so that even if there is a problem inside, I can advance or retreat. The only thing I didn't expect was to be discovered by Quincy so quickly, and Quincy exists in a group. This made the Quincy masters see that the situation was not good, and they all ran away immediately. If you knew the truth and reality inside, you should call the Keto as soon as possible, and set up a large-scale barrier around the spirit space to prevent all space-level transmissions. Although it will take some work, such a thing can still be done arrived. Although the spirit space is the headquarters of the Quincy, don't forget that the spirit space is built in the shadow of the Soul Society, and on the surface of the shadow is the headquarters of the Shinigami. Ting. Although the ending is somewhat unsatisfactory, but think about it carefully, how can there be so many perfect things in this world? Gosuke Shigure started to comfort himself again. I've done the ultimate I can do. The existence of the spirit subspace was revealed in advance, so that Captain Yamamoto led the team to wipe out the spirit subspace early, which made the invisible empire no longer invisible. Even if the bases are re-established in other places, it is basically impossible to directly tear more than half of the Seireitei through manifestation as in the original book. After all, the surface of the Seireitei is protected by a soul-cloaking membrane, so it is not so easy to break through. In the original book, the Shinigami side suffered so many casualties, it is purely because the enemy broke through from the inside, ignoring the soul shield over Seireitei. Now the existence of the invisible empire is no longer invisible, they are forced to transfer, and at the same time, they also make their own existence appear in the vision of the entire Gotei 13. If the bloody battle broke out in the next millennium, it is still as tragic as in the original book. That can only show that the Shinigami side is too incompetent, a full 100 years of preparation time, and nothing is still ready. Chapter 179. The Boundary Broken. Although Gosuke Shigure didn't kill any Quincy in the battle in the Palace of the Invisible Empire, he believes that he did his best in this incident. If he hadn't asked Urahara Kazuki to investigate the spirit space, the existence of the spirit space has been a mystery to Shinigami. Although in the end it was Halfward and other Quincy's who escaped. But at least from now on, the Soul Society knows that the war 900 years ago is not over, and there are still many enemies hidden in the dark and survived. From now on, the Soul Society can be regarded as entering a state of combat readiness. If so, it would be as unprepared as when the war broke out in the original book. It can only be said that they are all a group of pig teammates, and the mud can't help them up the wall. In comparison, whether Gosuke Shigure kills the enemy in the palace is not that important, unless he can directly eliminate Yhwach. Otherwise, as long as Yhwach is willing, those Quincy masters who have the holy text will be killed at any time. Can be revived by Yhwach. Gosuke Shigure did not participate in the subsequent search for the whereabouts of those quench masters and the exploration of the spiritual space where the invisible empire is located. The fact that the group of Quincy's escaped was a wake-up call for him. Right now, although the final moment of the decisive battle has not yet been reached, that day will come sooner or later. In order to deal with the decisive battle that may come at any time, the best way is to accumulate strength first. As long as the strength is strong enough, even if Yhwach is really resurrected, he will not be able to turn any waves. Since rebirth, although rarely shot. But Gosuke Shigure found that his own boundaries had been broken. Next, he only needs to practice step by step, and he will naturally become stronger. To this day, his Ryutsu continues to proliferate. How far he can go, even he himself can't tell. The boundaries that belong to the Shinigami were broken. Just when Gosuke Shigure was practicing with peace of mind and accumulating strength for the future war. In the shadows of Soul Society, Aizen also set his sights on boundaries. The matter of the invisible empire once made him a little bit vigilant, because he was worried that his secret would be discovered, but after searching for the whereabouts of the Quincy for a long time without any results, Aizen also let go of his vigilance against the Quincy meaning. As long as the group of Quincy masters still exists, sooner or later their actions will be revealed. Comparatively speaking, he cared more about breaking the boundaries than about the Quincy. After long years of experimentation, Aizen discovered one thing. Advertisement. That is, Shinigami and Zuno are actually going to the same goal by different routes. They are two different forms of the soul, and in the middle of the two is the Quincy master. Not to mention the Quincy for now. It is said that Shinigami and Shu are opposed to each other, so, can the power between them be merged into one? Shinigami's hollow, or the virtual Shinigamiization. Let Shinigami obtain Shu's power on the basis of the original power, or let Shu obtain Shinigami's power zone. These are the research directions of Aizen. He wanted to know more, if the two powers merged, could break the boundaries of Shinigami. The soul has limits, and it is difficult to break through the boundaries of Shinigami by relying on a single power. Of course, under normal circumstances, it is difficult to touch the boundary. But in Aizen's hands, there happens to be one thing that can do this, and that is Hogyoku. After searching for the whereabouts of the Annihilator for a long time without any results, he refocused his attention on doing experiments. The so-called Quincy Masters are just a group of losers. 900 years ago, when their ancestor friend Yhwach was still there, they still lost. Now Yhwach no longer exists, and even though the group of Quincy Masters opened up a huge spiritual space in the shadow of Seireitei, in the final analysis, they only dare to hide in the dark and dare not fight the Shinigami head-on. Compared to a group of losers, what Aizen cares more about is his own strength. As long as he can find a way to break the boundaries. Then you can let yourself further evolve on the existing basis, and at that time, you may not be able to ascend to the Lingwang Palace and become the master on the throne. As for the current master on the throne, it's just a ridiculous puppet. Why do things like this make people succumb? Advertisement. Asking for flowers. A shrill scream came from the soul's mouth, and milky white matter continuously gushed out from its body, which was the power of Shu. If the color represented by Shinigami is black, then the color of Shu is white. As the virtual power continuously gushes out from the soul body, the Ryutsu belonging to the soul is also growing at a high speed, breaking through the original limit of the soul in just a short moment. Perceiving all this, Aizen couldn't help showing an obsessive look in his eyes. In the very early days, he actually wanted to experiment with Shinigami. Unfortunately, soon, this obsession was replaced by loss. But now, With the experiment at this point, Aizen doesn't want to give up. Ever since, in the next period of time, several incidents of Shinigami murders occurred successively. Shu's power, of course, made it break through the original limit, and Ryutsu was in a state of rapid growth, but the price was that the original power of the soul could not bear the high-speed growth of Shu's power. In the end, during the crazy growth of power, his balance was broken and he fell into self-destruction. But even so, the ordinary Shinigami still couldn't satisfy his desire for experiments. The soul collapsed and turned into Zhongzi. The murderer who killed the Shinigami was Hiroshi. But every Shinigami of Gotei 13 is a registered member, and their disappearance and death will cause Gotei 13 to be alert, so Aizen is not easy to start. Boom. But if you study carefully, you will find that the appearance of these ghosts has its own problems. After they appeared, they did not attack civilians, but seemed to focus on Shinigami from the very beginning. This is the result of field investigation. Aizen, under false pretenses, is secretly attacking the Shinigami. His eyes were fixed on the more powerful Shinigami Hiroshi. What if Hollow's target is a powerful Shinigami? Although it failed again, compared to the past, this method has matured a lot. The only problem at present is that the ordinary soul cannot carry the rapidly growing calendar area due to the spiritual power in its body. It's ultimately self-destructive. Aizen set his sights on Shinigami. Chapter 180 The Soul Disappearance Event. Time passed slowly. Aizen's secret use of souls and the murder of Shinigami for experiments finally revealed clues. Although in the history of the Soul Society, there are many incidents of false attacks on the Soul Society, and Shinigami died in battle, but in recent years, the frequency of such incidents is too high. Moreover, most of the Shinigami who died in battle were not even found. In addition, even the souls disappeared near the area where the incident happened. Combined with the discovery of a large-scale spiritual space in the shadow of Seireitei, and the fact that the Quincy is dormant in the dark, the Soul Society has reason to believe that behind these events, it is not a coincidence, but man-made. Division 9 took over the investigation. Rukongai, the king of the wilderness. Captain, this is where the June 63 inches event where the soul disappeared this time happened, but the strange thing is that I didn't see the figures of the team members who came to investigate. The third seat of the 9th division, Kasaki Hirozo said to his captain Muguruma Kensai. Okay, Sanji Kasaki, please take your team members to investigate around, make sure to find out the reason for the disappearance of the soul, and at the same time, try to find the whereabouts of those missing players. Muguruma Kensai, captain of the 9th team, looked at Gotei 13, is also a well-known handsome guy, glanced at the surrounding environment, and ordered to his 3 seats. Yes, captain. At this moment, it was dusk, the sun had already set, and the entire wilderness was extremely dark. In the earliest days, the frequency of soul disappearance was not as rapid as it is now. Recently, the frequency of soul disappearance has become higher and higher. Combined with the group of Quincy masters who have not been found so far, it is certain that Seireitei is not as peaceful as it seems on the surface. In the dark, there are still many enemies dormant. I don't know if something will happen tonight. The recent disappearance of souls happened at night. This is also the time when Muguruma Kensai will bring his team members out to investigate. He still hopes to gain something at night. If he can discover the whereabouts of the enemy, he must give the enemy a hard blow. After parting with the 3 seats, Muguruma Kensai began to explore in the woods. Suddenly, deep in the woods, there was a terrified cry. Advertisement. When Muguruma Kensai heard the sound, he immediately cast Shunpo and hurried over. All I saw was a child sitting on the ground with a frightened look on his face. And in front of him, there is a hollow head, showing a hideous appearance, ready to attack the child. Muguruma Kensai waved the sealed state immediately without the slightest hesitation. This head started from the hollow hole, was cut in half immediately, and then turned into a spirit sun, and disappeared without a trace. After killing the head, Muguruma Kensai looked at the child again, pulled him up, and asked, "What's your name?" The child responded with some trepidation, "Hisagi Shuhei, Master Shinigami." Muguruma Kensai was about to ask the child if he had discovered anything recently. From his point of view, the child lived near here, so he might be able to discover something. But before he opened his mouth, the voice of the vice captain Kuna Mashiro came from not far away, and Kuna Mashiro made a discovery. So Muguruma Kensai could only let the child in front of him leave here. Watching the child leave, Muguruma Kensai quickly rushed towards Kuna Mashiro. Kuna Mashiro was standing in front of a pile of broken death costumes, with a dignified expression. There are 10 death costumes in total, and the number just matches the number of Shinigami who came to investigate. It seems that they were all killed. Muguruma Kensai gritted his teeth. The murderer must not have gone far. Who is it that is so daring? Don't you know that this is the Soul Society? Is it the territory of Shinigami? Killing the Shinigami here is really not paying attention to them. Gotei 13. Muguruma Kensai vowed to find the murderer today. Then, together with Kuna Mashiro, they continued to search around here. However, this time, they found no clues, except for the 10 slightly damaged death costumes, which proved that the previous 10 Shinigami still existed. There are no useful clues. Is it going to return without success? Advertisement. Muguruma Kensai thought so. At this moment, his spiritual perception sensed a strange wave of spiritual energy. In addition to seeing and hearing, Shinigami also relies heavily on spiritual perception. As long as the opponent has Ryutsu and Ryutsu, they can be perceived by spiritual perception. The stronger the Shinigami, the stronger the perception ability of spiritual perception. For this type of Shinigami, even, the sense of dependence on the spiritual sense is more than the eyes. Mugaruma Kensai immediately sensed something was wrong. He quickly explained the situation he perceived, and then took Kunamashiro towards the place perceived by the spiritual sense. When they arrived at the destination, they saw only a man kneeling on the ground. Looking at his clothes, he seemed to be the ordinary soul of Rukongai, but at this moment, some kind of indescribable change seemed to have taken place on his body. All the members of Division 9 surrounded the man one after another. Mugaruma Kensai sensed the changes in the opponent, and immediately said solemnly, "Don't approach him." Under everyone's gaze, the man's body was continuously inflated like a balloon, the man's mouth made a painful sound, and he endured great pain, and then, white matter continuously gushed out from the man's body. In just a short moment, the man's body was wrapped, transforming him from an ordinary soul into a creature that is definitely not unfamiliar to Shinigami. At the same time, the man's aura also underwent a completely different change. 0.5. It's no wonder that the soul disappeared. It didn't disappear at all, but became void. Shinigami, who has the 9th squad, suddenly realized. Recently, there have been frequent incidents of soul disappearances, and at the same time, there have been more and more Shu attacks. Now it seems that a large part of the soul has been transformed into a void due to some weird methods. Captain, let me transform him. A member of Division 9 volunteered to volunteer. Mugaruma Kensai agreed to the other parties volunteering. However, just when this Shinigami was about to purify Shu, an accident happened suddenly, and strange spiritual fluctuations spread around the vicinity at the same time. It turns out that it's not just the one in front of me, there are many souls that have also become virtual. Chapter 181, Turbulent Night. The appearance of so many falsehoods naturally cannot be left alone. Ever since, Mugaruma Kensai led the team members under his hand to start to clean up these ghosts. After finally purifying all these voids, he was about to return to Seireitei and report to the captain what happened tonight, when a new incident happened suddenly. Seireitei, among the first team. Captain Yamamoto was temporarily awakened wearing the captain's haori. He had already fallen asleep. However, the deputy captain Chojiro Sasaki came to him in a hurry and informed him of an emergency. Captain Yamamoto was in no mood to go to sleep after learning what happened. Quickly summon all the captains of Gotei 13. He issued orders to Chojiro Sasaki. Chojiro Sasaki also knew the seriousness of the matter, and then, a sound similar to a watchman sounded, echoing continuously throughout the entire Gotei 13 team building. Some captains and vice captains who were dealing with team affairs, or had already fallen asleep, heard the voice and had to put down their work, or get up helplessly, and rushed towards the direction of the first team. Not long after, many captains gathered in the head room of the first team. So, Gosuke, do you know what happened? After coming to the first room of the team, Hiroku Shunsui found that his friend Gosuke Shigure had come, and immediately asked Gosuke Shigure. Although Gosuke Shigure has always been lazy and looks much more lazy than him, Hiroku Shunsui has to admit that Shigure is an extremely reliable person at critical times. It was Gosuke Shigure who discovered the spirit subspace of the Quincy earlier. Although the whereabouts of those Quincy masters have not been found so far, Gosuke Shigure's discovery of the spirit subspace can be regarded as a solution to a huge hidden danger. I don't know exactly what happened. Gosuke Shigure said. Truthfully, to be honest, I actually fell asleep, but because the captain wanted to hold a meeting, I could only get up again. Advertisement. Did you go to bed so early? Hiroku Shunsui was a little surprised. Gosuke Shigure said with a smile. I can't help it, who told me I'm not a young man anymore, I have to maintain my health now. Hiroku Shunsui rubbed his chin and said. That being said, I have to go to bed earlier in the future. After all, I'm not young anymore, it's time to put the so-called health preservation on the agenda. Just when the two of you talked with each other, and I talked with each other. The captains of Gotei 13 also arrived here one after another. It is worth saying that Jashiro Yukitaki did not favor. After all, if you are in poor health, if you ask Jashiro Yukitaki to come to a meeting, the probability of meeting him is only half. It can be said that it is Schrodinger's Jashiro Yukitaki. You will never know whether his health will be good or bad at the next moment. Also because things like this happen more often, the whole Gotei 13 is used to it. Of course, there is one point that all captains agree with. That is, Jashiro Yukitaki must be very strong, otherwise, how can he still be the captain of the 13th division when his body is so weak? When everyone gathered and began to reminisce about the old days. Captain Yamamoto also came to the team head room with his vice captain Chojiro Sasaki. He looked at the crowd who had been temporarily summoned, and said in a heavy voice, everyone, just now, something happened to the 9th team that went to Rukongai to investigate the disappearance of the soul. Go to the rescue. Captain Yamamoto revealed the seriousness of the matter as soon as he opened his mouth. Don't wait for many Gotei 13 captains to express their opinions. 2 more heavyweights are here. I saw a strong man with a beard and a purple uniform, and a fat man with pink hair and a beard in a pink uniform walked in. It was Tessai Tsukabishi, the senior Kido commander of the Kido army, and Hashigan, the deputy Kido commander. The Kido troops are similar to Shinigami's divisions, but they are mainly responsible for the barrier security of the Seireitei and even the Soul Society. Each of them is a master of the Grandmaster Kido, especially the Grandmaster Kido and Deputy Kido, who have mastered the relevant information thoughts on time and space. Advertisement. This night is destined to be very long. Today, even Kido, who usually rarely shows up, appeared here. This battle is not insignificant. Urahara Kazuki was a little worried about the other party. He entrusted Surugaki Hiyori to go to Rukongai to investigate the disappearance of the soul 2 days ago. It happened that Muguruma Kensai of the 9th Division came to invite Hiyori to go with him. Now Muguruma Kensai has an accident. I don't know how it is now. But in the second half of the night, the reason for the turmoil of the night was basically clear. Of course, according to his guess, the situation is not so bad that the 11th team is dispatched to join the battle. In a short period of time, Captain Yamamoto determined the candidate for rescue. Right now his adjutant is uncertain at the front line, he is really worried. Similarly, Urahara Kazuki really treats Surugaki Hiyori as his adjutant. Since he became the captain of the 12th Division, at the beginning, Surugaki Hiyori could not accept his new captain and resisted him in every possible way, but as time went by, with the Technology Development Bureau he created gradually made after a big event, Surugaki Hiyori is now gradually accepting him. However, Urahara Kazuki, the captain of the 12th Division, inexplicably felt a sense of uneasiness. Let's not say that Muguruma Kensai, the captain of the 9th Division who had the accident, is himself a captain-level Shinigami. It is said that there are 3 captains who are going to rescue at this moment, and the rest are at least the level of vice-captain. It is enough to explain the seriousness of the matter, and it is very likely that Kido related to time and space needs to be used to carry out a specific seal. Captain Yamamoto has already determined the candidate for the rescue, and he ordered the captains in front of him with an unquestionable attitude. Okay, Hiroko Shinji of the 5th Division will lead the team, and the captain of the 3rd Division Odoribashi Rojiro, Love Kawa of the 7th Division, Yadomaru Lisa, the vice-captain of the 8th Division, and Hashigan, the vice-captain of Kido, went to the rescue, and the rest of the people should leave first. Gosuke Shigure did not participate in the rescue operation, but returned to the 11th squad, ready for battle. Such a battle, no matter what, shouldn't cause any problems. The team captains guessed this. Chapter 182 Escape. The reason why many captains and vice-captains Ryutsu disappeared is not because they died. It's because they have become the product of some people's experiments. Someone used them to carry out the hollow experiment, and they were all transformed into voids, so the Ryutsu that originally belonged to Shinigami changed. Hollow's statement was given by Urahara Kazuki, captain of the 12th Division. And these captains and vice-captains were also rescued by him and the chief Kido, Tessai Tsukubishi. According to Urahara Kazuki, the murderer behind all this is Aizen Sosuke, the vice-captain of the 5th Division. When he arrived with Tessai Tsukubishi, he saw only Aizen Sosuke was about to attack his captain, and they stopped Aizen Sosuke. For the stability of the Soul Society, he recommends that the criminal Aizen Sosuke be arrested immediately and interrogated. As the captain of Gote 13, the captain of Yamamoto is naturally willing to believe in Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukubishi. After all, these two people have extraordinary identities. However, when the matter was reported to Central 46, which claims to be just, gave a completely different answer. According to Central 46, they investigated Aizen Sosuke, captain of the 5th squad. At the time of the incident, Aizen Sosuke had been staying in the team building of the 5th Division and had not gone out. Many members of the 5th Division were witnesses. On the contrary, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukubishi had been sneaking together a long time ago, and their intentions were wrong. Therefore, through their unanimous determination, they came to a conclusion. Urahara Kazuki is the culprit in this hollow incident, and Tessai Tsukubishi is his accomplice. Central 46 not only did not agree with what Urahara Kazuki said about arresting Aizen, on the contrary, it also took Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukubishi into custody and will put them on trial. However, after the trial of Urahara Kazuki, we will talk about it. The most important issue at the moment is how to deal with these hollow captains and vice-captains. Central 46 debated this. Some people say that these are Shinigami masters, for the stability of the Soul Society, they should be released, and at the same time try to treat them. Others say that no matter what, the Shinigami should be purified. What's more, if these people lose control, they will cause serious consequences. At this moment, they seem to be affected by some power. Advertisement. Then the entire Central 46 unanimously determined that these fake-polluted Shinigami should be executed and purified. In the 11th team, Gosuke Shigure meets Yoruichi. Teacher. Yoruichi's expression was serious. Gosuke Shigure knew Yoruichi's intention. Are you here for Kazuki's business? Yoruichi nodded and said. Yes, I believe Kazuki, although he has many incredible ideas, but he will never use the captain and vice-captain to carry out the hollow experiment. But now Central 46 has determined that he did it. I want my teacher to help me collect evidence and expose Aizen's true colors. Yoruichi vowed, determined. Gosuke Shigure's eyes flickered when he heard Yoruichi's words. Did Kazuki see you before he was detained? Yoruichi nodded, and then relayed to Gosuke Shigure what Urahara Kazuki said after seeing him. After listening to Yoruichi's narration, Gosuke Shigure said in a deep voice, according to what Kazuki said, the culprit of all this is Aizen, and Aizen planned all this in secret. It's a good idea that you want to collect evidence from Aizen to exonerate Kazuki, but have you ever thought about one thing? What's up? Obviously Aizen could not take the initiative to appear in front of Kazuki and Tessai Tsukubishi, but he chose to expose himself. Combined with Central 46's unanimous determination that Aizen is innocent and Kazuki is behind the scenes, this can only show that there must be something that makes Aizen so confident. That is to say, your act of collecting Aizen's evidence will not work from the very beginning. Why? Gosuke Shigure looked at Yoruichi and revealed the truth of the matter. Yoruichi's complexion also gradually became gloomy. Even so, why not just let Aizen get away with it and let Central 46 try Kazuki? Yoruichi wanted to help Urahara Kazuki. Advertisement. Gosuke Shigure said softly, this world is more complicated than imagined. Let's not talk about the fact that we discovered a large-scale spiritual space in the shadow of Seireitei in the early years. There is no news about those Quincy masters. There will be a battle between us and them sooner or later. Just say Aizen, who is also ambitious. Even if you exonerated Kazuki this time and rescued him, as long as you fail to obtain tangible evidence and bring Aizen to justice, who can be sure that he won't plan the next conspiracy? Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukubishi, who were imprisoned inside, immediately looked at the person who opened the door in surprise. After seeing these two figures clearly, Urahara Kazuki was very surprised. So, that night, because the Shihuan family is a great nobleman, Yoruichi, as the head of the Shihuan family, is also very clear about Central 46's decision. Kazuki, the situation is urgent now. Central 46 has decided to execute those captains. Yoruichi looked at Gosuke Shigure thoughtfully. Sensei, what do you want to do? Yoruichi, teacher. Yoruichi's eyes flickered, and then, he made up his mind. Unsurprisingly, after eliminating the captains and vice-captains, Zhao no Zhao, their next target is Urahara Kazuki. All I can do is to give you a little help. Gosuke Shigure said. I think the most important thing is not how to do it, the most important thing is, to what extent can you do to save Kazuki? Yi opened his mouth and revealed the seriousness of the matter, and Urahara Kazuki's complexion changed drastically immediately. Shinigami, who was guarding the Repentance Palace, was knocked down by a figure before he could react. Yoruichi naturally wouldn't let these things happen. Central 46, where Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukubishi were temporarily imprisoned in the Penance Palace, was responsible for a jailbreak. After discussions at Central 46, they determined that the captains and vice-captains who were hollowed were serious threats, and decided to impose capital punishment on these captains and vice-captains in order to purify them. Bang 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 bang. Then, the gate of the Confession Palace was broken open. Chapter 183 Seireitei's weakest moment. How did this happen? Obviously they can still be saved. Urahara Kazuki could not accept such a result. You know, that's not one captain, but a full 4 captains, and besides that, there are many deputy captains. Among them is his adjutant Tsurugaki Hiyori. Urahara Kazuki couldn't accept the execution of those captains and vice-captains. He looked at Yoruichi and Gosuke Shigure, who had released himself and Tessai Tsukubishi from the Penitent Palace, and said firmly, I want to save them. Although they have been hollowed out, as long as they use that thing, they can definitely relieve their hollowed out symptoms. Urahara Kazuki thought of something. In the past, because of the influence of Hikafuna Kiryu's temporary soul theory, Urahara Kazuki studied the soul for a long time, and it was during that time that he completed the transformation. But his most proud work is not the Zhuanshen body, but something called Hogyoku. He compressed the soul power of many virtual and Shinigami, and finally created something like Hogyoku. After creating Hogyoku, Urahara Kazuki felt the threat of Hogyoku, which is a very dangerous thing. He tried to destroy Hogyoku, but failed. Precisely because Hogyoku cannot be destroyed, Urahara Kazuki can only seal it. Now, he thought of Hogyoku again, but he was planning to use Hogyoku's power to help the captain and vice-captain who were hollowed. Of course, before that, they had to find a way to rescue them. So, right after they escaped from the Repentance Palace, Urahara Kazuki, Yoruichi, and Chotai Misai went to rescue Hiroko Shinji and others non-stop. In this case, Gosuke Shigure did not help. Urahara Kazuki and the others alone are enough to rescue Hiroko Shinji and others. After that, Shigure learned about it from Kyoraku Shunsui. Urahara Kazuki, Tessai Tsukubishi, and Shihuan Yoruichi joined forces to rescue Hiroko Shinji and others who were about to be executed, and then fled to unknown whereabouts are unknown. Advertisement. Although Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukubishi were only suspects before this, they have not been fully convicted. But this time they first escaped from prison, and then rescued those captains and vice-captains who were polluted by the power of Shu, basically they can be regarded as sinners. On the Soul Society side, Urahara Kazuki, Tessai Tsukubishi and the captains who were hollowed were immediately wanted. Central 46 ordered Gote 13, Beb, to find out the whereabouts of these people. However, Central 46 did not know that such a thing was simply impossible. Earlier, Gote 13 tried to find the whereabouts of the Invisible Empire's quake, but all ended in failure. Gote 13's ability to gather intelligence is not as powerful as imagined. Not to mention, Central 46's decision to execute the captains and vice-captains who were killed by Hollow itself aroused the resistance of many Gote 13 captains. After all, these are the same. Obviously they could still be treated, but in the end they insisted on executing them. Under such a premise, they searched for Urahara Kazuki's whereabouts, but they did not work hard. 13 divisions. The name of the captain's room is Yugantang. It is located on a lake. Jashiro Yukitaki usually recuperates in this kind of place, and occasionally handles some team affairs. As a place to recuperate, the scenery around Yugon Hall is vast and pleasant. At this moment, in the hut, there was a little more alcohol. Gosuke Shigure came here under the leadership of Kyoraku Shunsui. That is to say, suddenly, did it become like this? Jashiro Yukitaki's condition seems to have worsened recently. He didn't go to drink, but looked at Kyoraku Shunsui and Gosuke Shigure who were drinking in front of him, and said helplessly. Although I really don't want to accept it, for the current Gotei 13, it has indeed reached the weakest moment. Kyoraku Shunsui said with a serious expression. The third team captain Odoribashi Rojiro, the fifth team leader Hiroko Shinji, the seventh team leader Love Kawa, the ninth team leader Muguruma Kensai, the second team leader Shihuan Yoruichi, and the 12th team leader Urahara Kazuki. There are 6 Gotei 13 captains, if you count the big Kido chief Tessai Tsukubishi, there are 7 captain-level Shinigami, and the rest of the vice Kido chiefs and several vice captains, needless to say. Advertisement. Lost so many high-end combat power at one time, even in the battle 900 years ago, the loss was not as serious as it is now. When Kyoraku Shunsui said these words, there was actually a sense of self-blame in his words. Because among the vice captains whom he brought along with a word, his vice captain Yadomaru Lisa was included. If he hadn't let Lisa go that day, this kind of thing probably wouldn't have happened. Jashiro Yukitaki heard the sadness in Kyoraku Shunsui's words, and said with some dignity, if you count the captain of the 10th division who died in the line of duty a few years ago and has not yet been filled, the current Gotei 13, truly unprecedented weakness. If the secret Quincy takes the opportunity to make a mess, I don't know if the 10 home guards can fight against it. Not that Jashiro Yukitaki is worrying. Instead, he had personally experienced the power of the Quincy in the spiritual space in the shadow of Seireitei. The group of Quincy's chose to hide, but it was impossible to hide forever. They both harbor a deep hatred for Soul Society. Shinigami and Quincy will have a fight sooner or later. Don't think about it so much, just take a step at a time, Gosuke Shigure comforted Jashiro Yukitaki. Then he turned to Kyoraku Shunsui and said, does the leader of the Beijing band also think that this incident has something to do with Urahara Kazuki? Kyoraku Shunsui was silent for a while when he heard this, and then said, I don't know. While Central 46's claims were made by Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukubishi, Kyoraku Shunsui sees layers of sugar in them. If Urahara Kazuki really did it, he would not be able to save the captains who were hollowed after he escaped from prison. Don't you want your experimental product to be killed like this? If Urahara Kazuki's behavior is understandable, what about Shihuan Yoruichi? As the head of Shihuan, what reason does she have to join forces with Urahara Kazuki, help Urahara Kazuki escape from prison, and follow Urahara Kazuki's way to rebel against the Soul Society? Although there are only Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukubishi in the wanted list of Central 46, as well as the captain and vice captain who were hollowed, there is actually a betrayer outside the wanted list, that is Shihuan Yoruichi. It's just because of her special status that there is no arrest warrant. Chapter 184 Goodbye and Decision. Shihuan Yoruichi is the head of the noble Shihuan family and the captain of the second team. For Central 46, what they care about is not the identity of the captain of the second squad. After all, even the captain is nominally appointed by Central 46, and Gotei 13 is subordinate to Central 46. But Shihuan's identity as the head of the family is not the same. In the past, the 5 great nobles, as the Shiba family was expelled from the ranks of the great nobles, the Ai's family went into hiding, and the Tsunayashiro family encountered changes and gradually declined. Today, only the Kuchiki family and the Shihuan family are in their heyday. Because the head of the Kuchiki family, Kuchiki Yinling, is getting old, the influence of the Kuchiki family is slightly inferior to that of the strong Shihuan family. This is also the case. Yoruichi's betrayal actually threw a big problem to Central 46. Although Central 46 was very curious as to why Yoruichi wanted to help the traitor Urahara Kazuki, due to Yoruichi's identity, he still dared not face it. It issued a wanted warrant. After all, Yoruichi's betrayal is different from that of Tsunayashiro Tokunada. Tsunayashiro Tokunada slaughtered the entire family of Tsunayashiro's head. The evidence of his crime is conclusive and he is an unforgivable villain. And Shihuan Yoruichi just helped Urahara Kazuki, that's all. If he is rashly convicted, it will not be a good thing for the entire noble group. If it is admitted, the Shihuan family, one of the great nobles, betrayed the entire noble group. Doesn't this mean that the entire noble group is wrong? So, as a great noble, Shihuan is the head of the family, will he do such a thing? Of course, Central 46 can't admit their mistakes. After all, they have determined the nature of this hollow incident, identified Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukubishi as the culprits, and have made up their minds to execute the captains who were hollowed. How can we admit that Urahara Kazuki was wrong because of Yoruichi? Naturally it is impossible. So, on the one hand, they issued an arrest warrant for Urahara Kazuki, and on the other hand, they acted in self-deception, turning a deaf ear to Yoruichi's betrayal. However, the more such behavior, the more it seemed to explain to Gotei 13 that the judgment of Central 46 in this case was problematic. Coupled with the trust in Shihuan Yoruichi and the involvement of so many captains, in the hearts of the entire Gotei 13, Urahara Kazuki is not considered a traitor. Of course, for Kyoraku Shunsui, Jashiro Yukitaki and others, there is still a lot of fog behind this incident. Unfortunately, Shihu and Yoruichi, Urahara Kazuki and other parties have disappeared. Advertisement. Even if they want to know the truth, there is no way to ask. Among Kyoraku Shunsui's guesses, it's possible that Gosuke Shigure knows something. After all, in the past, whether Yoruichi or Urahara Kazuki, they had a close relationship with him, and even called him a teacher. Before Yoruichi leaves, there will most likely be something to be said to Gosuke Shigure. Unfortunately, Gosuke Shigure is not willing to reveal too much information. After Yugentang and Jashiro Yukitaki for a while, Lee helped Shigure return to the 11th team. The entire Gotei 13 suffered heavy losses due to this incident, and lost 6 captains at one time. If the 10th Division captain position that was vacant earlier is included, it can be said that most of the captains have been lost. Of course, none of this has much to do with Gosuke Shigure. The 11th team is still operating as usual. In the final analysis, the duty of the 11th team is to be born for fighting. Even if it really came to a critical moment, what the 11th team needs to be responsible for is only the task of fighting. The affairs of the other teams have not yet reached the point where they can be shared by the 11th team. This day is another very special day. Dressed in neat clothes, Gosuke Shigure came to the wilderness of Rukongai. Without waiting for a long time, the space in front suddenly cracked. A figure walked out of it. The visitor was dressed in elegant clothes, and he was also wearing a white haori. The style of the haori was very similar to that of the leader of Gotei 13, but it was a unique costume of the Zero Division. Strictly speaking, whether it is the deadly costume or the Captain Haori, they are all from Gotei 13. And it was the woman in front of me, Shutara Senjumaru, who first borrowed from all of that and promoted it. Asking for flowers. A person who means a lot to Gotei 13. Since Gosuke Shigure and Shutara Senjumaru met that day, they also made an appointment to meet in the future. Advertisement. Although Shutara Senjumaru went to Team 0. But in Team 0, there is such a thing as a Transcendental Gate. The existence of the Transcendental Gate is for the convenience of the members of the Zero Division. With the help of the Transcendental Gate, members of Team 0 can travel to and from the Soul Society and the present world, and take a stroll through the lower realm. Of course, because the Transcendental Gate has a strict time limit, they cannot stay in the Soul Society and the present world for too long. For a long time, when the time is up, it will return by itself. In the wilderness, Gosuke Shigure and Shutara Senjumaru stayed quietly. Gosuke Shigure informed Shutara Senjumaru of what happened in the Soul Society recently. After listening to Gosuke Shigure's narration, Shutara Senjumaru couldn't help feeling emotional. If Gotei 13 loses most of its power, it would indeed be a great accident. But for Shutara Senjumaru, Chowanman really works well. How to get out of the predicament is Gotei 13's own business. In the earliest days, the members of the Zero Division often used Super Fruit Menchiasi. Today, Gotei 13 has vacated the positions of 7 captains at once. It's really a big change. As for why the interval? Of course, it is because the Transcendent Gate also needs to be recharged. After all, it is an old thing. What a new type of Transcendent Gate. Every once in a while, she can have a private meeting with Gosuke Shigure by using the Transcendent Gate Netherworld. Because there is really nothing to talk about in Team Zero's daily life, so Gosuke Shigure is talking more and Shutara Senjumaru is talking. It was Gosuke Shigure's next decision that made her a little concerned. She has not served as the captain of Gotei 13, but she has stayed in Seireitei for many years after all, and knows what the duties of Gotei 13 are. Of course, since she has already gone to Team 0, it is not easy to interfere too much. But over time, because of the time limit, it is considered a tasteless, but few people use it. Chapter 185 Resignation. In front of Shutara Senjumaru, Gosuke Shigure did not hide his next plan. After all, the two know each other well. Gosuke Shigure told Shutara Senjumaru all of his follow-up plans. Is that what you thought? Shutara Senjumaru asked Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure nodded. For the Soul Society, although I am Kenpachi, there is nothing wrong with it, but is the entire Soul Society really indispensable? Not so. If I was a weak person, I would have been easily killed back then, and then replaced. The entire Soul Society, without my existence, will still continue to operate. This time, Gotei 13 has encountered a major change. For the entire Gotei 13, it is unprecedented to lose 6 captains at once. It also made Gotei 13 fall into a deep predicament in 083. But similarly, this incident also made me see something clearly. 17. I may not be suitable to be the captain. The title of Kenpachi is still too heavy for me, and I don't have the ability to bear this title. If I really made up my mind to bear the name of Kenpachi, this time, it is absolutely impossible for this kind of thing to happen, and it should be the germination of all dangers that appeared, and I was directly cut off with the knife in my hand. Gosuke Shigure is a person who is very good at hiding his true inner thoughts. He also rarely takes the initiative to bring up his inner thoughts in front of others. But at this moment, in front of Shutara Senjumaru, he had no intention of hiding anything, and directly expressed his truest thoughts. If it's your decision, then you just follow your heart. Shutara Senjumaru supported Gosuke Shigure's idea. A long time ago, you were a person who longed for freedom, but because you were born in the noble family of Tsunayashiro, so the so-called freedom is destined to have nothing to do with you. In this life, you are the captain of Gote 13, even if you live again lazy, but the duty of the captain still brings you another heavy bondage. If you don't think you're fit enough to be the captain of Gote 13 anymore, it seems like a good idea to retire. Shudora Senju Maru deserves to be the person who knows Gosuke Shigure best and knows what Gosuke Shigure really thinks. After hearing these words, Gosuke Shigure also nodded slightly. Advertisement. The opening time of the Transcendental Gate was not too long, and Shutara Senjumaru had to return to the Shueifan team because the time for the Transcendental Gate was up. Gosuke Shigure returned to the 11th team, was silent for a while, and began to write a letter of resignation. The next day, he came to the captain and handed his resignation letter to the captain of Yamamoto. After reading Gosuke Shigure's letter of resignation, Captain Yamamoto looked unusually serious. Captain Gosuke, do you know what you're doing? Gosuke Shigure said. I know exactly what I'm doing, and it's because I've been through so much that I made this decision. Captain Yamamoto said. Then you know, for the entire Gote 13, it is an unprecedented critical moment. That accident caused us to lose 6 captains at once. Counting, that's 7 captains. It is already very difficult to maintain the operation of Gote 13 with the remaining 6 captains alone. Under such circumstances, you are actually planning to resign. Aren't you clear about our current predicament? Gosuke Shigure. Of course I understand the predicament of Gote 13 right now. So, before resigning, I have already thought about my successor. Captain Yamamoto looked at Gosuke Shigure with some surprise. Gosuke Shigure said in a deep voice, Zaraki, enough to be the new Kenpachi. Over the years, as the vice captain of the 11th squad, whenever he has a combat mission, he takes the lead to fight. In comparison, as the captain, I hide in the rear more often and rarely take action. Compared to me, the captain who bears the name of Kenpachi, Zaraki, is actually more qualified to be a Kenpachi, the real Zaraki Kenpachi. After hearing Gosuke Shigure's words, Captain Yamamoto's tone softened a little, and he did not refute Gosuke Shigure's words, but agreed. His words are indeed qualified to be Kenpachi. After sighing, Captain Yamamoto asked Gosuke Shigure, why now? Advertisement. Captain Yamamoto disagreed with Gosuke Shigure's words. Isn't it okay after a while? Because he believes in his own power, even if there are any villains who dare to do wrong things, the first thing they need to face is the hot, oldest 3.9 and strongest Zanpakuto in his hand. Gosuke Shigure knows the character of Captain Yamamoto. On the surface, he is stubborn and pedantic, but judging from the behavior in the original book, he is not a person who does not know how to adapt. Gosuke Shigure said in a deep voice, the matter of resignation is the answer I have thought about for a long time. Gosuke Shigure expressed his thoughts to Captain Yamamoto. The identity of Gote 13 is too conspicuous. He is always on the bright side. It is very difficult to deal with the enemies hidden in the dark. There is only one way to deal with the enemies in the dark. Acting rashly will cause unnecessary trouble. His tone became extremely serious. The captain should know that this world is not as peaceful as it seems on the surface, whether it is the spirit space we discovered at the beginning, the existence of the Quincy Master, or this accident, it's all revealed. Just because of being in this position, many things must be done with caution. But Gosuke Shigure is not a stunned young man, and has served as the captain of Gote 13 for many years. What he meant was to let Gosuke Shigure continue to speak, to see if he could be successfully persuaded. Captain Yamamoto's expression also became serious. What do you want to say? You can resign after all captain vacancies in Gote 13 are filled. That is, you also turn into the Dark King. Quote. Acting has its own set of rules. Gosuke Shigure said. I just feel that Gote 13 alone is not enough to protect the world. Sooner or later, there will be dangerous elements that can break the existing balance. Although the captain of Yamamoto is much older than Gosuke Shigure, he can't blame Gosuke Shigure as a senior. Song continued. Gosuke Shigure. Continue to talk about the lower level. Chapter 186. The new Kenpachi. On this day, Gosuke Shigure and Captain Yamamoto chatted a lot in the office of the first team captain. Because the spiritual space in the shadow of Seireitei was discovered prematurely, all the Quincies in it were forced to move. Now there is no need to worry about being watched within the range of Seireitei, so Gosuke Shigure can talk to Captain Yamamoto about things that he could not normally say. During this period, he mentioned the butcher's knife against the K Division Army 100 years ago. That incident, because of the extremely close personal relationship between Gosuke Shigure and Shudara Senjumaru, was also able to know some secrets. The cause is that 100 years ago, Ikibe Hyasube saw a glimpse of the future. It coincided with the change of the Spirit King. So there was Kilin Temple Tenshiro, who ordered Gote 13 to solve the problem of destroying the Quincy, and then invited Shutara Senjumaru to the Zero Division. The reason why Gosuke Shigure mentioned this matter in front of Captain Yamamoto was to warn Captain Yamamoto. The surviving Quincy Masters in the spiritual space have shown that the threat of Quincy Masters has never been eradicated. 100 years ago, the Quincy Master in this world was not the root of all disasters. The group of Quincies that have been traced so far are the real hidden dangers. The monk's prophecy is very likely to be true. Now, the tragic encounter of the captains with Hollow shows that besides the threat of the Quincy, there is another undercurrent lurking, and the hidden enemy is not only the Quincy. Captain, I wonder if you are ready for the battle. After saying these words, Gosuke Shigure left the first team. Captain Yamamoto looked at the direction where Gosuke Shigure was leaving, and couldn't help but clench the crutch in his hand. Inside his walking stick, hidden is his Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka. Gosuke Shigure's words made it difficult for him to calm down. 11 Team. The team members are known for their bravery and skill in combat. Usually, when there are combat missions, everyone is proud of fighting for the first place, but when there are no combat missions, Shinigami, the 11th squad, prefers to compete in the squad. The current king of the competition is naturally the vice-captain Zaraki. Except for the battle with the captain, who did not know whether to win or lose, he was invincible in the face of all the challenges of the chief executive. Later, after Tsunayashiro Rihanna joined the 11th team, she once played the name of the Flower of Evil. Of course, she was still Zaraki's opponent. Advertisement. Madarame Makaku and Ayasagawa Yumachika, who joined the 11th team later, are also fighting madmen. In comparison, Gosuke Shigure, the captain of the 11th team, usually likes to drink tea and doesn't like to fight, so he is truly different. Today, Gosuke Shigure walked to the 11th team's training ground. On the training ground, Zaraki was fighting with Madarame Makaku, and Madarame Makaku was obviously at a disadvantage, but even so, he didn't have any intention of backing down, and brazenly waved the knife in his hand, fighting with Zaraki. The arrival of Gosuke Shigure also attracted the attention of some 11th team Shinigami, but they didn't take it seriously. According to the captain's past style, he doesn't care much about this kind of discussion, and he will leave here after a few glances at most. However, this time Tien Ping was somewhat surprised. Gosuke Shigure watched the fight from the sidelines. It didn't take long for Madarame Makaku to lose. As the winner of this sparring, Zaraki proudly stood in the ring. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Zaraki, let's spar. After hearing the voice, many Shinigami from the 3rd division all looked at the speaker in surprise. Only because, it was their captain, Gosuke Shigure, who said those words. Tsunayashiro Rihanna was wearing a Death Tyrant outfit, holding a knife in her hand, and looked at Gosuke Shigure and Zaraki with great interest. Interesting. Since she met Gosuke Shigure has always looked loose. In the past, he refused to compete with any team members. What's going on today? I'm suddenly ready to compete with Zaraki. Hearing this, Zaraki felt a strong desire to fight, no matter what the reason was. It was because he lost to Gosuke Shigure that year, and Gosuke Shigure said that there are many masters in Gote 13, so he joined the 11th team. However, after joining the 11th team, whenever he invited Gosuke Shigure to fight, he was always rejected by Gosuke Shigure, which naturally made Zaraki very upset. But he couldn't say anything. Unexpectedly, Gosuke Shigure would take the initiative to fight him today. Captain, let's have a good fight. Advertisement. Zaraki grinned, raising the Zanpakuto in his hand. Not far away, Kusajishi Yakiru even cheered for Zaraki. Ajien, come on. Gosuke Shigure smiled lightly and ignored them. Holding the Zanpakuto, he stepped into the ring and had a fight with Gengsun. This battle ended very quickly. Compared to the fight between Zaraki and Madarame Makaku, it ended incredibly quickly. Gosuke Shigure's fighting style is very clumsy. But with 3 or 2 moves, he lost to Zaraki. When Zaraki's knife rested on Gosuke Shigure's neck, not only the Shinigami of the 11th team showed disbelief, but even Zaraki was unbelievable 770. When did it happen when you were helping? Or, did you become stronger? Obviously when Gosuke Shigure fought him back then, it wasn't like this. How so? Many Shinigami of the 11th team could not accept such a result. Admittedly, Vice-Captain Zaraki is strong. But judging from the fact that Zaraki is only the vice-captain and Gosuke Shigure is the captain, it is obvious that Gosuke Shigure is stronger. Aceto, who returned from Hueco Mundo, raised his eyebrows slightly. From this battle, he tasted some unusual meanings. Gosuke Shigure didn't care about the opinions of the Shinigami from the 11th team, but just said to Zaraki, Zaraki, you are really strong. Even I am no longer your opponent. Zaraki put away Zanpakuto, raised his eyebrows slightly. What do you mean? Others don't know what's going on in this battle, but he still doesn't know. Gosuke Shigure didn't use his full strength at all. Gosuke Shigure didn't answer Zaraki's question, but said with a smile, according to the rules of our 11th team, only those who beat the contemporary captain can become the new Kenpachi. Now, in front of many soldiers, you have defeated me. From now on, you will be the new sword. Chapter 187 Unseemly Exit. From now on, you are the new Kenpachi. Gosuke Shigure's words echoed in the 11th team building. No one thought that an ordinary discussion would be related to the replacement of Kenpachi. It is true that in the minds of many Shinigami members of the 11th squad, the vice-captain Zaraki is extremely powerful. Whenever there is a battle, he is the first to rush forward. But the captain of Team 11 is Gosuke Shigure after all. As a result, today, Gosuke Shigure directly said that Zaraki is the new Kenpachi. He hastily lost his position as the captain of the first team. Captain, are you drunk? After being shocked for a long time, Tsunayashiro Rihanna spoke first and asked Gosuke Shigure. For her, Insuke Shigure is the benefactor of the entire Tsunayashiro family. It was because of Gosuke Shigure, the criminal Tsunayashiro Tokunada, that he was executed. It is also for this reason that after Mao graduated, she chose to join the 11th team. Because only the 11th squad, which is a combat team, has the channel to give her to become stronger. The rest of the team also looked at Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure used to like to drink when he had nothing to do, and he might really be drunk. Gosuke Shigure shook his head to meet everyone's gaze. Drunk. I'm not drunk. I mean it. Compared to my incompetent captain, Zaraki is undoubtedly more qualified to serve as Kenpachi. He beat me earlier and has shown he has what it takes to be Kenpachi. The title of the 10th generation Kenpachi must belong to him. No matter what the Shinigami of Team 11 think, Gosuke Shigure's meaning is clear. That is, ceding the Kenpachi name to something bigger. Moreover, he has already found a good reason. That is, lost to Zaraki in a frontal battle. At first, Shinigami of Team 11 thought Gosuke Shigure was joking. But not long. Advertisement. The captain of the first team personally came to the 11th team and announced the replacement of Kenpachi. Many Shinigami members of the 11th squad were astonished. Gosuke Shigure, actually playing for real. How could Kenpachi, the captain of the 11th squad, be given over to Zaraki because of a child's play? Captain, why are you doing this? Tsuneyashiro Ayana found Gosuke Shigure and asked Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure laughed. There are some things you just don't understand. Wait until you become stronger before you are qualified to know the truth. Tsuneyashiro Ayana raised her eyebrows slightly. Gosuke Shigure said again. From now on, Zaraki will be your captain. I hope you can assist him and make the 11th team stronger. As for me, it's already passed. After talking to Tsuneyashiro Ayana for a while, Gosuke Shigure issued an eviction order. Afterwards, some Shinigami from other teams came to visit Gosuke Shigure one after another. They all have the same purpose, just don't understand why Gosuke Shigure gave up Kenpachi's position to Zaraki. Although in the past, they also criticized Gosuke Shigure as Kenpachi, but when fighting, they did not take the lead, always hiding in the rear, and even handed over the combat tasks to Zaraki. But Gosuke Shigure has been Kenpachi for that long anyway. There are 100 years. There are not many captains in the history of Gote 13. Gosuke Shigure can obviously continue to serve if he wants to. It's not like he doesn't have such strength. However, he chose to lose to Zaraki in the duel. If it was an extremely fierce and tragic battle, it would be fine, but that battle, no matter how you look at it, was such a child's play. This made the Shinigami of the 11th team even more confused. And for these doubters, Gosuke Shigure did not explain much. He has only one sentence. That is, the current Zaraki is Kenpachi and the captain of the 11th team. This is something that the captain has already confirmed when he came to the 11th team. Advertisement. Myself is already in the past tense. Although he is very happy that everyone respects him as the former captain, he still hopes that the members of the fan team can assist Zaraki and make the 11th team bigger and stronger together. In the following time, Gosuke Shigure handed over all the important tasks within the fan team to the bigger team. Take off the Haori that originally belonged to the captain. Officially retired from the position of captain of Gote 13. In an earlier turmoil, several captains and vice-captains of the entire Gote 13 were killed by Hollow. Opened the ghoul. The entire Soul Society lost 6 captains and several vice-captains at once. These vacant positions have not yet been filled. Now there is another Kenpachi replacement in the 11th team. Moreover, Kenpachi, Gosuke Shigure, stepped down from the position of the captain of the 11th team in a way that can be called a laughingstock, which made the entire Shinigami of Gote 13 feel more and more troubled. They couldn't understand many things. Just don't understand. Gosuke Shigure is wearing a black death suit, which means that he is no longer the captain of Gote 13. At the same time, it was also because he had retired from the position of captain. There is no place for him in the current Gote 13, he is a retiree. After all, he once served as the captain, and it is impossible to go to Gote 13 to take up other positions after retiring as the captain. That was demotion, and it was unacceptable for any Shinigami who had served as captain. He, Mano Zhao, knows that because of resigning from Kenpachi's position, he has become a laughingstock wife. And many Shinigami don't understand why. However, he didn't bother to explain too much. Could it be that he would say that although the captain's position seems to be glamorous, it is actually very popular, and continuing to stay in the position of the captain of Gote 13 is not conducive to certain plans. In comparison, Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi were forced to leave Soul Society for some reason, which actually made them variables in the true sense. In the original book, it is precisely because they are variables that do not exist in Gote 13 that various plans can be made to save the Soul Society. And for Gosuke Shigure, as long as he's captain of Gote 13 for a day, many existences will put their eyes on him. Only now, from the position of captain, can he prepare for the future battle without any scruples. Chapter 188 Life After Retirement. I really didn't expect that you would step down from the captain's position in such a way. After Gosuke Shigure stepped down from the captaincy, many people watched Gosuke Shigure. Among them, Shinigami of the 11th team simply did not understand why Gosuke Shigure stepped down as Kenpachi and handed over the captain's position to Zaraki. And for some who are familiar with Gosuke Shigure, the difficulty is over. Right now, Gosuke Shigure is no longer the captain, and the captain's position has been handed over to Zaraki, who is the new Kenpachi. It doesn't make any sense to talk about this now. Hiroku Shunsui is more concerned about the way Gosuke Shigure chose to resign than why Gosuke Shigure gave up as captain. Too many things have happened recently, and I can be regarded as watching some things. Quote. Gosuke Shigure didn't mean to joke with Kyoraku Shunsui, but just talked about his choice in a calm tone. So, would you rather make yourself a laughingstock than give up the Kenpachi name? In the eyes of many, Gosuke Shigure's resignation from Kenpachi's position is closer to a joke. Although Kenpachi's succession ceremony 583 is a very special one among all the captain's succession ceremonies of Gotei 13. The Kenpachi is not selected through the regular captain assessment, but the new Kenpachi is determined by defeating the previous Kenpachi. However, the previous Kenpachi handovers all ended with the death of the previous Kenpachi. That kind of battle is extremely bloody and cruel. And Gosuke Shigure's handover of Kenpachi's position this time is really too child's play. It's just an ordinary exchange. Among them, there is not too much blood and cruelty. It's Gosuke Shigure stepping into the ring, fighting Zaraki, and throwing in the towel. When did Kenpachi's handover become so easy? You know, when Kenpachi, the Mole City, replaced Takuyashiki, an extremely tragic battle broke out. Kyoraku Shunsui was the witness of that battle. Advertisement. It was precisely because he witnessed that battle that he became more and more confused. A laughing stock. I don't think I'm a laughing stock. Gosuke Shigure was very open-minded, he said lightly. The position of Kenpachi itself is reserved for stronger players, although my loss to Zaraki made it difficult for many people to accept. But who knows, if life and death are a contest, I will definitely win. Shaw. Kyoraku Shunsui frowned slightly. Zaraki was strong, he knew it well. After all, Gosuke Shigure was really incompetent when he served as Kenpachi. The internal combat tasks are all handled by the bigger ones. But on the other hand, why is Gosuke Shigure weak? But if the two were really going to compete, Kyoraku Shunsui really couldn't tell who would win. Many thoughts flashed through Kyoraku Shunsui's mind, and he said to Gosuke Shigure, although this is your choice, I really feel a little regretful and uncomfortable. What's the pain? Kyoraku Shunsui said. When Urahara Kazuki took office, I also discussed with Jashiro that among the Gotei 13, there are only a handful of Shinigami who have served as captains for more than 100 years. Originally, you and Hiroko have served as the captain for almost 100 years. As a result, Hiroko had an accident first. Now you have taken the initiative to remove the captain's position. Obviously you can continue to be in charge. Gosuke Shigure said with a smile. Perhaps it is because I have been in the captain's position for so many years that I have just given birth to the idea of retiring early. Although when you are the captain, you can leave things to your adjutants and go lazy by yourself, but since you are the captain, you still have to bear some responsibilities and obligations, which is nothing compared to life after retirement. You don't have to bear any responsibilities and obligations at all, you can drink beeg, wine if you want, and you can do whatever you want. Kyoraku Shunsui hastily interrupted Gosuke Shigure's words, stop talking, if you keep talking, I want to retire too. Hehe. Gosuke Shigure smiled. Although Kyoraku Shunsui said so, he doesn't think Kyoraku Shunsui will retire. Advertisement. If we talk about the most lazy captain of Gotei 13, then Kyoraku Shunsui is definitely on the list, but if we talk about who can be reliable in a dangerous moment, Kyoraku Shunsui is also on the list. This is a man who can trust his back to his heart's content. Seeing Gosuke Shigure laugh, Kyoraku Shunsui asked again, now that it's a fact that you stepped down as captain, and now Zaraki is the new Kenpachi, let's talk about something else. Now those team affairs can only be handled by himself. Have you thought about what to do when you retire? Kyoraku Shunsui is really busy right now. In the past, Yadomaru Lisa helped handle the team affairs of the 8th Division. But for Kyoraku Shunsui, losing Yadomaru Lisa is like losing his most powerful assistant. In the past, he was used to being lazy, but suddenly, he became so busy, and he was really not used to it. Although the 8th Division is much better than the 9th Division, the 9th Division has lost the captain, vice captain and many seats at once. This is really too much hatred. Well, I haven't thought about it yet. Gosuke Shigure pondered for a while and said, say, how about I open a tavern? Because of the earlier disappearance of the soul, he lost his vice captain, Yadomaru Lisa. After saying this, his tone changed again, appearing extremely free and easy. Of course, it doesn't matter even if you can't think of what to do for a while. Anyway, I have already retired, and now I have plenty of time. Gosuke Shigure became silent again. That's true. Although it doesn't matter to me whether I have money or not. After all, I have been the captain for so many years and I have some family money. But if it keeps losing money, it doesn't matter if this tavern doesn't open. Unlike Gosuke Shigure who has retired and has found a successor. Don't say anything else, let's just say that he came here today to chat with Gosuke Shigure, which is the time he squeezed out, and he will return to the team to deal with team affairs later. Kyoraku Shunsui said, it sounds like a good idea. Thinking about it this way, I am more and more envious of Gosuke Shigure. However, there seem to be quite a few taverns in Seireitei. Even if you have served as Kenpachi, if the quality of the drinks is not good, it is still difficult to make money. All of you can go to my place to drink. In the 11th team, there are many people who are good at drinking. It seems that it is not bad to open a tavern. Chapter 189 Gotei 13 Dilemma. Gosuke Shigure ended up not opening a tavern anyway. Not to mention that taverns are a popular industry in Seireitei, and the pressure of competition is high, but people come and go. For him who likes to be quiet, he doesn't like it very much. After all, he wasn't doing it to make money. As for what to do, He has already thought about it. After Urahara Kazuki has gained a firm foothold in the present world, he will find a way to open a grocery store. The source of goods for the grocery store comes directly from Urahara Kazuki in the present world. In the original book, the business of Urahara Kazuki's shop is not very good, but he often has new inventions, which shows that he himself is a person who is unwilling to be lonely. As the saying goes, it is better to be happy alone than to be happy together. Urahara Kazuki has a new invention, but due to his identity, he can only keep his name anonymous and it is not easy to sell it to the outside world. Gosuke Shigure, on the other hand, has no such concerns at all. You can be a second-hand dealer and sell Urahara Kazuki's things to Soul Society. Wouldn't it be great to share the money earned by then? Of course, Gosuke Shigure is that 7. After all, Urahara Kazuki is a wanted criminal, and selling his things is risky. Of course, this is all after that. And after Gosuke Shigure resigned as the captain of the 11th team and gave up Kenpachi's position to Zaraki. Before Gote 13, the most important problem is how to fill those vacant captain positions. The 11th team, of course, don't have to worry about it. Although Gosuke Shigure has retired, he has arranged everything properly. His successor, Zaraki Kenpachi, is an extremely powerful Shinigami. Ryutsu has fully lived up to the name of Kenpachi. On the other hand, the rest of the team has yet to find a suitable successor. First of all, the second team. The second team is a secret operation, and it has always been in charge of the Shihuan family. The previous captain, Shihuan Kongshin, was a top powerhouse in the famous Soul Society, known as Flash Goddess. Now Shihuan Yoruichi has left Soul Society. How to choose the captain of the second team? Advertisement. Shihuan Yoruichi does have a younger brother, named Shihuan Chishiro, but the other party is still too young, and Shendu is not currently in a row. Naturally, it is impossible for him to be the captain of the second team. But it's not a problem to leave it empty like this. Fortunately, at this time, Shihuan Kuchin, who had retired, gave Captain Yamamoto a suggestion. A suitable candidate can be selected from the nobles attached to the Shihuan family to serve as the captain of the second division. This proposal seems incredible, but it seems to be the most appropriate way at the moment. After all, Shihuan's family has no suitable candidates. And those small and medium nobles attached to the Shihuan family in the era, and the members from generation to generation are the main force of the criminal army. Their loyalty to the Shihuan family is beyond doubt. If a suitable candidate can be selected from them, when Shihuan Chishiro grows up after getting up, it seems to be okay to hand over the position of captain of the second division to the Shihuan family. The vacancy of the second team, because of Shihuan Kongshin's words, temporarily found a solution, and the next step is to find suitable people. The rest of the teams are still very troublesome. After all, there are too many captain positions vacated this time. The captain of the third team, Odoribashi Rojiro, was able to become the captain because the previous captain retired. He took office a year or two earlier than Urahara Kazuki. And it took a lot of time to find the right candidate, Odoribashi Rojiro. Right now, Odoribashi Rojiro has stepped down from the captain position, and it is not so easy to find a suitable candidate in a short period of time. Then came the 5th division. Hiroko Shinji is a very old captain. During his tenure, he achieved quite a lot. The 5th team is quite easy to solve. After all, Hiroko Shinji has been in office for a long time. Among the team, there are many strong enough to replace him. At the beginning, he was slandered by Urahara Kazuki, and he was the murderer who planned everything in the dark. Later, after the investigation of the 46 chambers, Aizen had no problems. But on the other hand, there is obviously a reason why Aizen Sosuke was slandered by Urahara Kazuki. He is strong enough to be the captain. Asking for flowers. After Yamamoto's captain decided, he conducted a captain's assessment on Aizen. At this very moment, it is an excellent thing to be able to fill any vacancy. Regarding the issue of the 5th division, Captain Yamamoto had a problem in his mind. Then there was the question of the 7th division. Advertisement. The 7th squad is the inner court guard, and it is the squad responsible for assisting the 1st squad to quell the rebellion. The captain must be a person who is loyal to Gote 13. Former Captain Love Aikawa, outstanding strength. Now, in the 7th division, is there anyone who can take on the big responsibility? This is also a question that needs to be considered. In the case of the 8th division, although they lost a vice captain, the captain Kyoraku Shunsui is still there. The captain Yamamoto is very convinced of Kyoraku Shunsui's ability, so the 8th division can skip it directly. 0. The problem came to the 9th squad. Team 9 was the team responsible for investigating the disappearance of souls that day. The entire team, in addition to Captain Muguruma Kensai, Vice Captain Kuna Mashiro, and many officers also participated in that operation. The result was misfortune. Many officers were wiped out, and the captain and vice captain were also killed by Hollow. In the entire team, the elite forces can be said to have been wiped out. Today, the highest position in the fan team is the 5th seat Tusen Kanami. And Tusen Kanami is still alive, it is also a coincidence. On the day when the incident happened, because he was not feeling well, he stayed in the team and did not participate in that operation, which made him survive by luck. Gosuke Shigure has also heard about this matter. Ordinary people only lament the huge 9th division, and it is really sad that all the elite sacrificed. And he thought of a lot. Tusen Kanami, is it like in the original book that the stock effect is under the siege of Aizen? What I said at the beginning didn't have any influence on Tsusankanami. If so, I can only kill you in a big battle in the future. Those who are obsessed with obsession and go astray will be hard to save. This is Gosuke Shigure's exclamation after knowing about Tsusankanami. When he said this, in his words, there was a deep hatred of iron not being steel. Chapter 190 Sui Feng's request. Captain Yamamoto naturally didn't know how much Gosuke Shigure valued Team 9. For him, the current 9th division is the one that most needs to be rebuilt. Fan Team Elite almost wiped out. Even if the 5th seat Tsusankanami is still alive, what is the use of a 5-seater? The most important thing right now is to quickly recruit talents. Although the meaning of the existence of the 3rd team is to serve as a backup for the other teams, after the other teams lose most of their players due to accidents, some players can be directly transferred from the 3rd team to other teams to fill the vacancies. But right now the situation of the 3rd team itself is not very good, the position of captain is vacant, so it doesn't matter where the 9th team is. Captain Yamamoto only hopes that some real geniuses will emerge from the Spiritual Arts Academy in the past few years to make up for the loss of the 9th team. After the 9th division, there is the 10th division. 20-0. The captain of the 10th division died in the line of duty a long time ago, and his death has nothing to do with the disappearance of the soul. But it is undeniable that the position of captain of the 10th team is still vacant. This is also a problem that needs to be solved urgently. However, as for the candidate for the captain of the 10th squad, Captain Yamamoto, he already has a suitable person in mind. Next, it is necessary to visit the captain and ask the other party to take the position of the captain. Today, the 5 nobles who once ranked at the top of many nobles have also declined one after another. The Kuchiki family is supported by the old man Kuchiki Yinling. Major changes have taken place in the Tsunayashiro family, and the current head of the family is just a little girl. The Ai's family went into hiding by themselves. The head of the Shihuan family, Shihuan Yoruichi, also left the Soul Society, which led to the appointment of the captain of the 2nd team, and had to change the rules. The Shiba family has been away from Seireitei for too long. It's time to come back. After the 10th team, the 11th team, needless to say. Although there was also a captain change. But it was all carried out within the original rules of the 11th team. Because Gosuke Shigure lost to Zaraki in the battle, he gave the name of Kenpachi to Zaraki. This behavior did not affect the 11th team. It doesn't matter if you don't talk about the operation of the team. The problem came to the 12th team. Although the 12th division is better than the 9th division, which is almost completely wiped out. But it didn't get any better. Advertisement. Vice Captain Tsurugaki Hiyori was brutally murdered by Hollow, and Captain Urahara Kazuki was found to be the culprit of everything and was forced to flee Soul Society. Same as Team 9. The captain and vice captain positions of the 12th squad are all vacant. It doesn't matter what the deputy captain says, he is the captain's assistant, as long as he has some ability, he can take the role. But only the captain is different. Not everyone can be the captain, and the captain of the 12th squad is even more different. The team is a technical team, and the team must be a talent who understands technology. Urahara Kazuki inherited Hikafuna Kiryu's mantle. After becoming the captain of the 12th division, he made great efforts and reorganized the original Seireitei Research Institute into the Technology Development Bureau. Over the years, the Technology Development Bureau has indeed made a lot of achievements. Not to mention, it was Urahara Kazuki who discovered the spirit subspace back then. Such a person, if nothing else, will become the mainstay of Gotei 13 in the future. As a result, an accident happened. Urahara Kazuki became a traitor. Now that Urahara Kazuki is gone, how will the 12th division continue to operate? Is the Technology Development Bureau, which has only been established for a few years, closed like this? Captain Yamamoto finally thought of someone. Deputy Director of the Technology Development Bureau, Kurosaki Mayuri. When Hikafuna Kiryu was promoted to Team 0 that day, he asked many captains to recommend suitable candidates to participate in the captain assessment, so as to select the captain of Team 12. Among them, the one recommended by Gosuke Shigure is Kuritsuchi Mayuri. But the final choice was Urahara Kazuki recommended by Shihuan Yoruichi. But Kuritsuchi Mayuri is indeed a rare talent. After Urahara Kazuki became the captain of the 12th division and established the Technology Development Bureau, the first thing he did was to bring Kuritsuchi Mayuri out of the maggot nest and entrust him with a heavy responsibility. As far as technology is concerned, Kuritsuchi Mayuri can become the deputy director of the Technology Development Bureau, and his ability is absolutely beyond doubt. Now, the only thing Captain Yamamoto cares about is his strength. Whether he has the strength to be the captain. If anything, Captain Yamamoto wouldn't mind reusing Kuritsuchi Mayuri at this critical moment. Gosuke Shigure was not involved in the captain's appointment. After all, he doesn't exist in the original book. Gotei 13 is running perfectly. Advertisement. After retiring, he found a house among the Seireitei. After all, the current him is no longer the Shinigami weaved by Gotei 13, so naturally he can live in the team house of the first team. The newly found house was found by Tsunayashiro Rihanna for him. Located in the bustling area of Noble Street, very close to Tsunayashiro's house. Some careful thoughts about Tsunayashiro Rihanna, Gosuke Shigure certainly knows. Although he is no longer the captain of the 11th team, he is no longer Kenpachi. But after all, the strength is still there. He is still strong enough to make the Tsunayashiro family befriend. Gosuke Shigure did not reject Tsunayashiro Rihanna's kindness either. After all, if he was asked to find a house by himself, it would be impossible for him to find a house with such a good location. The house has a huge courtyard. When Gosuke Shigure moved in, the vegetation in the courtyard was already extremely lush, but he didn't mean to trim it. It's good to keep the house in its original state. Moving a chair, he sat in the courtyard, basking in the sun. Although after retirement, you can devote all your energy to preparing for a rainy day. But not in such a hurry. Right now, it is 100 years before the so-called plot begins. Now, it is better to enjoy some retirement life first. But even Gosuke Shigure didn't expect that not long after he retired, the fifth visitor came here. A short-haired woman in a deadly costume came to the door nervously. Finally, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Gosuke Shigure's voice came from inside. Ever since, the woman opened the door and entered. Finally came to Gosuke Shigure, Captain Gosuke. I'm not the captain of Gote 13 anymore, don't call me that. Gosuke Shigure said to the woman with a gentle expression. Master Gosuke. The woman decisively changed her address. Gosuke Shigure did not correct the woman's address, but asked her, You came to see me, what's the matter? A tangled look appeared on the face of the woman named Sui Feng, but she finally made up her mind. I want to ask Master Gosuke to give me special training. Chapter 191. The so-called obsession. Special training. Gosuke Shigure looked at Sui Feng in front of him with some surprise. He is certainly no stranger to Sui Feng. In the original book, the captain of the second team has a firm personality and is occasionally a little arrogant. When he was watching anime, he liked the role of Sui Feng. After the rebirth of this world, because of his relationship with Yoruichi, Gosuke Shigure also had some dealings with Sui Feng. Of course, I haven't gotten to know Yoruichi to that degree yet. But it can be regarded as being able to speak. Sui Feng said in a deep voice, that's right. I know it's a bit abrupt, but as Yoruichi-sama and that person's teacher, Gosuke-sama has personally taught them, and he himself has served as the captain for 100 years, so he is extremely powerful. I want to be the new captain of the second team, but I'm not sure if I can pass the captain's test. So, I want to ask Gosuke-sama to give me special training. After Sui Feng clarified the reason for coming here, he asked Gosuke Shigure very sincerely, Master Gosuke, please. Gosuke Shigure laughed 16 and said, You're really good at thinking, and you actually found me here. That's right, I did teach Yoruichi and Kazuki back then, and I can be regarded as their teacher, but you also know that now I have retired from the captain's position, and now I am just a retired old man, and, if you have no relatives and no reason before, why should I help you? Sui Feng's expression suddenly became lost. Indeed, Gosuke Shigure was right. With no family or reason, why should Gosuke Shigure help her? However, at this time, she really had no choice. Yoruichi-sama left the Soul Society because of the traitor Urahara Kazuki. This is a betrayal of the second team and the entire Shihuan family. Master Shihuan Kongshin is very old, and it is obviously impossible to appear to lead Shihuan's family again. To protect the honor of the Shihuan family, we can only rely on these small and medium-sized nobles who are attached to the Shihuan family and serve the Shihuan family. Lord Shihuan Kongshin also summoned them, spoke about this matter, and asked them to do so. This is why the captain of the second team will be selected from among them, instead of having to be inherited by the Shihuan family. Sui Feng is the youngest child of the Feng family, and several of her big brothers are Xingjun, and because of Xingjun's mission, they died in the line of duty one after another. Advertisement. When she was very young, she was taught by her grandmother that she must become a Xingjun, otherwise, she would be exiled. It is the duty of the B family to protect the Shihuan family. Sui Feng has been doing this as a lifelong pursuit. Later, she successfully joined the criminal army, and even inherited her grandmother's name, Sui Feng. The first time she met Master Yoruichi, she firmly remembered the appearance of Master Yoruichi, and became Master Yoruichi's personal guard. Master Yoruichi treats her very well, treating her like a younger sister. Such behavior made Sui Feng's determination to protect Yoruichi even stronger. However, she never imagined that one day, Yoruichi would choose to abandon everything and leave Soul Bean for a traitor. Sui Feng was very uncomfortable. She wanted to capture Yoruichi who escaped from Soul Society, but she didn't forget her duty to guard Shihuan's house. Ever since, after Shihuan Kongshin made a request to many small and medium nobles attached to Shihuan's family, Sui Feng silently strengthened his determination. Be sure to become the captain of the second division, protect everything about Lord Yoruichi, and protect Shihuan's house. Since the original Urahara Kazuki could pass the captain's assessment and become the captain of the 12th division, then she must be able to too. But that being said, before deciding to participate in the captain's assessment, Sui Feng still didn't have much confidence. Can she really pass the captain's assessment and become the captain of the second team? She once went to search for Shihuan Kongshin in private, and asked such a question to Shihuan Kongshin who was already very old. Shihuan Kongshin did not give an affirmative answer, but only said that if you really made up your mind, you can try to find someone to help. So, Sui Feng came to Gosuke Shigure. Of course, in front of Gosuke Shigure, she didn't mention that it was Shihuan Kongshin who asked her to come here. At this moment, after hearing the question from Gosuke Shigure, Sui Feng looked lost, and was silent for a long time. After a long time, she gave the answer, I want to find Master Yoruichi, and I want to protect Shihuan's house. Gosuke-sama, please help me. She made a request to Gosuke Shigure again. Advertisement. Even though Gosuke Shigure had no reason to help her, even so, she still wanted help. Gosuke Shigure's eyes flickered and landed on Sui Feng, and said calmly, although you still haven't given me a suitable reason, I have to say that your decisive attitude really touched me. I can help you with special training for a period of time. But whether you can pass the captain's assessment depends on yourself. After Sui Feng heard Gosuke Shigure's words, he was taken aback for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. Thank you, Gosuke-sama. Gosuke Shigure smiled, and said again, today, it's getting late, so you can come to me tomorrow. Sui Feng followed closely behind Gosuke Shigure. That's right, it's the hill of Sokyoku. Gosuke Shigure answered Sui Feng's question, and while talking, he said to himself, I don't know if that place can still be used after so many years, if not, you can only change the training ground. Gosuke Shigure said something to Sui Feng. After all, although Gosuke Shigure said that the special training will be held today, she did not say what time it is. She thought that Gosuke Shigure was the captain of the 11th team and was a very punctual person. When Gosuke Shigure opened the gate of the yard, he found a figure waiting there for a long time. How long have you been waiting here? Gosuke Shigure asked curiously. After saying this, he directly closed the door to thank the guests. Sui Feng looked at the highest mountain in Seireitei in front of him, a little surprised. Born on the next 770 days. This figure is exactly Sui Feng. Come with me. Not long, Sui Feng said calmly. In fact, she came early in the morning. Sui Feng didn't feel any sense of loss, so he just left. Here it is, but he didn't expect Gosuke Shigure to wake up after waiting for so long. The most popular, Gosuke Shigure took her through a forest and came to a special place. Sui Feng's heart was unavoidably slanderous, but she didn't say much. Chapter 192. Its name is instant coaxing. Sui Feng still doesn't understand why Gosuke Shigure brought her to Sokyoku Hill. However, since Gosuke Shigure has chosen to train her in this kind of place, she can only follow behind Gosuke Shigure silently. Gosuke Shigure leads the way ahead. Eventually, they came to the foot of the mountain after Sokyoku. Weeds are overgrown here, and Gosuke Shigure came here and performed Kido. Immediately afterwards, Sui Feng only saw a passage at the foot of the originally chaotic mountain. Sui Feng was a little surprised, he didn't expect that there would be such a hidden cave under the Sokyoku Hill. Gosuke Shigure took Sui Feng all the way into it, and finally brought her to a deserted mountain training ground, and explained to Sui Feng, this is the place opened up by Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki back then. They have trained here for many years. Urahara Kazuki's Bankai was mastered in this place. For Sui Feng, Urahara Kazuki is a sinner. It is because of Urahara Kazuki that Master Yoruichi left everything behind and chose to leave the Soul Society. Therefore, usually, when she hears the name Urahara Kazuki, her complexion is not very pretty. But Gosuke Shigure didn't bother to say that. Said the name directly in front of Sui Feng. Although Sui Feng has some small emotions, it is impossible to show them in front of Gosuke Shigure. After all, Gosuke Shigure has no obligation to help her, but he still chooses to help her with special training. She glanced around at the deserted training ground. Master Yoruichi, did you train here? Gosuke Shigure said. Although it is a bit abandoned, it can still be used, and it is no problem to give you special training. His eyes fell on Sui Feng again. However, before giving you special training, I have to make sure of one thing. What does Gosuke-sama want to ask? Sui Feng asked curiously. Advertisement. Gosuke Shigure said. Have you mastered Bankai yet? You also know that generally retired Shinigami cannot take Zanpakuto away. This is to prevent those Shinigami who left Gote 13 from using Zanpakuto to do evil. Shinigami who resigned normally must leave Zanpakuto in the team they belong to. I am no exception. So, today, I don't have Zanpakuto. If you don't master Bankai, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to teach you about Bankai. Although this rule is somewhat unreasonable. Why should the retired Shinigami keep Zanpakuto in the Bantei? I also didn't see that the Shinigami who betrayed the Soul Society in the original book didn't have Zanpakuto. But Gosuke Shigure, as a normally retired Shinigami, still followed the rules honestly and kept Zanpakuto in the 11th team. Gosuke Shigure is not worried about reducing his fighting power this time, even though he keeps Zanpakuto, who he lives and sleeps with, in the squadron. Just as people are different from each other, so are Zanpakuto from Zanpakuto. Some knives, once out of Shinigami, are useless. And some knives, even if they are separated from Shinigami. As long as Shinigami calls out, he will immediately come to his side. Muramasa, such as Kuchiki Hibiki, is such a knife. Similarly, Gosuke Shigure's knife is also this type of knife. Due to casting the dead into the Thunder Tribulation knife has undergone a fundamental change, and its sword spirit has become more agile. As long as Gosuke Shigure is willing, with a call, his own Zanpakuto will obediently appears in the hand. But these things, he obviously didn't have reason to talk to Sui Feng. Sui Feng was silent for a while, but still gave the answer, I have mastered Bankai, but I'm not very proficient yet. Does Gosuke-sama need me to cast Bankai here? Although Sui Feng doesn't like his Bankai very much. Obviously, Zanpakuto was so small during Shikai, but after Bankai, it is so huge. Once cast, it is extremely powerful, and it is not suitable for stealth maneuvers that need to hide one's own fighting style. Advertisement. But in order to become stronger, Sui Feng did learn Bankai. Mastering Bankai is also one of the reasons why she wants to participate in the captain's assessment and become the second team. If she didn't have some strength, why would she think about running to participate in the captain's assessment? That's unnecessary. For example, Seireitei, the current captain of the 11th team, doesn't even have the Shikai of Zanpakuto, but with his Ryutsu, which surpasses the ordinary captain level, and his powerful slashing technique, even a captain-level Shinigami can face him. He can't please, which is why he can serve as Kenpachi. But because the second team and the 11th team didn't have much contact after all, Sui Feng really didn't know much about Zaraki. Can such a person be Kenpachi? Be the captain. Quote. Among the Shinigami who have not mastered Bankai, there are also captain-level strengths. Gosuke Shigure then revealed the content of today's special training. Sui Feng though knows that Gosuke Shigure gave up the position of captain and Kenpachi to the original vice-captain Zaraki. Although Bankai is the standard to measure whether a Shinigami can become a captain, it is not absolute, just because most of the Shinigami who have mastered Bankai have the strength to be captains. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't master Bankai. Inexplicably, Sui Feng has a little more confidence in whether he can pass the captain's assessment and become the captain of the second Qian's team. Sui Feng nodded. Gosuke Shigure continued. Its name, it's called Shunju. Not only did Bankai fail to master, even Shikai did not master Gauge. Gosuke Shigure said. Bankai is a Shinigami's biggest hole card. Since you have mastered Bankai, hide it. It may play a decisive role in certain critical moments in the future. Only now do I know that Zaraki is such a special person. The second team is the team that uses Shunpo and white hits as the main means of combat. This is somewhat similar to the 11th team, but the 11th team focuses more on cutting techniques. Since you found me today, I'll just teach you a unique technique. Gosuke Shigure said. It is a good thing that you can master Bankai. The theory realized by Mr. Yoruichi. Sui Feng was very interested when he heard the name Yoruichi. This skill was just a theory of mine at the beginning, but it was Yi-san who really realized it. Chapter 193. Half of the credit. It was Gosuke Shigure's deliberate decision to teach Shunjutsu to Sui Feng. After all, even if you don't teach Sui Feng instant coaxing, Sui Feng will also be able to master this skill on his own in the future. It can only be said that different routes lead to the same goal. After a Shinigami has practiced white hits and Shunpo skills to ultimate, they will start to seek breakthroughs. And in the case that I don't like to use Zanpakuto very much, the chopping technique is naturally given up. If you want to seek a breakthrough, you can only try the skills of Kido, Shunpo, and Rita. Instant coaxing. Hearing the name, Sui Feng looked at Gosuke Shigure curiously. Gosuke Shigure smiled lightly, and then burst into a blink of an eye. Because his death fighting outfit is specially made by Shutara Senjumaru, it has super strong defense power, so after he casts the instant coaxing, his clothes are not broken like Yoruichi and Sui Feng in the original book. But Sui Feng felt a strong Ryutsu in Gosuke Shigure. This brought her a great sense of oppression. She has good qualifications and good vision, and she immediately saw the reality of Gosuke Shigure's state. Kido surrounds the body. 607 inches. How is such a thing possible? The first time she saw Shunhong, she was shocked. Gosuke Shigure explained. This theory was originally just an experiment, because Kido is so magical, and among so many Kido, there are many Kido that can be cast as Zanpakuto. Since Kido can be cast with Zanpakuto, then another way of thinking, can it be cast directly with the body? Yoruichi was very interested in this theory, and over the long years, with the help of Urahara Kazuki, she successfully realized it. In order to realize this theory, they even modified the existing Kido to be more suitable for wrapping around the body. Quote. Advertisement. Because after performing this move, Kido surrounds the whole body, like thunder roaring, so the name of this move is called instant coaxing. The high-strength Kido surrounds the body, which can make people have extremely high mobility. At the same time, with every gesture, it is as if Kido is being cast. It possesses extremely terrifying destructive power. Gosuke Shigure told the origin of the instant coaxing BGFC. During this period, he once again mentioned the man, Urahara Kazuki, that Sui Feng hated so much. Sui Feng could only subconsciously ignore Urahara Kazuki, only thinking that Shunyo was created by Yoruichi-sama alone. Gosuke Shigure said again. Because I witnessed the development of Shunyu by Yoruichi, so I have mastered this skill. Now, I will officially teach it to you. In the next period of time. The roaring sound continued in the training ground below Sokyoku Hill. Fortunately, although this training ground has been abandoned for many years, when Urahara Kazuki built it, he placed many barriers in it. The existence of barriers can isolate the Ryutsu in it, and even isolate the sound. So Sui Feng can train in it to his heart's content, and no one knows that there will be a training ground here, so naturally no one will come to check. Of course, the premise is that Sui Feng doesn't do those times when he just kills the donkey. After the training here is over, a backhand report will come. The skill of instant coaxing is difficult to say, but also simple to say. The difficulty is that there are extremely high requirements for the user's white hits and Kido. On the contrary, if the white hits and keto attainments of the user have reached a certain level, they only need to figure out the theory, and in a very short time internal society. The most notable example is Shihuan Chishiro in the original work. Because of his young age, he didn't even count the official death Shendu, but in the end, he still mastered the instant coaxing. Simply because Yoruichi taught it the theory of telekinesis. Sui Feng's attainments above white hits and keto are not bad. When she was in the second team, she was the elite of the second team, commanding a unit alone. Especially after witnessing Urahara Kazuki pass the captain's assessment and become the captain of the 12th division, she practiced even harder. Since that lazy guy Urahara Kazuki can pass the captain test, then she must also become stronger. It can only be said that before Urahara Kazuki took Yoruichi to escape from Soul Society, Sui Feng did not have any hatred for Urahara Kazuki. On the contrary, Urahara Kazuki once inspired her to move forward. Advertisement. Well, the words now are actually encouraging her to move forward. If it wasn't for the fact that Urahara Kazuki took Yoruichi to escape from the Soul Society, if it wasn't for the hatred for Urahara Kazuki, Sui Feng would not have thought about participating in the captain's assessment and inheriting the captaincy of the second team. After Gosuke Shigure taught Sui Feng the concept of instant coaxing, it didn't take long for Sui Feng to initially master instant coaxing. This speed, compared to the original knight, I don't know how much faster. But if you think about it carefully, there is actually no comparison at all. Yoruichi started Shunju from scratch, although Gosuke Shigure expressed that idea a long time ago. But among them, what kind of keto should be cast and how much the frequency of Ryutsu should be controlled are all problems. Sui Feng was able to learn instant coaxing so quickly, all because these problems were solved by Yoruichi. However, this also shows from the side how great Sui Feng is in the original book. Without any conceptual support, it was just that I accidentally saw Yoruichi's fighting posture in the past, so I explored the instant coax by myself, and then further developed the instant coax in the Millennium Bloody War chapter, and displayed a new form of instant coax. You know, by Sui Feng's side, there is no Urahara Kazuki's help. Yoruichi was able to master the instant wooing, and Urahara Kazuki certainly helped a lot in it. Your strength is not weak at all. Even if you go to participate in the captain's assessment, there is a high probability of passing it. Now that you have mastered instant coaxing, your strength has gone a step further. There should be no problem in passing the captain's assessment. Then I can't help you much, you can do it yourself. In the training ground of Sokyoku Hill, as Sui Feng thoroughly mastered the moment, Gosuke Shigure said this to her. Sui Feng sincerely said to Gosuke Shigure, "Thank you, Gosuke-sama." Although only a short month. But Gosuke Shigure obviously didn't need to help her, but in the end he still helped her for such a long time in special training, and also taught her the amazing method of instant coaxing. She is really grateful to Gosuke Shigure. If he can pass the captain's assessment and become the captain of the second team, Gosuke Shigure will have at least half of the credit. Chapter 194. Going to the present world. More than a month of special training is not a particularly long time for Gosuke Shigure. Afterwards, he enjoyed his retirement life again. Time passed by bit by bit. It didn't take long for Gosuke Shigure to know about Sui Feng passing the captain's test. Sui Feng officially became the captain of the second team. She is also the first ever captain of the second division who is not a Shihuan family. Since the establishment of Gotei 13, the second team has always been under the control of the Shihuan family, and the captains of all generations are all from the Shihuan family. Sui Feng became the captain, breaking this exception. However, because Shihuan Kongshan is still alive, with the backing of the former head of the Shihuan family, Sui Feng is the captain, there is no disturbance. Not long after Sui Feng became the captain of the second team, Aizen Sosuke, the vice captain of the fifth team, also successfully passed the captain's assessment and became the new captain of the fifth team. After he became the new captain, the first thing he did was to promote the third seed Ichimaru Jin to vice captain. Ichimaru Jin is a well-known genius. It only took a short time to graduate from Spiritual Arts Academy, and then joined the fifth team, and even became the third seed in a very short period of time. Of course, it was also related to the death of the third seed of the fifth division at that time. However, Gosuke Shigure knew all too well what was going on when he died in the line of duty. It is clear that Aizen made Ichimaru Jin set up a vote and killed the third seed of the fifth team. It was also because of this incident that Aizen initially trusted Ichimaru Jin and kept Ichimaru Jin with him all the time. However, Aizen is a suspicious person after all, and it is not so easy for Ichimaru Jin to really gain his trust. In order to get the truth about Kyoka Suigetsu, Ichimaru Jin hibernated beside Aizen for 100 years before he got the answer. If you want to know the answer, just come to me directly. Why bother? This is what Gosuke Shigure felt after knowing that Ichimaru Jin became the vice captain of the 5th division. Except for the 5th team. Advertisement. The captain positions of the 7th and 9th teams are still vacant, and there is nothing to say. The question is that there is no suitable candidate. Captain Yamamoto seems to have an idea for the captain of the 10th squad, but no one has been announced so far. Then, it was the 12th squad. After the vacancies of the 2nd division and the 5th division were filled, Captain Yamamoto finally made up his mind. He found Kuretsuchi Mayuri and asked Kuretsuchi Mayuri to participate in the captain assessment. For someone like Kuretsuchi Mayuri, the position of captain, for him, is actually not very attractive. However, the captain of the 12th Division is not only the captain of the division, but also the director of the Technology Development Bureau. After becoming the captain, you can use the power of the team to help you do research. This got him interested. Kuretsuchi Mayuri easily passed the captain's test. After that, he became the captain of the 12th Division, and the group was the second director of the Technology Development Bureau. Originally 7 vacant captain positions, with the vacancies of the 2nd, 5th, and 12th teams being filled, there are still the captains of the 3rd, 7th, 9th, and 10th teams still vacant. Although there is still a big gap, it is undoubtedly much better than earlier. As a bystander, Gosuke Shigure watched all this quietly, and suddenly felt a feeling that time flies like an arrow and the sun and the moon fly by. Unknowingly, he has changed from a person who experienced it personally to a witness. Then, he looked for Tsunayashiro Rihanna. Small transgressive gate. The current head of the Tsunayashiro family, Shinigami, who was active in the 11th team, Tsunayashiro Rihanna, looked at Gosuke Shigure with some curiosity. What does Captain Gosuke want this thing for? Although Gosuke Shigure has retired from the captain position, it is not easy for some people to change their tune. Tsunayashiro Ayana has always called Gosuke Shigure the captain. At the same time, she has deep gratitude and respect to Gosuke Shigure, because if it weren't for Gosuke Shigure, the culprit Tsunayashiro Tokunada would have been at large.
Gosuke Shigure said, "As you know, I am retired now. Although the Soul Society is very big, apart from Seireitei, there is really nothing to do in Rukongai. So, I want to go shopping in this world." Advertisement. Asking for flowers. But after all, I'm not an active Shinigami of Gode 13, and it's not very realistic to go to the present world through a regular gate. After Gosuke Shigure finished speaking, Tsunayashiro Ayana understood what Gosuke Shigure meant. She hurriedly said to Gosuke Shigure, "In Tsunayashiro's house, there are still some small gates through the world. I will find one later and give it to the captain." "Thank you very much. Gosuke Shigure will find Tsunayashiro Rihanna, because the Tsunayashiro family has a small crossing gate." Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki left Soul Society, also relying on Shihuan's small crossing gate. In the same way, the Tsunayashiro family, who are great nobles, naturally have this thing, and there are quite a few of them. In the original book, the high-ranking aristocratic Sha Dalu family has this kind of thing. For Gosuke Shigure, without the technology of Urahara Kazuki, it is unrealistic to want to make his own gate. Gosuke Shigure once again thanked Tsunayashiro Ayana. In that case, the favor owed by the Tsunayashiro family can be regarded as repaying part of it. But as long as they are not caught in person, even Central 46 will turn a blind eye. Fortunately, in addition to the regular large portals, Soul Society also has many small portals. Instead, Ayana Tsunayashiro was more than happy to do Gosuke Shigure this favor. In the original book, although Urahara Kazuki has tinkered with a small portal, it is also because of his superb skills. Among them, many nobles are the group who master the most small world transmitting gates. There is quite a bit of technical content in things like the world transmitting gate. In the long history, there is no lack of nobles who use the world transmitting gate to go to the present world to have fun. Then, he did it himself, opened up a secret room in the house, and placed the second door through the world. Tsunayashiro Ayana also knew that Gosuke Shigure wanted to use the small portal to enter the world for entertainment, but she didn't intend to report Gosuke Shigure, because there were too many such things among nobles. Not long after, Tsunayashiro Ayana asked someone to move a small crossing gate to Gosuke Shigure. It cannot be produced by ordinary people. Although it is illegal to use the portal to enter the present world without authorization, it is illegal in the Soul Society's regulations. Chapter 195. A hard-to-find old acquaintance. Although the small transgressive door is much more convenient than the large transgressive gate, it is good for handling. But in fact the difference is quite big. It is a large crossing gate, because it is the official formal crossing gate of Soul Society. A stronger Shinigami, walking through it, will be stamped with a limited spiritual seal, so as to restrain the Shinigami's Ryotsu and prevent the powerful Ryotsu from causing damage to the world. Generally, Shinigami at the vice captain and captain level have a limited rate of 100%. 80, that is to say, this level of Shinigami can only display 20% of the original Ryotsu in this world. Of course, if Ryotsu itself is strong enough, several times stronger than an ordinary captain, even with the limited spiritual seal, he still has the strength of a captain. Although the large-scale world transmitting gate will be marked with a limited spiritual seal by the powerful Shinigami to curb its strength, it also has some advantages. 607. That is, it is safer to cross the border through the large crossing gate. First of all, you will not encounter things like sudden arrests, and secondly, there will be hell butterflies leading the way, so you won't get lost in it. As for the small world transmitting gate, because of its size, there is no hell butterfly to lead the way. If you are unlucky, you may encounter a sudden arrest and be buried in the broken world. Comparing the two, each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Of course, for Gosuke Shigure, the small crossing gate is more practical. For one thing, this is a private channel, and you can go back and forth between the present world and the Soul Society at any time. If you don't go through the official channel, you won't be known by the official. Second, there is no limit to the spiritual seal, and it will not curb its own strength. But having said that, not all dead Shendu are qualified to use the small world transmitting gate to enter the present world. After all, this thing is unique to nobles, and even among the nobles, there are not many who own this thing.
It is one of the privileges of nobility. Normal Shinigami, if they want to go to the present world, they can only go through the regular large-scale world-transmitting gate, and ordinary Shinigami will not go to the present world. Only the Shinigami of the 13th Division, because they need to purify their souls in this world, will go to this world more. After setting up the small crossing gate, Gosuke Shigure opened a dark portal, and went to the present world. Advertisement in the broken world, the darkness is extremely dark. If you want to go from the Soul Society to the present world, the method is the same as going to Hueco Mundo. Use your own Ryotsu to condense the road under your feet and use it to move forward. At the same time, because this is a small portal, the energy is limited. In order to prevent the gate from closing when the time is up, it is necessary to speed up. It is not the first time Gosuke Shigure has traveled to the present world, he has even been to Hueco Mundo. So he seems to know everything well. With the help of the world transmitting gate, he soon successfully arrived in this world. In this world, a backward appearance. Of course, what Gosuke Shigure is most concerned about is not the backwardness of this world, but the low concentration of spiritual particles in the air ultimate. Although in such an environment, Shinigami can fly freely in the sky and stand on the sky, but in all fairness, such an environment is still too harsh for Shinigami, and it is somewhat difficult to adapt. It's not that Gosuke Shigure never came to the present world. 100 years ago, in order to solve the Quincy in the present world, he led a team to stay in the present world for a long time. But that was 100 years ago after all. After 100 years, I came to the present world again. The changes in the present world are like a sea of changing fields. It can only be said that the discovery of cities is changing with each passing day. In comparison, Soul Society has not changed much. This is also related to Shinigami's long lifespan. Because the lifespan is too long, I don't feel much about the passage of time. Unfortunately, we still haven't stepped into the modern society, and we don't know if there is Karakura town now. Gosuke Shigure would find it difficult to find Urahara Kazuki in such an environment. Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi, both wanted by the Soul Society. In order to prevent the Soul Society from chasing soldiers, with Urahara Kazuki's prudence, he must have put on a special mask that can shield Ryotsu as soon as he came to this world, so as to shield his own Ryotsu. Therefore, it is somewhat difficult to use Kido to perceive Urahara Kazuki's Ryotsu and find Urahara Kazuki's whereabouts. But even so, Gosuke Shigure still tried to find Urahara Kazuki. Advertisement. He couldn't believe that so many people's Ryotsu were all blocked. Urahara Kazuki, Shihuin Yoruichi, Hashijin, Tessai Tsukabishi, Hirako Shinji, Muguruma Kensai, Kuna Mashiro, Love Akawa, Atoribashi Rojiro, Yadumaru Lisa, Sarugaki Hiyori. There are so many people, it is always possible to find one of them. Gosuke Shigure searched for the Ryotsu of these people in the present world with the help of spiritual sense. Because of Aizen's calculations, the virtual power has been completely driven into the bodies of Hirako Shinji and others, and this power has been fused with their original power. Now in this world, it is with Hogyoku that he further heals Hirako Shinji et al. While at Soul Society, Urahara Kazuki used the power of Hogyoku to temporarily contain this matter. But later, due to the trial of Central 46, due to various reasons, these problems could not be completely resolved. Since the Meiji Restoration, this country has begun to vigorously develop its industry. Perhaps it is precisely because of this progress that they have the ambition to invade in the future. Following his induction on Ryotsu, he finally found an abandoned factory. Gosuke Shigure walks in this world, no one can see his existence. But if you can change the angle and find a way to use this power through exercise, you may be able to improve its strength. The chimney above the factory is dark, and it is unknown how much poisonous gas has been emitted. For Gosuke Shigure, as long as he finds one of the clues, he will wait until he finds the whereabouts of Urahara Kazuki and others. But this is an inevitable step in the development of industrialization. The interior of the abandoned factory, because of the occupancy of Urahara Kazuki and others, is now a bit more smoky. Hirako Shinji and others were killed by Hollow because of Aizen's calculation. After escaping from Soul Society, Urahara Kazuki and others lived here temporarily. The land here is sparsely populated, and because Urahara Kazuki has set up an enchantment around it, normal people basically cannot find it here. 1.2. He needs to get rid of Hirako Shinji et al. Here, present world. In the end, he really found a clue. Chapter 196. See you again. With the help of Hogyoku's power, the power of Hollow in your body and the power of Shinigami are already in balance. In other words, the process of your Hollow will no longer continue. But Shu's power has been completely integrated into your body. If you rely too much on this power, you may still lose your mind. So, when you try to use this power, you must master the timing well. W. Inside the abandoned factory, Urahara Kazuki spoke to Hirako Shinji and others. Since fleeing from the Soul Society and coming to the present world, Urahara Kazuki has been trying to treat Hirako Shinji and others in various ways. Hogyoku, indeed, is something that even Urahara Kazuki is terrified of. Hirako Shinji et al. Hollow's symptoms were really cured by Hogyoku. You know, Hirako Shinji and others at that time were all given up by Soul Society because of Hollow. Central 46 even decided to execute Hirako Shinji and others to purify the polluted souls of Hirako Shinji. Also, because of the ruthless behavior of Central 46. After being cured by Urahara Kazuki, Hiriko, Shinji and others did not think about returning to Soul Society. All 16 of them were abandoned by the Soul Society. For them, the only purpose after that is to take revenge on Aizen. Hiriko Shinji couldn't forget that Aizen gave him a knife in the back with a smile on his face. At the same time, Aizen's Zanpakuto also made him fearful. Perhaps it was because of that knife that in the past, no matter how wary he was against Aizen, he never discovered Aizen's true face. Similarly, it was also because of that knife, that guy, who hid it from everyone. Hiriko Shinji had to admit that Aizen's true strength was stronger than he imagined. The current self may not be Aizen's opponent, but it doesn't matter. The important thing is that besides the power of Shinigami, he now has the power of Shu in his body. This power was injected into his body by Aizen. Now that he has mastered this power, he must be worthy of Aizen's gift. In the future, use this power given by Aizen to avenge Aizen. As long as Aizen is still in the Soul Society, with his ambition, sooner or later it will show its flaws. Hiriko Shinji thinks so, Urahara Kazuki thinks so, and the other captains and vice-captains who are hollow think so too. Advertisement inside the abandoned factory. Hiriko Shinji and others are gradually adapting to the new power. Because of the virtual power, they all have virtual masks, and because they have left Gode 13 and Soul Society now, it is not easy to call them Shinigami. So, at the suggestion of Kuna Mashiro, they made a new name for themselves. Visored, or in other words, Masked Legion. Urahara Kazuki, when Hiriko Shinji and others passed the training and mastered the power of Hollow, was waiting by the side with Yi. Because Hollow had never been exposed to such things before, especially those who were Hollow. The captains are both the captain and vice-captain of Gode 13. In order to prevent accidents, Urahara Kazuki must wait by the side to make sure that Hiriko Shinji and others can really master this power. At this moment, besides those who were training in Hollow, Urahara Kazuki, Yoruichi, and several captains who were not training, felt a wave of Ryotsu appearing nearby. They immediately became alert. Okay. This Ryotsu is Shinigami. Hiriko Shinji spoke extremely alertly. Since being calculated by Aizen, he has been vigilant towards everything. A follower from the Soul Society? Or, from Aizen? Aizen, there is only one person. On that day, Ichimaru Jin, the third seed of the 5th team, a well-known talented boy, followed behind Aizen. This means that under Aizen's hands, there is a very powerful force. Although only Ichimaru Jin followed Aizen back then. But no one is sure, his subordinate is only Ichimaru Jin. No, not from Aizen. After Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi sensed the familiar Ryotsu, they were a little surprised at first, and immediately said to Hiriko Shinji. On his face, there was no sign of tension at all. Hiriko Shinji frowned slightly, a little surprised. Beside him, Itoribashi Rojiro and Muguruma Kensai also looked at Urahara Kazuki with a puzzled expression. Urahara Kazuki didn't explain much. According to the spiritual perception of Hiriko Shinji and others, the enchantment clothed around the factory has been broken through in an instant. Advertisement. This enchantment came from the two people of Tai Li and Hashijin. The two of them used to be the Grand Keto Chief and Deputy Keto Chief, and they are the top Keto Masters in the entire Soul Society. Now that the barrier is broken in an instant, the Keto's accomplishments on behalf of the Comer should not be underestimated. It didn't take long for Hiriko Shinji and others to see the intruder. A figure in a black death suit quietly appeared on the beam of the factory, looking down at them. Everyone is here. His tone was normal, and he greeted Hiriko Shinji and others. As soon as this remark came out, the rest of the Masked Legion also looked at Gosuke Shigure with serious expressions. They are no strangers to 590 this. Gosuke Shigure appeared in front of Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki in a flash. Gosuke Shigure felt the eyes of everyone without any nervousness. Seeing Gosuke Shigure approaching, Urahara Kazuki obediently addressed Gosuke Shigure, Master. I'm retired. Teacher, Yoruichi, Kazuki, long time no see. Gosuke Shigure gave an incredible answer. Gosuke Shigure. Hiriko Shinji and others watched Gosuke Shigure and Urahara Kazuki exchange greetings, and finally, Hiriko Shinji said, although it is a bit presumptuous, I still have to interrupt you. He looked at Gosuke Shigure with a serious expression and said, Captain Gosuke, are you here to arrest us criminals on behalf of the Soul Society? I know you are worried, but please don't be nervous. On my body, can you see the Haori that belongs to the captain of Gode 13? After seeing the appearance of the visitor clearly, Hiriko Shinji and others raised their brows slightly again. Gosuke Shigure greeted them with a smile. After all, they used to be colleagues. After Yoruichi saw Gosuke Shigure, he seemed a little happy, but he didn't expect that Gosuke Shigure would come here. The captain of the 11th team is also the bearer of Kenpachi's name. Chapter 197. Hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity. Retire. After hearing Gosuke Shigure's words, Hiriko Shinji and other captains all looked at each other in dismay. It's hard to believe such an answer. I never expected to hear such words from Gosuke Shigure. Yoruichi also looked at Gosuke Shigure with some surprise. Sensei, what are you doing? Why did you retire? Besides, is Kenpachi's position so easy to let go? As far as I know, the captain succession ceremony of the 11th team is different from that of other teams. There's a saying of retirement in other teams, but the squad didn't. Perhaps because Gosuke Shigure's answer was too outrageous, or because he left Soul Society and hadn't seen Gosuke Shigure for a long time, Yoruichi rambled a lot. The rest of the former captains and vice-captains also looked at Gosuke Shigure curiously. They used to be the mainstay of Gode 13, so they are also clear about the unique rules of the 11th team. Gosuke Shigure said with a faint smile, "You only know that the captain succession rules of the 11th team are handed over by defeating the previous captain, but this battle may not be a life. I was in the middle of a battle and lost to Vice-Captain Zaraki. So, the title of Kenpachi naturally belongs to him. The truth is somewhat unexpected. Can it still be like this?" Hiriko Shinji couldn't help but speak. "I really don't know about the succession ceremony of the captain of the 11th team. There is no need to fight to the death. As long as you lose, you can give up the captain's position. For many Shinigami, the captaincy of Gode 13 is a supreme honor and power. But for some captains, after staying in the captain's position for a long time, they still feel a little tired and want to retire. But according to the rules of Gode 13, the profession of Shinigami is for life. Once in Gode 13, it's hard to quit, although the captain, the ordinary Shinigami, also has the saying of retiring, but the general recluses are either old and weak, or disabled due to some reasons, and are no longer able to undertake the task of fighting. Under normal circumstances, a Shinigami like Gosuke Shigure who is still in his prime cannot retire. Advertisement, but it's a bit special to hold back the 11th team. Even let Gosuke Shigure take advantage of a loophole. Retiring at such a young age, I'm afraid Captain Yamamoto really wants to stop Gosuke Shigure. Especially, the timing of Gosuke Shigure's retirement is still so delicate. Right after they left Soul Society. However, the peculiarity of the 11th team can't stand, even the captain of Yamamoto can't change the rules of the 11th team. Teacher, you actually lost to Zaraki? Yoruichi looked at Gosuke Shigure curiously after hearing Gosuke Shigure's answer. Admittedly, Zaraki, the vice-captain of Team 11, is formidable. But how could her teacher, Gosuke Shigure, be a weakling? As a result, the teacher actually lost. Gosuke Shigure didn't seem to care about what he lost. He smiled and said, "Everyone loses, why can't I lose?" It can only be said that Zaraki's power is beyond your imagination. Yoruichi, Hiriko Shinji and others expressed thoughtfulness. In their previous cognition, Zaraki was an out-and-out reckless man who was eager to fight. Not even the Shikai of Zanpakuto have mastered it. Such a person, serving as the vice-captain of the 11th team, is special enough in itself. Unexpectedly, one day, he would go one step further and become the captain of the 11th team. He is probably the first captain in history who has not mastered Bankai, or even Shikai. Only a special team like the 11th team can give him the opportunity to be the captain. The teacher lost on purpose. Just when everyone was shocked and lamented that Gosuke Shigure retired and Zaraki became the new Kenpachi, Urahara Kazuki, who had not spoken much, suddenly gave a new opinion. Advertisement. As soon as this remark came out, everyone looked at Gosuke Shigure in surprise, waiting for his answer. Gosuke Shigure's eyes also fell on Urahara Kazuki. "Kazuki, why do you see that?" Urahara Kazuki said, "Although the teacher said that Zaraki is very powerful, I also know more about the strength of the teacher. Without mastering Shikai and Bankai, even if Zaraki has powerful Ryatsu and chopping techniques, it will not be so easy for Zaraki to defeat the teacher. For me at the time, there was indeed an idea that it was meaningless to continue to be the captain, but I understood better that, at that time, the Huhun realm had already entered the role of troublesome things. If they were surprised that Gosuke Shigure lost to Zaraki in a head-on battle and thus retired, they were even more surprised after knowing that Gosuke Shigure did it deliberately. Perhaps in a life-and-death fight, Zhengshu has a slight chance of defeating the teacher. Continuing to stay in the captain's position, although it seems that the position is high and powerful, but in fact, if you put yourself under the light and want to do something, it is not as easy as imagined. But the information revealed from the teacher's words does not seem to be a so-called life-and-death struggle. Yoruichi directly asked the guess in his heart. Could it be that after the teacher saw that they all left Soul Society, he suddenly felt that it was meaningless to be the captain, so he deliberately did such a thing and forcibly retired? Only by retiring from the position of captain, can we take precautions against those hidden crises in advance, so that when future crises break out, we can also respond in time. In all fairness, I shouldn't have retired at that time. Teacher, why on earth are you doing this? But sensei, you did it anyway, why on earth? Yoruichi continued to ask. Gosuke Shigure said, because I noticed that, the dark crisis is beyond my imagination. Yoruichi doesn't understand Fox. Therefore, there is only one possibility, and that is that the teacher deliberately lost, so that he stepped down from the captain's position and gave up Kenpachi's name. This sentence surprised Yoruichi and others again. Snapped. Gosuke Shigure shook his head and said, after you left the Soul Society, counting the 10th team captain position that had been vacated long ago, the corpse, Nuo Qianhao, Soul World has vacated 7 captain positions at once. Gosuke Shigure couldn't help snapping his fingers, and he praised Urahara Kazuki. As expected of Kazuki, you guessed it right. Chapter 198. The One Who Knows Everything, A Dark Crisis. Hearing Gosuke Shigure's words, Yoruichi frowned slightly. The teacher said, Aizen? As soon as the name came out, the eyes of Hiriko Shinji and others on one side were all focused, and a few traces of solemnity and haze appeared on their faces. These people will end up like this, all thanks to Aizen. Similarly, it was also because of being calculated by Aizen that they became more aware of the power of Aizen. So I didn't think about going to Aizen for revenge in the first place. Instead, prepare to accumulate strength first, and then wait for the opportunity for revenge. It was unexpected that Yoruichi would mention Aizen directly in front of Gosuke Shigure, without any intention of hiding anything. This actually reveals a message. That is, Gosuke Shigure knew there was something wrong with Aizen. This former Kenpachi is also on their side. After learning about this incident, the mood of Hiriko Shinji and others will inevitably fluctuate. Looking at the situation, it doesn't seem to be that bad. There are quite a few people on their side. In the eyes of everyone, Gosuke Shigure said. Although Aizen is also a threat, he single-handedly planned the hollow incident, which brought you people to such a state. But the threat I want to talk about is not Aizen. As soon as this statement came out, the author was extremely shocked. 557 Urahara Kazuki knew that Gosuke Shigure was not an alarmist. Judging from the behavior of Gosuke Shigure, who voluntarily gave up the position of captain, chose to retire, and hibernate in the dark, it can only be said that the enemies hidden in the dark are beyond imagination. He couldn't help but ask Gosuke Shigure, what exactly is the threat that the teacher is talking about? Gosuke Shigure didn't hide it either, and gave the answer, it's Quincy. The exterminator? Hiriko Shinji and others couldn't help showing surprise. This answer exceeded their expectations. They thought that there was a powerful force under Aizen's hands, but they didn't expect that Gosuke Shigure directly mentioned the third party besides Shu and Shinigami, the Quincy Master. Advertisement Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi thought of more. The teacher is talking about the group of extermination masters in the spirit space? Yoruichi thought of an old event, which was not many years ago. The spirit subspace is the place that Urahara Kazuki discovered with the help of the power of the 12th Division when he became the captain of the 12th Division. Although in the end when Captain Yamamoto invaded the spirit space, she and Urahara Kazuki were kept outside to guard, they did not enter the spirit space in the first place. But after Captain Yamamoto's narration, Yoruichi also knows the situation inside the spiritual space. That place was opened up by the Quincy Master. Inside it, there is a group of quite a few Quincy Masters, and the strength of these Quincy Masters is extremely powerful. The captain at the time originally planned to wipe them all out. But the result was unsatisfactory. Under the action of the leader of the Quincy Division, all the surviving Quincy divisions were transferred. They directly gave up that spiritual subspace. Afterwards, Gode 13 also organized forces to search for the whereabouts of those Quincy divisions. But nothing. This means that the group of Quincy's are still dormant in the dark. Gode 13 also once regarded the group of Quincy's as a threat, as a hidden crisis. But before they found the Quincy and dealt with the crisis, another accident suddenly happened. It was the hollow event planned by Aizen. Until this moment, when Gosuke Shigure brought up Quincy again, Yoruichi didn't think about it. Yes, it is them. Gosuke Shigure did not hide it and admitted it frankly. Yi Dao. But, haven't those Quincy's already escaped? Although there are quite a few of them, judging from the behavior they chose to flee at the beginning, they are obviously not the opponents of Gode 13. The teacher actually thinks that they are a great threat. Yoruichi didn't understand why the teacher valued this group of Quincy's so much. Gosuke Shigure said, although it is true that the Quincy escaped, BGED, at the time, it does not mean that they lost to Gode 13, but because the timing did not come. It was not the best time for them to fight us, so they chose to flee. And if we don't prepare in advance, when the time comes, what is waiting for us may be a disaster. Advertisement, how could this be? Yoruichi became more and more confused. Urahara Kazuki also asked Gosuke Shigure, what does sensei know? Gosuke Shigure said solemnly, I do know a lot of things. Everyone looked at Gosuke Shigure, waiting for Gosuke Shigure to speak. Maybe I can learn some secrets from Gosuke Shigure today. Feeling the eyes of everyone, Gosuke Shigure showed a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and then he said to everyone, Russia once went to Team Zero. In the beginning, it was a shocking news. Most of the people on the field were once the captain of Gode 13, so they naturally knew about the existence of Team Zero. And Yadomaru Lisa, Kuna Mashiro, and Sarugaki Hiyori used to be the vice captains of Gode 13. At the beginning, although they didn't know the existence of the Zero Division, they couldn't hold back when Urahara Kazuki took office. Talking about it can be regarded as knowing some things about the Zero Division. Team Zero is a more advanced existence than Gode 13. After the captain of Gode 13 was promoted, that's where he went. Hikifuna Kiryu, whom Sarugaki Hiyori respects very much, was promoted to the Zero team. At this moment, everyone was surprised to hear Gosuke Shigure mentioning that he had been to Team Zero. Teacher, you are really surprising, Yoruichi spoke in surprise. The ordinary captain only knows the existence of the Zero Division, but does not know the exact location of the Zero Division. But Yoruichi is different. Apart from being the captain of the second team, she is also the head of the Shihuan family. Several nobles have a long history and know many secrets. Yoruichi knew the secret of the Soul King Palace, and knew that the Zero Division was located in the Soul King Palace. Gosuke Shigure actually went to Soul King Palace. It's just shocking. Gosuke Shigure did not explain when he joined Team Zero and the Palace of the Soul King, but said, the structure of Team Zero is different from Gode 13. Including the newly promoted Hikifuna Kiryu, there are only 5 people. Everyone is the captain, and there are no team members under him. Without realizing it, everyone fell silent. It's rare to be able to know some secrets of the Zero Division, so of course you have to listen carefully. Chapter 199 Crisis and Avengers.
5 captains guard the 5 directions of southeast, northwest, and center respectively. They are also called the 5 directions of gods. And in the middle of their respective Lingfonli halls is the residence of the Spirit King, which is also the palace of the Spirit King. Gosuke Shigure did not hide the existence of the Soul King Palace. Since Team Zero was mentioned, it is naturally impossible to avoid the Soul King Palace. Spirit King Palace? Gosuke, have you seen the Soul King? Hirako Shinji immediately asked curiously. Beside him, many members of the Masked Legion also looked over. Some people were training hollow, but because of the arrival of Gosuke Shigure, they finally gave up the training and came here to listen to Gosuke Shigure's talk. And as soon as I came here, I heard Gosuke Shigure talk about Team Zero. Still waiting for Gosuke Shigure to answer Hirako Shinji's question. Sarugaki Hiyori also asked Gosuke Shigure, Captain Gosuke, Captain Kiryu is doing well in Team Zero? Gosuke Shigure said with a smile, don't be in such a hurry, I will answer your question slowly. He first looked at Hirako Shinji. I know you were curious about the Soul King, but for some reason, I can't tell you about the Soul King. His gaze fell on Sarugaki Hiyori again. As for Hikafuna Kiryu, she is very good, and she has become the southern general among the 5 generals of Team Zero. Captain Kiryu is fine, that's great. Sarugaki Hiyori was delighted. Because she didn't know anything about Team Zero before, even though Hikafuna Kiryu approached her and said something about promotion, she was still very worried about Hikafuna Kiryu. Now, from the mouth of Gosuke Shigure, I finally know some recent situation of Hikafuna Kiryu. Gosuke Shigure continued, although there is no distinction between the 5 captains of Team Zero, but in terms of seniority, the oldest is none other than Monk Yan. Monk is the oldest Shinigami in the world. Everything in this world is named after him. Advertisement, it is for this reason that he can see many things that ordinary people cannot see. 100 years ago, for some reason, he had seen a corner of the future, and had an insight into the Quincy, and one day, he would become the source of the destruction of the world. Hence, 100 years ago, Gode 13 aimed at the current world. The act of the Quincy swinging the butcher knife. Gosuke Shigure recounted the whole story. I was the executor of the action against the Quincy 100 years ago. I originally thought that after that action, the Quincy would become a serious problem. Until the spiritual space was discovered, until I saw the surviving Quincy Master, I just realized that the Quincy Master who could destroy the world in the prophecy of the monk 100 years ago does not refer to the Quincy Master in the present world, but refers to the Quincy Master in the spiritual space. From the beginning to the end, Gosuke Shigure did not mention Monk Ai's real name, Ichibe Hayasabi, because language and writing are the source of Ichibe Hayasabi's power. Admittedly, Monk Ai has a good temper, but Gosuke Shigure still doesn't want to create a storm out of thin air. When everyone learned that there is actually the oldest Shinigami in the world in Team Zero, and that everything is named after him, they sighed again, as expected of Team Zero. It is worthy of being a royal spy, a mysterious department that protects the Spirit King. Really great. After sighing, Yoruichi also turned to Gosuke Shigure and said, so, the teacher decided that the Quincy is the biggest threat, because of that prophecy? Gosuke Shigure nodded, and said again, not only because of the prophecy I got from Team Zero, but also because I have entered the spirit space and dealt with those Quincy divisions. After that, I conducted another investigation on the Quincy. In the end, an incredible thing was determined. What's the matter? Yoruichi didn't need to speak this time. The handsome Muguruma Kensai asked Gosuke Shigure. Earlier, because of his status as a handsome guy, it was difficult for him to speak. But Gosuke Shigure's words contained too much exciting news, which had deeply aroused his curiosity, and he couldn't help asking Kaizuki Shigure. Gosuke Shigure glanced at Muguruma Kensai. There is no way, such a handsome person will attract attention no matter where he is. It's a pity that Muguruma Kensai really has no protagonist life except for a protagonist face. Advertisement, ask for flowers. Among the many captains who were hollowed, Muguruma Kensai was the worst. The entire 9th division was almost wiped out. Later, every time Muguruma Kensai pretended, he was slapped wildly in the face. I don't know if it's because the author has a problem with this handsome guy. Many thoughts flashed through Gosuke Shigure's mind, and then he told the truth. Juhabok may not be dead, he's alive. Yuhabok, Yadomaru Lisa, Sarugaki Hiyori, and many others showed curiosity on their faces. Apparently, they hadn't heard the name. No, not only them, even Muguruma Kensai, Atoribashi Rojiro and other junior captains have never heard of this name. Zero Hirako Shinji, on the other hand, showed thoughtfulness. Urahara Kazuki once investigated the matter of the Quincy and knew many secrets. Seeing the confusion of the crowd, he explained to the crowd, Yuhabok is the ancestor of the Quincy. 900 years ago, he led the Quincy attacked the Soul Society, once captured the Soul Society, and finally Captain Yamamoto led first generation Gode 13 all members, experienced an extremely bloody battle, and just defeated him. I didn't expect that he was still alive. Urahara Kazuki felt a little heavy after learning that Yuhabok was still alive. Everyone also knew who Yuhabok was. Although he was defeated by Captain Yamamoto, just because he almost took down the Soul Society at one time, it is enough to prove that he is not a simple character. At that time, the group of Quincy masters in the Lingzi space chose to avoid and not fight because Yuhabok had not fully recovered. At the same time, because Yuhabok was the ancestor of the Quincy masters, he could draw them at any time. Use the power of all Quincy masters in the world for yourself. I'm afraid it is because of this reason that the strength of those Quincy divisions has been affected, and they are not at their peak. That's why they chose to give up the spirit subspace. But if one day, Yhwach is completely restored, the power of those Quincy masters will no longer be affected, and with the hatred of the Quincy masters towards Shinigami, a catastrophe will definitely erupt. Chapter 200 Warning. Surprised to hear about the existence of Yhwach and the Quincy. Everyone in the field felt a little heavy. Although the person they hate the most is Aizen, who caused them to come to this point, but if what Gosuke Shigure said is true and the crisis of the Quincy really exists, then they cannot stay out of it after all. Just because the conflict between Shinigami and Quincy is racial hatred. As long as they are Shinigami, they must face the vengeful Quincy. If there is anyone to blame in this grievance, it can only be blamed on Captain Yamamoto. Blame him for not getting rid of the evil after defeating Yhwach 900 years ago, resulting in the remnants of the Quincy. Leading to Yhwach is still alive. So the teacher chose to step down from the captain's position, 893, because he knew some secrets from Team Zero? Knowing the reason of the matter, Yoruichi looked at Gosuke Shigure again, and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Gosuke Shigure said, "This world is far more chaotic than imagined. Even if we want to live some peaceful days, there are always some ambitious people who want to plot evil. Aizen is one of them, and the shadowy Quincy is also one of them. Besides these people, isn't there any other ambitious people? No, it's not just them. As far as I know, there is a king in the virtual circle. The other party has established his own palace in the center of Hueco Mundo, called the Suya Palace. He wants to recruit powerful Shu as his subordinates. Although this world is currently under the control of Shinigami, the existence of Hollow is older than Shinigami, and it is also a force that cannot be underestimated." After Gosuke Shigure's words were finished, everyone fell silent. In Gosuke Shigure's words, they felt an indescribable heaviness. At first, they thought the only enemy was Aizen. It is only now that the hidden enemy is beyond imagination. Advertisement. Perhaps it is because I know too many things that I have gained insight into them. Gosuke Shigure will give up the position of captain and go behind the scenes. Gosuke Shigure also found that his words were too heavy, complicating the mood of these people in front of him, so he laughed again. "You don't have to be like this. As the saying goes, when a car reaches the mountain, there must be a road, and when a boat reaches the bridge, it is naturally straight. Although Aizen is very sinister, and the Dark Quincy is very powerful, I firmly believe that as long as we prepare in advance and prevent problems before they happen, we can eventually resolve all crises. Compared to the matter of Quincy, which is not too urgent for now, have you guys thought about how to deal with Aizen?" Heard Gosuke Shigure voluntarily mentioning Aizen. Hirako Shinji and others have also diverted their attention. Then, he talked about his current plan to Gosuke Shigure. Since Gosuke Shigure came here and knew about Aizen, neither Urahara Kazuki nor Shihuan Yoruichi showed any vigilance towards Gosuke Shigure, which has already explained. Gosuke Shigure is with them. It is very likely that Urahara Kazuki and Shihuan Yoruichi are the internal counterparts in Soul Society. These people can survive, all rely on the help of Urahara Kazuki. Although he is unwilling to admit it verbally, in his heart, people like Hirako Shinji are really grateful to Urahara Kazuki. It is also because of Urahara Kazuki that they have no intention of hiding from Gosuke Shigure. The general plan of these people is to hide in the dark and master the power of Hollow. Although they suffered from Aizen Hollow, the power of Shu did provide them with another way to become stronger. Of course, it is not so easy to master this force. However, they firmly believe that as long as they continue to practice, they will be able to master this power sooner or later. Other than that, all they need to do is wait. Aizen is an ambitious man. Now that they have extended their clutches to the captain and vice-captain, this already shows that Aizen has reached the point of unscrupulousness in order to achieve his goal. Advertisement. It is impossible for such a person to remain hidden forever. Sooner or later, he will reveal his true colors. Gosuke Shigure nodded lightly and said, "Indeed, for you at the moment, all you need to do is to wait and silently improve your own strength. Only in this way can you find a chance to avenge Aizen. However, regarding your revenge on Aizen, I have some suggestions that I need to mention. That is, Zanpakuto of Aizen." He tells Gosuke Shigure some of his guesses about Aizen Zanpakuto's abilities. His Zanpakuto Kyoka Suigetsu is not a Zanpakuto of the flowing water type, but a Zanpakuto of the illusion type. His ability is very strange. At the beginning, I was confused by his Zanpakuto's ability, and I fell into his scheme just now. "We will," Gosuke Shigure said. "Since Aizen will conduct the hollow experiment on you people, it means that Aizen has studied the power of the void a long time ago." Everyone in the field was not stupid and immediately guessed a possibility. Hirako Shinji and others nodded. Then the question is, where does the experimental material of Aizen come from? You mean the imaginary circle? At this stage, Hirako Shinji and others do not know much about Kyoka Suigetsu, but this does not affect him to remind Gosuke Shigure. Hueco Mundo is the base camp of Shu. I guess, Aizen may have penetrated into Hueco Mundo. Only in Hueco Mundo, there are countless virtual experiments for Aizen. Even, he may have been in Hueco Mundo. On the body, some experiments were carried out to determine the success rate of Hollow before I attacked you. What advice? Love Ikawa also asked Gosuke Shigure. Seemingly thinking of another thing, Hirako Shinji also said to Gosuke at 3.1. By the way, you have reminded us, and I also need to remind you of one thing. So, I hope that in the future, while improving your own strength,
you will also collect as much information about Aizen as possible, and at the same time pay attention to Hueco Mundo. Gosuke Shigure knew about Kyoka Suigetsu's ability, and Ming Bai Pingxi Shinji was also kind. He didn't say that he had been wary of Kyoka Suigetsu, but said to Hiriko Shinji, I understand. Although every once in a while, there will be ghosts crossing the border and invading the Soul Society, but when those ghosts came to the Soul Society, they were discovered by the 12th Squad. It is obviously impossible for Aizen to use them for experiments. Gosuke Shigure said, yes, it is Hueco Mundo. In that case, even if it comes to the decisive battle, you won't lose because of your ignorance of Aizen. Chapter 201 Planning for the Future. Although Gosuke Shigure and Hiriko Shinji can speak, they are not as familiar as expected. Reminding each other is considered as the best of benevolence. In the following time, the Masked Legion continued to train here. Gosuke Shigure, Urahara Kazuki, and Yoruichi found a secluded place alone and talked in private. Have you thought about your future plans? Gosuke Shigure asked Urahara Kazuki. Urahara Kazuki was silent for a while, then responded, maybe I will open a small shop. Although I have no choice but to escape to the present world, life in this world is indeed much calmer than Soul Society. Combined with the fact that the teacher has retired, I can't help but want to live a retired life. Urahara Kazuki couldn't help cracking a joke, that's it. Gosuke Shigure said, if there is anything you want to help during the process of opening the store, just ask. Although I am no longer the captain, I am still in the Soul Society after all, so I should still be able to provide you with some help within my ability. Urahara Kazuki nodded. After talking to Urahara 18 Kazuki, Gosuke Shigure started talking to Yoruichi again. Among them, Yoruichi was more inquiring about the recent situation of Shihuan's family. After all, as the head of the family, she left the Shihuan family and ran into the world with Urahara Kazuki, and she was really sorry for the Shihuan family. The Shihuan family is doing well. Although your departure has had some impact on it, it is still very stable now that Mr. Shihuan Konchan is coming out of the mountain. By the way, due to your departure, the position of captain of the 2nd Division is vacant, and the Shihuan family currently has no strong enough to be the captain. Therefore, Mr. Shihuan Konchan is the master. Among the many small and medium nobles attached to the Shihuan family, select the right people. Currently, Sui Feng has passed the captain's assessment and has officially become the captain of the 2nd team. Has Sui Feng become the captain? Knowing the news, Yoruichi sighed a little. Although I knew that Sui Feng was very good, but he became the captain so soon, it is really not to be underestimated. Yoruichi has nothing but blessings for Sui Feng as captain. After all, she was the younger sister who watched her grow up with her own eyes. Advertisement. Gosuke Shigure said, because Kazuki abducted you and left Soul Society, Sui Feng hates Kazuki at present. She is thinking about arresting Kazuki all the time and bringing you back to Soul Society. It was with this belief that she worked hard to improve herself and passed the captain's assessment. After explaining the reason clearly, Gosuke Shigure said again, by the way, I taught her Shunju. If you don't want to be defeated by her when you meet her in the future, it's best not to relax, just sharpen your strength honestly. Gosuke Shigure deliberately reminded Yoruichi's sentence. The reason for reminding Yoruichi? It's because Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki in the original book, after leaving Soul Society for 100 years, their lives were indeed too leisurely and a little slack. For them, the identified threat is only Aizen, and because there are Masked Legion on my side who want to directly avenge Aizen. Yoruichi's own strength has not improved much. Teacher, you will really cause trouble for me. Knowing that Gosuke Shigure taught Shunjutsu to Sui Feng, Yoruichi couldn't help complaining. But other than that, he didn't say much after all. Gosuke Shigure's trip to this world didn't last too long. Although he came to this world privately through the small world transmitting gate of the Tsuneyashiro family. But his existence, after all, disappeared from the Soul Society. He also doesn't have Zanpakuto like Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu, who can confuse others through Kyoka Suigetsu, giving the illusion that he has always been in the Soul Society. If you leave for a long time, it is inevitable that people will find out the clues. When he came to this world, he met with Urahara Kazuki and others. At the same time, he took away a message from Urahara Kazuki so that he could return to the Soul Society after the next contact. In the Soul Society, because of the longevity of the Shinigami, the creatures here are not sensitive to the passage of time. In the blink of an eye, a long time has passed, after the vacancies of captains of the 2nd, 5th, and 12th divisions were filled. Another captain's vacancy has been filled. Advertisement. This time it wasn't the slot that was vacated by the hollow incident that was filled. It's the captain of the 10th squad. The former captain of the 10th squad was Shiba Ise, who died for unknown reasons, and Shiba's family also declined because of this, and was expelled from the list of the 5 nobles, leaving only 4 of the former 5 nobles. After Shiba Ise, the captain of the 10th squad was vacant for a long time, and later his vice-captain filled the vacancy and became the new captain of the 1st squad. This 10th team captain can be said to have worked hard. But after all, his strength was still a bit weak, and he died in the line of duty many years ago. Captain Yamamoto has filled 3 of the 6 captain positions that were vacated during the hollow incident. This is not the most critical. Among them, there have been many incidents where the captain was tragically killed by hollow, and even the position of the captain of the 10th team, once let go day 13 vacates 7 captain positions. However, in the latest generation, the situation of the 5 nobles is not very good. In the history of Soul Society, there are 5 nobles. After all,
The Shiba family has been expelled from the ranks of the great nobles, and it is really unreasonable to prevent them from returning to Seireitei. After his death, the position of captain of the Japanese team became vacant again. The Ai's family has retired and is now anonymous. No one thought that the Shiba family would return under such circumstances. And today, the captain of the 10th division, which had been vacant for a long time, finally found a suitable candidate. In this case, there is almost no resistance to prevent the return of the Shiba family. They will return at this time. It is not so much that the rest of the nobles did not stop it, but it is something they agreed to. The Shihuan family was originally the most prosperous, but because Shihuan Yoruichi left the Soul Society, it is no longer possible. Most importantly, the Shiba family, which had been expelled from the ranks of the great nobles, returned to the Seireitei. But thinking about it carefully, it doesn't seem surprising. He is the younger brother of Shiba Issei, the former captain of the 10th division. Because this person's name is Shiba Yiksen. First, the Shiba family was expelled from the ranks, and then the Tsuneyashiro family suffered an accident. Now the head of the family is just a young girl. Kuchiki Yinling of the Kuchiki family is very old. Although the grandson Byakuya Kuchiki has outstanding talents, Byakuya Kuchiki is still young after all. It takes time for it to grow. However, when the candidate's name OO was heard by all the captains of Gode 13, they were inevitably surprised. Chapter 202. Becoming the store manager. Gosuke Shigure is no stranger to Shiba Yiksen. Not just because of the understanding of Shiba in the original book. It was also because when Shutara Senjumaru took him to Team Zero that day, he met Shiba Yiksen, which was a face-to-face meeting. But even so, Gosuke Shigure didn't intend to make friends with Shiba wholeheartedly. After all, he has quit Gode 13 right now and is a retired, old man. Instead of focusing on Shiba's determination to become the captain of the Juban team. It's better to be honest and prepare for the future. In this world, Urahara Kazuki's small shop has opened. As a Shinigami, but also a person with outstanding IQ, Urahara Kazuki's small shop sells not only simple things, but some useful props for Shinigami. Of course, because of his status as a wanted criminal. Urahara Kazuki opened a small shop, not so much doing business with Shinigami. It would be better to say that he put his own experimental product and his own invention on the shelves of the small shop. If over time, those Shinigami who came to this world gradually forgot his identity as a wanted criminal and failed to recognize him, he can help the Shinigami who came to this world, and it doesn't hurt to make some deals with them. However, I am afraid that it will be a long time later. Time, although it will kill everything, but right now, it can't kill his wanted warrant. Today, he is still the most wanted criminal of the Soul Society. When Urahara Kazuki opened the store, Gosuke Shigure went to the present world again. After all, this is the first family business created by Urahara Kazuki in this world, so he naturally had to congratulate Urahara Kazuki. Afterwards, a serious matter was discussed with Urahara Kazuki. The matter discussed was Gosuke Shigure's earliest conception. The props researched by Urahara Kazuki cannot be sold because of his identity. But Gosuke Shigure is different. Although he is retired, he is not a wanted criminal. He can open a small shop in Soul Society and sell Urahara Kazuki's props to Soul Society. Advertisement. The amount of sales will be divided into 30 to 70 at that time. Because Urahara Kazuki is a wanted criminal, Gosuke Shigure needs to bear the risk of selling his things, so Gosuke Shigure gets 70% and Urahara Kazuki gets 30%. Although it is only 30%, it is still a gain. After gaining income, Urahara Kazuki wants to study other things in the future, and it can be regarded as having funds. Even, Gosuke Shigure can help Urahara Kazuki purchase raw materials. After all, the present world is different from the Soul Society, but the world of utensils. The world of utensils is completely different from the world of spirits. Many raw materials can only be found in the Soul Society. For Gosuke Shigure's proposal, Urahara Kazuki naturally did not refuse. In the final analysis, it is because he has not yet evolved into the trader store manager in the future, and is still a very shy and honest person. For him, opening a small shop is just because he needs to disguise himself in this world. As for whether the items in the shop can be sold or make money, he doesn't care much. According to Gosuke Shigure's proposal, even if he can only get 30% of the sales, it is enough for Urahara Kazuki. He studies props just because he likes to study. It would be even better if you can get some money and use it to purchase raw materials in addition to your hobbies. And after Urahara Kazuki agreed to the matter, Gosuke Shigure's first reaction was regret. There is still less talk about the share. If I had known earlier that Urahara Kazuki would be so straightforward, it is not impossible to talk about 28 or 19. But the 30 to 70 split has already been said, so let's just leave it at that. Of course, the contract still needs to be signed. Because Shinigami's lifespan is extremely long, let's sign a 100-year contract first. Urahara Kazuki opened the store out of interest. Seeing that Gosuke Shigure was so serious, he didn't take it too seriously. After that, he decisively signed his name on the contract. It is precisely because of signing this name that in the future, Urahara Kazuki once regretted it very much. Once there was an opportunity to make a fortune in front of him, but he missed it. With Urahara Kazuki done, Gosuke Shigure returned to Soul Society. Different from the small shop in Urahara Kazuki, it is not so easy for Gosuke Shigure to open a shop in Seireitei. Advertisement. It would be fine to open a tavern, a tea house, etc.,
but to open a grocery store, especially a grocery store that sells everything, such as artisanship, communication equipment, if you have enough money, even the gate of crossing the boundary is not a problem, can be sold. Even though Gosuke Shigure used to be the captain, under the rule of Central 46, under the rules that Seireitei even Zanpakuto need to control, it is still not easy to open such a shop. Fortunately, Gosuke Shigure thought of a solution. Continue to seek help from Suniyoro Ayana. Although I often go to Suniyashiro Rihanna, I will owe the other party a lot of favors. But sometimes, Suniyashiro Ayana actually wished that Gosuke Shigure owed her a favor. Because although the current Suniyashiro family still has the name of a great noble, the situation of the main family is really not good. The behavior of Suniyashiro Tokunada at the beginning caused extremely heavy casualties to the family of Suniyashiro. If it weren't for the survivor Suniyashiro Ayana, Suniyashiro branch house will almost replace it. Even though Suniyashiro Ayana is quite qualified, she became a Shinigami and even joined the 11th team. But the main house has declined after all, and the people in the branch house are ambitious. Over the years, they have been thinking about how to cannibalize the main house and replace it. Under such circumstances, if a strong person like Gosuke Shigure is willing to stand on the side of Suniyashiro's family, it is a dream for Suniyashiro Rihanna. In the end, the world of Shinigami is also a world where the strong are respected. Although nobles are high above, if they don't have enough strength, they still can't hold on to this power. The Suniyashiro family and the former Shiba family are the most obvious examples. It is also for this reason that when Gosuke Shigure asked Suniyashiro Rihanna for help, Suniyashiro Rihanna readily agreed. Then, with the help of Day's family, Gosuke Shigure's grocery store just opened. The license to sell many things was sent directly to Gosuke Shigure. Among the objects studied by Urahara Kazuki, there are many strange things. Gosuke Shigure sold these things, which naturally aroused the curiosity of many people. Curious where exactly Gosuke Shigure got these things from. But due to the face of the Suniyashiro family, no one dared to investigate further. Chapter 203 The Western World. Is it something Urahara Kazuki researched? It seems that there is still a connection between you. Among the 5th team, Aizen Sosuke, who has become the captain, also observed Gosuke Shigure secretly after knowing that Gosuke Shigure opened a sundry shop and some of the items sold in it were quite technical. Finally came to such a conclusion, based on his observations over the years. Gosuke Shigure is obviously not a technical talent, and he himself has no research ability. Although the Suniyashiro family is still a great aristocrat, except for their political status, other aspects have gradually declined. These things are obviously impossible to come from the hands of researchers from the Suniyashiro family. And the relationship with Gosuke Shigure is excellent, and there is only one person who can research and create these things. That is Urahara Kazuki, who has left Soul Society. Urahara Kazuki, Shihu and Yoruichi, both were disciples of Gosuke Shigure. It doesn't seem strange that Gosuke Shigure still has a connection with them. That is to say, can you also do my business? In the captain's room, Aizen muttered to himself. I can't help but think of the scene when I drank with Gosuke Shigure on the roof in the past. That was the only time he was alone with Gosuke Shigure. Although there is not much contact with Gosuke Shigure, Aizen is really interested in this man who once carried the name of Kenpachi. Because he always felt that there was a deep fog covering this man's body. This is a man he can't see through, and if I remember correctly, the spiritual space in the shadow of Seireitei was first discovered by Gosuke Shigure, and then confirmed by Urahara Kazuki, and Shinigami just penetrated into it. In other words, Gosuke Shigure knows a lot of secrets. Today, Gosuke Shigure has opened a very special shop with the help of the Suniyashiro family. Many of the things in it were not even created by the existing researchers of the Soul Society. Aizen can only think of one person, and that is, Urahara Kazuki, who has left the Soul Society. That's the only genius Aizen identifies with. Gosuke Shigure is most likely purchased from Urahara Kazuki. Advertisement. If there is still contact between them, it proves that Gosuke Shigure also knows about him. After all, he didn't hide his ambition from Urahara Kazuki back then. But even so, Aizen didn't show any nervousness. Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi all saw his true face back then, so what if I saw Ichimaru Jin following behind him? Even if you want to sue him, you need evidence. As long as Kyoka Suigetsu exists, he is innocent and innocent. Thinking of this, Aizen let go of his guard against Gosuke Shigure again. As long as Gosuke Shigure doesn't take the initiative to provoke him, he will naturally not provoke Gosuke Shigure. Even, the reason why he attacked those captains and vice-captains at the beginning was just because he wanted to conduct a hollow experiment, and the ordinary Shinigami could not meet his requirements. Right now, the hollow experiment can come to an end. Gode 13 is seriously injured. It is really not good to experiment with those powerful Shinigami. Then, just change your thinking. Since Shinigami can be hollowed, then, hollow, can it be Shinigami? In the virtual circle, there are many powerful virtual ones. Aizen's thoughts flickered, and then, he found a piece of paper, wrote and drew on the paper, and planned the follow-up experiment. Now, London. This is Westworld. For the humans in the East, this place is extremely strange. But for the Quincy Masters, this place is the former king of many of them. Back then, Yuhabok rose up on this land, and then led the Quincy division in the Western world to start an expedition all the way east, and then occupied a large area in the east. And because of the lack of spirits in the world of Kizi, his eye is gradually set on the world of spirits, that is, the Soul Society. Well, according to the Western parlance, the current world is called the outer world, while the Soul Society is called the inner world. The Watch world is huge, and the Soul Society is naturally not small either. The Soul Society in ordinary people's impression, also known as Seireitei, is actually just a part of the real Soul Society. Its name is Dongsho Bureau, and Dongsho Bureau stabilizes the soul balance of the Eastern world. Advertisement in contrast, there is also the Shijiao Bureau, which is located in the Western world. In the Western world, the names for souls are also completely different from those in the East. Like the East, evil spirits are called Void, and the Void's hierarchy is divided into Jillian, Ajukas, Vasto Lord. In the West, they are called dragons. Dragons are extremely evil creatures, because ordinary people cannot see them, so they will cause damage to the world. In order to fight against this kind of creature, the beings living in the Western Soul Society use magic to fight against it. It is said to be magic, but in fact, it is still a kind of use of spirits. It's just that the research direction is different from that of the Eastern Soul Society, so the effect displayed is also completely different. However, perhaps it was because the 5 nobles who divided the Spirit King all lived in the East, so when it comes to strength, the Huhungui in the West are not very powerful. Perhaps it is for this reason that when Yuhabak attacked Soul Society, he focused on the East Endgame, and did not pay attention to the West Endgame. The Western world is alive, in London, in an old castle. On the throne, Rideo's figure sat quietly. His eyes were closed tightly, he was not breathing at all, and he looked almost like a dead person. In fact, he has maintained this state for 900 years. Today is obviously a very special day. Hasward, the current leader of the Quincy Division and the Emperor's assistant, has been by this figure's side since yesterday. Until the dawn of the morning, it was the 900th year when the Emperor fell asleep during the Great War that year. Boom 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 boom. A slight sound sounded from the Emperor's abdominal cavity. Although very faint, but the Quincy led by Hasward was very excited. Your Majesty has recovered his heartbeat. During the 900 years after the war, His Majesty the Emperor was in a deep sleep. But all the Quenches firmly believe that His Majesty the Emperor will be able to recover and wake up. Now, His Majesty has recovered his heartbeat, which means that he is one step closer to His Majesty's complete resurrection. And when His Majesty the Emperor is fully resurrected, it will be time for the Quincy to take revenge on the Shinigami. Chapter 204 Reception in Leisure Room although opened a very special shop. But it is impossible for Gosuke Shigure to stay in the commercial street and in the shops all the time. For a lazy person like him, there is naturally someone to take care of the store. There is no doubt that the person who helped him manage the store was from the Suniyashiro family. I don't know when, Gosuke Shigure and the Suniyashiro family have established an extremely close relationship. After being reborn in this life, he had once cut off with the Suniyashiro family. Killing Suniyashiro Tokunada and completely ending all karma with the Suniyashiro family was one of the methods he had thought of. But things didn't go as planned. On the contrary, it was precisely because of the act of killing Suniyashiro Tokunada that in this life he formally came into contact with the Suniyashiro family and got acquainted with Suniyashiro Ayana. However, Gosuke Shigure did not resist this acquaintance, nor did he think about cutting off the relationship as before. After all, today's Suniyashiro is no longer the Suniyashiro from back then. Suniyashiro Ayana was not the one who murdered him in the past. Since Suniyashiro's family has encountered such a big change, he doesn't mind changing his mind again, and taking the initiative to make friends with Namio's family. Even if the Suniyashiro family has a good relationship, he still wants something else. But on the other hand, the Suniyashiro family can also give Gosuke Shigure a lot of help. After all, the identity of the great nobleman is there. Soul Society. Even though many years have passed since the era of the ancestors of the 5 great nobles, the great nobles still have a place today. Gosuke Shigure has entrusted the management of the store to the business personnel specially sent by the Suniyashiro family. He only checks the accounts occasionally, and at the same time, delivers the goods purchased from Urahara Kazuki to the store. Other than that, Gosuke Shigure's life is peaceful. Except for the fact that Sui Feng bothered Gosuke Shigure and asked Gosuke Shigure to help him with special training in order to participate in the captain assessment and improve his strength. No one else came looking for Gosuke Shigure either. Time is the most ruthless thing in the world. It washes away all traces of existence one after another. Advertisement gradually, with the graduation of new students from Spiritual Arts Academy, Gode 13 lost many captains and vice-captains due to the disappearance of souls in the past, and the sadness was gradually washed away after all. The first ones to get out of the sadness were of course the 2nd team, 5th team, 10th team, and 12th team. After all, their captain's position has been filled. As for the 3rd, 7th, and 9th teams, although the position of captain is still vacant, with the addition of new players, this sadness has finally disappeared. After all, the new team members have not experienced the era of the old captain, and even many people have never heard of the disappearance of the soul. Gode 13 also intends to reduce the impact of that incident. Although the arrest warrants for Urahara Kazuki and others still exist, this matter is not overemphasized. After all, the development of the times is forward. There is no need to dwell on the past. Even without those captains and vice-captains, Gode 13 can still function and return to the top. As the time passed, another Shinigami passed the captain's assessment and officially became the captain of Gode 13.
The captain who succeeds this time is the captain of Team 7. Komamura Sajin. This is a man with a very strange appearance. There was a wooden barrel covering his head, and he was wearing tight clothes, covering up all his appearance. But if you get acquainted with him, you will find that he is an extremely reliable man. At the beginning, he graduated from Godei 13 with excellent grades, but due to some reasons, he could not join Godei 13 in the end. Just when he was about to leave Seireitei, Captain Yamamoto took him in, and later helped him join among the 7th Division. The 7th Division is the inner court guard, which can be regarded as an extension of the 1st Division. When the turmoil occurred in Godei 13, their duty was to assist the 1st Division to put down the rebellion. Therefore, the successive captains of the 7th Division are all loyal supporters of Captain Yamamoto. After the captain of the 7th Division was vacant, it was because of the great kindness of the captain of Yamamoto. Komamura Sajin had nothing in return. He saw Captain Yamamoto's concern over the vacancy of Godei 13 captain. So, with the meaning of sharing the worries for the captain of Yamamoto, Komamura Sajin found Captain Yamamoto and asked for help in learning Bankai. Advertisement, ask for flowers. Captain Yamamoto helped Komamura Sajin, and finally, Komamura Sajin successfully learned Bankai. Passed the captain's test. Of course, these things are a secret, and ordinary people don't even know about them. Gosuke Shigure will know this, naturally from the mouth of spring water in the colander Jingle. After chatting for a while about Captain Yamamoto, Gosuke Shigure asked Jingle again, "Have you decided?" During a drinking session, Jingle Chunshui mentioned the matter of Komamura Sajin. Jingle Chunshui held the wine glass and commented on Captain Yamamoto. That's true, but Jingle Chunshui had studied with the captain when he was very young, and he often went in and out of the opponent's study, and was kicked out by the captain. Compared with ordinary people, he knew the nature of the captain better. Unfortunately, Zaraki doesn't seem to be suitable for learning his swordsmanship and directly messes up everything. Although Naneo is still young, her ability is not bad enough to be the vice captain. Of course, the reason why I made up my mind is because of the behavior of that new Kenpachi in your 11th team. When I met Zaraki for the first time, I was eager to teach the powerful swordsmanship to the bigger one. It looks serious on the outside, but it is actually a good teacher. 0. I don't know what Komamura Sajin's real face is like, but it seems that the old man admires him very much, as if he regards him as a disciple, otherwise it is impossible to help him practice Bankai. Jingle Chunshui, as the proud disciple of Captain Yamamoto, has very old qualifications, and because he is the captain of the 8th Division, and the 8th Division is also responsible for collecting information, so he knows a lot of secrets. Gosuke Shigure nodded in agreement. Captain Yamamoto is indeed a person who likes to be a teacher. Even a little girl like Kusajishi Yachiru can be the vice captain. Why can't Naneo be the vice captain? The so-called indifference and seriousness are nothing more than the need to maintain dignity as the captain of Godei 13. But it's not surprising, the old man is such a person. In many people's impressions, the captain is an extremely serious and indifferent person. Jingle Chunshui smiled and said, "It's decided." Chapter 205. The wheel of history begins to turn. The hollow incident caused Godei 13 to lose several captains. In comparison, the vice captain lost in that incident was not that important. Over the years, what Godei 13 has done is to try their best to fill the captain's vacancy. As for the vice captains, who cares? After all, the appointment of vice captains is different from that of captains, who don't place too much emphasis on personal strength, and are appointed by the captains of each team on their own. As long as the captain's position is filled, they will naturally appoint the vice captain. Yadumaru Lisa, the former vice captain of the 8th Division, was one of the victims of the hollow incident. Because of her departure, the position of vice captain of the 8th Division has been vacant, and Jingle Chunshui, who was scattered in the past, has worked hard for many years. During these years, he did not appoint the deputy, 383, captain. Of course it was not because he suddenly became diligent. Prepare yourself to handle those team duties. It's because he doesn't want to appoint the vice captain casually. He wanted to leave the position of vice captain to Aiz Naneo. Ordinary people don't know Jingle Chunshui's thoughts. How can Gosuke Shigure not know? Aiz Naneo and Jingle Chunsui have a close relationship. If Aiz Naneo doesn't become a Shinigami, that's all. After she chose to become a Shinigami, Jingle Chunshui had the obligation to protect her. Let Aiz Naneo enter the 8th team, and he can stay under his nose all the time. And let Aiz Naneo become the deputy captain. As his adjutant, he can always follow him, and it is more convenient to protect Aiz Naneo. In the past, Yadumaru Lisa, the vice captain, did a good job. Of course, it was impossible for Jingle Chunshui to come up with such an idea. But it is different now. Yadumaru Lisa left Soul Society for some reason, and the position of vice captain became vacant. Jingle Chunshui certainly doesn't mind satisfying his own selfishness. After some small talk, within a few days, Gosuke Shigure learned that Naneo Aiz had become the vice captain of the 8th Division. Advertisement. After Gosuke Shigure passed the news by ear, he ignored it. The long river of time continues to gallop forward. After Komamura Sajin became the captain of the 7th Division, there are only 2 captain vacancies left. They are the 3rd team and the 9th team. Among them, the former deputy captain of the 3rd team is still there, and the situation is a little better. The 9th Division is the real problem. In the hollow incident, the 9th Division was the division that suffered the most losses. Not only lost the captain and vice captain in that battle, but also lost many officers.
In recent years, although many new players have joined the 9th team, when it comes to overall strength, the 9th team is still the weakest team among Godei 13. I don't know if it's because Komamura Sajin learned Bankai, passed the captain's assessment, and became the captain of the 20th squad that inspired his friend Tusen Kanami. After that, Tusen Kanami, the #1 master of the 9th division and the highest surviving captain of the 9th division during the Muguruma Kensai era, became even more assiduous in his practice. Tusen Kanami's qualifications are not bad, although because he is blind, his daily life is more difficult than that of ordinary people, but it is precisely because he has experienced the pain that he is more and more rare. After Tusen Kanami practiced hard, finally, he mastered Bankai. Then, following Komamura Sajin, he also took the initiative to go to the captain of Yamamoto to recommend himself, and wanted to participate in the captain's assessment. Under normal circumstances, participating in the captain assessment is based on the recommendation of the other captains of Godei 13. But in history, there is no shortage of self-recommendations by those who are confident in themselves. Captain Yamamoto is also very interested in Tusen Kanami's self-recommendation. He is very clear about the situation of the 9th division. Over the years, he even had the idea of finding a master from the other teams and going to the 9th team to serve as the captain. However, if Tusen Kanami of the 9th squad can pass the captain's assessment, that would be great. Therefore, he didn't care too much about Tusen Kanami's self-recommendation, and directly conducted a captain assessment on Tusen Kanami. As a result, Captain Yamamoto was quite satisfied. Tusen Kanami passed the captain assessment and became the new captain of Team 9. So far, part of the captain position that was vacated due to the Hollow incident has been filled. Only the captain of the 3rd team is left, which is still vacant. Advertisement: there's still one spot left though. But in the history of Soul Society, there is no shortage of cases where the position of captain has been vacant for many years. Don't be too anxious for the time being, just take it step by step. On the contrary, in Spiritual Arts Academy, in recent years, another genius-like figure has appeared. Shiba Kaiyan. This is the direct descendant of the head of the Shiba family. In the past, when the Shiba family was not in decline, he was famous far and wide. Gosuke Shigure also talked about him with Jingle Chunshui. According to what Jingle Chunshui said at the time, Shiba Kaiyan was born at a bad time. It would be better if he was born a few years earlier. It's a pity that it was an extremely delicate time when he showed his talent. I'm afraid Jingle Chunshui sensed something at that time, knowing that Shiba's family was about to be expelled from the ranks of great nobles. When Shiba Kaiyan first entered school, his spiritual power reached an astonishing 6th grade. Shiba Kaiyan did not join the 10th division, but chose to join the 13th division at the invitation of Jashiro Yugataki. After all, Shiba is the captain of Team Ichiba with all his heart. It seems that because of many years of Precipitation 2.6, although Shiba Kaiyan did not enter the Spiritual Arts Academy to study, but the Shiba family is a great nobleman in the past after all, and a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and his family has a long history. Later, at the Spiritual Arts Academy, he just went through a cutscene. The siblings Shiba Kaiyan and Shiba Kong also disappeared. Unexpectedly, today's Shiba Kaiyan actually chooses to join the Spiritual Arts Academy. Obviously, he is preparing to enter Godei 13 and Seireitei. The wheel of history is starting to turn this time. Shiba Yixin and even the head of Shiba's branch house, Shiba Kaiyan's uncle. It is also reasonable that Shiba Kaiyan will enter Spiritual Arts Academy at this time. The fact that he served as the captain of Godei 13 itself foreshadowed a signal, that is, the return of Shiba's family to Seireitei. After all, Shiba is single-minded and is now the captain of the Japanese team. But if you think about it carefully, it's not surprising. Afterwards, with the Shiba family decline, Gosuke Shigure couldn't help sighing. In just 1 year, he graduated from it. After graduating, everyone thought he would enter the 10th team. However, the result was unexpected again. Chapter 206 Encounter. Shiba Kaiyan. In the original book, Shinigami was supposed to be a genius, but unfortunately, he was unlucky and suffered the loss of appearing too early. So he died extremely unjustly. Obviously, with his strength, it is enough to deal with that head. The result was directly harmed by it. After Gosuke Shigure learned that the opponent joined the 13th division, he couldn't help but think of the opponent's tragic fate in the original book. If nothing else happens, Shiba Kaiyan will become the vice-captain of the 13th division 5 years after joining the 13th division. Then, until, Rukia Kuchiki grew up, joined the 13th squad and met her. Although I don't have many friendships, if possible, I would like to help you rewrite your fate. In the garden, Gosuke Shigure basks in the sun, facing the sea of Shiba. After basking in the sun, Gosuke Shigure is stuck in a time of nothing to do again. No way, Shinigami's life is so boring. For Shinigami, who is active in Godei 13, at least he has a job, and he can usually handle some work-related matters to kill time, but except for work 18, most of the time, he is also in a state of idleness. And for a retired person like Gosuke Shigure, it is even more leisurely. You can go to the store and have a look. Gosuke Shigure thought so. In a blink of an eye, his shop has been open for a long time. In the shop, basically all kinds of strange things are sold. Yoshiko, props to suppress Ryotsu, eating a pill that can save you from being hungry for a long time, and even the latest communication equipment. It is said that the latest communication equipment is actually a telephone made by Urahara Kazuki imitating the telephone of the world machine. Compared with the modern telephone, you need to pull the telephone line.
Urahara Kazuki's thing is more of a Kido amplifier than a telephone. Its communication principle is to amplify the Kido, Heavenly Sky Luo, cast by the user so that it can more accurately contact the target. If you want to use this thing, you have to master the sky, and you have to find the spirit of the target object, so it is actually a pretty tasteless thing. Advertisement Urahara Kazuki originally made this thing out of interest, but later found it useless, so he gave up researching it. But Gosuke Shigure was very interested in this stuff and bought a batch of it. I don't know if anyone has taken advantage of it to buy this thing. Of course, compared to this thing, he still hopes that Urahara Kazuki can develop a smartphone. After all, the life of Soul Society is too boring. After he retired, there was really nothing to do except bask in the sun. First, I went to the store to check the account. In fact, there is nothing to check. After all, he didn't spend much money. When he was the captain for more than 100 years, he saved a considerable amount of salary. In the past, except for drinking, he was basically nothing not very useful. Then, Gosuke Shigure checked the goods in the store again, and after confirming that there was no need to buy them, he left here. But when he was about to leave, he met an unexpected figure. Captain Sui Feng. Looking at the figure walking into the shop, Gosuke Shigure was a little surprised. Master Gosuke. Sui Feng greeted Gosuke Shigure. Even though she has become the captain of Gode 13, because of Yoruichi, she is still called Gosuke Shigure habitually. You don't need to be so polite, just call me by my first name. I have retired now, and you are now the captain of Gode 13. Gosuke Shigure said to Sui Feng with a smile. This. Sui Feng still hesitated. Gosuke Shigure said again. Well, I'll call you Sui Feng, and you can call me Gosuke. Anyway, we're not strangers anymore. Sui Feng was silent for a while, then nodded. Indeed, she and Gosuke Shigure are not strangers anymore. In order to participate in the captain assessment, in order to improve her strength, she once asked Gosuke Shigure for help. Gosuke Shigure trained her for over a month, although more than a month is not a long time for Shinigami. Advertisement, but it was enough for Sui Feng and Gosuke Shigure to get acquainted. Seeing the other party nodding, Gosuke Shigure also smiled, and asked Sui Feng, I don't know what Sui Feng you were here to buy today. I can recommend it to you. When Sui Feng heard this, he just remembered that this shop was opened by Gosuke Shigure. It's no secret that after Gosuke Shigure retired, he opened such a shop with the help of the Tsuneyashiro family. When Sui Feng first learned about this, he was actually very curious. Gosuke Shigure is Yoruichi-sama's teacher. Logically speaking, his best relationship should be Shihuan's family. Besides, his relationship with the Kuchiki family is not bad. This is a bracelet-like prop, and there are several buttons on the bracelet. Although the 12th squad can also make such props. However, no one expected that the Tsuneyashiro family would eventually help Gosuke Shigure open the store. Gosuke Shigure said the price, and Sui Feng paid the bill. Afterwards, Gosuke Shigure asked Sui Feng again. I have given you the item, but I am still curious, why did you buy this item? And Sui Feng. Gosuke Shigure was very curious. Gosuke Shigure glanced at Sui Feng with some curiosity. But I don't know if it's because Urahara Kazuki once served as the captain of the 12th Division. Sui Feng doesn't have a good impression of the 12th Division, and he doesn't want to beg Suyu and that weirdo because of this matter. Oh, the idea flashed through Sui Feng's mind. Sui Feng came back to his senses, and said to Gosuke Shigure. I want to buy a prop 277 that can restrain Ryotsu. Because Ryotsu is too powerful, Zaraki cannot control his own Ryotsu well, so he needs a Ryotsu suppression device to control his own Ryotsu. He also said, as for this kind of props, I have some here, I will help you find them. Soon, Gosuke Shigure found a prop and handed it to Sui Feng. It can only be said that the relationship between Gosuke Shigure and several nobles is closer than imagined. Although he became the captain, to be honest, in Gosuke Shigure's perception, Sui Feng's Ryotsu is not very powerful, and there is no need for such a thing at all. It's understandable for Zaraki to use something like this, your words. By pressing the button, the degree of upper Ryotsu can be selected. Chapter 207 with Sui Feng. I heard the curiosity in Gosuke Shigure's words. Sui Feng didn't hide either. Although I have now become the captain of the second team, but according to what you said, Gosuke, Master Yoruichi has mastered the skill of instant coaxing a long time ago, and now I want to capture her. Wishful thinking. I'm not sure when we'll find her, but in order to catch Yoruichi-sama when I see her again, I must have enough power. Sui Feng didn't hide his determination to become stronger and capture Yoruichi back. For her, Yoruichi is obsession. She joined the second team in the past, and even became the captain of the second team at this moment, all because of Yoruichi. Yoruichi's influence on her is hard to erase, that's it. Gosuke Shigure also understood Sui Feng's meaning. So, do you want to use the Ryotsu suppression device to limit your own Ryotsu and put yourself in a weak state, so as to sharpen yourself? Sui Feng nodded and said, after mastering Bankai, I have realized that it is difficult for my Ryotsu to continue to grow. The Battle of Shinigami, although it is the Battle of Ryotsu, is more of a coincidence battle zone. Slashing fists and walking ghosts are all part of Shinigami's strength. 11. After Gosuke taught me Shunjutsu that day, I realized the importance of skills even more. If you want to improve your strength, you have to master more subtle techniques. That's why I came up with this way of honing my finer skills by stifling my Ryotsu and making me weaker. After all,
Gosuke Shigure had trained him for more than a month. Sui Feng and Gosuke Shigure are old acquaintances, and Lisuke Shigure said that it would be good to just call them by their first names. Sui Feng was also rude, not only calling Gosuke Shigure by name, but also talking a lot with Gosuke Shigure. This is an extremely rare thing. You know, in the impression of outsiders, Sui Feng, the captain of the second team, is a must-have indifferent beauty. She is as cold as snow, showing no color to anyone, with a cold face, and at the same time taciturn. This can be regarded as an indirect illustration of the specialness of Gosuke Shigure in Sui Feng's mind. After all, it was someone who helped her when she was helpless. Advertisement, so it is backquote. Gosuke Shigure nodded. Indeed, honing one's fighting skills by containing one's own Ryotsu is a good way to become stronger. He quite agrees with Sui Feng's statement, although in the past he also agreed with Aizen's statement that Shinigami's battle was Ryotsu's battle. But that's Aizen after all. Ordinary people don't have Ryotsu as scary as Aizen. For a normal Shinigami, it's already hard for Ryotsu to level up once he reaches the captain rank. In the words of fantasy novels, the potential has been exhausted. Wanting to reach Ryotsu several times more than the captain's level is simply a dream. In this case, unless some accidents happen to him, for example, Hollow, he will be able to raise Ryotsu again. And if there is no such accident, for normal Shinigami, there is only one way to improve their strength. That's honing skills. Cut the fist and walk away the ghost. These four basic abilities of Shinigami can also be improved if they can be cultivated to ultimate. The former captain of the second squad is the most obvious example. The Shihuan family is not good at using Zanpakuto, and they only rely on the means of white hits and shunpo. They have been the masters of all dynasties, and they are all well-deserved captain-level Shinigami. Seeing that Gosuke Shigure recognized his idea, Sui Feng was also quite happy. Then I heard Gosuke Shigure say, "It happens that I don't have anything to do recently, so I can help you to train. Besides, I still have a lot of experience in the skills of cutting fists and walking ghosts." Gosuke Shigure appears extremely confident. Hearing this, Sui Feng couldn't help being stunned. "Gosuke, you. What? Do you dislike me?" Gosuke Shigure frowned slightly. Sui Feng said quickly, No, I just didn't expect to get your help." Gosuke Shigure's strength, she naturally knows. The 11th squad, among the Godei 13, is the top squad, and Kenpachi, besides the captain, is the title that only the strongest Shinigami can have. Gosuke Shigure served as Kenpachi for more than 100 years in the past, and its strength is naturally beyond doubt. Advertisement Sui Feng also understood this point during the month of Gosuke Shigure's special training for him. Right now, Gosuke Shigure is willing to help her with special training, which is naturally the best. At the same time, Sui Feng secretly guessed why Gosuke Shigure helped him. Although Gosuke Shigure has retired, it doesn't mean that Gosuke Shigure has nothing to do, but Gosuke Shigure chose to help her. Could it be because of Yoruichi-sama? Master Yoruichi is a disciple of Lord Gosuke. She left the Soul Society with Urahara Kazuki and became a traitor. Lord Gosuke must be very sad. So, he chose to help me improve my strength, and wants me to capture Lord Yoruichi back? It must be so, although verbally, according to Gosuke Shigure's request, he called him by his first name. But in the bottom of his heart, Sui Feng still respects Gosuke Shigure exceptionally. He even came up with an answer that he thought was correct. Thinking of this, she felt that she could not live up to Gosuke Shigure's good intentions, she must train hard and continue to improve her strength. Becoming the captain of the second squad does not mean that you can capture Lord Yoruichi back. Captain, but just an identity. Only one's own strength is the most critical. If the strength is not enough, even as the captain of Ma Jiao, it is possible to die in battle. The captain of the 10th division back then was an example. Sui Feng didn't stay in the commercial street for too long. Although she was a girl, she was not very interested in things like shopping, she was most interested in cultivation. After that, with the Ryotsu restraining device, she and Gosuke Shigure went to a very familiar place again. Sokyoku Hill. Here is the training ground opened up by Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki in the past. In the early years, when Gosuke Shigure conducted special training for Sui Feng, it was here that he taught Sui Feng the skills of instant coaxing. Sui Feng also never imagined that one day, this place would become his exclusive training place. I will come here again and accept Gosuke Shigure's training again. It was also during the following training that she realized more and more how high Gosuke Shigure's attainments in the skills of cutting fists and walking ghosts are. Chapter 208 all around powerful because Sui Feng wanted to improve his strength by training his skills of chopping fists and walking ghosts. Gosuke Shigure did not simply crush Sui Feng with his strength, but showed off his skills in front of Sui Feng. Although Gosuke Shigure did not take many shots in this life, he is indeed a Shinigami who has cultivated the four skills of Zhanshuan Zaogui to the peak and is extremely balanced. This is all due to the harvest of his previous life. In his previous life, his Zanpakuto ability was extremely strange. He can enslave the souls of all the beings who died under his knife, and at the same time, part of the spiritual power of the enslaved souls will be fed back to himself, which makes Ryotsu extremely powerful in his previous life. In comparison, his Zanpakuto does not have too many methods other than enslaving the soul. Whether the attacking power is strong or not depends entirely on the strength of the soul. With such a knife, group fights are fine. After all, many undead can be summoned at one time to form an army of the dead, but in the face of the real strong,
the effect is not too great. Of course, this kind of real powerhouse refers to the existence of Captain Yamamoto. For the Tsuneyashiro family, Gosuke Shigure's knife is extremely strange. As long as a strong man is killed, he can be transformed into a slave for life after life, for him to drive. It is also for this reason that after the death of Tsuneyashiro Kiyoshui in the previous life, the Keidai family would try to keep the knife. It is also because of this that 700 indirectly promoted his rebirth, and only then did he have Gosuke Shigure in this life. Back to the topic, Gosuke Shigure in the previous life was the master of the dead sword. Although Ryotsu is very powerful because of the sword, he also understands the weakness of his own sword. In order to make up for this weakness, coupled with the fact that he had no worries about food and clothing in his previous life, he was indeed relatively free, in order to be more dominant and self-protective in that chaotic era. He has spent a lot of time studying the skills of chopping fists and walking ghosts. Sui Feng realized this immediately after fighting Gosuke Shigure. As the captain of the second team, Yi Yinren's successor, Sui Feng's attainments in white hits and shunpo are extremely strong, and in order to learn instant coaxing and completely master this skill, she also has a lot of research on Kido. In addition, it is worth mentioning that her Zanpakuto. Although she doesn't like to use Bankai because the momentum after Bankai is too big. But her Shikai is indeed extremely small, and her unique move is a 2-hit kill. In order to be able to stab the enemy twice with the small knife, she also learned how to use Zanpakuto and learned a lot about the assassination skills of the knife. All in all, Sui Feng is actually a Shinigami who is extremely balanced in the 4 abilities of Zan Quan Zhou Gui. But her balance, when facing Gosuke Shigure, is all-round eating. Advertisement with his proud Zanpakuto assassination technique, Gosuke Shigure easily dealt with it with his bare hands. From beginning to end, the knife in her hand never stabbed Gosuke Shigure. All of them were easily avoided by him. Shunpo. Gosuke Shigure's Shunpo is faster than her. In terms of Kido, after Gosuke Shigure gave up singing, Kido's power is still astonishing. There is no need to compare. Sui Feng knows that he is definitely not Gosuke Shigure's head. In particular, she also used the Ryotsu suppression device to limit the Ryotsu in her body. After Ryotsu was limited, Kido's power was further reduced. Kido naturally has no need to compare, but white hits. This is the housekeeping skill of the criminal army. As a stealthy manipulator, that is, a member of the criminal army, Shunpo does not have to be strong, but white hits must not be weak. When facing the enemy, only white hits means strong, can subdue the enemy. Sui Feng's white hits is the strongest of all her means, even, compared to Shunpo, she is more confident. After all Shunpo's skills, there is a flash goddess Yoruichi dedicated to the former. Sui Feng thinks that it is still difficult for him to surpass Master Yoruichi. But such white hits were still easily suppressed by Gosuke Shigure. This time, Sui Feng couldn't help but feel a deep sense of frustration in his heart. In the training ground below Sokyoku Hill, Cab, Sui Feng took the initiative to stop. Do not fight, she looked very depressed, I am not your opponent. She sighed in her heart, no wonder Gosuke-sama is Yoruichi-sama's teacher, she is really amazing. I don't know what it looks like when he has a knife in his hand. While Sui Feng sighed, he thought of Gosuke Shigure in his prime. Advertisement just like the second team is good at white hits and shunpo, the 11th team is best at chopping. Gosuke Shigure used to be Kenpachi, and it's obvious that his cutting skills are definitely strong. Just because of his retirement now, Zanpakuto was temporarily left in the 11th team, without a knife in his hand. Gosuke Shigure looked at the depressed Sui Feng, and smiled slightly. After wearing the Ryotsu suppression device, your Ryotsu is restricted, which makes your spiritual sense much weaker. In the Battle of Shinigami, in addition to hearing and vision, spiritual sense is also a key factor. It can help you foresee the coming danger in advance. If your spiritual sense is affected, your movements will naturally slow down by half a beat. That's why you lost to me today. Gosuke Shigure is willing to accompany her to train, and Gosuke Shigure is strong enough. Gosuke Shigure explained to Sui Feng why she would lose. It is impossible to live up to Gosuke Shigure's good intentions. After Gosuke Shigure's explanation, Sui Feng also regained his confidence. She decided that when she met Master Yoruichi in the future, she must capture him back. The result is still a defeat. After resting for a while, Sui Feng continued to practice against Gosuke Shigure. During this period of time, as long as he is free, Gosuke Shigure will practice against Sui Feng, which can be regarded as finding a pastime for himself in his spare time. So, after a short break, let's move on. But this time she lost, but she was not frustrated by it. On the contrary, she felt that this was an extremely rare opportunity. It turned out that it wasn't that she was too weak. In the blink of an eye, a long time has passed since Sui Feng received special training from Gosuke Shigure. Then he said, however, if you are still able to deal with my attack in this situation, after your Ryotsu is completely unsealed, your strength obviously will be put at another risk. Only in this way is it worthy of Gosuke Shigure's special training. Time passed slowly. After all, the other captains didn't have nothing to do to train with her. There was a reason why she lost so quickly, she deserved to seize this opportunity. 6BK Chapter 209 Kuchiki Household Affairs. The passage of time is like flying sand on the fingertips, pouring down from the gap between the fingers inadvertently.
Playing against Sui Feng and training Sui Feng is just a fun that Gosuke Shigure found in his spare time. In general, his life is still very leisurely. Of course, saying she is leisurely does not mean that she is completely rotten. He has not forgotten that this world has never been peaceful, and there are still many psychological crises lurking in the dark. Even if it is just for the sake of living a peaceful life, it is enough for Gosuke Shigure to deal with these crises in advance. The days passed by, and finally piled up from days to years. Year by year. Among the 5 nobles of the Soul Society in the past, except for the Eyes family, which is still hidden and unknown. The rest of them also seem to have come out of their own predicaments. First of all, although the Shihuan family has lost Yoruichi, the head of the family, Shihuan Kongshan is still alive, and with the full support of a group of small and medium nobles attached to the Shihuan family, after Sui Feng became the captain of the second team, the situation of the Shihuan family is also trending, more stable. The only thing the Shihuan family needs to do now is to wake up from the silence and wait for Yoruichi's younger brother, Shihuan Yushiro, to grow up. There is a huge age difference between him and Yoruichi, but as Yoruichi's younger brother, he has shown a talent similar to Yoruichi's, which is amazing. Not surprisingly, if he grows up, he will be an extremely powerful Shinigami. Another great nobleman, the Suneyashiro family, was massacred by the branch house of Suneyashiro Tokunada in the past. In an instant, it changed from prosperity to decline. Later, Suna Yada Ayana became the new master. As the youngest daughter of the main family, she is also the only young man. After she became the head of the family, many people in the branch house coveted the main house. But as Ayana Suneyashiro joined Gode 13, as her reputation spread far and wide, and as she got closer to Gosuke Shigure, the retired captain of Gode 13, the ambition of the branch house gradually faded, it became silent. No way, the people in the branch house know their last two. If there is only one orphan girl in the main family, they can show their ambitions. But the current situation is that this orphan girl is not simple, and there is a strong expert support behind her. If Gosuke Shigure hadn't retired and was still the captain of Gode 13, they would have been less concerned. It is retired. This means that Gosuke Shigure can completely devote himself to the Suneyashiro family. Advertisement: Gosuke Shigure is unmarried, and Suneyashiro Ayana is unmarried. Maybe one day, Gosuke Shigure will become the whole son-in-law of the Suneyashiro family. All in all, under the current situation, Suneyashiro branch house is in a state of fear and dare not act rashly. Therefore, the situation of the Suneyashiro family has also stabilized. In addition, the Shiba family, which was expelled from the ranks of the great nobles in the past, returned to Seireitei with Shiba's heart. After graduating from the Spiritual Arts Academy, Shiba Kyan joined the 13th Division. The vice-captain of the third team became Jashiro Yukitaki's right-hand man. Today's Shiba family, with a captain and a vice-captain, seems to be returning to its heyday. Of the 5 great nobles in the past, 4 have been mentioned. Naturally, the Kuchiki family, the head of several great nobles, could not be bypassed. The Kuchiki family had fallen into an extremely embarrassing predicament in the early years. That is, there is no suitable successor after Kuchiki Silver Ridge. His son's qualifications are extremely poor, and he can't afford the heavy responsibility of the Kuchiki family at all. In order to resolve this embarrassing situation, Kuchiki Yinling recruited a son-in-law for his daughter, that is, Kuchiki Shongha. At first, he had a good idea, but he couldn't stand the scheme of the Dark Man. Kuchiki Shongha was imprisoned because of calculation. Although because Gosuke Shigure stopped him in time to do evil. But in the end, she was deprived of her Shinigami status and was grounded at Kuchiki's house, not allowed to go out. Of course, Kuchiki Shonghi's life was saved, so the ending is not bad. But for Kuchiki Yinling, such an ending still violated his original intention after all. Also, after the Kuchiki Shongha incident, he became disheartened and became more and more indifferent. Looking at the son with poor aptitude, he knew that his aptitude was not very good, but he still chose to entrust the heavy responsibility to him. But I didn't expect it, because of his oppression. His son, Kuchiki Aojun, eventually died fighting to protect the honor of the Kuchiki family. This is something that happened many years ago. It seems that because of his son's death in battle, Kuchiki Yinling became older. Fortunately, he still has one last sustenance, that is grandson Byakuya Kuchiki. Advertisement: unlike his son who was mediocre and died in battle due to lack of strength, his grandson Byakuya Kuchiki showed strong aptitude at a very young age, which was even better than Kuchiki Yinling's aptitude when he was young. 0 Looking for flowers. Kuchiki Yinling naturally had to teach him seriously. Days passed, and grandson Byakuya grew up gradually. Under the arrangement of Kuchiki Yinling, he entered the 6th team and soon became the seat officer. After that, he continued to improve his seat. If nothing else, it won't be long before Byakuya Kuchiki can take over his mantle. Take over the important task of the head of the Kuchiki family and become the captain of the 6th team. However, at this moment, an accident happened. The origin stems from the fact that Byakuya Kuchiki was on his way to Rukongai on a mission. Grandpa, I will prove it to you. After Byakuya Kuchiki finished speaking, he saluted to himself, turned around and walked out of the house. I will not take the position of patriarch, and I will become the captain of the 6th team. Byakuya Kuchiki was also young and vigorous, and directly expressed his attitude to Yoruichi. Hearing the sound of Byakuya Kuchiki leaving, the old man turned around slowly, the anger on his face disappeared, and the moist corners of his eyes added a little kindness to the whole face. There is no shortage of romantic people among the nobles. After all, he is just a commoner, just play around, but Byakuya Kuchiki is different. He is a person who accepts death and is extremely dedicated. If you just met a woman and fell in love with her, that's all. Alas. A long sigh came out slowly. After he returned to Kuchiki's house, he mentioned something to Kuchiki Silver Ridge. My lord, the young master has gone to look for that girl again. A voice suddenly came from the dark corner of the house. Calm was restored in the room, as if no one had been there. HMPH, let's wait until you become the captain of the 6th Division. Kuchiki Yinling turned around angrily. What, you actually want to marry a commoner woman from Rukongai? Have you forgotten your own identity? You are the eldest grandson of the Kuchiki family, one of the 4 great nobles, and you will be in charge of the Kuchiki family in the future. After hearing Byakuya Kuchiki's request, Kuchiki Silver Ridge looked extremely angry. Really, by the way, what's the name of that woman? Kuchiki Yinling let out a sigh of relief suddenly. In Rukongai, he met a woman. Okay, you go down first. Kuchiki Yinling waved his hand and walked towards the house alone. What's more, how can a commoner woman become the patriarch's wife? This is so convincing to the tribe. If this is spread, where will the face of our Kuchiki family be put? Crimson. Chapter 210 Shinigami in the hole. Recently, there was another captain change in Soul Society, but this time, it wasn't the vacant captain of the 3rd team who was filled. It's about Team 6. The 6th team is the noble team. Except that the 6th team of 1st generation was not in charge of the Kuchiki family. After the Gode 13 system was formally established and its status was recognized by many nobles, the Kuchiki family stepped in and took control of the 6th team. Afterwards, the number 6 team became the noble team, and the captains of all generations were all from the Kuchiki family. The responsibility of the entire fan team is also to safeguard the interests of the nobles. Kuchiki Yinling, the captain of the 6th team, as the head of the Kuchiki family, is a captain who has been in the captaincy for many years. At the beginning, the Kuchiki family experienced a period of inactivity. Many people wondered how the 947 would inherit the position of captain of the 6th division. Until the rise of Byakuya Kuchiki, everyone knew that Byakuya Kuchiki would definitely become Kuchiki, the head of the family, the captain of the 6th division. However, it is not clear when he will take over. No one thought that at this time, Kuchiki Yinling would resign on the grounds of advanced age, and recommend his grandson to succeed him as the captain of the 6th team. Although I knew that Byakuya Kuchiki would become the captain of Team 6, the current Byakuya Kuchiki is still too young. Looking at that young face, many people are inevitably dissatisfied, but during the captain's assessment, Byakuya Kuchiki's strength is still recognized by everyone. The captain succession ceremony of Byakuya Kuchiki was very beautiful. After all, it is the Kuchiki family, the head of the 4 nobles. In order to show the power of the nobles, it was necessary to hold a special event. As the news spread to Seireitei, the handsome and powerful Byakuya Kuchiki immediately became the object of worship of many Shinigami. But what others don't know is that on the night of the succession ceremony, there was another ceremony at Byakuya Kuchiki's residence that only 4 people attended. There is only one woman among the 4, named Fei Gen, and the remaining 3 are Byakuya Kuchiki, his uncle Kuchiki Hibiki, and his grandfather. Although Kuchiki Shangha was confiscated by Zanpakuto and deprived of Shinigami's identity, his strength is still there. All these years, he has stayed at the Kuchiki family and is the most loyal guardian of the Kuchiki family. After Kuchiki Kongjun's death, he, who had no children, treated Byakuya Kuchiki as if he were his own child. Advertisement. Looking at Kuchiki Beizi, Kuchiki Yinling said with an old voice. Sorry, I can't give you the best. There's no need to apologize, I'm satisfied with that, Byakuya Kuchiki said truthfully. Afterwards, under the watchful eyes of Kuchiki Yinling and Kuchiki Hibiki, the ceremony proceeded slowly. After the brief ceremony, Kuchiki Yinling and Kuchiki Hibiki left, leaving only Byakuya Kuchiki and Hima who were snuggling together, their eyes met with tenderness. Ahem. Fei Gen suddenly turned around and coughed violently. Knowing that your health is not good, I have made it as simple as possible according to your intention, but I didn't expect it to cause such a heavy burden on you. Byakuya Kuchiki supported Fei Gen, patted Fei Gen's back, his voice was full of tenderness and concern. I am very happy to be your wife. The ceremony must be held. I am fine. I can just take a rest. Fortunately, your grandpa and the others have already left. If they know that my health is not good, they will not allow you to marry me, mine. Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to cure you, you should take a good rest. Byakuya Kuchiki's eyes were full of love. I don't know what happened to Rukia, Byakuya, promise me, you must help me find her. Fei-jun looked worried, and tightly grasped Byakuya Kuchiki's sleeve. Don't worry, Fei-jun, I will definitely find Rukia. Byakuya Kuchiki picked up Fei-jun, carefully placed her on the bed, and carefully covered her with the quilt. On the night after Byakuya Kuchiki became the captain, a secret wedding was held. Although it has been hidden from many civilian Shinigami, it is not a secret at all to many nobles. Jingle Chunshui, as the captain of the 8th division and one of the upper-ranking nobles, naturally knew about this. He has a big mouth again. After his notification, the retired Gosuke Shigure also knew about it. It's really surprising. The Kuchiki family is the head of the great nobles. After Byakuya Kuchiki inherited the position of captain of the 6th division, he is basically the new head of the Kuchiki family. He actually married a commoner woman. 0. It's okay if it's Shinigami, but the other party as a whole. Advertisement. Gosuke Shigure sighed softly. Jingle Chunshui also agreed, who says it's not. However, love seems to be such a thing. Even the great nobles, in some respects, are still unavoidable. While talking, he couldn't help but think of his elder brother and sister-in-law. The sister-in-law is a member of the Eyes family, and the Eyes family is a cursed family. In the end, because of love, the elder brother still resolutely married his sister-in-law. I thought I could avoid the curse by escaping from the Eyes family. It turns out that the curse still exists. For this reason, my elder brother died at a young age. However, Jingle Chunshui knew that if he did it again, his brother would still choose to marry his sister-in-law. Because, this is love. This is true. Gosuke Shigure agreed. However, although Byakuya Kuchiki married the commoner woman for love and broke the rules and restrictions of the nobility, but in terms of her status, his love is doomed, it cannot last long. How do you know? Jingle Chunshui was a little curious. Gosuke Shigure said, the reason why they are whole is because they don't have the qualifications of Shinigami, and there is no spiritual power in the body of 3.8. Spiritual power is the key to becoming a Shinigami, and it is also because of the existence of spiritual power that Shinigami can adapt to various environments with extremely high concentration of spiritual particles. The whole thing is different. It's okay in Rukongai, but the concentration of spirit particles in Seireitei is much higher than that in Rukongai. Living in such an environment for a long time is not a good thing for her. Time after a long time, there will definitely be problems with her body. Of course, there is also a way to solve this problem, that is, Byakuya Kuchiki takes the other party to live in Rukongai. But Byakuya Kuchiki just succeeded the captain of the 6th team. He is the direct descendant of the Kuchiki family and the next head of the family. Although the Kuchiki family allowed him to marry a commoner woman, it is obviously impossible for him to live in Rukongai. Chapter 211 The Elapsed Time. You're right, indeed, I overlooked the fact that Byakuya Kuchiki married a commoner. Jingle Chunshui sighed. Of course he knew what was going on. Also know that it is impossible to live in Seireitei. The reason why Seireitei and Rukongai are divided. In addition to the establishment of Seireitei by nobles in order to distinguish themselves from commoners and enclose themselves, it is also to separate Shinigami from ordinary souls. The concentration of spiritual particles in Seireitei is much higher than that in Rukongai. Shinigami lives in such an environment, and their strength improves rapidly. On the other hand, if ordinary souls live in such an environment, if they have been living in a high-pressure environment, the quality of their souls cannot bear that kind of high concentration of spirit particles. After a long time, the soul will collapse and die. Normally, the life expectancy is about the same as that of ordinary people in this world. Although it is not very long, it will definitely not die within a certain period of time. However, if one lives in an environment with a high concentration of spirit particles, this process will be accelerated. Love, what a terrible thing. Jingle Chunshui thought so. He doesn't believe that Byakuya Kuchiki doesn't know these 20 things. But neither Byakuya Kuchiki nor the commoner who married Byakuya Kuchiki seem to ignore this matter. It can only be said that for the sake of love, they chose to be vigorous for a while. Even if we can't be together for a long time, but at least for the moment, they were in love. Inexplicably, Jingle Chunshui thought of his elder brother again. Isn't it the same for my elder brother and my sister-in-law? Knowing the existence of the curse of the Eyes family, they still choose to be together. Because of the curse, the elder brother died early. And the sister-in-law, in order not to pass on the curse to the next generation, and to protect Naneo, chose to hide the inheritance of the Eyes family. For this reason, she herself was executed and died. After learning some recent anecdotes between nobles from Jingle Chunshui, Gosuke Shigure put his energy back into preparing for a rainy day and preparing for the future war. Advertisement: he didn't tell Urahara Kazuki all the enemies he would face in the future. Because if you don't say anything, it's hard to explain where you know these things. But he can commission Urahara Kazuki to conduct some research in advance and create some props. Urahara Kazuki is a person with extremely jumpy thinking. In the present world, he didn't have much to do, and usually spent his time researching various props. Some props, just a whim, may not be useful. Instead of wasting energy on such things, it is better to study the items that Gosuke Shigure said. Although I don't know what 5 Suke Shigure made him these things. But Urahara Kazuki never tires of it. Time passed day by day. After marrying Byakuya Kuchiki, things really went from bad to worse. Her health was not very good, but as a whole, she came to live in Seireitei, which exacerbated this process, making her health worse and worse, and finally fell ill. Gosuke Shigure heard about this, but didn't take it too seriously. After all, that's about it for his relationship with the Kuchiki family. Except for a few encounters with Kuchiki Yinling in the past, there is no intersection. As for Byakuya Kuchiki, he is not Byakuya Kuchiki's teacher. When Byakuya Kuchiki was on the rise, he had long since retired from Gode 13. For this popular character in the original book, more people just treat him as a passerby. And even if it's his words, it can't help the real thing. After all, even though they are both souls, Jung and Shinigami are actually two completely different life forms. If it is Urahara Kazuki, or Kuretsuchi Mayuri, after a long time of research, it may be able to slow down the speed of Hima's death. But such research, by any measure, will take time. Now, it's a bit late. Time passed, and in the end, Fei Gen died. After her death, Byakuya Kuchiki's last trace of warmth disappeared completely. Advertisement he became more and more indifferent, and in the eyes of outsiders, Byakuya Kuchiki looked more like an indifferent nobleman. Also after this, after Byakuya Kuchiki inherited the position of the captain of the 6th Division, Kuchiki Silver Ridge also handed over the position of the Ningshu family to Byakuya Kuchiki. Byakuya Kuchiki has completely taken over the responsibility of the Kuchiki family. But no one knows that after he became the head of the Kuchiki family, he has always kept Fei-jun's last wish firmly in mind. Looking for Fei-jun's lost sister. To accomplish this, Byakuya Kuchiki spent many years. Until a teenage girl named Rukia was admitted to the Spiritual Arts Academy. Byakuya Kuchiki just found Hijin's sister. When he saw Rukia for the first time, he was sure that this was Fei-jun's younger sister. There is no other reason, because Rukia looks exactly like Hijin. Ever since, after marrying Fei-jun that year, Byakuya Kuchiki did another thing that violated the rules of his ancestors. As the head of the Kuchiki family, he adopted Rukia as his younger sister. Under normal circumstances, when adopting others, 170 people treat them as adopted sons or adopted daughters. As a result, Byakuya Kuchiki adopted a righteous sister. After the news spread, it caused another sensation. But now Byakuya Kuchiki has become the head of the Kuchiki family. The Kuchiki family is the head of the 4 great nobles, and the evil Suniyashiro of this world has also fallen, so there is no resistance to this matter. As for the person involved in Rukia, facing the adoption of the great nobles, she has no room to refuse. Ever since, she was forced to change her name and became Rukia Kuchiki. At the same time, she also became a celebrity of Spiritual Arts Academy, which caused some subtle changes in the relationship between her and her childhood friend Aburai Renji. It is worth mentioning that this year's Spiritual Arts Academy is full of talents. Aburai Renji, Kira Izuru, Rukia Kuchiki, Himori Momo. The mainstays of these future Gode 13 all appeared and rose during this time period. Then, an event happened that affected many of them very deeply. It's called the Soul Burial Incident in this world. Soul Burial is an in-world practice course for students who are about to graduate from the Spiritual Arts Academy. Through Soul Burial, they can learn about Shinigami's responsibilities. It happened that this time the Soul Burial, these students encountered a huge attack. Chapter 212 Soul Burial Incident. Normal human beings become whole after death. At this time, there will be a chain on the whole body, and this chain is called the causal chain. The state of the causal chain is related to the state of the whole soul. Affected by emotions or external influences, when the causal chain is broken, the whole soul will be completely dissipated. In addition, there is another situation, that is, driven by various desires and obsessions, the causal chain gradually disappears, finally turned into a void. That hole is the predecessor of Zudong. In this case, even an ordinary person without any spiritual power will become a very threatening evil soul, that is, Shu. Zui instinctively devours all the souls around him, especially the Shushu in this world, even if it is just a miscellaneous fish Shu, its degree of damage is still extremely high. For the Shinigami whose purpose is to maintain the balance between the souls, naturally they will not allow Shu to appear in this world. But normal fighting with Shu is a very dangerous job for ordinary Shinigami. Before that, they actually have a better way to prevent problems before they happen. That is, carry out soul burial. Sending the recently deceased to the Soul Society through soul burial can prevent him from degenerating into nothingness in time. Soul burial is a skill that every dead Shendu needs to master. Almost every year, Spiritual Arts Academy organizes a group of students to come to this world to learn how to perform soul burial. Even if most of these students will not enter the 13th division, nor will they be stationed in the real world, even during their lifetime as a Shinigami, they rarely go to the real world. But this ability must still be mastered. Kira Izuru, Aburai Renji, and Momohimori are the outstanding students of this year's Spiritual Arts Academy. Although some people are biased, such as Aburai Renji has no talent to speak of above Kido, their overall results are still extremely outstanding. However, it was during this soul burial that they encountered a very special beast. This head is not an ordinary head, it is extremely powerful. Advertisement when he appeared, many students died directly because of it. The teacher who led the team, as an active Shinigami of the 13th Division, fought against this ghost for the first time. In the end, he was also killed by this Shu. In the present world, when this group of students is about to die, a certain figure appeared on the stage like a hero. Captain of the 5th Division, Aizen Sosuke. He brought the vice-captain Ichimaru Jin, and appeared in the present world in time, beheaded the head lightly, and saved the surviving students. Because of such a heroic gesture, he gave the surviving students made an extremely deep impression. Aburai Renji, Kira Izuru, and Morimomo all had different ideas about Aizen, the gentle captain of the 5th team. Not far from the soul burial event, this is where the Urahara store is located. Over time, Urahara Kazuki has thoroughly established himself. Because the Masked Legion and others were victims of the Hollow incident, they all possessed virtual power, so they did not live with Urahara Kazuki and others. After mastering Hollow, they separated from Urahara Kazuki and Yoruichi and went to act on their own. Yoruichi, Urahara Kazuki, and Tessai Tsukabishi, the chief Kido in the past, lived here in Urahara Kazuki. Yoruichi usually likes to appear as a black cat, so you can treat her as a pet. And Tessai Tsukabishi, the big Kido leader who used to be rebellious and go his own way in the face of the Gode 13 captain, in this world, because of being dependent on others and for the sake of livelihood, he also had to pick up a rag and start Urahara Kazuki clerk. Sometimes, when Gosuke Shigure came to this world and saw Tessai Tsukabishi's appearance, he couldn't help but think of Tessai Tsukabishi's appearance when he first met Tessai Tsukabishi, which made him a little emotional. When this soul burial incident happened, these people were all watching in secret. Because near the small shop, there is an enchantment set up by Tessai Tsukabishi, the former Chief Kido, and a spirit shielding device developed by Urahara Kazuki, so they are not worried that their existence will be discovered by Aizen. This head should be created by Aizen, right? Coming to the present world to restock, Gosuke Shigure, who just encountered the soul burial incident, said softly. Advertisement. In fact, when the soul burial incident first happened, he could have taken action to stop it. But thinking that Aizen was nearby, he finally gave up. The reason why Aizen and Ichimaru Jin can appear in time is not because they rescued in time, but because they have been hiding and observing their experiments from the beginning. Listening to Gosuke Shigure's guess, Urahara Kazuki also had a serious expression on his face, as the teacher said at the beginning, Aizen has indeed started to attack Shu. The void this time is one of his experimental products, and Hueco Mundo has long been destroyed by Aizen. When Gosuke Shigure first came to the world and found Urahara Kazuki, Masked Legion and others, he reminded them. When facing Shinigami, it is difficult to start. Aizen is likely to regard Shu as an experimental product. Over the years, Hiriko and I have explored Hueco Mundo, and finally discovered that there is an existence called Arankar in Hueco Mundo. When the Shinigami is hollowed out, it will have extremely powerful power. Similarly, when the mask of the Shinigami is broken, it is also because of the breakthrough of the boundary that it can obtain a powerful calendar area. Although in most cases, breaking Shu's mask will lead to the death of the soul, but Aizen seems to have mastered some method, so that after Shu's mask is broken, its existence will not disappear, but will achieve further evolution. Possesses great power. Urahara Kazuki spoke eloquently, revealing the discoveries of these years. Immediately, a conclusion was drawn. The virtual, Chianda's, circle has probably fallen into the hands of Aizen. This conclusion was drawn long ago when he, Hiriko Shinji and other masked corps members explored Hueco Mundo and discovered the existence of Arankar. Also after knowing this, their hearts became more and more heavy. A long time ago, they guessed that Aizen's subordinates might have a powerful force. Now, it's almost certain that Hueco Mundo has fallen and is in the hands of Aizen. This means that it will not be so easy for them to deal with Aizen in the future. After expressing the earlier conclusion, Urahara Kazuki said again, different hollows possess completely different powers after fighting Arankar tools. The stronger and special hollows, the faster their strength will grow after becoming Arankars. Perhaps it is for this reason that Aizen began to try to artificially create a void, and create this special void. Chapter 213 Tripolar Balance. As the time of dormancy in this world is getting longer and longer, as the research on Aizen begins. Urahara Kazuki and others are not as ignorant of Aizen as they were at first. Gradually gained some insight into Aizen's motivations. Gosuke Shigure quietly listened to Urahara Kazuki's narration, and also gave his own suggestion, perhaps, you can also try to study Shigure. Urahara Kazuki is a person who is not inferior to Aizen in intelligence and intelligence. Aizen didn't know how many souls were used as a price to create Hogyoku, and Urahara Kazuki also created this kind of thing with ease, but compared to Aizen's unscrupulousness, Urahara Kazuki may be born as a lower-level nobleman. A traditional, rule-abiding person. Therefore, although he knew about many taboo fields, he didn't want to study them. Now, upon hearing Gosuke Shigure's words, Urahara Kazuki raised his eyebrows immediately. Sensei, what do you mean? That's all for Aizen to study Shu, but you actually asked me to study Shu as well. I'm here to prevent trouble before it happens. Gosuke Shigure said seriously. 057. From a long time ago, he often mentioned taking precautions in front of Urahara Kazuki and mentioning the hidden crisis. At this moment, he raised it again. As for Aizen, I'm up to you to deal with it. I'm not too worried, but I always care about the secret Quincy. Calculating the time, Habak, the ancestor of the Quincy master, has begun to recover gradually. Therefore, there are some things that must be prepared as soon as possible, so that when we really face that kind of crisis, we won't be at a loss. Urahara Kazuki raised his brows slightly. The study of Shu's power is related to dealing with Quincy? Gosuke Shigure never denied, not bad, he talked about what he knew about the Quincy. This world is like a circle. Hueco Mundo, Soul Society, and this world are mutually horns. The three are like a triangle, and above and below these three are the palace of the Soul King and Hell. This is the structure of this world. Advertisement. Just like the world is divided into three poles, there are also three professions in this world, namely Shinigami, Shu, and Quincy Master. Kaj, Shinigami is born with spiritual power, and can use the spiritual power in the body to fight. Shu and Shinigami are opposed to each other, able to swallow external spiritual power, and constantly grow their own body, while Quincy is completely different from these two, he himself not too powerful spiritual power, but can manipulate spirits. And when it comes to restraint, although it sounds ugly, the fact is that Quincy can restrain Shinigami. The way Shinigami use spirit particles to fight can just be restrained by the way Quincy Masters manipulate spiritual power, such as Shunpo and Kido, before casting them. Quincy Masters can use the ability of spirit particle clustering to condense Shinigami with great difficulty. His spiritual power was interrupted. This is also the reason why the Quincy division attacked the Soul Society more than 900 years ago and almost occupied the Soul Society. However, even such a powerful Quincy has natural enemies. When Gosuke Shigure said this, Urahara Kazuki also gradually understood, and he said softly, "The enemy of the Quincy, is it Shu?" The ability to manipulate spirit particles requires spirit particles to be manipulated. Shu's ability is to devour. When they swallow all the spirit particles, the Quincy Master loses his biggest trump card. Combining his own knowledge of Shu and what Gosuke Shigure said earlier, he gave a conclusion. Gosuke Shigure nodded, "Not bad. Perhaps it is for this reason that the Quincy Master is merciless in the face of Shu, and directly annihilates its existence. But on the other hand, we may be able to take advantage of this and study the truth, so that we can target the Quincy Master. I thought of something very interesting. Aizen has carried out the Hollow of Shinigami, and also performed the Shinigami transformation of Hollow. So, can we try to inject Hollow's power into the body of the Quincy Master?" Gosuke Shigure's proposal is a topic worth pondering for Urahara Kazuki. But regarding the study of Shu's power and the use of Shu's ability to deal with Quincy, it is indeed the conclusion that Gosuke Shigure came to after thinking for a long time. From many details in the original book, he concluded that the power of a horse can restrain the Quincy. First of all, Kurosaki Masaki, who is a pure-blooded Quincy, is extremely powerful as the protagonist's mother. However, due to the erosion of the power of Zubai, a hollow hole appears in her body. Although in the end, with the help of Kurosaki Ishin's power, the power in the body was balanced and he survived. However, her blood as a pure-blood Quincy was tainted after all, which caused Yhwach to be affected when she launched the sanctuary, and then she died. Advertisement. It can be seen that the power of Shu can contaminate the original blood power of the Quincyus. It should be noted that the Quincy is a race that values bloodlines extremely. The purer the blood, the stronger the power star possessed by the dog. The so-called power of the holy text is actually a gift from the blood of Yhwach, giving the Quincy the blood wine containing his soul fragments to drink, so as to tap his own potential. If the power of the void is injected into the body of the Quincy Master, will it be possible to pollute the power of the holy text? This is a question worth pondering. In addition, Gosuke Shigure believes that the power of Shu can restrain Quincy, and another point is that in the original book, Quincy took away many Bankai of Shinigami with the power of Xingshang. The power of the stars is not insignificant, but there is a power that they cannot take away. That is the return blade that belongs to Arrancar. The power of the stars is useless to Gui Ren. In addition, in the face of Shinigami's attack, Quincy can destroy its offensive by dismantling and concentrating spirit particles, but in the face of Shu's attack, they seldom do so. Although there are some Quincy masters who have absorbed Shu's power, but this will bring pain to themselves and make them uncomfortable. It can be seen that the power of Shu is poison to Quincy. Although it won't completely poison Quincy to death, it can still be disgusting. Urahara Kazuki heard Gosuke Shigure's words, and he knew that Insuke Shigure had been on guard against Quincy a long time ago. Although still very curious, why did Quincy make Gosuke Shigure so wary? But combined with the fact that Gosuke Shigure has been to the Soul King Palace, and that Gosuke Shigure has never been an innocent person, Urahara Kazuki still chose to believe in Gosuke Shigure. Aizen, beware. But the hidden crisis cannot be ignored. Chapter 214. Future Golden Generation. After chatting with Urahara Kazuki about the void, it seems that the topic is too heavy. Gosuke Shigure took the initiative to change the topic again, and said, "Okay, let's not talk about this, let's return to this soul burial incident." Believe it or not, among the students participating in the soul burial this time, there are actually many good seedlings. Urahara Kazuki looked at Gosuke Shigure with some surprise. Appearing in the form of a black cat, Yoruichi, who had been silently listening to Gosuke Shigure's speech, couldn't help but ask, "Why did you say that, teacher?" It's not that she doesn't believe in Gosuke Shigure's vision, on the contrary, it's because Gosuke Shigure's vision is too good. She was just curious. Back then when Hakafuna Kiryu was promoted and everyone recommended a suitable candidate to be the captain, Gosuke Shigure once recommended Kuratsuchi Mayuri from Lair of Maggots. Yoruichi asked him why, and Gosuke Shigure said that Kuratsuchi Mayuri was a good candidate. Yoruichi didn't believe it at first. Later, after Urahara Kazuki became the captain, he brought Kuratsuchi Mayuri out of the nest of maggots and entrusted him with a heavy responsibility. This in itself shows that Kuratsuchi Mayuri is unusual. Then, Urahara Kazuki left Soul Society, and Kuratsuchi Mayuri replaced him and became the new 12. The captain of the team undoubtedly proved once again how unique Gosuke Shigure's vision was. It's just a personal feeling. Gosuke Shigure didn't explain much. Among the students this time, Kira Izuru, Abarai Renji, and Hinamori Momo, although these three seem immature, but in my opinion, they all have the appearance of vice captains. It's hard to say what the appearance of the captain is, but these three people, in the original book, did become the vice captains of their respective teams. The one with the best qualifications is probably Abarai Renji. In the Millennium Bloody Battle chapter, it is a well-deserved captain-level combat power. The appearance of the vice captain? It's really good. Yoruichi couldn't help sighing. In the long history of Soul Society, I don't know how many Shinigami have emerged one after another. Among them, Shinigami at the captain level are rare. If the captain is so successful, some captain positions will not be vacant for so many years. Advertisement. But for an ordinary Shinigami, being able to become a seed officer is already very remarkable. The appearance of the vice captain is a very, very high evaluation. Been in this world for a while. Gosuke Shigure didn't stay much longer. With the goods replenished from Urahara Kazuki, he returned to the Soul Society. This soul burial incident also had a considerable impact on the Soul Society. The students of Spiritual Arts Academy actually encountered virtual attacks during their internships. It can be seen that Hueco Mundo has not been very peaceful in recent years. Fortunately, today's Go-Day 13's weakest period has passed. Next, we just need to step up the monitoring of the void that appears in this world, and resolutely prevent this kind of thing from happening again. Gradually, the influence of soul burial time in Soul Society gradually disappeared. But for the several parties who have personally experienced the soul burial incident, the impact has not been eliminated. First of all, because Kira Izuru and Aburai Renji experienced the feeling of powerlessness in the face of void, in order to become stronger, they began to practice hard. The aptitude of the two of them is not bad at all. Strong. As for the other party involved, Hinamori Momo, after accidentally learning that Aizen, the captain of the 5th team who rescued her, was actually a teacher of calligraphy at Spiritual Arts Academy, she immediately enrolled in Aizen's class. In the future, he can become a member of the 5th team. Time passed slowly. In a blink of an eye, the soul burial was carried out in this world that day, and several people who were attacked by Manos Grande graduated one after another. Kira Izuru, Hinamori Momo, and Aburai Renji, because they were rescued by Aizen that day, had admiration for Aizen. When they graduated, they decisively chose Aizen's 5th team. It can be regarded as another kind of footsteps in pursuit of Aizen. Rukia, who was at the same time as Aburai Renji and others, was adopted by the Kuchiki family, so it was not so easy to choose a team. In other words, she couldn't decide for herself, although she was a commoner a long time ago, who told her to be adopted by Byakuya Kuchiki, and now she bears the surname of Kuchiki. Normally speaking, as a Kuchiki, she should be in the number 6 team most, and the number 6 team is the noble team. However, Byakuya Kuchiki has concerns of her own. Advertisement. It is precisely because the 6th division is an aristocratic team that Rukia should not be included in it. He knew very well that Rukia was Feijun's younger sister, and for Feijun's last wish, he promised to find Rukia and take good care of her. 0 for flowers, outsiders don't know this. Of course, all of the above was carried out with the acquiescence of Jashiro Yukitaki, the captain of the 13th division. In name, Jashiro Yukitaki is the captain of the 13th division, but because of his health, he rarely intervenes with the 13th division. In the early years, he asked a little more about the team's affairs. Since Shiba Kaien became the vice captain and had an additional right-hand assistant, he handed over most of the matters to Shiba Kaien. Of course, on the surface, he won't tell Rukia what he did. The reason why it is ordinary Shinigami is of course also a requirement of Byakuya Kuchiki. But now Rukia has graduated after all, and still needs to enter Go-Day 13. He does not want Rukia Kuchiki to be the chair. When Kuchiki Shanga was in the 6th team, he was often excluded. Even if he was the captain of the 6th team, it was impossible to protect Rukia all the time. Those noble people are not easy to get along with. In the end, Byakuya Kuchiki came forward and found Shiba Kaien of the 13th division, hoping that Shiba Kaien could accept Rukia Kuchiki and let him join the 13th division. Especially nobles, they often despise Rukia and look down on her common birth. In that case, there is a theory about his adoption of Rukia, but when it comes to qualifications, Rukia's qualifications are really not very good. Although the chief officer is a warrior class and enjoys a very high status, correspondingly, he also needs to undertake more dangerous combat tasks. The Kuchiki family naturally tried to make friends with each other. Let Rukia eat and wait to die, and be an ordinary Shinigami. Although the Shiba family has been expelled from the ranks of the great nobles, but now, with Shiba Yixin and Shiba Kaien successively serving in Go-Day 13, it can be regarded as a return in disguise. This is why Byakuya Kuchiki wanted Rukia to join the team, and instead of Jashiro Yukitaki, he found Shiba Kaien. In this case, letting her enter the 6th division, which is the noble team, will only make Rukia bullied. Shiba Kaien finally agreed to the matter, and Rukia Kuchiki was included in the 13th division and became an ordinary Shinigami. If Rukia's qualifications are better, that's all. Chapter 215: A Doomed Death. The years passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, it has been a year since Rukia Kuchiki joined the 13th squad. 1 year, although not long, is enough for Rukia Kuchiki to gradually adapt to the rhythm of the 13th division. Byakuya Kuchiki's considerations were not unreasonable. Even in the 13th division, Rukia Kuchiki is often ridiculed by some people because of her noble status. After all, she is not a real Kuchiki family member, but an adopted commoner. If Rukia Kuchiki was in the number 6 team, the ridicule and contempt she received would be even worse. Fortunately, although some people look down on Rukia Kuchiki in Team 13, there is still a Shiba Kaien. Both Shiba Kaien and his wife Shiba, who is the 3rd seat, take great care of Rukia Kuchiki, and for this reason, Rukia Kuchiki has great respect for G.033, Wave Kaien and his wife. On this day, the members of the 13th division went out to carry out the purification task, but unexpectedly, they were attacked in Rukongai. The leader of the team at that time was Shiba Kaien's wife, Shibadu, the 3rd seed of the 13th division. After receiving the news, Shiba Kaien was so distraught that he only had time to tell Jashiro Yukitaki, who was recovering from illness in Yugantong, and hurried to the accident site alone to take care of his beloved son. However, when he arrived, there was only silence in the mess that greeted him. Shiba Kaien searched for a long time with red eyes, and only found a few broken clothes in a sealed state at the scene. Because the task this time is relatively simple,
the purification task took place within the Soul Society, so there are no more Shinigami accompanied, and there were only 3 Shinigami including his wife. But I didn't expect an accident to happen. Shiba Kyan was very sad. Just then, he felt a familiar Ryotsu. It was his wife's Ryotsu. Immediately, Shiba Kyan followed the perception of the spiritual sense and hurried to that side. When he came to the other side of the river and passed a huge rock, he saw a female Shinigami holding Zanpakuto and fell to the ground. Her clothes were stained red with scarlet blood. She was seriously injured and looked miserable. Advertisement. Seeing each other's appearance, Shiba Kyan felt a heartache. This is her wife, Shibadu. In front of Shibadu, a ferocious Manos Grande is staring at Shibadu. This is a figure like a spider, with claws like 6 arms supporting the whole body. The face is covered with a hollow white bone mask, the eye sockets are orange, the body is covered with red hair, like seaweed, and the skin is dark green. After sensing the arrival of Shiba Kyan, the other party turned around slowly. Haha, it's Shinigami again. Are you here to come and eat? Or, because you think I'm not full yet, so you're in a hurry to become my food? Damn it. When Shiba Kyan heard such words, he was immediately indignant. Although Shiba is still alive, but his appearance is not good, it can be described as extremely miserable. What's more, the other 2 Shinigami who came here with his wife all died. It seems that they were swallowed up by this head. They were all members of the 13th squad. They died in the hands of this head. It is something that Shiba Kyan cannot accept. Let the water in the sky turn. Nejibana. Shiba Kyan immediately pulled out the Zanpakuto and liberated it, only to see a long spear in the shape of a trident appeared in Shiba Kyan's hand, with a dark blue tassel and a spiral at the end, shaped cone. Should die. Shiba Kyan yelled, and his figure rushed towards an open space across the river in an instant, waving the long spear in his hand, and the head of the trident, following the dancing of the gun body, swept across the air, arousing groups of water splashes. In the face of Shiba Kyan's attack, I saw the red hair on this virtual body fluttering, blocking Nejibana's front. The 2 intersected. Nejibana seemed to be stuck in a sponge, without a trace of power. Shiba Kyan saw this, immediately cast Shunpo to open the distance. However, just as he opened the distance, the next moment, something happened that made his eyes tear apart. I saw that the head was trembling with him, and the red hair on his body suddenly stretched out, and tangled towards Shiba, who was seriously injured and unable to move, on the ground beside him. Be angry, be desperate, be in pain, just watch her die in front of you helplessly. This ghost seems to like to see Shinigami's desperate scene, seems to like to feed on despair. In front of Shiba Kyan, it is actually ready to directly devour Shiba. Naturally, Shiba Kyan will not let this happen. After seeing this, he immediately held Nejibana with one hand and danced like a stick. The whole Nejibana rotated rapidly like a round wheel, and waves appeared out of thin air. Like a waterspout. Immediately with a loud shout, his body instantly disappeared on the spot, his whole body turned into a huge waterspout and rushed towards the false thorn, and the high-speed rotating water carried the powerful Ryotsu over it. For a moment, red hairs were flying, and a lot of water splashed out. Advertisement however, there are no fields available. His attack didn't have any effect when facing this head. Seeing his wife dying in front of him, Shiba Kyan felt so uncomfortable, so helpless. Desperation permeated Shiba Kyan's body. Seeing this, Shiba Kyan didn't have the mind to deal with this head, and immediately cast Shunpo to catch his wife who was about to fall to the ground, and then cast Shunpo one after another to retreat to the side. At this moment, a thunder flashed past. 2.8 Even though this head possesses the ability to devour, and can completely devour any attack coming towards him, when the thunder falls on him, he still feels as if he has been seriously injured, and his body shakes. Shiba Kyan's offensive didn't work. The thunder was brilliant, dispelling the darkness. The hair on this head is curling Shibadu, and it is about to bring Shibadu into its mouth. Immediately pursued towards Shiba Kyan. This is a void that lives by devouring. Don't want. Seeing this, the head was suddenly very angry. Another figure suddenly appeared in front of him, punched out with a fist, a terrifying Ryotsu erupted, and his body was immediately thrown away. It suddenly landed on this empty body. No, it should be said that when his attack landed on this Shushu, it swallowed them all up. At the same time, the hair entangled with Shiba was cut off suddenly, and Shiba fell immediately. Shiba Kyan exclaimed, but he couldn't stop it. How can there be any reason for the food that reaches the mouth to fly away? Chapter 216 This fist, 100 years of skill. Happy New Year's Eve. This head is very special and powerful. His ability is extremely strange. Possesses the ability to devour Shinigami's attacks. It is precisely because of this ability that Shinigami's attacks basically have no effect when they hit him. Shiba is Shiba Kyan's wife, the 3rd seed of the 13th division, and her strength is obviously not weak. But even so, when she led the 2 Shinigami of the 13th division to face this head, she was still not an opponent. He was seriously injured and nearly died. Shiba Kyan arrived in time, and as the vice-captain, he immediately liberated Zanpakuto, but it didn't work against the head. His attack was, as if it landed on cotton. If it proceeds according to the normal trajectory, he will witness his wife die in front of him, fight this beast with anger, but because he doesn't know the reality of the opponent's ability, he will be swallowed up. He held his last breath so that he would not be assimilated by this ghost until the support of the 13th squad, that is, the arrival of Rukia Kuchiki. Ask Rukia Kuchiki to kill herself, but Rukia Kuchiki was too young to clean up the 23 corpses in time.
The body of this head was eaten by other animals, and then, the body that swallowed this head became a Rancor. Because of the corpse of Shiba Kaien in its body, the newborn Rancor had the same appearance as Shiba Kaien. Even the return blade is the same as Shiba Kaien's Zanpakuto. The death of Shiba Kaien will also be an eternal pain in Kuchiki Luki's heart. However, that is in the original work after all. At this moment, because of this figure that suddenly appeared in front of this head, everything began to change. First, there was a fiery lightning howl, which directly prevented this ghost from devouring Shiba's capital, allowing Shiba Kaien to save the seriously injured Shiba in time, and then, this figure even came in front of this ghost. With a powerful punch, the head flew straight out. Because of his strange ability, as long as he is on guard, any attack containing spirit particles can be swallowed by him directly when it falls on him. But the previous fiery lightning howl is different from the current Julie. The previous fiery lightning howl was fast and accurate, and there was no sign before that, so this ghost could only be forced to eat part of the fiery lightning howl's attack, thus causing the food in its mouth to fly away. But the fist at the moment is even more unusual. It is an extremely pure physical attack. Advertisement. Even Manos Grande has the ability of high-speed regeneration. But the ability of high-speed regeneration does not mean that it has a strong defense. After the head Shu received the terrifying punch from the front, part of his body collapsed immediately, and the whole body flew out directly. But I have to say that the ability of high-speed regeneration is really outrageous. After enduring such a punch, he still didn't die. On the contrary, the white matter in the incomplete part of his body kept wriggling, and he was reborn in just a short moment. Under normal circumstances, after using high-speed regeneration, the virtual will consume a large part of the energy. But this head seems to be because it has just finished eating and devoured two Shinigami one after another, so even if high-speed regeneration is used, the Ryatsu emitted from its body is still extremely strong, without the slightest sign of sluggishness. On the other side, after Shiba Kaien rescued his wife, he felt sorry for his seriously injured wife, and at the same time, he also saw the figure who was blown away by the general. This figure is wearing ordinary clothes, and if you look carefully, you will find that it is wearing a black deadly outfit inside the ordinary clothes. It looks like Shinigami, but the dressing style is completely different from ordinary Shinigami. Besides, there is no Zanpakuto in the opponent's hand. However, Shiba Kaien is the vice-captain of Team 13 after all, so he recognized him immediately. Gosuke Kenpachi, the former captain of the 11th squad, the man who bears the name of Kenpachi. The other party retired from the captain's position back then, but now, he is a retiree. Shiba Kaien didn't expect that the other party would appear here, let alone that the other party would help. Thinking of this difficult situation, Shiba Kaien hurriedly said, "Gosuke Kenpachi, please be careful." Although Gosuke Shigure would occasionally go to the captain's room of the 13th Division with Jingle Chunshui, and drink at Yugantong, where Jashiro Yukitaki recuperated, Shiba Kaien had several contacts with Gosuke Shigure as the vice-captain of the 13th Division, but after all, they are not too familiar. For a while, he was stuck in a dilemma as to what to call Gosuke Shigure. After all, Gosuke Shigure has retired, and it is obviously inappropriate to call him the captain. As for adults, advertisement. Although the Shiba family has declined, as the head of the Shiba family, Shiba Kaien still has the meaning of revitalizing the glory of the Shiba family. Naturally, it is impossible to call a Shinigami who was born as a commoner an adult. As for calling him by his first name, it is not very polite. Fortunately, Gosuke Shigure once served as Kenpachi. The name Kenpachi is the best title. Gosuke Shigure nodded lightly, as if he had listened to Shiba Kaien's reminder, and then, seeing the head recovered with the help of the high-speed regeneration ability, a terrifying Ryatsu erupted from Gosuke Shigure's body. Shiba Kaien hugged his wife not far away, only feeling a terrifying pressure sweeping over. When he joined Gode 13, Gosuke Shigure had already retired, so he didn't know much about Gosuke Shigure, the previous generation Kenpachi. He only knew that the other party retired after losing to the current Kenpachi Zaraki Kenpachi. But now, after feeling Gosuke Shigure's Ryatsu, he still couldn't help sighing, as expected of the man who once served as Kenpachi. Even though he has retired, he is still so strong. In the next moment, the tentacle-like hairs on this head danced and swept towards Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure's body is already surrounded by high-strength Ryatsu. This is instant coaxing. After retiring, Zanpakuto was forced to remain in the 11th Division. Therefore, when facing something like Shu, the chopping technique is obviously unusable. All Gosuke Shigure can rely on is Kido, white hits and Shunpo. This head is very special. Kido is not the best choice. If you want to deal with him, the best way is to use the powerful white hits method to kill him with one blow. Instant coaxing is such a method. The figure flashed away, Gosuke Shigure came in front of the head, and punched out. The opponent's tentacle-like hairs all collapsed under the terrifying Ryatsu, and then, an extremely terrifying power erupted, swallowing this empty body. This fist, with 100 years of skill, can you resist it? Chapter 217. The true strong. The answer, of course, is unstoppable. If it is an attack that contains spirit particles, this head can also use its own ability to devour it. But Gosuke Shigure's punch was purely physical damage. Although Gosuke Shigure's body is surrounded by high-strength Ryatsu after performing instant coax, these Ryatsu were just a kind of assistance. The real function of instant coax is to enhance the user's mobility in all directions and attack power. Boom! First came the red hair, and then the white body. the existence of this head collapsed directly, and his consciousness was also annihilated in this instant, leaving nothing behind. A huge body flew out, and finally landed on the ground. The dust and smoke dispersed. This body was already broken, and there was no breath. Under Gosuke Shigure's punch, no matter how special this head is, it still died after all. Shiba Kaien held his seriously injured wife in his arms, and his heart was swaying. Before that, he was actually an extremely proud person. As the current head of the Shiba family, Shiba Kaien also secretly made up his mind to revive the declining Shiba family after his uncle Shiba became the captain of the 10th Division and the Shiba family returned to Seireitei. So, he chose to become a Shinigami and joined the Spiritual Arts Academy. In fact, he could apply for the Spiritual Arts Academy a long time ago, but because the Shiba family was in decline at that time, he still did not choose to return to Seireitei. He will never forget the crises that Shiba's family encountered when it fell, and the malice hidden in the dark. It wasn't until his uncle became the captain of the 10th Division that he felt the disappearance of malice and returned to Seireitei. It was also because he applied for the Spiritual Arts Academy later than ordinary students, so he had 6th class spiritual power when he first enrolled, and it took 10 years to graduate after that. It seems unbelievable, but it is actually a kind of accumulation. Afterwards, he spent 5 years becoming the vice captain of the 13th Division, and even in the 13th Division, he met his wife Shibadu, from falling in love to getting married. But after getting married, the arrogance in Shiba Kaien's heart has not been smoothed away. Vice captain, that's not the end, he wants to be the captain of Gode 13. In order to achieve this goal, he practiced hard. Advertisement. He also considers himself a talented and capable person. Until today, seeing his wife was severely injured and almost died in front of him, Shiba Kaien realized how powerless he was. In fact, he didn't mention anything about his previous arrogance. I am so weak. If it wasn't for Gosuke Shigure's help, his wife would be devoured by this head, and if he couldn't find a way to deal with this head, the result would not be much better, and he would also be eaten by the other party as food. I'm still too weak, Lee, compared to the real strong, it is still far away. Shiba Kaien couldn't help thinking so. He has seen the power of the previous generation of Kenpachi, and at the same time, he has also guessed how powerful the current Kenpachi, that is, Zaraki Kenpachi who defeated Gosuke Shigure, is. After the thought disappeared, Shiba Kaien came to Gosuke Shigure with his seriously injured wife. Gosuke Kenpachi, thank you very much. If it wasn't for you, she would have already. Gosuke Shigure said softly, you're welcome, I just passed by here when I happened to be here. Although I have retired from Gode 13, how can I sit idly by since I have sensed the aura of void? I didn't expect that this head would force you husband and wife into such a situation, it really shouldn't be underestimated. After saying this sentence, Shiba Kaien was a little embarrassed immediately. This Gosuke Kenpachi is really ruthless. Knowing that you are very powerful, you can easily solve this problem, but don't say such things. Won't it make me look bad if you say such things? Of course, in this case, it is impossible for Shiba Kaien to say it in front of Gosuke Shigure. It was Gosuke Shigure who helped him after all. Gosuke Shigure glanced at Shiba who was being held in Shiba Kaien's arms and was seriously injured, put her down. In order to deal with emergencies, Kaido, who was trained in the 4th team for a period of time, can help deal with injuries. Hearing this, Shiba Kaien quickly put down his wife in his arms. Advertisement. He didn't expect Gosuke Shigure to be Grandmaster Kaido. Gosuke Shigure didn't say much, and directly cast Kaido to help Shiba heal. As the light cast by Kido emerged, covering Shiba's body, the wounds on her body gradually healed. Compared to the previous appearance of being seriously injured and dying, her state has stabilized in a short period of time. It's alright. But that didn't break her. On the contrary, in order to be worthy of this surname, she worked harder than anyone else. Gosuke Shigure said to Shiba Kaien, of course, because I haven't used Kaido for many years, it's inevitable that it's a bit rusty, so you'd better take her to the 4th division to check it later. Shiba Kaien said in a complicated tone. It was Gosuke Kenpachi, the former captain of the 11th team, a real strong man, and he helped us resolve the crisis this time. Shiba Kaien nodded. When she learned that the deputy captain Shiba Kaien was going to help alone, she rushed over quickly, ready to support Shiba Kaien. It was also at this time that the sound of piercing the sky came, and a figure in a deadly costume hurried over here. Good Nuo Zhao. Shiba Kaien hesitated to speak, and finally glanced at his wife who was in stable condition, but said nothing. But I didn't expect that when I came here, I only saw the scene of Shiba Kaien and his wife getting along alone. Gosuke Shigure said to Shiba Kaien again, in addition, this head is a little special, it doesn't seem to be an ordinary head, I have some guesses in my heart, in order to confirm this guess, I can't leave its body to you, I took it away. No, not right. Vice Captain, is he Zu? Rukia Kuchiki glanced at the departed figure carrying a dead body in the distance, curious. It's Rukia Kuchiki. As an ordinary Shinigami of the 13th Division, she bears a lot of burdens because she bears the surname of Kuchiki. And outsiders. I know. Before Shiba Kaien could answer, Gosuke Shigure came to the side of the corpse, lifted it up, took him, and left here. Chapter 218 Special Experimental Materials Gosuke, Kenpachi? Rukia Kuchiki couldn't help whispering the name. For a young Shinigami like her who just entered the Spiritual Arts Academy, the name Gosuke Kenpachi has actually been around for a long time. After all, Gosuke Shigure had already retired not long after the disappearance of the soul. Counting the time, I have been retired for decades. After leaving Godei 13, except for the old people of Godei 13, who has the mind to pay attention to a retired person? This is the case for Rukia Kuchiki, who just joined Godei 13. Many captains in Godei 13 are unfamiliar enough to her, let alone a former captain. However, she still knows the meaning of the title Kenpachi. As the only title among the captains of Godei 13, Kenpachi is explained in the textbook of Spiritual Arts Academy in this way, saying that this is the title given to the most powerful Shinigami. Rukia Kuchiki was curious when she first saw the statement about this title. The most powerful Shinigami is Kenpachi stronger than the captain? Later, when she joined Godei 13, she realized that the captain needs to be excluded. Kenpachi is the title only possessed by the most powerful Shinigami 21 other than the captain. I don't know if Spiritual Arts Academy omits this point in the teaching materials in order to establish an image of Kenpachi as an invincible hero for many students. Kenpachi, is he still alive? After thinking about the other party's name in his heart, Rukia Kuchiki thought of something again, and couldn't help asking Shiba Kaien. She remembered one more thing. That's what makes the 11th squad special. The captain succession ceremony of the 11th squad is completely different from the rest of the squad. The succession of the captains of the other teams is all about passing the captain's assessment, but the 11th team is different. It is succeeded by defeating the predecessor Kenpachi, and in the process, the previous Kenpachi, without exception, will die. This is an extremely bloody succession ceremony. Advertisement. It was precisely because of the records about the 11th team in the Spiritual Arts Academy textbook that Kuchiki was curious. Shiba Kaien was stunned when he heard this question, and then he understood what Rukia Kuchiki meant, and responded. Although it is true about the succession ceremony of the captain of the 11th team, Gosuke Kenpachi is indeed still alive. By the way, he is also a good friend of our captain. He often comes to our team's captain's room to drink with the captain. The captain's health is so poor, can he drink alcohol? After hearing this, Rukia Kuchiki was curious again. Who knows? Regarding this issue, Shiba Kaien is not clear either. After chatting with Rukia Kuchiki a little about Gosuke Shigure, Shiba Kaien, Rukia Kuchiki, and Shiba, who was slightly treated by Gosuke Shigure, left here quickly. Next, Shiba Kaien will take Shiba to the 4th team. Although Gosuke Shigure used Kaido to help Shiba treat his injuries, but as Gosuke Shigure said, it is better to go to the 4th team to check again. As for Rukia Kuchiki, a new Shinigami who has only joined Godei 13 for more than a year. In addition to worrying about the 3 Shiba seats, she was more interested in Gosuke Kenpachi, who only saw one back. Naturally, Gosuke Shigure didn't know that he had attracted the attention of Rukia Kuchiki, the heroine in the original novel. Yes, although Inoue Orihime is right with Kurosaki Ichigo at the end. But if you look at it according to the position, Rukia Kuchiki is indeed a well-deserved heroine. As for why you weren't with Kurosaki Ichigo in the end? Who said that the heroine should be with the protagonist? Don't you see, Haruno Sakura, who is the heroine in the Hokage studio next door, isn't with Naruto either? Back to business. Even if he knew that Rukia Kuchiki was curious about himself, CDFF, Gosuke Shigure wouldn't care. Compared to Rukia Kuchiki's attention, at this moment, what he cares most about is the dead body in his hand. If I remember correctly, the virtual name of this head seems to be Metastasia, and it is one of the experimental subjects made by Aizen. In addition to devouring and fusing, this head virtual ability seems to be able to make Zanpakuto disappear. In the original book, he used this ability to successfully defeat Shiba Kaien. Although it was finally killed by Rukia Kuchiki, advertisement. But in fact, he was sent back to Hueco Mundo to be reconstructed with the spirit body of Shiba Kaien fused by it, and then his body was swallowed by the future 9th Espada Arenilo Ilorielli. The first 9 Espada also has the ability to devour evolution infinitely. However, it seems that there is a limit to the infinite devouring evolution. But even that has its limits. Gosuke Shigure is still very concerned about the ability of this head. With the help of the space device researched by Urahara Kazuki, after storing the corpse of the ghost, and then bringing the corpse of the ghost back to Seireitei's own residence, Gosuke Shigure did not hesitate at all, and directly used the small transom in the basement. The door went to the present world. Among the mundane, Urahara store, Urahara Kazuki is doing research. In recent years, he has studied many things. There's not only research on the Quincy, but also attempts to study the void. Urahara Kazuki is also interested in the special ghosts made by Aizen. Especially because of Gosuke Shigure's reminder, he and the Masked Legion had explored Hueco Mundo and knew the existence of Arankar. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win 100 battles. Aizen's research on Shu has obviously reached a certain height. In order to be able to cope with the future Aizen, Urahara Kazuki really has to study the void. Not to mention, according to what Gosuke Shigure said, Shu's power can restrain Quincy, and after studying Shu's power, it may also be able to deal with the crisis brought by Quincy in the future. While Urahara Kazuki was researching, a black cat suddenly came to Urahara Kazuki's laboratory. The teacher is here. Urahara Kazuki had to put down his research and walk out of the research room. He saw Gosuke Shigure, but he was more concerned about a corpse that Gosuke Shigure had placed next to him. This is Shu's corpse. Teacher? Urahara Kazuki asked curiously. Gosuke Shigure explained. This is the product of Aizen's experiment, which almost killed Shiba Kaien, the vice captain of the 13th Division. Chapter 219 The Old Guy Who Can't Hold Back, Happy New Year. Hearing Gosuke Shigure's words, Urahara Kazuki became very interested immediately. A few years ago, during the burial of souls in the present world, one of Mao's students encountered the hollow created by Aizen. Hisagi Shuhei, the chief officer of the 9th Division at the time, fought hard, but he was still not the opponent of the hollow. It can be seen that head empty and powerful. In the end, it seemed that because of fear of causing a disturbance, it was Aizen who took action himself to get rid of the hollow head. Urahara Kazuki did not expect that, after a few years, Gosuke Shigure brought a hollow created by Aizen. Being able to be brought here by Gosuke Shigure, this head, obviously, has its own uniqueness. According to Gosuke Shigure, this ghost almost killed Shiba Kaien, the vice captain of Division 13. I have heard of Shiba Kaien, Urahara Kazuki, although he has been away from Soul Society for a long time, who told him that he has the internal support of Gosuke Shigure in Soul Society, and he still knows something about Soul Society. Among them, there is the Shiba Kaien thing. He is the head of the Shiba family. He is a genius. He has 6th class spiritual power when he first entered school, and then he graduated in 1 year and became the vice captain in 5 years. This head overturned, Doctor. What kind of power does this head have? Gosuke Shigure told Urahara Kazuki, in addition to having Manos Grande's high-speed regeneration ability, this ghost also has the ability to devour. When any attack from the condensed spirit particles falls on him, it will be destroyed. He is devoured, he can evolve through devouring. In addition, he also has the ability to make Shinigami Zanpakuto useless. Oh, when Urahara Kazuki heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. From this point of view, this head is indeed of great research value. Although Shinigami's combat methods are diverse, strictly speaking, they are still used in 4 categories. The 4 categories are Zanshuan Zaogui, Slash, White Hits, Shunpo, Kido. Slashing is the technique of fighting with Zanpakuto, White Hits is close combat, Shunpo is the means of movement, Dao is long-range casting. If the ability of this head is really what Gosuke Shigure said, then Kido's attack, when facing this virtual head, obviously does not have much effect, because Kido is an attack formed by releasing the spiritual power in Shinigami's body, and it can be swallowed by it. Advertisement. In addition to that, his ability to disable Zanpakuto also disables Shinigami's slashing technique. If you want to defeat this monster, you can only rely on White Hits and Shunpo. No wonder Shiba Kaien overturned, the ability of this head is really terrifying. Thinking of this, Urahara Kazuki became very interested again, and he wanted to study this head. Even if it is just a corpse, even a corpse is of great research value. If you can thoroughly study these abilities, you might be able to get a killer weapon. The ability to devour the attack of spirit particles can make some props against the attack of spirit particles. You must know that using the method of spirit attack, apart from Shinigami's Kido, Quincy is also a user of this kind of method. If you can research the props, you may be able to target Quincy. As for the ability to invalidate Shinigami Zanpakuto, although it is aimed at Shinigami, it is better than nothing, and you can also study it. This is indeed a very good experimental material, teacher, thank you. Urahara Kazuki immediately thanked Gosuke Shigure after knowing the value of this dead body. Gosuke Shigure smiled and didn't say much, because the experimental material was specially sent to Urahara Kazuki this time. Gosuke Shigure did not stay in this world for too long. After leaving the dead body at Urahara Kazuki, he returned to the Soul Society. At the same time, in the Soul Society, Aizen also realized the disappearance of his experimental materials. Since he couldn't attack Shinigami anymore, he devoted all his energy to research virtual. In the Void Circle, the number of voids is extremely large, and new voids are born every moment. Compared with studying Shinigami, the disappearance of any Shinigami will arouse the vigilance of Gode 13, and the disappearance of the virtual circle in the virtual circle is a common thing. After all, Hueco Mundo itself is an environment of the jungle. Shu makes a living by being devoured, and every day he doesn't know how many people are devoured by his own kind and die. It is also because there are too many voids in Hueco Mundo, so even though Aizen's experiment has a high failure rate, it still has a lot of success. Asking for flowers. Advertisement. By reversing Shinigami's hollow, he implemented the Shinigami of the virtual in Hueco Mundo, and successfully created the powerful virtual of Arrancar. In the past, Manos Grande was divided into 3 levels, Jillian, Ajukas, and Vasto Lord. Among them, Vasto Lord is the strongest, but after the birth of Arrancar, even Ajukas level voids, as long as they wear Arrancar weapons, they still have a powerful strength compared to the previous Vasto Lord level Manos Grande. Moreover, some Arrancars also possess such things as returning blades. Returning blades possess various special abilities. When it comes to means, they even have more abilities than the normal Vasto Lord. After Manos Grande of Vasto Lord level, after Arrancar, it is even stronger. It can be said that the appearance of Arrancar made Aizen extremely proud. But his experiments did not stop there, because he has a new idea. After a normal virtual hit Arrancar tool, it will become very powerful, and the return blade it produces seems to be related to its ability as a virtual time. So, can he artificially create a special void based on this, and then find a way to help them make Arrancar tools? After playing the Arrancar tool, can the artificially created special ability be further improved? Over the years, Aizen has created countless special virtuals. Metastasia is the product he created, possessing the ability to devour evolution infinitely, and can also make Zanpakuto disappear, making Shinigami Zanpakuto useless. After it appears in Soul Society, Shinigami will definitely go to purify it. Aizen wondered if he would gain the Shinigami's abilities after devouring them. As a result, it was unexpected that this head was directly killed before it played its due role. Although Aizen didn't personally witness the scene where Metastasia was killed, he still knew who did it based on the traces of spirit particles left at the scene. Gosuke Shigure. The retired old guy, after all, couldn't hold back anymore. Did he choose to make a move? Among the 5th team, the time after Aizen glasses is changing. Chapter 220. Talking. Although he knew it was Gosuke Shigure's hands, in the end, Aizen still didn't choose to go to Gosuke Shigure to trouble him. After all, it is not necessary. There are actually quite a few people who know his true face. Like Urahara Kazuki, who fled to the present world, the masked army knew his true face, but Aizen didn't think about searching for the whereabouts of these people in the present world, or that sentence, it is unnecessary. Rather than exterminating these people, he might as well put more energy into research. Of course, if these people took the initiative to appear in front of him and wanted to trouble him, that would be another matter. Aizen didn't mind killing those who dared to appear in front of him. Gosuke Shigure knows about him because of his close relationship with Urahara Kazuki and Shihoin Yoruichi. So what? As long as Gosuke, 853, Shigure has no tangible evidence, it is still impossible to prove to Gode 13 and Central 46 what he did back then. So, as long as Gosuke Shigure didn't take the initiative to trouble him, he can ignore Gosuke Shigure completely. After all, in all fairness, Aizen actually admires this Gosuke Kenpachi. Perhaps in terms of intelligence, he is not as high as him. But in terms of force, Aizen was looking forward to it before it was actually fought. Speaking carefully, Gosuke Shigure and Urahara Kazuki, a pair of mentors and apprentices, are people that Aizen admires. One is to appreciate its force, and the other is to appreciate its IQ. After returning from this world, not long after, Gosuke Shigure received another invitation. The inviter is Jashiro Yukitaki, captain of the 13th Division. The meeting place is the Yugon Hall located in the center of the lake. Advertisement: every time you come back to Yugontong, you need to take a small boat to reach the center of the lake. I have to say that Jashiro Yukitaki is very good at choosing places, or the captain of first generation Gode 13 is very good at choosing places. Each team has a team building, and the team building of the first team is the highest point of Gode 13. The 13th team's team building is the most elegant place. The team building located in the middle of the lake has a unique style. When Gosuke Shigure came here, in addition to Jashiro Yukitaki, the captain of the 13th Division, Jingle Chunshui, the vice-captain Shiba Kayan, the third seed of the 13th Division, and Shiba Kayan's wife Shiba were also here. It is not surprising that Jingle Spring Water will come. After all, Jashiro Yukitaki's best friend. Gosuke Shigure glanced at him, didn't say hello to him, but said to Jashiro Yukitaki, "Jashiro, long time no see, your body seems to be getting better." Jashiro Yukitaki said with a smile, "It is indeed much better. After all, I have a very capable adjutant under my command. With Kayan helping me, I can concentrate on recuperating." While talking, he explained to Gosuke Shigure, "Kayan has already told me about what happened before. If it wasn't for your help, I'm afraid I would lose an extremely important adjutant to me, and even 3 degrees will die there too." As for the other 2 dead Shinigami who followed Shibadu that day and were swallowed up by the ghost, Jashiro Yukitaki didn't mention much. Shinigami, since they have that power, they have the obligation to fight against Shu. In the long years, not too many Shinigami died under Shu's hands. Jashiro Yukitaki has lived for such a long time and is used to death. Similarly, Gosuke Shigure was the captain of the 11th team in the past, and the death rate of the 11th team members is also among the best in the entire Gode 13. He is also a person who is used to death. So there's really not much to say, it's just a coincidence, passing by nearby. Gosuke Shigure's tone was very calm. Shiba Kayan next to Jashiro Yukitaki said, "For Gosuke Kenpachi, it might just be passing by, but for us as a couple, it was Gosuke Kenpachi who saved our lives." He talked about the reason for today's invitation, because I was not very familiar with Gosuke Kenpachi before, so don't invite you to Shiba's house rashly, so I can only ask the captain to invite you to come here, Gosuke Kenpachi, so that our husband and wife can express our gratitude to you. Advertisement: after Shiba Kayan finished speaking, Shiba, who had not yet fully recovered from his injury, also spoke gently, expressing his thanks to ugly assistant Shigure. Only when you have personally faced that head, can you realize how terrifying it is and how desperate it is. After all, the most important thing, thanks to Gosuke Shigure for saving the group that day, has been done. Facing the kindness shown by Shiba Kayan, Gosuke Shigure was appreciative. Although the Shiba family has declined and was expelled from the top 5 nobles, Shiba Kayan has experienced the heyday of the Shiba family after all, and has received strict aristocratic education, so Shiba Kayan has a very aristocratic demeanor in dealing with people and things. For a while, there were only 3 old acquaintances left in Yugontong, Gosuke Shigure, Jingle Chunshui, and Jashiro Yukitaki. Because Shiba's injury has not recovered, Shiba Kayan didn't stay for too long at the thank you banquet, and finally he left here with his wife. As for the visit to Shiba's house, forget it. Seeing that Gosuke Shigure declined to visit Shiba's house, Shiba Kayan didn't say anything, let alone being disappointed. Both Shiba Kyan and Shiba expressed their sincere gratitude to Gosuke Shigure, and at the same time actively invited Gosuke Shigure to visit Shiba's home. Kido is of no use to it, and Zanpakuto is even more nullified by it. But this is the only thing that gave her a sense of powerlessness and despair for the first time. Looking at Gosuke Shigure, Jashiro Yukitake sighed. Gosuke, sometimes, I think, it is a pity that you are retiring. He has already been entangled with several big nobles, so let's not get involved in Shiba's affairs. Although this banquet was initiated by Jashiro Yukitake, after Shiba Kyan revealed the purpose, the identity of the host has quietly changed to Shiba Kyan. Even, sometimes she still wondered, if it wasn't for Gosuke Kenpachi's help, would Kyan have been implicated by herself and endured the murderous hand of Shu? As the third seed of the 13th division, Shiba is not a young Shinigami, she has purified a lot of void. It was through despair that she was able to realize how wonderful it is to be alive. Chapter 221. The Genius Controversy, what a pity. Gosuke Shigure heard the meaning of Jashiro Yukitake's words, but pretended not to know and spoke calmly. Jashiro Yukitake said with some emotion, I am actually a very irresponsible captain because of my weakness, but after all, I have been the captain of Gode 13 for so many years, and I have some affection for Seireitei. After that accident, it took Gode 13 decades to recover, but even so, the position of captain of the third team is still vacant and no suitable candidate has been found yet. It is precisely because of this that after seeing you, a young and strong man with outstanding strength, choose to retire, I will inevitably feel that it is a pity. Although Jashiro Yukitake and Jingle Chunshui were not the first batch of captains of Gode 13, they were the first batch of students who became captains after the establishment of Spiritual Arts Academy, and they have been in command of Gode 13 since then. Great. Gosuke Shigure himself, to Jashiro Yukitake, is indeed a 23-year-old young man. After hearing Jashiro Yukitake's words, Jingle Chunshui on the side also agreed very much. That's right, so I still can't figure it out, Gosuke. Why did you choose to retire in the first place? Could it be because you were hit by that incident, so you became disheartened? Seeing that Jingle Chunshui had to investigate the reason for his retirement again, Gosuke Shigure just smiled and didn't explain much. Instead, he responded based on Jashiro Yukitake's words. I know Captain Jashiro cares about Gode 13, but you can't put your eyes on me who has retired. To you, I may be a little young, but to you for real young people these days, I'm an old guy. Although the position of captain of the third team is vacant, is there really no suitable candidate? I don't think so, aside from other things, your vice-captain, Kyan is actually quite suitable, so, Captain Jashiro, would you like to recommend Kyan to participate in the captain's assessment and serve as the captain of the third team? After saying this, without waiting for Jashiro Yukitake to reply, Gosuke Shigure said again, Forget it, Jashiro, your body is so bad. If Kyan becomes the captain of the third team again, you will lose a competent person. Imagine now it is wishful thinking to stay in Yugantong to recuperate like this. But Jashiro Yukitake didn't hear Gosuke Shigure's back words, he actually listened to Gosuke Shigure's previous suggestions. Would you recommend Kyan to participate in the assessment of the captain of the third squad? His eyes flickered, and he thought it was a good suggestion, you can give it a try. It is precisely because Shiba Kyan is his vice-captain that Jashiro Yukitake knows very well how capable Shiba Kyan is. Advertisement as the head of the Shiba family. The Shiba family has fallen, and Shiba Kyan returns to Seireitei with only one purpose, which is to revive the Shiba family. True, his uncle, Shiba Yixun, had already served as the captain of the first team. But his uncle is the head of the branch house after all, and the branch house is completely different from the head house. As the main house, it is natural not to lag behind the branch house. Since Shiba Kyan served as the vice-captain of the 13th division, all these years, doing it himself is actually more like the captain than his captain. But after all, it's just the vice-captain. The identity of the vice-captain limits Shiba Kyan, making him have no stage to play. It would be a good thing if Shiba Kyan can pass the captain's assessment and serve as the captain of the third team. As for losing Shiba Kyan, his right-hand man, that's not a big deal. At that time, it will take more time to find another deputy captain. Shiba Kyan didn't know that because he left a little earlier, he had been arranged through a chat between Gosuke Shigure and Jashiro Yukitake. Jashiro Yukitake moves quickly. It didn't take long for Shiba Kyan to know the truth of the matter from Jashiro Yukitake. Let me take the captain's assessment? Shiba Kyan was a little taken aback. That's right. Looking at Shiba Kyan in astonishment, Jashiro Yukitake smiled and said, the position of captain of the third team has been vacant and Mr. Yuan Liusai has been worrying about this matter. Your ability is very penultimate, maybe you can pass the captain's assessment, I might even become the captain of the third team. About recommending you, I have already talked to teacher Yuan Liusai, so next, you just wait for the notice and go to participate in the captain's assessment. But can I really do it? For Shiba Kyan, it would be a good thing if he could become the captain of the third team, but because of the powerlessness he felt when facing the special Zumeda Stacha, he didn't have much confidence in himself. Advertisement, you have to believe in yourself. Jashiro Yukitake comforted Shiba Kyan. After a while, Shiba Kyan received an invitation from Team Ichiban. Under the leadership of Chojiro Sasaki, the deputy captain of the first team, he came to the first team to participate in the captain's assessment. It is worth mentioning that this captain assessment is a bit special. Because apart from Shiba Kyan, there is actually another person. Vice Captain of Division 5, Ichimaru Jin. Captain Yamamoto immediately revealed the truth of the matter, that is, when Jashiro Yukitake recommended Shiba Kaien to participate in the captain's assessment, out of coincidence, Aizen Sosuke, the captain of the 5th team, also recommended the Vice Captain Ichimaru Jin to participate in the captain's assessment. Given that Shiba Kaien and Ichimaru Jin are both geniuses, their experiences are very similar. They both graduated from Spiritual Arts Academy within 1 year, and then became the 3rd seats of their respective teams. Shortly thereafter, he became the vice captain again. Therefore, even he couldn't tell which of the two could pass the captain's assessment and become the new captain. Ever since, he decided to conduct captain assessments for both of them. After the assessment is over, the most suitable candidate will be selected to become the captain of the 3rd team. Shiba Kaien couldn't help but glance at Ichimaru Jin after hearing what happened. Of course, he is no stranger to Ichimaru Jin. In terms of age, he is actually older than Ichimaru Jin, but in terms of qualifications, Ichimaru Jin is an out-and-out senior. No way. Why did Shiba's family decline at the beginning, and he entered Seireitei later? After being admitted to the Spiritual Arts Academy, the story of Ichimaru Jin is still circulating there. Ichimaru Jin is a genius who went from real to real in a year. Although it took him only 1 year to graduate, it is precisely because of this that Shiba Kaien attaches great importance to Ichimaru Jin. Chapter 222. Geniuses are competitive. Originally, if he was the only one to participate in the captain's assessment, Shiba Kaien was still a little apprehensive. He was not sure whether he had the strength of the captain level and whether he could pass the captain's assessment. But now there is another competitor, and after Ichimaru Jin who is as famous as him, Shiba Kaien suddenly felt a bit of fighting spirit in his heart. He wanted to pass the captain's test. Prove yourself no weaker than Ichimaru Jin. I am a more suitable candidate than Ichimaru Jin. It is his obsession and what he must do to become the captain of the 3rd team and then revive the Shiba family. Coincidentally, Ichimaru Jin also had a reason to be the captain. Ever since he witnessed the scene of Aizen persecuting Matsumoto Rangaku when he was young, he spent a lot of energy to rescue Matsumoto Rangaku. It was precisely because of the fact that he almost lost Rangaku at that time that Ichimaru Jin made up his mind when he was young. Be sure to seek revenge on Aizen and get back from Aizen what he took from Rangaku. So he, who used to live a carefree life, chose to go to Seireitei. After graduating from Spiritual Arts Academy in 1 year, he decisively chose the 5th team where Aizen was. His talent, as expected, caught Aizen's mind. In order to gain Aizen's trust, he also showed his loyalty to Aizen. Over the years, he did not know how many evil things for Aizen. It is precisely because he has been with Aizen for many years that he has become more aware of what kind of person Aizen is. This is an extremely terrifying, ambitious, and extremely suspicious person. Right now, I have become the captain of the 5th division, but because I still have value, it does not mean that Aizen completely believes in him. Therefore, in order to gain further trust from Aizen, he must show greater value. Aizen recommended him to participate in the captain assessment, which means that Aizen wants him to become the captain of the 3rd team. He had to do it. Although it was a little surprising that Shiba Kaien also came to participate in the captain's assessment, Ichimaru Jin never regarded Shiba Kaien as an opponent. This time, he must be able to pass the captain's assessment and then further gain Aizen's trust. Afterwards, the captain's exam was conducted. Because there are 2 people, so it is divided into successive. Advertisement. Shiba Kaien conducted the captain's assessment first, and he passed the captain's assessment, which means that he, the vice captain of the 13th division, already possesses the combat power of the captain level. According to the previous rules, the position of captain of the 3rd team is basically in Shiba Kaien's pocket. But today's situation is special, and Ichimaru Jin is also a well-known genius. Ichimaru Jin is here. No matter what, he has to be assessed as a captain. After Shiba Kaien passed the captain's assessment, several captains gave Ichimaru Jin a captain's assessment. Surprisingly, Ichimaru Jin also passed the captain's assessment. This is difficult. Both candidates have successfully passed the captain's assessment, which proves that they are both qualified to serve as the captain of the 3rd team. Among the several captains who came to conduct the assessment this time, some of them immediately expressed emotion. Why didn't these 2 show up sooner? Decades ago, Godai 13 encountered major changes, and most of the captain's position was vacant. At that time, the most difficult thing for Godai 13 was to find a suitable candidate to serve as the captain. Up to now, there is only 1 vacancy left for the captain of the 3rd division, but 2 suitable candidates have emerged at the same time. This can only make people feel that these 2 were born at the wrong time. In the past, these 2 were qualified to serve as the captain, but now, only one of them can be selected to serve as the captain. So, who should you choose? Everyone looked at Captain Yamamoto. Captain Yamamoto's eyes were deep, and he soon made a decision. He felt that it would be unfair to either of the 2 if he was allowed to choose, so it would be better to give them the right to choose. The world of Shinigami is also a world where the strong are respected. So the solution is very simple. These 2 fight a game. Whoever wins will be the captain of the 3rd team. It seems a simple and crude method, but it is indeed the most suitable method at the moment. Shiba Kaien and Ichimaru Jin have nothing to do with the captain's proposal. They are all very confident in themselves. Advertisement. Then, under the watchful eyes of the captains, Ichimaru Jin and Shiba Kaien had a duel. The meaning of this duel is a bit like the captain's succession ceremony of the 11th team.
The Kenpachi succession ceremony of the 11th team is carried out by defeating the previous Kenpachi. But because of the attention of the captains, this duel is a bit less cruel than Kenpachi's succession ceremony. The result was unexpected again. Although Shiba Kaiyan is very strong, after all, he passed the captain's assessment before, but Ichimaru Jin is stronger. In this battle, Shiba Kaiyan lost. Ichimaru Jin became the final winner. Ichimaru Jin, on the other hand, was born as a commoner. Shiba Kaiyan told the specific situation to Captain Jashiro Yugataki. This is unacceptable for him, who vowed to revive the Shiba family. In order to wash away this humiliation, he can only continue to practice hard. First he was made desperate by that ghost, and now he is surrounded by Ichimaru Jin, which shows that his strength is not enough. Ichimaru Jin's ability to beat me proves that he is really strong, but I don't think I will always lose. As long as I work hard, I will be able to win back sooner or later. Back to the 13th division. There are very few dead Shendu that are frequent enough to be captains for more than 100 years. Although this is hard to hear, the fact is that the captain of the Godai 13 team, of Zhao's, changes very frequently. Kaiyan, don't get lost, soon to be the captain of the 3rd team. Defeated by Ichimaru Jin, Shiba Kaiyan said that it was impossible without defeat, but he did not get discouraged, but fought again. You can pass the captain's assessment, which proves that you already have the strength of the captain level. Right now, although you can't be the captain of the 3rd team, the captain replacement of Godai 13. Jashiro Yugataki heard the words and couldn't help sighing. Ichimaru Jin is indeed a genius. In the past, I knew he was very powerful, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. So, the ending is settled. You know, he is the head of the Shiba family. Shiba Kaiyan forced a smile on his face and said, Captain, don't worry, I'm not lost. In fact, it is very frequent. As long as you are patient, you will have the opportunity to be the captain sooner or later. Ichimaru Jin became a candidate for the captain of the 3rd division. Advertisement Chapter 223 Future Peace 5th Team. The news that the vice-captain Ichimaru Jin passed the captain's assessment has already spread. If there is no accident, Ichimaru Jin will go to the 3rd team to take up the post in a short time. Abarai Renji, Kira Izuru, and Hinamori Momo, the 3 who joined the 5th team because of their admiration for Aizen in the past, often get together to express their feelings and lament the power of Ichimaru Jin. After sighing, the 3 of them dealt with the affairs of the team on their own. Among them, Kira Izuru did not expect that Ichimaru Jin would find himself alone. Kira. Vice-captain. Kira Izuru straightened up when he heard Ichimaru Jin's words. Although Ichimaru Jin passed the captain's assessment, he hadn't taken up the post in the 5th team yet, so Ichimaru Jin is still the 5th team's vice-captain. Ichimaru Jin looked at Kira Izuru, narrowed his eyes slightly, raised the corners of his mouth, and said with a faint smile. You must know about me, I'm about to go to the 3rd team. The 3rd team is a support team. In addition to the need to go to support the other teams when they are in trouble, when the other teams suffer heavy casualties due to battles, they also need to support them in terms of players. The members of the 3rd team were transferred to the other teams to supplement the members who died in battle. In these years, Godai 13 once fell into a difficult situation, especially the original 9th team, which can be said to have suffered heavy casualties. The 3rd team has supported many players to these teams, so that the current 3rd team is extremely weak. So, I was thinking, can I bring a few capable generals to the 3rd team? Kira, you are a talent I am very optimistic about. I don't know, are you willing to go to the 3rd team with me? Your talent is very good. If you go to the 3rd team with me, maybe you can become the deputy captain of the 3rd team. Although the word, maybe, was included in the words, Kira Izuru could hear that it was Ichimaru Jin's promise. For him, he joined the 5th division at first because the captain of the 5th division, Aizen, and the vice-captain, Ichimaru Jin, saved him when he was in despair and gave him hope. Working hard, that's why I joined the 5th division. Right now, Ichimaru Jin expressed his appreciation for it. Kira Izuru couldn't help feeling excited. As the saying goes, a scholar dies for a confidant. In Kira Izuru's view, Ichimaru Jin is his confidant. Vice-captain, Kira Izuru's words trembled, not knowing how to respond to Ichimaru Jin. Ichimaru Jin said gently, don't rush to answer, there is still a period of time before I go to the Sanfan CFBH team to take office, you can think about it slowly. Advertisement. After speaking, Ichimaru Jin left from Kira Izuru. After that, he went to Hinamori Momo and Abarai Renji successively. He expressed his appreciation to these few and invited them to the 3rd team. But it didn't turn out well. Hinamori Momo directly refused. For Hinamori Momo, she joined the 5th team because of Aizen-sama. How could she leave the 5th team and go to the 3rd team? The reason for Abarai Renji is even simpler. He thinks that the 5th team is not bad, and has no reason to go to the 3rd team. In the end, only Kira Izuru went to the 3rd team with Ichimaru Jin. As a friend of Kira Izuru, Abarai Renji naturally bid farewell to Kira Izuru. Of course, the farewell scene is not too sad. After all, they are still within Godai 13, but they just changed teams, and the meeting is not as frequent as before. It's not life and death. Not even Abarai Renji thought of that, though. After he bid farewell to Kira Izuru, his captain Aizen found him. Team leader. After coming to the captain's room, Abarai Renji seemed a little cautious. Although Captain Aizen is an elegant and gentle person, he is the captain after all, and Abarai Renji still felt a little stressed when facing him. Renji, don't be too polite.
Aizen put down the writing brush in his hand and smiled gently. Today, he is practicing spells, and he has a lot of experience about spells. Otherwise, it would be impossible to be called Spiritual Arts Academy calligraphy teacher. Abarai Renji breathed a sigh of relief, but he wasn't restrained. Aizen asked Abarai Renji again, "Is Kira gone?" Abarai Renji quickly said, "Yes." Aizen said, "It was actually my idea to have Yin invite you to the third team." Captain's idea? Hearing this, Abarai Renji couldn't help being taken aback, a little surprised. Advertisement, yes. Aizen explained. You, Hinamori, and Kira are all rare talents. Although my fifth team is also one of Godai 13, it is a rescue team, but strictly speaking, it is not as important as the other teams. I am very happy that you all joined the fifth team, but this first of all, it's really a bit condescending. So when Yin passed the captain's assessment and was about to go to the third team to take up his post, I made a request to him to bring you to the third team. The third team has a lot of waste to do, and if you go to the third team, you can have more room to play. Hearing this, Abarai Renji's body couldn't help but startled. Aizen talked eloquently and told the whole story. In the captain's room of the 5th Division, after dealing with Abarai Renji's matter, Aizen couldn't help grinning and said softly, "So, the restless elements have been arranged properly." Abarai Renji did not expect that the captain wanted to transfer himself to the 11th team. In the entire Godai 13, it is an extremely important team. The 11th team? That's right, the 11th team. Aizen emphasized a lot, and then, he showed amazing eloquence, and successfully persuaded Abarai Renji to agree to go to the 11th team. Because the qualifications of these few people are really good, if they are properly trained, they may become crucial chess players in the future. After all, the focus of each team is different. The 11th team is the fighting team, and the captain of the country is called Kenpachi. But in the history of Godai 13, there is no lack of Shinigami transferred to other teams. Shinigami, who is unknown in his own team, is likely to shine in another team. Under normal circumstances, students of Spiritual Arts Academy only have one chance to choose a team after graduation. There was a reason why he chose to rescue the few people who were attacked by Shu at the beginning. For example, the second team is good at shunpo and white hits, the 11th team is good at chopping, and the 12th team is good at technology development. He also told the reason why Abarai Renji was called here today. Renji, your talent in chopping is unparalleled. In the 5th team, you really can't show your talent. Since you don't want to go to the 3rd team, then I don't know, are you willing to go to the 11th team? However, I still choose to respect your opinions. If you don't want to go to the 3rd team, then there's nothing you can do. Under the coordination of Aizen, Abarai Renji finally successfully transferred to the 11th team. Chapter 224. Wang Yin. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. Although Shiba Kaien avoided the fate of death, the subsequent events seemed to return to the original track. Ichimaru Jin became the captain of the 3rd team, Kira Izuru followed Ichimaru Jin to the 3rd team, Hinamori Momo stayed in the 5th team, Abarai Renji went to the 11th team. If there is an accident, in a few years, Abarai Renji will transfer from the 11th team to the 6th team. From this perspective, Abarai Renji seems to be a family slave with a 3rd surname. At the same time, Hinamori Momo's childhood sweetheart, Hitsugaya Dashiro, in the Spiritual Arts Academy is also facing a life choice. Hitsugaya Dashiro is a genius in the true sense. To some extent, he is actually even more genius than Ichimaru Jin and Shiba Kaien. When he was very young, because he couldn't control the powerful spiritual power in his body became cold, and even hurt his grandmother who took care of him when he grew up. Captain Matsumoto Rangaku was spotted. Later, through Matsumoto Rangaku's narration, he knew the reason of the incident, and then chose to embark on a path exactly like his childhood sweetheart Hinamori Momo, that is, to be admitted to the Spiritual Arts Academy and become a Shinigami. For the talented Hitsugaya Dashiro, getting into the Spiritual Arts Academy was not a difficult task, he entered it easily, unlike a certain person named Hisagi Shuhei who failed several times before he successfully passed the entrance examination into it. It can only be said that this is the difference between genius and mediocrity. It was also at Spiritual Arts Academy that Hitsugaya Dashiro met a friend who was very important to him. His name is Kusakawan Sojiro. Unlike Hitsugaya Dashiro, Kusakawan Sojiro is mediocre, and coincidentally, the two happen to be roommates. And because Kusakaya Sojiro is much older than Hitsugaya Dashiro, and seems to be much more mature than Hitsugaya Dashiro. In life, Kusakaya Sojiro often takes care of the young Hitsugaya Dashiro, so in the mind of Hitsugaya Dashiro, Kusakaya Sojiro is a brother and the existence of friends. But Kusakaba Sojiro is not without his troubles. That is, while Hitsugaya Dashiro awakened his own Zanpakuto early on, Sojiro Kusakaya never awakened his Zanpakuto. Although not all Mao was able to awaken his own Zanpakuto during the academy, but seeing Toshiro awaken Zanpakuto, but himself not awakening Zanpakuto, Sojiro Kusakami is inevitably a little bit disappointed. This loss lasted until the 6th grade of Spiritual Arts Academy, which was the eve of their graduation. That's right, although Hitsugaya Dashiro is a genius, he did not choose to spend a year studying all the courses of Spiritual Arts Academy and then graduate from it like the previous two geniuses, namely Ichimaru Jin and Shiba Kaien. After all, Hitsugaya Dashiro is too young. Advertisement. He chose to become a Shinigami in order to master the power in his body and not let his power hurt those around him. Under such circumstances, he would rather spend a few more years studying at Spiritual Arts Academy. On the eve of graduation, when Hitsugaya Dashiro and Sojiro Kusakaba were discussing which team to join after graduation, Sojiro Kusakaba's Zanpakuto has awakened. Logically speaking, the awakening of Zanpakuto should be a good thing. But what is strange is that Sojiro Kusakaba's Zanpakuto is also Hirenmaru. Hirenmaru is the most powerful Zanpakuto of the Ice and Snow system identified by Central 46. It seems that similar knives have appeared in history, so after Hitsugaya Dashiro awakened Zanpakuto, the 46th room of Huxia medicine gave this identification. It should be noted that the current captain of Godei 13, Ryujin Jaka owned by Yamamoto Genryusai, is the oldest and most powerful Zanpakuto in the HOD department. The strength of Captain Yamamoto is obvious to all. It was he who repelled the powerful enemy that invaded the Soul Society and protected the Soul Society. Even there is a saying that the powerful ones are Shinigami, so Zanpakuto. But a powerful sword can indeed bring great power to a Shinigami. Hitsugaya Dashiro possessed Hirenmaru at a young age, and if nurtured, he would surely be the mainstay of Godei 13 in the future. However, Sojiro also awakened a Hirenmaru. 2 Hirenmaru and 2 Zanpakuto, the strongest in the ice system, made things sour. Ask for flowers, the Soul Society does not allow 2 identical Zanpakuto. So, under the arrangement of Central 46, Hitsugaya Dashiro and Sojiro Kusakaba will be forced to fight. Only the living can possess Hirenmaru. And this battle cannot be rejected, and one of them is not allowed to give up Zanpakuto. Only one party dies completely, and the regiment is considered to be over. This battle was carried out under the supervision of the criminal army. Advertisement. Even if Hitsugaya Dashiro and Kusakaba Sojiro didn't want to accept such a result, they had to fight. It is worth mentioning that when the duel was going on, it happened to be the day when the king's seal was transferred once every thousands of years. 0. Also on this day, Gosuke Shigure meets Shirata Senjumaru, who came to the Soul Society through the Transcendental Gate. As usual, Shutara Senjumaru wasn't able to stay in Soul Society for long. However, her arrival has answered a lot of doubts for Gosuke Shigure. The reason is that, on the day when Wang Yin was transferred secretly, Shujualuo's hands-on network sensed Wang Yin's aura. It turns out that today is actually the day when Wang Yin was transferred. It was this sentence that aroused the curiosity of Gosuke Shigure. Wang Yin, what's the background? Even though Gosuke Shigure in his previous life was a great nobleman Suniyashiro, he was actually not familiar with the King's Seal, because at that time in his last life, there was no such thing as a King's Seal. But in this life, Tian Yin seemed to appear suddenly. Every few decades, it needs to be transferred to show the majesty of the royal family. Of course, Gosuke Shigure still knew its purpose. It is to create a sense of mystery for the so-called royal family, so that many Shinigami will know the existence of the royal family, so that they will feel awe of the spirit master. When more and more Shinigami believe that there is a royal family above the great nobles, and the Soul King is supreme. The truth about King Ling, the more it can be hidden. No one would know that the so-called Spirit King was just a symbol. Chapter 225. The Secret of the King's Seal, the Question of the Sword. Hearing Gosuke Shigure's question, Shutara Senjumaru's eyes flickered. Today, she has been in Team Zero for a long time, and because of being in Team Zero, she naturally knows a lot of secrets. She said to Gosuke Shigure, "You should know that many years ago, there was no so-called 72 barriers between the Lingwang Palace and Seireitei, and the connection is closer than it is now." Gosuke Shigure nodded. In the previous life, although the Lingwang Palace was hanging high outside the world, the people of the Zero Division had a close relationship with Seireitei, and he also met Ermaiwu Wangyue in that era. Shutara Senjumaru continued. In the past, Team Zero thought that the Lingwang Palace was higher than the sky, so they could sit back and relax, until one day, a ghost killed him from Seireitei into the 077 of the Lingwang Palace. False. Gosuke Shigure was a little surprised. Virtually he knows. Although this world is divided into 3 poles, Shinigami, Quincy, and Shu, strictly speaking, Shu's strength is actually the same. For ordinary Shinigami and ordinary souls, he is extremely dangerous, but for a truly powerful Shinigami, even Vasto Lord is only mediocre. Only when he becomes a Rancor can he be so threatening. Shutara Senjumaru said, that head is one of the oldest ghosts in the Ghost Circle. He first defeated the young Yamamoto Genryusai in the Soul Society, and then killed him in the Soul King Palace. In the end, it was the monk himself who gave it to him. After killing him, his body was cast into a Zanpakuto by Wang Yu. Of course, that's not the point. The point is, after this incident, the monk realized that the connection between Team Zero and Seireitei is too close, which may not be a good thing. Seireitei alone cannot protect the Spirit King shield. No one knows whether there will be any strong enemy in the future who will use the Soul Society to kill directly from the Soul Society to the palace of the Soul King. So, he started to build 72 barriers. Using Lingfan Lydian as its source of power, the 72 barriers distort the space, making it impossible for foreign invaders to reach the place of the Spirit King without vehicles such as the Tianju chariot. However, because the number of the original Lingfan Palace was limited and the balance was not perfect, so that the space would fluctuate every few decades, the 72 barriers between the Lingwang Palace and Seireitei often had cracks, so, through the hands of the monk and Wang Yu, they cast another strange thing, that is Wang Yin. Advertisement. The light of Wang Yin can repair the cracks in the space. In the past, every few decades, it was necessary to transfer the King's Seal, which was to use the power of the King's Seal to repair the cracks on the barrier. Of course, it's impossible to say that to the outside world. That's why there are all kinds of sayings about Wang Yin. Gosuke Shigure understood immediately and knew the origin of Wang Yin. The most common saying at the moment is that the King's Seal is a symbol of the royal family and a treasure of the royal family. Because the King's Seal contains powerful power, it is not allowed to stay in the same place for a long time. If you stay in the same place for a long time, that area will be affected. Under the influence of the King's Seal, bad things happen, so every few decades, the main seal will be transferred. During this period, the Soul Society also spread the word about the mysterious royal family. But for those who really know the truth, all of this is actually a lie. There has never been any royal family. If there is a royal family, it is also a Quincy, a group that should be exterminated according to Shinigami. Yuhabak is the son of the Spirit King, and he is the real prince of the royal family. But Gosuke Shigure really doesn't know the background of Wang Yin. Now, he knows it. It turns out that the real function of the Seal of the King is to repair the space, stabilize the space, and repair the cracks in the 72-layer barrier between Seireitei and the Lingwang Palace. Shutara Senjumaru said again, although the King's Seal is very special, strictly speaking, the current King's Seal is actually not very useful anymore, it's just a symbol. Oh? Gosuke Shigure looked at Shutara Senjumaru curiously. Because Zero Fan left the palace. The relationship between Shutara and Gosuke Shigure is too close, so some things, even if she is a member of the Zero Division and needs to be kept secret, she still told Gosuke Shigure. Advertisement. As Hikashuki Tongsheng became the God General of the South, 5 Lingfanli halls stood around the Lingwang Palace, the balance has been formed, and the space has been stabilized to the ultimate, between the 72 barriers. It is already difficult for cracks to appear like before, so Wang Qi can actually stop the transfer. The light it emits can no longer affect the 72 barriers, but it is very likely to cause the original Soul Society space as distorted. Among Kido, there are 2 types of taboo Kido, which are space transfer and time stop, because they will disturb the order of Soul Society space and time, so these 2 types of Kido are strictly prohibited. Of course, it is impossible for ordinary Shinigami to do so, just use it. Wang Yin, in fact, is equivalent to a large-scale instrument for performing space transfer Kido, but in the past because of its significance, it needs to be transferred and used every few days. But now, the 72 barriers are as strong as gold, and when they reach the ultimate level, if they use the King's Seal rashly, it will cause bad things. No wonder in the original book, Sojiro Kusakawan was transferred to Hueco Mundo because he accidentally irradiated the light of the King's Seal before his death. Wang Yin is a treasure at the space level, containing the power of space. But then again, is today the day when Wang Yin will be transferred? Wang Yin is transferred once every 4.1 years, that is to say, today is that extremely special day? Gosuke Shigure couldn't help thinking. His thoughts flickered, and suddenly, he asked Shutara Senjumaru a question. Why is it not allowed to have 2 identical Zanpakuto in the history of the Soul Society? Although this rule existed a long time ago, Central 46 strictly forbids this kind of thing from happening. Gosuke Shigure knew about it in his previous life, but no one has ever explained the reason for it. The same is true. Central 46 acts, why explain too much to outsiders? Outsiders only need to obey orders. Gosuke Shigure couldn't help asking Shutara Senjumaru because he thought of Hitsugaya Toshiro and Sojiro Kusakawan. Chapter 226 Usurped Counterfeit. Shutara Senjumaru has been in Team Zero for so many years, since he chose to join Team Zero, he must know a lot of secrets. If nothing else, just talk about Wang Yin's matter, which is to answer a question of Gosuke Shigure. Shutara Senjumaru looked at Gosuke Shigure with some surprises. He didn't expect his mind to jump so fast that he would suddenly ask such a question. But think about it carefully, isn't this a normal thing? In his previous life, his thinking was such a jump. Thoughts flickered. Shutara Senjumaru could still answer Gosuke Shigure's question. About this question, after I joined Team Zero and looked through some classics within Team Zero, I found the answer from Wang Yu's handwriting. In this world, there are no 2 identical Zanpakuto. Shutara Senjumaru's words are amazing. If it was an ordinary person who said such a thing, Gosuke Shigure would be a little dubious, but it was Senjumaru who said this, and she said it all. This is recorded in her Mayao Meizu. Shigure still chose to believe the words in Yu Shushu, 25. He looked at Shutara Senjumaru curiously. Shutara Senjumaru explained to Gosuke Shigure. According to Wang Yu, all Zanpakuto in this world are unique, even if some swords are silent because of the death of their masters, and then fall into other Shinigami swords as sealed state swords. In my hand, because the other Shinigami revived, the original sword was activated, but apart from the name, it is actually completely different from the original sword. Because the awakening of Zanpakuto still depends on the Shinigami. Since there are no 2 identical Shinigami in this world, naturally there will be no identical swords. If there are really 2 identical knives, then one of them must be a fake. Shutara Senjumaru's tone was extremely firm. After saying this, she explained. It's like a mirror, reflecting the outside world. The scene in the mirror looks exactly the same as the original product, but it's not real after all. After explaining, Shutara Senjumaru asked Gosuke Shigure curiously, why do you ask such a question? Although Gosuke Shigure's thinking is very active, he often asks some inexplicable questions. Advertisement, but even if it is an inexplicable problem, it is actually targeted. There is a reason. Gosuke Shigure explained with a smile. The reason why I asked this question was because I thought of a recent incident at Spiritual Arts Academy. In this year's Spiritual Arts Academy, 2 identical Zanpakuto were born. Oh, Shudara Senjumaru was very curious when he heard this. Although this kind of thing was recorded in Ermaiwu Wangyu's handwriting, it was the first time she heard that it happened in this world, and it was a recent thing. Life in Team Zero is rather boring. For Shudara Senjumaru, the greatest pleasure right now is to come to the Soul Society with the help of the Transcendental Gate every once in a while and meet Gosuke Shigure. And some Soul Society tidbits. The 2 identical Zanpakuto clearly piqued her interest. Next, it was Gosuke Shigure's turn to speak. Among the freshmen of the Spiritual Arts Academy in recent years, it can be said that there are a lot of talents. Among them, many geniuses have emerged. Among them, the most worth mentioning is that one of the young students has awakened Zanpakuto, the strongest in the Ice and Snow department. Hiranmaru. The strongest Zanpakuto of the Ice and Snow element? Shutara Senjumaru heard this with a calm expression. Her fighting style doesn't rely on Zanpakuto very much, but she also knows the gold content of Zanpakuto, the strongest Ice and Snow element. The strongest sword of a certain department is not a sword that can appear easily. Even in the long history of Soul Society, only a few people have such a knife. And those who have, without exception, are all talented. Advertisement. Although Zanpakuto's abilities appear randomly, but if you want to have the strongest Zanpakuto in a certain department and get his approval, your qualifications must also meet the requirements. Today, of the strongest Zanpakuto of a certain line, only one owner is still alive. That is Gode 13's general captain, Yamamoto Genryusai. The Ryujin Jaka in his hand is the oldest and most powerful Zanpakuto of the Ha family. Shutara Senjumaru did not expect that when Soul Society already had a Zanpakuto with the strongest Heat type, there would be another Zanpakuto with the strongest Ice type. In the past, not without some of the strongest Zanpakuto of 2 opposing attributes. But those were chaotic times. In those days, there was no Gode 13. Now Gode 13 maintains the order of the world. If this Shinigami who has the strongest Zanpakuto of the Ice and Snow system can be cultivated, it may not be impossible to become another Yamamoto Genryusai. Yes. Gosuke Shigure responded. Because of this knife, Central 46 is very concerned about this student, but problems have followed. This year, that is, the eve of this student's graduation, his roommate, also awakened 383 Zanpakuto, his roommate's Zanpakuto, exactly like him. Also, Hiranmaru. When Shutara Senjumaru heard this, he immediately said decisively, one of the knives is fake, and its power was stolen. How do you know? Gosuke Shigure looked at Shutara Senjumaru. Shutara Senjumaru explained. When all the students of Spiritual Arts Academy enroll, they will get a sealed state, and in the following time, Shinigami writes his spiritual power into the sealed state by getting along with the sealed state day and night, sleeping and eating together, thus awakening the sealed state and awakening one's own Zanpakuto. This is the origin of each person's Zanpakuto. If the Zanpakuto owned by that student is the most powerful Zanpakuto in the Ice and Snow department as you said, as a student, he obviously cannot control that power independently. It can affect the surrounding celestial phenomena and environment. I guess, one of them has not awakened his own Zanpakuto at all. His sealed state was awakened by the inadvertently emanating power of Hiranmaru. As you said, these 2 are roommates, and their relationship, like Shinigami and Zanpakuto, is a relationship of sleeping and eating together. Chapter 227, the final chapter of the sword. After finishing his speculation, because Gosuke Shigure mentioned this incident, Shutara Senjumaru was curious, so Shutara Senjumaru asked again, how did Central 46 handle this matter? According to Gosuke Shigure, when the first student awakened Zanpakuto Hiranmaru, the strongest in the Ice and Snow department, he had already received the attention of Central 46. Now that there is a Hiranmaru, Central 46 will definitely be involved in this matter. Gosuke Shigure said. Central 46 put these 2 students in a life and death duel. Only those who are alive are worthy of having Hiranmaru. Shutara Senjumaru didn't show much expression, it's quite expected. She seemed a little indifferent, although such a thing is very cruel to the 2 parties involved. If it involves Zanpakuto, the strongest Ice and Snow element, Central 46 will do so, and it does make sense. Zanpakuto, the strongest in the Ice and Snow department, if its owner cultivates it, there is no doubt that it will become an extremely powerful Shinigami, but if there are 2 identical knives, the fake will usurp the power of the real one, which will affect the authentic ones. Even in such a situation, the 2 knives are not weak, but after all, they are still not the strongest power of the Ice and Snow system. In order to make this power more pure, and to restore Hiranmaru's power to its peak, the best way is to kill one of them. As long as one of them dies, the knife in his hand will disappear naturally. The power will naturally flow out of the other knife. According to what you said, the knife in the hand of the person who first awakened Hiranmaru should be genuine, and the latter is a fake, but Central 46 did not make a direct decision to execute the latter, which may also be due to Central 46's considerations inside. They put the 2 into a life and death duel in order to choose the most suitable holder of Hiranmaru. Even if the knife in the latter's hand is a counterfeit, if his aptitude is strong enough and stronger than the original holder, he may not be able to make the sword in his hand a genuine one by killing the original holder. Shutara Senjumaru has been in Soul Society for many years. Although he has not served as the captain of Gode 13, he knows ultimate about Soul Society and Seireitei. The motivation of Central 46 was explained by her. Gosuke Shigure heard Shutara Senjumaru's words, and some of the questions he had while watching anime in his previous life were completely answered. Although this is his second chapter in the Shinigami world, he was a member of the famous Suniyashiro family in his previous life. But after all, the era in the previous life was too long away from the current era, and because he had not experienced the two Hiranmaru himself, Gosuke Shigure naturally would not take the initiative to explore the reasons for it. And even if he actively explores, there are some secrets that even Suniyashiro doesn't know. On this day, the secret maneuver transferred Wang Yin as usual. They didn't know about the Lingwang Palace, nor did they know that with the balance of the 5 Lingfan palaces, the space where the Lingwang Palace is located has been stabilized to ultimate, and there is no need to use the King's Seal to repair the space of the 72 barriers. The cracks are broken, they are just performing their previous duties as always. Also on this day, the light of Tien Yin shines. Advertisement. It just so happened that the place where the light of the King's Seal fell was the place where the decisive battle between Hitsugaya Dashiro and Kusakaba Sojiro happened. Even if they don't want to draw swords against their friends. But under the mandatory requirements of Central 46 and under the surveillance of the criminal army, they could only be forced to fight this battle. In the battle, because Kusakaba Sojiro is his friend, Hitsugaya Dashiro can be said to be merciful in every possible way. But Kusakaba Sojiro didn't think so. After facing the pressure given by Central 46, he unexpectedly gave birth to the idea of killing Hitsugaya Dashiro and monopolizing Hiranmaru. During the battle, he can be said to be merciless, and he shot fiercely, hitting Hitsugaya Dashiro's vitals with a knife. Hitsugaya Dashiro gradually realized Kusakaba Suhiro's indifference, he felt uncomfortable, and finally, he became serious. Although very young, but before having a sealed state, he felt the presence of Hiranmaru. Hitsugaya Dashiro is a man of destiny. He is the host chosen by Hiranmaru. His talent is beyond doubt. Although very young, some aspects seem a little immature. But when he got serious, Kusakaba Sojiro immediately fell into a disadvantage. Finally, there is a knife accompanied by Hitsugaya Dashiro. The Hiranmaru in Kusakaba Suhiro's hand was severed, and Kusakaba Sojiro fell to the ground after being hit by the knife. It seemed that he was bound to die. But coincidentally, the light of Wang Yin just landed here, covering the body of Sojiro Kusakaba. With this light disappeared. Sojiro Kusakaba and Hiranmaru, who had been severed from his hands, also disappeared. The criminal army searched around for a long time, but did not find the body of Sojiro Kusakaba. Advertisement finally reported the matter to Central 46. After Central 46 knew that Sojiro Kusakaba disappeared because of Wang Yin's Yiguang, they unanimously decided that Sojiro Kusakaba must die. The light of Wang Yin contains extremely powerful power of space, which can distort and tear space apart. Kusakaba Suhiro's body was shrouded in the light of the King's Seal, and there must be no bones left. So this battle can be regarded as the end. Next, Hitsugaya Dashiro, as the winner, will become the true master of Hiranmaru. Central 46 is looking forward to Hitsugaya Dashiro, and hopes that after joining Gode 13, he can truly shine and reach the height of Captain Yamamoto Genryusai in the future. As for which team Hitsugaya Dashiro would choose, Central 46 did not get involved. This time, they have actually intervened too much. If it weren't for the Zanpakuto owned by Japanese, Lee Haohao, Fangu Dashiro, which is the strongest Zanpakuto in the ice and snow department, they would not even set their sights on a student who has not yet graduated. Hitsugaya Dashiro returned to the Spiritual Arts Academy, feeling bad about Sojiro Kusakaba. Then, when choosing a team, the 5th team sent him an invitation letter. The 5th team is the fan team of his childhood sweetheart Hinamori Momo. It was Hinamori Momo who came to send him the invitation letter. But in the end, Hitsugaya Dashiro still did not choose the 5th team. Another woman also came. The other woman is called Matsumoto Rangaku. It is also the Shinigami ring that met Hitsugaya Dashiro in the first place. At the invitation of Matsumoto Rangaku, Hitsugaya Dashiro eventually joined the Juban team. After all, anyone with a discerning eye knows which one to choose, the little girl or the big sister. It is not surprising that Hitsugaya Dashiro would make such a choice. Chapter 228 Looking to the future. Shiba Yixin, the captain of the 10th squad, is a person who is very similar to Jingle Chunshui. He is flamboyant, informal, and likes to be lazy, but he is very reliable at critical moments. When Matsumoto Rangaku abducted a talent like Hitsugaya Dashiro to the Juban team, Shiba welcomed it with all his heart. Although Hitsugaya Dashiro did not spend a year graduating from Spiritual Arts Academy like the previous two talents Ichimaru Jin and Shiba Kaien, judging from Hitsugaya Dashiro's age, it is obvious that he is a genius. Especially after Hitsugaya Dashiro joined the Juban team, Shiba Yixin was instructed by the captain of Yamamoto. Teach Hitsugaya Dashiro well. Shiba Yixin himself is the person who was invited by Captain Yamamoto to come out of the mountain. It was with the invitation of Captain Yamamoto that the Shiba family was able to return to Seireitei. He has established some relationship with Captain Yamamoto. After the special instruction of Captain Yamamoto, I don't know the specialness of Hitsugaya Dashiro. Naturally, Hitsugaya Dashiro was taught seriously. At the same time, Shiba is wholeheartedly willing to teach such 993 geniuses. Hitsugaya Toshiro also lived up to Shiba's single-minded attention, and he was indeed extremely talented. In a short period of time, the strength has improved by leaps and bounds. In the next few years, he became the third seed of the first team. You know, he is not very old. Judging by Shinigami's age, he is an out-and-out child. Logically speaking, there is no need for such a child to apply for the Spiritual Arts Academy so early, because the spiritual power in his body has not yet fully grown to the peak, and it is actually not a good thing to pass the telegram exam to the Zhenjiang Lishu Academy. Only after the spiritual power in the body temporarily grows to a peak, and then enter the Spiritual Arts Academy and develop the spiritual power in the body through systematic learning, can one enter another peak. Many noble children do this. They had been staying at home until their spiritual power had grown to a similar level before allowing them to become ministers. But Hitsugaya Toshiro is different. Advertisement. He was born with strong spiritual power, and was chosen by Hiranmaru when he had no sealed state, which caused his spiritual power to leak out, directly affecting the people around him. Only by entering the Spiritual Arts Academy and learning to become a Shinigami can you master this spiritual power so that it does not affect the people around you. However, on the other hand, it is precisely because Hitsugaya Toshiro has such a powerful ability at a young age that he has shown his extraordinary talent. His spiritual power itself was in a stage of rapid growth. After awakening Zanpakuto Hiranmaru, his spiritual power skyrocketed again. Even if he joined the 10th squad, he was still in a stage of rapid growth. Shiba was curious with all his heart, where is Hitsugaya Fuyu's limit? Because when Hitsugaya Toshiro became the third seed, his aura was actually close to the captain level. If it continues to grow, it may be able to meet the conditions for learning Bankai. Incredible young talents. Join the Juban team at Hitsugaya Toshiro and receive the teachings of Shiba Yixin. When everything started to move towards the original track, Gosuke Shigure's days are getting more and more peaceful. I still go to the real world every once in a while to meet Urahara Kazuki, Yoruichi and others. In this world, Urahara Kazuki is indeed a genius. After Gosuke Shigure provided him with several research topics, it didn't take long for him to gain something. Especially, in virtual research, he did not try to create a special void like Aizen, but analyzed the void. It made him have a further understanding of the power of Shu. He doesn't know whether Gosuke Shigure's claim that the power of the virtual can overcome CFBB, the power of the Quincy is true or not, but if the threat of the Quincy really exists, it should be prevented before it happens. Among them, the one that surprised Urahara Kazuki the most was the dead body that Gosuke Shigure sent over. According to Gosuke Shigure, that Shu has the ability to devour evolution infinitely. In addition, his ability can also invalidate and even disappear Shinigami's Zanpakuto. This ability is really scary. Urahara Kazuki parses through this ability. Advertisement really created some special props. If used properly, it may be possible to seal the Zanpakuto's power against the Shinigami's Zanpakuto. All in all, Urahara Kazuki has gained a lot in these years. Except for communicating with Urahara Kazuki in this world, Gosuke Shigure's life in Soul Society seemed a little calm and boring. He occasionally went to his own small shop to check accounts, and dated Senju Maru from time to time. Talking with Sui Feng and giving advice to Sui Feng is also a scene that I look forward to when Sui Feng and Yoruichi meet in the future. The rest of the time, Gosuke Shigure's presence isn't strong. Today's Go Day 13, with newcomers constantly joining, has replaced the original batch of old players. So far, there are not many people who still know Gosuke Shigure, the former Kenpachi. For these batches of Shinigami of Rukia Kuchiki, Gosuke Kenpachi, this name is too unfamiliar. They are more familiar with the current Kenpachi, Zaraki Kenpachi. Although it has changed from being famous in the past to being anonymous. But this kind of life is actually what Gosuke Shigure wants to live the most. Be quiet and live a peaceful and leisurely life. In fact, he didn't even want to be Kenpachi if he hadn't had to. Seemingly becoming a Kenpachi was something he did on his own initiative. But in that situation at that time, after he awakened the memory of his previous life and survived as Gosuke Shigure, since he became the vice captain of the 11th team, it is natural for him to be responsible for Shinigami of the 11th team. In a short period of time, the 11th team lost 2 Kenpachi successively. One died in the battle, and the other committed a felony and went to jail directly. For the 11th team, the morale of the team had fallen to the bottom at that time. The 11th team is a combat team, and when the members lose their morale, they naturally lose their reason to fight. Under such circumstances, when facing a battle, one's strength will naturally not be able to reach its peak, and the casualty rate will also increase. So, think about it for the Shinigami of the band team. At that time, Gosuke Shigure could only choose to bear the name of Kenpachi and shoulder the heavy responsibility of the captain of the 11th team. Fortunately, the 11th team no longer needs him, and he can be regarded as retired. Chapter 229. The 11th team of all related households. Among the 11th team, because of Aizen, Abarai Renji who was transferred here quickly adapted to the rhythm of the 11th team. He himself is rather reckless. Most of the jobs in the 5th division are clerical jobs. For Abarai Renji, it is too much brain work. On the other hand, the 11th team only needs to fight. In such a team, he stayed like a fish in water. It was also in this fan team that he met an existence that was crucial to him. That is, Madarei Mikaku. On the surface, Madarei Mikaku is a very fierce existence, but after getting to know him, Abarai Renji found that he is an excellent person. For him who just came to the 11th team, Madarei Mikaku took good care of him, and even taught him how to practice. Through the sparring with Madarei Mikaku, Abarai Renji also realized the power of Madarei Mikaku. Abarai Renji is not weak, except for Kido who has no talent, he is excellent in other grades. Because of this excellence, he is quite confident in his own strength. However, all his pride was thwarted when he met Madarei Mikaku. Madarei Mikaku beat him easily, this is nothing. When he was in the 5th team, it's not that he didn't compete with the chief executive of the 5th team, and he had some understanding of the strength of the chief officer. The only thing that made him curious was another thing. One corner, you are so powerful, why are you only 5 seats? When he was in the 5th team, Abarai Renji played against the 3rd seed of the 5th team. Although there are some gaps, the gap is not big. After years of training in the 11th team, Abarai Renji was sure to outmaneuver the opponent. It may seem arrogant, but it is the truth. Abarai Renji has great confidence in his role as the chairman. Advertisement in other words, he has always been such a proud person. It was also because of this that he was sincerely curious that such a powerful Madarei Mikaku was only a 5th seat. No, not only Madarei Mikaku, but also Yasugawa Yumachika. As the 6th seat, he is also extremely powerful. Although it has been known for a long time that the 11th team is one of the most powerful teams in the entire Godei 13, as a combat team, the players in it are all masters. But this kind of strength is only 5 seats, and the first few seats are too strong. Why am I only 5 seats? Madarei Mikaku couldn't help being stunned when he heard this question. Inseparable from Madarei Mikaku, Yasugawa Yumachika, a friend who came to Seireitei from Rukongai with him at the beginning, gave an answer. Of course it's because the first few officers in our team are special. Oh, hearing this, Abarai Renji looked at Yasugawa Yumachika curiously. After all, he is still young, and he was transferred from the 5th team to the 11th team, so he doesn't know the reality of the 11th team. At this moment, some interest was born immediately. Yasugawa Yumachika explained to Abarai Renji. First of all, the vice-captain, Yachiryu, was brought up by Captain Zaraki from an early age. She is equivalent to the captain's daughter, she has a close relationship with the other party. Naturally, there is no problem with her as the vice-captain. Abarai Renji nodded, he had also heard a little about this matter. Vice-Captain Kusajishi Yachiru seems to have been picked up by the captain from the outside, and has been kept in the 11th team since then. After Captain Zaraki succeeded to the throne, he was directly appointed as the vice-captain. There is nothing to say about this, after all, the appointment of the vice-captain is itself appointed by the captain. Whether it is nepotism or meritocracy depends on the mood of the respective captains. It is reasonable for Kusajishi Yachiru to serve as the vice-captain as the biggest relation among the 11th teams. Yasugawa Yumachika said again. Then, if Asido is the 3rd seat, his qualifications can be said to be the oldest among the existing Shinigami in our 11th team. Seat. 3 seats during the 7th generation Kenpachi? Hearing this, Abarai Renji was shocked again. Advertisement. If memory serves, today's Kenpachi Zaraki-Kenpachi is the 1st generation of Kenpachi. The 7th generation Kenpachi, whose name he would not even have known had it not been mentioned by his relatives. Asido Sanshi, is it actually such an ancient Shinigami? He doesn't look very old either, ask for flowers. Asido's 3rd seat, since then, has he been the 3rd seat until now? Abarai Renji was shocked. No wonder Yijao and Gongshin are so strong, but they can still only occupy the 5th and 6th seats. The relationship is because the vice-captain is relational households, the 3rd seat is an old monster. That's not true. Yasugawa Yumachika shook his head and said, because he led the expeditionary force to the Hueco Mundo expedition, he was lost in the virtual circle for many years, and later because the 9th generation Kenpachi went to Hueco Mundo to perform the mission, was able to return to the Soul Society. Because of his outstanding strength and ability to be penultimate, after he returned to Soul Society, the original 3 seats took the initiative to give way, and he became the 3rd seat until now. Although it was only during the 9 generations of Kenpachi that he became the 3rd seat again, the 3rd seat of Asido is indeed a respectable senior. Yasugawa Yumachika said such words without concealment. Abarai Renji also nodded in agreement. The 3rd seat Asido, although he did not teach him to practice like Madarei Mikaku and Yasugawa Yumachika, he was always kind to others, and he took the lead in every battle. After talking about the 3 seats, Yasugawa Yumachika said 4 seats, the 4th seat Suniyashiro Ayana, she is the head of the great noble Suniyashiro family. Great nobleman, the head of the Suniyashiro family, why did you come to our 11th team? At the earliest time, Abarai Renji didn't know much about the big nobles, and he didn't have any concepts. It wasn't until his good friend Rukia was adopted by the Kuchiki family, the head of the 4 great nobles, that he paid attention to a family in order to understand the Kuchiki family. Regarding the affairs of the 4 great nobles, I have some understanding of the few great nobles. A long time ago, when he knew the 4th Suniyada Ayana, he was actually very curious. At this moment, after Yasugawa Yumachika took the initiative to speak out, Dang is about to ask the question in his heart. In particular, Yasugawa Yumachika also said that Suniyashiro Ayana is the head of the Sunagio family. It's because of the 9th generation Kenpachi. Yasugawa Yumachika gave the answer. Although she didn't say it, she joined the 11th team, probably because of the name of the 9th generation Kenpachi. Chapter 230. the legendary 9 generations of Kenpachi. Ninth Kenpachi again. Hearing this, Abarai Renji was immediately curious. The third seat Aceto was brought back by the 9th generation Kenpachi, and the fourth seat Tsuneyashiro Rihanna also came to the 11th team in the name of the 9th generation Kenpachi. What kind of character is this 9th generation Kenpachi? Another thing came to his mind. If it is said that the fourth seat joined the 11th team for the name of the 9th generation Kenpachi, then Captain Zaraki killed the 9th generation Kenpachi, wouldn't Tsuneyadai the fourth seat hate Captain Zaraki in his heart? Since being transferred from the 5th team to the 11th team, Abarai Renji also tried to get to know the first team. The 11th team, apart from being a combat team, the most worth mentioning is the captain succession ceremony. The replacement of the captains of the other teams all pass the captain's assessment, and the captain of the 11th team succeeds by defeating and killing the captain of the previous generation. In contrast, the captain of the 11th team also has with a unique name, called Kenpachi. Ayasagawa Yumachika was stunned when he heard this, and then responded in a casual tone. Although she really doesn't respect Captain Zaraki, she shouldn't say she hates it. After saying this, Ayasagawa Yumachika said again, also, who said that the 9th Kenpachi is dead? Huh? Several question marks appeared above Abarai Renji's head. The 9th generation Kenpachi is not dead, this is how the same thing. Ayasagawa Yumachika saw Abarai Renji's curiosity and explained to him, although the captain succession ceremony of our 11th team is quite special, there are still some special cases. It was about a few decades ago. At that time, Seireitei not long after an accident happened, the 9th generation of Kenpachi, namely Gosuke Kenpachi, invited Zaraki Kenpachi, who was the vice captain at the time, to fight on the grounds of exchanging ideas. All of us thought it was just an ordinary match at first, but no one thought that this battle would end sooner than we thought. Gosuke Kenpachi lost easily. After that, he even gave the name of Kenpachi to Zaraki Kenpachi, who was still the vice captain at the time, on the grounds that he lost to Zaraki Kenpachi. At first, we all thought it was a joke. We didn't realize it was true until the captain came to the 11th team and announced the replacement of Kenpachi. So, the name Kenpachi has been passed down to the 10th generation, and the captain of our 11th team has also become Zaraki Kenpachi. Is that so? Abarai Renji looked bewildered, this is too outrageous. Advertisement, the name of Kenpachi has been changed so casually. When he was studying at Spiritual Arts Academy, he knew the gold content of Kenpachi. It is difficult for Abarai Renji to accept such a random replacement of Kenpachi's name. Who said it wasn't? Ayasagawa Yumachika said with emotion. Madarei Makaku, who didn't say much, also said, although I don't know what Gosuke Kenpachi is thinking, but his strength is definitely not as weak as he showed at the beginning. If he fights with all his strength, who will win between him and Zaraki Kenpachi? It's really impossible to tell who is responsible. Madarei Makaku and Ayasagawa Yumachika are both Shinigami who lived through Gosuke Kenpachi's era, so they know how powerful Gosuke Kenpachi is. After saying this, both of them fell silent, as if thinking of Gosuke Kenpachi. Abarai Renji originally wanted to ask, since the 9th generation of Kenpachi, that is, Gosuke Kenpachi is still alive, where's the current Gosuke Kenpachi? But after seeing the silence between the two, the words that reached their lips were finally retracted. Gosuke Shigure didn't know that Madarei Makaku and Ayasagawa Yumachika were talking about themselves with Abarai Renji in the 11th squad. If he knew, he would definitely tell them. Not only his 9th generation Kenpachi is still alive, the 8th generation Kenpachi and 1st generation Kenpachi are actually still alive. Living Kenpachi, beyond their elephants. The 8th generation Kenpachi is currently in prison in Wujin. His sentence is as long as 10,000 years. Even if Shinigami has a long lifespan, under normal circumstances, it is difficult for him to wait until he is released from prison alive. Instead, he will old and dead in the inexhaustible. And 1st generation Kenpachi is even more powerful. He changed from the captain of the combat team to the captain of the medical team. From a murderer to a rescuer. The current Shinigami of the 11th team probably don't even know that the kind and loving Captain Yunohana Retsu is actually 1st generation Kenpachi. In the courtyard, Gosuke Shigure received a letter from Urahara Kazuki. With the advancement of modern technology, Urahara Kazuki also seems to have found a source of inspiration. He imitated the world's technology and developed Lingzi technology products. Optimized the telephone set that was tinkered with in the past. Advertisement today, it has been upgraded to a pager. This is already a big improvement. The telephone at the beginning was nothing more than an intensifier of, the sky is very empty, and it is a little flattering to say that it is tasteless. It is the transmission of information between the present world and the Soul Society. This saves Gosuke Shigure a lot of time, not having to travel to the real world from time to time. Among other things, even if it is replenishing 3.2 goods, purchasing goods, and sending materials for research to Urahara Kazuki, you can get accurate information as soon as possible. At this moment, he knew from Urahara Kazuki a recent event that happened in this world. This is not surprising. Although it is still not possible to talk directly like a phone or a mobile phone, it can be used to send information. After having a communication tool developed by Urahara Kazuki, Aizen himself is a lawless lunatic. How can he give up studying Shinigami because of the disturbance caused by the disappearance of the soul? After all, the soul contains many mysteries. Although through the hands of Ayana Tsuneyashiro, I got something like a small world transmitting gate, but it often goes to the present world, and it might be exposed one day. After studying Hollow for years, it's no surprise that Shinigami is refocused. Although the text sent each time is not much, it is still very meaningful. The information is very brief, but the amount of information contained in it is definitely not small. Pagers are different. There is no doubt that Aizen has set his sights on the Shinigami after years of studying Hollow. The Shinigami stationed in the present world have frequent accidental deaths, which are suspected to be the work of Aizen. He can directly know the things in this world, and he can also tell Urahara Kazuki some things about the Soul Society through the pager. You must know that the transmission of this information is not in the present world. 231st chapters present world turmoil. Although all students of Spiritual Arts Academy have to learn about soul burial, and regularly organize students to go to the present world for soul burial every year, the vast majority of Shinigami actually don't need this box of skills. The Shinigami who performed the most soul burials is still the 13th division of the Purification Team. Most of the Shinigami of the 13th division perform garrison missions in this world. When the Shinigami stationed in this world frequently died in accidents, it didn't take long for the 13th division of the Soul Society to discover the clues. It would be strange if there were no clues. When a Shinigami stationed in this world loses contact, the first thing to consider is whether he died in an accident. And when many Shinigami stationed in this world lost contact one after another, there is no doubt that something big happened. Shiba Kaiyan, the deputy captain of the 13th division, walked into Shi Yugantong, the captain of the 13th division, with a solemn expression after counting the reports of missing contacts in this world. The recent Nanfeng days, heavy humidity, there is no doubt that Jashiro Yukataki's body has some problems again. When Shiba Kaiyan arrived at 27, Jashiro was coughing. 1515. Fortunately, Shiba Kaiyan has long been used to this, and he has long known that Jashiro Yukataki is not an infectious disease. So he didn't wear a mask either, and came directly to Jashiro Yukataki. Ahem. Kaiyan, what's the matter? Cough. Jashiro Yukataki coughed uncontrollably. Shiba Kaiyan handed the report to Jashiro Yukataki. Captain, look here. Jashiro Yukataki's expression became serious immediately. Because of his health, he rarely handles team affairs by himself. The team affairs have been handled by Shiba Kaiyan these years. Obviously, Shiba Kaiyan came here because of some major event that Shiba Kaiyan could not decide. Jashiro Yukataki braced himself and flipped through the report. After learning that the Shinigami who were stationed in the present world had lost contact one after another, and within a month, several of them had lost contact one after another, his complexion immediately became a little ugly. For Shinigami, there are only two possibilities for losing contact. Advertisement: one is to betray, and the other is to die in battle and die. So many people lost contact, obviously not betrayal, but the latter. In the present world, although there are voids that cross the realm, because the concentration of spirit particles in the present world is not high, the probability of birthing a soul with spiritual power is extremely low. Under normal circumstances, most of the voids that invade the present world are ordinary voids that have just become voids. They are all souls in this world who accidentally fell into Hueco Mundo and became, because of various obsessions, they chose to return to the world. Since this kind of void has not been a void for a long time, their strength is not very strong. The Shinigami stationed in this world can easily solve them. And once Manos Grande crosses the border, they can also apply to the Soul Society for support at any time. Different from the present world, the Soul Society, because it is a world where souls live, and because of the extremely high concentration of spirit particles, there are Shinigami with powerful spiritual power. This is the hardest hit area for the virtual invasion. In the past, even if there were Shinigami killed in battle, more of them appeared as ministers of the Soul Society. And now, why is this happening in this world? Jashiro Yukataki was curious. If it wasn't for his body, he even wanted to go to the present world to investigate in person. But also because of the body, it is doomed to be powerless. Soon, he had a decision. Pass this report over to the 10th Squad. The 10th Division is the Secret Service Team. Of course, the full name is naturally not so ugly, but it is called the Patrol Guard, which is responsible for the internal security of Seireitei, as well as responding to emergencies and issuing emergency information. When there is a danger warning, because of the warning document jointly signed by the Fan Team and the First Team, it is the highest level of warning. Similarly, when an emergency occurs, the 10th Division will first conduct an investigation, and then transfer it to the 8th Division to collect the corresponding information. In fact, the disappearance of the soul should have been investigated by the team. But because of the special circumstances at that time, the position of captain of the 10th Division has been vacant. Muguruma Kensai of the 9th Division is another person with a strong nature, and finally took over the matter in a big way, which led to the tragedy of the 9th Division's heavy casualties. Not long after, the report of the 13th team appeared on the desk of the captain's room of the 1st team. The report was sent by Shiba Kaiyan himself. Shiba Yixin, the captain of the 10th Division, is Shiba Kaiyan's uncle. Advertisement: naturally, there is no need to talk about the relationship between the two. After Shiba Kaiyan sent the report over, Shiba Yixin looked at it with a solemn expression. He realized that things were out of the ordinary. In this world, there is definitely a big problem. And he has always been an activist. Now that you have made up your mind, let's do it. She was about to go out and find the captain back. After hearing Hitsugaya Dashiro's words, Matsumoto Rangaku also put away those emotions and came to Matsumoto Rangaku's side. As a result, he read the report in his hand. After finishing speaking, Shiba cast Shunpo wholeheartedly and left the captain's room. There was no time for Rangaku to react. Normally, the three chatted in the captain's room, very harmonious. When the vice-captain Matsumoto Rangaku and the third seat Hitsugaya Dashiro came to the captain's room, they were ready to work as usual. 010. Only Hitsugaya Dashiro realized that the matter was unusual. He came to the captain's desk, picked up the report on the top, read it, and after a long time, his expression also became serious. Shiba Yixin has no heirs, and Matsumoto Rangaku doesn't give Shiba Yixin face at all. Hitsugaya Dashiro also has no respect for Matsumoto Rangaku. However, just when the two of them came to the captain's room, they suddenly heard Shiba say with all his heart, "Rangaku, I need to go to the real world for something. During the recent period, I will leave the affairs of the team to you." It took her a long time to realize, is the captain going to be lazy again? It's a temperament that can do what you want. The atmosphere of the Juban team is very good. This report. Question marks appeared one after another on Matsumoto Rangaku's forehead. Not only because of Shiba Kaion's face, but also because, as the captain of Gode 13, he has the obligation to nip the danger in its infancy. With all his heart, Shiba decided to go out and investigate in the present world by himself. This forms a kind of closed loop. Chapter 232 Encounter. After flipping through the 13th Division team, Matsumoto Rangaku finally knew that the other party's going out was not because of laziness, but because of something very important. This report was sent by Division 13. If it's a trivial matter, the 13th Division will obviously handle it by itself. But they just handed over this matter to the 10th Division, which means that this matter is unusual and even dangerous. After all, it was written in the report that the Shinigami stationed in the present world have lost contact one after another, and they are suspected to have died. Especially within a month, there have been 8 incidents, which means that in less than 4 days, there was one such evil incident. Shinigami who can stay in this world are not strong, but they are definitely not weak. Because in this world, ghosts will also appear, and the Shinigami stationed in this world have the obligation to fight against ghosts. After knowing the reason, Matsumoto Rangaku complained about the captain again. Such an important matter, he didn't tell them, and ran to solve it by himself. What kind of hero is this? Obviously, it can be said, and everyone went to investigate together. Hitsugaya Dashiro, on the other hand, gave a different opinion. Perhaps it is because this incident is unusual and dangerous that the captain wants to solve it alone. The captain is here to protect us. In the end, it's because we are too weak. The truth is sometimes so cruel. Matsumoto Rangaku fell silent. While saying this, Hitsugaya Dashiro also secretly made up his mind that he must practice hard. Only in this way can he be worthy of the captain's good intentions. They can't live under the captain's wing all the time. In the present world, Naruki City. The Ishida family is a famous family in Naruki City, with a long history of inheritance, and has some reputation in the entire Naruki City. It seems that because of the ancient family, this family still retains the extremely feudal style. There are also a large number of maids in the family. Advertisement normally, maids address the master of the house as master and young master. Ordinary people living in Naruki City do not know that the Ishida family is actually not ordinary people, but Quincy masters. Even among the Quincy masters, the Ishida family is extremely good, a rare family of pure-blood Quincy masters. However, because of an incident nearly 200 years ago, among the entire Quincy group, the Ishida family is extremely unpopular, even if they are pure-blooded Quincy. 200 years ago, without warning, Shinigami swung the butcher knife at the Quincy in this world. After that battle, the Quincy masters in this world suffered heavy casualties. In the end, it was the Ishida family's willingness to live under Shinigami's surveillance at the price that made Shinigami stop swinging the butcher's knife. The Quincy in this world is also able to survive for this reason. However, it was also for this reason that the reputation of the Ishida family was completely ruined among the Quincy's. The surviving Quincy didn't consider the Ishida family a hero, but a disgrace. Shinigami and Quincy have a blood feud. The behavior of the Ishida family to show weakness and beg for mercy to Shinigami is unacceptable to Quincy. Moreover, the behavior of Quincyus living under the supervision of Shinigami clearly means that he took Quincyr as an experimental product and offered it up voluntarily. Over the years, the situation of the surviving Quincy in this world has become more and more difficult. But the Ishida family continued by chance. Even, it has been continued as a pure blood family. For Quincy, bloodline determines strength. And if they want to continue as a pure blood family, the woman they marry can only be pure blood. Children born of pure blood and mixed blood must be mixed blood. In the past, when the Quincy group was at its peak, pure blood and pure blood married each other, and family continuation was not difficult, but now, the Quincy group is withering, and there are few mixed blood quinkers, let alone pure blood. It is extremely difficult for the Ishida family to continue. Fortunately, at this time, the Ishida family found a pure-blooded girl. The girl's name is Kurosaki Masaki. Advertisement. The Kurosaki family is also a pure-blooded Quincy family. It's just that due to various reasons, it has declined, and the girl's double screen died. In the end, the Ishida family adopted her, and then provided her with education. After she graduated, she would marry into the Ishida family as a wife, so that the Ishida family would continue again. Although the reputation of the Ishida family is not very good among the group of Quincy masters, at least the Ishida family has been passed on. The young master of the Ishida family, Ishida Tatsururu, is older than Kurosaki Masaki, After Kurosaki Masaki came to the Ishida family, he has been secretly taking care of Kurosaki Masaki, but perhaps because of his older age, facing Kurosaki Masaki, it is really difficult for him to have a relationship between a man and a woman. He has always regarded Kurosaki Masaki as his younger sister, but she is a maid at home, Katagira Hei, who is about the same age as him, and grew up with him since childhood. He felt some liking, but since the Ishida family is a pure-blooded Quincy family, for the sake of the continuation of the family, he could only restrain his feelings. On the contrary, she is very curious about Shinigami. Although Shinigami has Shunpo, Quincy is not weak, and also has flying sides, which can be followed closely. Kurosaki Masaki, after coming to Ishida's house, knew that she would become the wife of Ryuken's big brother in the future. Kurosaki Masaki immediately recognized that this Shinigami was the same Shinigami she had seen during the day. But because she is in class now, even if she sees Shinigami's figure, she can't directly chase after him. Masaki Kurosaki carried her school bag and headed towards Ishida's house. On the way, she glanced at the electric pole inadvertently, and saw a figure in black clothes flashing past above the electric pole. Shinigami tiles again. For her at the moment, the most important thing right now is to finish her studies first. Kurosaki Masaki's eyes lit up immediately. On this day, when she was in class, she was bored looking out of the window, and suddenly, a black figure flashed away. She also tried to get involved and fell in love with Long Xion's big brother. Quincy and Shinigami have a deep hatred, however, she doesn't hate Shinigami like other Quincy. Out of curiosity about Shinigami, she unexpectedly followed up. Time flies, and it is time to leave school. Although the Kurosaki family has fallen, Kurosaki Masaki, good job, still received education about Quincy, and she naturally knows something about Shinigami. Unfortunately, it is destined to be difficult to do. As that, Shinigami? Chapter 233. The hunter. In the end, Kurosaki Masaki still lost. Even if she casts the flying sidekick mastered by the Quincy master, she is too young after all. Even if she is a talent penultimate, she already possesses extremely strong strength at a young age, but this kind of strength is more limited to just talking on paper. Haven't had much actual combat. In front of Shiba Yixin and other experienced Shinigami, it is not a strange thing that Kurosaki Masaki lost. Because of missing Shinigami, when Kurosaki Masaki returned to Ishida's house, it was already late. This aroused Ishida Longxian's curiosity for a while. What did Kurosaki Masaki do today? Why did you come back so late? And with a delicate mind, he also found a sense of loss in Kurosaki Masaki. What is Masaki lost for? Ishida Tatsuharu wanted to ask, but in the end, he chose to respect Kurosaki Masaki's privacy and didn't take the initiative to ask. Time flies, and a few days have passed. In the past few days, Kurosaki Masaki has been in a state of distraction during class, and she seems absent-minded. She has always kept in mind the glimpse of Shinigami. When she was in class 627, her eyes looked out of the window from time to time, because that day that's how she found out about that Shinigami's trail. Unfortunately, since then, she has never seen that Shinigami again. But inexplicably, the identity of Shinigami firmly attracted Kurosaki Masaki. Kurosaki Masaki is eager to see each other, and can't help but want to touch each other. In this world, it has been a while since Shiba came to Naruki City with one heart. Shinigami is a profession that can use spirit seeds as food, so there is no need to eat or drink. Of course, if it is purely for enjoyment, you can also eat and drink, for example, drinking or something. In the past few days, Shiba has devoted himself to finding a bridge hole at night and hiding under it to sleep, and spends more time investigating the changes that happened in Naruki City. Advertisement. What is the reason that the Shinigami station nearby have lost contact with 8 Shinigami in a month? The previous 8 Shinigami were all in the vicinity of this area. If divided according to the area, the 8 areas, surrounded by the center, is Naruki City, so Shiba chose to come here, because he has a feeling that all the changes are inseparable from this place. Unfortunately, since he came to this world, he found nothing. Naruki City was so peaceful that even Shu hadn't found it. But on the other hand, isn't this unreasonable? Although the Soul Society is the hardest hit area invaded by Hueco Mundo, in the real world, every once in a while, there will still be a lot of ghosts that invade the Soul Society, but compared with the ghosts that invaded the Soul Society, the ghosts that invaded the real world are relatively weak. These ordinary emptinesses do not exist because of emptiness. Shiba tried his best to investigate, but even as the captain of the 10th Division, he still found nothing. Meanwhile, among the Soul Society, some captains of Gode 13 also knew about Shiba, the captain of the 10th Squad, who went to the present world to investigate. Aizen Sosuke, captain of the 5th Division, in the captain's room, couldn't help pushing his glasses. Is it to investigate that matter? Although because of the secrecy of the 10th and 13th teams, others don't know what Shiba left Soul Society to investigate. But Aizen is very clear, because in this world, Shinigami disappeared one after another, which is related to him. To be precise, it is a ghost, a hunter, created by him. Aizen really wanted to know what kind of situation this hunter would reach after devouring enough Shinigami. However, he also knew that the disappearance of Shinigami in this world would attract the attention of the Soul Society. Unexpectedly, the 13th team would hand over this matter to the 10th team. Shiba, the captain of the 10th Squad, was so arrogant that he did not lead any team members, and went to the present world alone to investigate. However, it also appears to be an opportunity, advertisement. Aizen thought of another thing. Speaking carefully, except for the disappearance of the soul that year, he has not experimented with captain-level Shinigami for a long time. Ichimaru Jin followed him a long time ago and is his loyal supporter. This made Aizen a little disappointed. He also wanted to see Tsusankanami throwing a knife at his captain. It is a pity that although Tsusankanami is willing to contact him and wants to change this dirty and corrupt Seireitei, when the soul disappeared, when he learned that he was going to attack the 9th team, he thought that he was the 9th team after all. One member, the captain and many team members refused to make a move on the grounds that they were kind to him. This matter once made him give up Tsusankanami. What he valued was Tsusankanami's strength and value. Of course, it is also possible that Tsusankanami knew his true face and chose to be an undercover agent by his side. After Tsusankanami was admitted to Spiritual Arts Academy, Aizen came into contact with him again. After Aizen succeeded the captain of the 5th team, he remodeled the captain's room of the 5th team. There is a basement hidden in it. There is a small gate in the basement. With the help of the gate, Aizen took Ichimaru Jin, Tsusankanami, soon arrived in the present world, and came to Naruki City, which is also where Shiba's heart is. This time, Tsusankanami chose to stand by his side, wanting to change the world. It seems that after becoming the captain, he had been exposed to too many truths, and only then did he understand how dark the world is. At the beginning, Hiriko Shinji and others were hidden and difficult to find, so that he didn't have first-hand experimental data for the hollow incident, so he didn't know what would be the result of hollowing the captain. However, even if Tsusankanami has malicious intentions and is an undercover agent, Aizen doesn't care much. And Tsusankanami, he is optimistic about the seedlings. Whether it is faithful or not is not very important. What is important is that Tsusankanami is now being used by him. Aizen is looking forward to it, and Shiba is determined to give him some surprises. Back then, after Tsusankanami came to Seireitei to seek justice for Jie Kwang and was beaten up, Aizen appeared in front of him and had brief contact with him. So, he decisively found the captain of the 3rd Division, Ichimaru Jin, and the captain of the 9th Division, Tsusankanami, and invited them to participate in his experiment. Now that Shiba is conducting investigations in this world alone, isn't it a perfect opportunity? It wasn't until Tsusankanami passed the captain's assessment and proved his value that Aizen took the initiative to contact Tsusankanami again. Chapter 234. Void in this world, Shiba Yixin still has nothing to gain. Just when he was considering whether to return to the Soul Society, ask the 12th Division for help, and let the 12th Division inspect Naruki City with special equipment. On this day, Shiba felt the empty breath with all his heart. He has been in Naruki City for so many days, but he has not found Shu's existence. Now, suddenly feeling Shu's breath, Shiba Yixin is like seeing a bright light in the dark night. Shiba Yixin immediately follows what he perceives the breath chased after him. Of course, there was another reason for catching up. That is, as a Shinigami, when he met Shu, he naturally wanted to purify Shu. Shinigami near Naruki City had accidents one after another within a month, and now, the 10 home teams are unwilling to send Shinigami to the present world before investigating the cause of the incident. Shiba is obsessed with getting rid of this ghost. Soon, he rushed to the place where this bird was. This bird was just an ordinary bird. Shiba sensed the other party's Ryotsu with all his heart, and he was very sure of this. Then he pulled out his Zanpakuto, and without a word, he met the Ryotsu with its advancement. Up. After a few moves, Shiba had killed it with all his heart. I thought it was over like this, but I didn't expect that after solving this Shu, after a while, another Shu's breath appeared. Here's the problem. Shiba could only go on to another place with all his heart. The other head is empty, not an ordinary character. He is extremely powerful, and on his body, there's an aura that strangers should not enter. More importantly, unlike the ordinary Shunai who is white, this Shunai, except for the white hair, is black all over. For a normal bird, only the hole in the body is black, which indicates that this bird is completely different. Shiba focused on him, and felt even a little bit of threat. An accident occurred in Shinigami near Naruki City, is it related? Seeing this black dog with a whole body, Shiba thought of it wholeheartedly. In Naruki City, there was such a powerful ghost, and the disappearance of those Shinigami was probably related to this ghost. Those Shinigami were swallowed by this ghost and became its food. Shu lives by devouring souls, and among them, the souls that contain spiritual power are first-class delicacies for Shu. Although Shinigami is purifying Shu, but for Shu, Shinigami is not a delicious food. In addition to Shinigami, they also eat their own kind, and evolve by devouring their own kind. Advertisement such a powerful Uzo is in Naruki City, which not only explains Shinigami's disappearance, but also explains why he has come to Naruki City for so long without encountering Uku much. Because they have all become food for the head in front of me. After Shiba understood it, without saying a word, he waved the Zanpakuto in his hand and headed towards the head. A crescent sky rush, Ryotsu released through Zanpakuto into a powerful slash. I thought it would be possible to injure this ghost. After all, no matter what, he is the captain of the 10th squad, and he is a Shinigami at the captain level. However, the answer was unexpected. This ghost blocked his attack. It's a formidable enemy that cannot be underestimated. Shiba said with all his heart, and continued to attack the head. This void doesn't look like a Manos Grande, but it has a powerful strength comparable to a Manos Grande. His Ryotsu is incomparably powerful, and his attack methods are also extremely fierce. He is a natural hunter. However, Shiba Yixin is a captain-level Shinigami after all. Even though he was marked with a limited spiritual seal in this world, with his experienced experience, he still reversed the situation and gradually gained the upper hand. At this moment, Shiba Yixin felt a sharp killing intent. Just in time for this virtual attack coming from the front, Shiba could only choose to avoid it. But he avoided the false attack in front. In the rear, a knife directly slashed his back. What? The sudden attack directly caused Shiba Yixin to suffer heavy losses. He turned his head back with difficulty, wanting to see who attacked him. As a result, he only saw a pair of eyes hidden under the cloak. These eyes exuded an icy light that made him feel cold all over his body. Other than that, he saw nothing. Who are you? Shiba asked angrily. The figure didn't answer him. Immediately afterwards, Shu's attacks followed one after another, and Shiba Yixin was brought down. After the figure released a blow, it quickly drew back and retreated, but disappeared in an instant. Advertisement. It seemed that his appearance was just to give Shiba a single-minded blow, so that he would fall into a disadvantage. The same is true. Ask for flowers. Originally, Shiba gradually suppressed the head with all his heart, gaining the upper hand. As a result, because of the sudden blow of the man in the dark, he was directly injured, and the balance of victory gradually poured down. Lying on the ground, Shiba focused on feeling the weakness of his body and the strength of Shu, and gradually felt some unwillingness in his heart. As the captain of the 10th squad, is he going to overturn in this kind of place? It's really not reconciled. In the sky, 3 figures used special props to hide their existence. The 3 figures are Aizen, Tusen Kanami, and Ichimaru Jin. It was Ichimaru Jin who went to attack Shiba Yixin earlier. Wearing a special costume given by Aizen to hide his true face, he gave Shiba a sharp blow. Although that blow didn't kill Shiba Yixin, it was enough to turn Shiba Yixin into fish on a chopping board. Next, they just need to watch a good show. Great show about the captain being hollowed. They had actually seen this kind of play many years ago, but due to various reasons, no data was kept from the original experiment, which is a very regrettable thing. But it doesn't matter, today's Shiba is an excellent material. Here is the present world again. You can collect data to your heart's content after his hollow. Aizen watched Shiba intently with interest, anticipating this virtual move. This void is a very special void. He created it with the help of many Shinigami souls and the fragments of the Spirit King that he collected at the beginning. It is called Void White. If the power corresponding to Shinigami is black, then the power corresponding to virtual is white. The name Zu by itself is somewhat unusual, and what is even more unusual is that this head is named Zushiro, but the whole body is black, because it is a Zushi made with the power of Shinigami. He is the most special one among the voids created by Aizen, even more special than the metastasia that Shiba Kaien encountered back then. At this moment, Aizen suddenly felt a breath, and immediately looked at another place in surprise. Ichimaru Jin and Tusen Kanami beside Aizen also kept an eye on Aizen's movements, so they looked over there. Not far away, a 17 or 18-year-old girl rushed over quickly, and powerful spiritual power pills lingered around her body. Chapter 235 Goodbye. Today's Kurosaki, Masaki, went to class as usual and waited for the end of school. On the way, I inevitably thought about the Shinigami I saw that day. However, she hasn't seen that Shinigami since then. On the way from school, she was going back to Ishida's house. As a result, he didn't expect that he felt the breath of Shu. Under normal circumstances, although the Quincy is also a group of exorcists who take it as their own responsibility to eradicate the demons, because this world is the world of Shinigami after all, and after the Ishida family signed some treaties with the Shinigami of the Soul Society, the Soul Society strictly forbids extermination. But the master went to kill Shu without asking anything, and after Kurosaki Masaki came to the Ishida family, he received a warning from the head of the Ishida family, Ishida Sozuru. If you encounter Shu, it's best not to take it lightly, just wait for Shinigami to come to solve it. If you really can't wait until Shinigami arrives, and Shu is about to cause a huge, 573, damage, then take action at that time. At first, Kurosaki Masaki was not prepared to pay attention to this matter. But on the way, she thought of another thing. If the Shinigami I saw earlier was the Shinigami stationed in Naruki City. Right now there's Hollow in Naruki City, will he show up? These days, Kurosaki Masaki has been thinking about that Shinigami, and she thinks this might be a chance to see him again. Ever since, she resolutely gave up and returned directly to Ishida's house, but came towards the direction where Shu appeared. As a result, when they arrived here, they saw a Shinigami lying on the ground. And a black head with huge horns and long white hair is standing in front of Shinigami, ready to impress her. Kurosaki Masaki's heart shuddered, and without saying a word, he used the ability that belonged to the Quincy. The Lingzi bow and arrow appeared in his hand, and then, the arrows condensed and aimed at this void. Above the sky, the 3 of Aizen stood on their behalf. Originally, I was quietly watching Shiba's heart-wrenching experience, and wanted to see what the captain-level Shinigami Hollow would look like afterward, but in the end, there was an unexpected visitor. When Kurosaki Masaki arrived nearby, Aizen and others sensed her breath. It's the Quincy master. Ichimaru Jin looked at the Lingzi bow and arrow in Kurosaki Masaki's hand, recognized the other party's identity, and asked Aizen, Captain Aizen, do you need it? A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Advertisement. Its meaning is to get rid of Kurosaki Masaki and avoid accidents. After Aizen perceived the identity of Kurosaki Masaki Quincy, he thought of some past events, and thought of the spirit subspace discovered under Seireitei. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, even he wouldn't have imagined that there was such a world hidden in Seireitei's shadow. The Quincy division is by no means in decline as it appears on the surface. It was also for that reason that Aizen became curious about the Quincy. It is a pity that the Quincies in this world have long since withered, and the only remaining Quincies are all living under the surveillance of the Soul Society, while the group of Quincies hidden in the spiritual space were actually there powerful, but they have fled long ago without a trace. The Soul Society has been looking for them for many years, but they have not found their whereabouts. Even if Aizen wanted to study the Quincy, there was nothing he could do. Now, a Quincy suddenly jumped out. The strength of this Quincy doesn't look weak, and it's definitely not a mixed-race Quincy, which made Aizen a little interested. No, wait and see. Aizen said so. Ichimaru Jin could only give up the urge to shoot. Just when Zubai was about to attack and kill Kurosaki Ishin, an incomparably powerful spiritual arrow flew out and landed on Shubai's body. Quincy masters have the ability to manipulate spirits, and the holy annihilation they release can cause more damage to Hollow than Shinigami's Zanpakuto. Shinigami's Zanpakuto is to purify the void, break up its soul, and then reorganize it. During this process, all kinds of depraved emotions belonging to the void are degenerated. But Quincy's holy annihilation is different. They will directly annihilate the existence of Shu and restore it to the original spirit. Although there are more spirit suns, there are fewer souls, which undoubtedly breaks the balance between souls. Although Kurosaki Masaki seldom made shots in the past, as a Quincy master, her strength is definitely not weak. An arrow hit the hole in Shubai's body. I don't know how Kurosaki Masaki found Zubai Zudong. Its whole body is black, and the empty hole is also black, which is really not obvious. But it was a hit. Following her arrow, Shubai's movements stopped immediately, and he was about to collapse. Advertisement Shiba Yixin was already prepared to wait for death, but he didn't expect things to turn around like this. He couldn't help but looked at the person who saved him and saw 10 beautiful girls. Judging from the method of the opponent's attack, it is obviously a Quincy master. This made Shiba feel a sense of absurdity, never thought that as a Shinigami himself, he would be saved by the Quincy master. In the sky, Aizen, Shiliangyan, and Tusen Kanami watched Zubai being killed by the girl's sacred disappearance. Ichimaru Jin couldn't help but teased Aizen. Captain Aizen, is this really good? That shoe is obviously an extremely important experimental product for you. He didn't know how much energy Aizen spent to make this virtual, but he could see the difference in this virtual, which is a very powerful virtual. No, it's not so easy to end. Aizen's mouth formed a faint smile. Because he suddenly thought of a very interesting thing. What is it to simply make Shinigami hollow? This kind of experiment has been carried out too much in the past years. Moreover, experiments were also conducted on captain-level Shinigami back then. There is only one group, he has not conducted the hollow experiment, and that is the Quincy. Because the number of Quincies is too small, Aizen really wanted to know what would happen to a Quincy who could completely kill Hollow after being hollowed out. His eyes were 0.2 bright, staring at Zubai who was about to dissipate and die. Just before Zubai was about to die, Zubai suddenly accelerated his movements and attacked Kurosaki Masaki. Shiba has been staring at Kurosaki Masaki wholeheartedly. Suddenly, after realizing Zubai's movements, he also hastily exclaimed, "Be careful." No one thought that Shubai would make such a counterattack before dying. Kurosaki Masaki reacted when Shushiro's counterattack was going on. She immediately used the flying scythe kick, preparing to avoid it. However, Shubai's last move was too fast. After all, he swung his claws and hurt her. After hurting her, Shubai finally couldn't maintain his body and disappeared. Kurosaki Masaki didn't notice that the power of Zubai had penetrated into her body through the wound. Chapter 236 Beat Aronkar's Void. Are you okay? After the crisis was resolved, Shiba spent some time with all his heart, forced himself to support himself, and asked the injured Kurosaki Masaki. Although the relationship between Shinigami and Quincy is delicate, it is true that Kurosaki Masaki saved him after all. After all, this is a life-saving kindness, how can it be ignored? Kurosaki Masaki shook his head and said, "I'm fine, but you, it looks like you're seriously injured, do you need help?" Shiba was also taken aback when he heard Quincy's concern. As the captain of Gode 13, he knows how bad the relationship between Shinigami and Quincy is. For thousands of years, that bloody battle is still going on. Huge spiritual space. Although because of the discovery of the spirit subdimension, the plot of the Quincy Master has been thwarted. But their whereabouts are still a mystery. The Soul Society has been looking for the Quincy for many years, but they still haven't found their whereabouts. Shiba never thought that the Quincy in front of him didn't care about the enmity between Shinigami and the Quincy, and cared about him. Is it because you were too young to know about those grievances? He thought to himself. Orally, he said to Kurosaki Masaki, "Don't worry, I'm fine." "It's you. Do you need help?" Kurosaki Masaki was also injured, even if not seriously. Kurosaki Masaki also shook her head. Two people, ready to say something. At this moment, Kurosaki really sensed a familiar atmosphere. Shiba felt that breath with all his heart. Without saying a word, Kyongza cast Shunpo with his last strength, and quickly left here. Advertisement. Even if Kurosaki Masaki showed goodwill, it's hard to say about other Quincy masters. Now his state can be said to be so bad that he is ultimate. If he encounters another Quincy, he will probably die here. Shiba didn't want to overturn like this. After Shiba left with all his heart, after a while, the figure of Daogenyi came nearby. He is Ishida Tatsururu. After sensing Shu's breath and Kurosaki Masaki's breath, he rushed towards this side quickly. In the end, instead of seeing Hollow, he saw the injured Kurosaki Masaki. Masaki, are you alright? Ryuxian big brother. Kurosaki Masaki supported his injured body and smiled at Ishida Ryuxian. In the Soul Society, Shiba, the captain of the 10th Division, returned from the present world with all his heart, but Gosuke Shigure heard that he was seriously injured. Since Gosuke Shigure retired, he wanted to get some news, most of which he got from Jingle Chunshui. Fortunately, Jingle Chunshui was also willing to tell him the news. In Yugantong, 3 old drinking buddies, Jingle Chunshui, Jashiro Yukitaki, and Gosuke Shigure, gathered. It's an unimaginable thing. Shiba Yixen's strength is not weak, and he was injured so badly in this world. According to Shiba Yixen's report, in this world, an extremely powerful void has appeared. The Shinigami who lost contact with the 13th Division died in the hands of this head, and this head almost killed him. Combining with what you said back then about the shoe that almost killed Shiba Kaien, the vice-captain of the 13th Division, it seems that we must focus on the shoe circle. Jingle Chunshui said with an extremely solemn expression. Since Godei 13 encountered that accident nearly 100 years ago, what Godei 13 has done the most is to find a strong person to serve as the captain and restore vitality. Now, all the captain positions of Godei 13 have been filled, which means that Godei 13's vitality has been fully restored. But it is precisely because they have been doing such things all these years, it is inevitable that the Soul Society will ignore Hueco Mundo. No, it's not just the Hueco Mundo. The ghosts that were hidden in the spirit space at the beginning have not been found yet. Of course, today is not the time to talk about quenching masters. The main problem is still the problem of Hueco Mundo. After hearing Jingle Chunshui's words, Jashiro Yukitaki's expression was also a little serious. This time, our 13th squad has implicated Captain Shiba. If it wasn't for my poor health, I should have done it myself for this investigation in the present world. As a result, but it almost caused Captain Shiba to die in battle. I'll go and thank him personally afterwards. However, your words are indeed very reasonable. We have neglected Hueco Mundo for some years. When Jashiro Yukitaki and Jingle Chunshui finished their conversation, Gosuke Shigure, who was drinking from a wineglass, also said, Hueco Mundo, you really shouldn't underestimate it. The eyes of Jingle Chunshui and Jashiro Yukitaki all fell on Gosuke Shigure. They wanted to hear what Gosuke Shigure would have to say. Although he has already retired, under normal circumstances, with Gosuke Shigure's strength, it is impossible to just retire like this. Except that he is not the captain. Gosuke Shigure is still in his prime. Gosuke Shigure said softly, I went to Hueco Mundo in person because of certain things, and it was also because I went to Hueco Mundo, so I know a little about Hueco Mundo. Under normal circumstances, Hueco Mundo's spirits are divided into ordinary spirits and Manos Grande. Among them, ordinary spirits evolve into Manos Grande by devouring souls. 403 Manos Grande is divided into 3 levels, namely Jillian, Ejukas, and Vasto Lord, but things are not absolutely. Among the vast number of ordinary voids, there will always be some special cases. They are not as big as Manos Grande, but they have all kinds of weird abilities. Even Manos Grande, facing such voids, may not be able to please. The bird that Kaien met that day was just like this. The shoe that Shiba Yixen encountered this time also shows that Hueco Mundo is unusual. Such a powerful shoe will appear in this world. Hueco Mundo is worthy of vigilance. Of course, this is not the key point I want to say. What I want to say is that I have seen another special kind of virtual in Hueco Mundo. That is, to beat a Rankar. Jingle Chunshui and Jashiro Yukitaki were all taken aback when they heard the words. Hit a Rankar. Gosuke Shigure said, not bad. We all know that the mask of the virtual is as important to the virtual as the whole of the virtual. When we purify the virtual, we are also attacking both, but I have seen a virtual, they broke the mask. But it did not dissipate and annihilate because of this, on the contrary, it gained a powerful force over Manos Grande. Back then, I was only glimpsed in the virtual circle, and did not fight the opponent, but this kind of virtual is worthy of vigilance. If there are enough numbers, it may even subvert the Soul Society. Chapter 237 Hueco Mundo Doubts, Meet in this world. The void that Gosuke Shigure is talking about is none other than Arankar. Although the large-scale Arankar in the virtual circle is evolved by Aizen with the help of Hogyoku, in fact, Hogyoku is only a catalytic effect. Even without Hogyoku, Arankar was born in Hueco Mundo. In the original book, Espada's first blade, Stark, is a Arankar that evolved independently. In addition, Ulquiorra is also a free half Arankar. It was also for this reason that Aizen was very surprised after seeing them. Of course, when Gosuke Shigure entered Hueco Mundo back then, he did not encounter Stark and Ulquiorra. The mention of Hueco Mundo this time is just a casual statement. Anyway, there were only a few people who entered Hueco Mundo back then. He lied at will, and Jingle Chunshui and Jashiro Yukitaki were also unable to verify. Because the 4 people who entered Hueco Mundo that year, including Shihuan Kongshan and Zaraki, were separated from Gosuke Shigure as early as the first time they entered Hueco Mundo, and Shihuan Yoruichi, the only one who accompanied Gosuke Shigure, also defected from Soul Society long ago. Jashiro Yukitaki and Jingle Chunshui were also very surprised after hearing Gosuke Shigure's words, especially Jingle Chunshui. looking at Gosuke Shigure, hesitated. Gosuke you. He really didn't know what to say about Gosuke Shigure. Such important information, unexpectedly only now. Of course, it's not easy for him to criticize too much. After all, the current Gosuke Shigure is no longer the captain of Gode 13, and Gosuke Shigure was the captain of the battle squad at the beginning, and he is not the captain of the 8th squad who has the old information. However, in the bottom of Jingle Chunchui's heart, it is inevitable that there is still some emotion. After all, counting the time, when Gosuke Shigure went to Hueco Mundo, it was a long time ago, more than 100 years ago. If what Gosuke Shigure said is true, more than 100 years ago, Hueco Mundo had Menos Grande who surpassed Vasto Lord, then, now, Hueco Mundo's strength has been extremely terrifying. No wonder there have been so many weird fictions in recent years. After flashing his thoughts for a while, Jingle Chunchue finally did not accuse Gosuke Shigure of anything, but changed his words. If what Gosuke said is true, there has been a Shigure that is more powerful than Vasto Lord in the Shigure. We need to start investigating Hueco Mundo. Collecting information is itself the duty of the 8th Division. Jingle Chunchue is obliged to do this kind of thing. Another reception is over. Advertisement Gosuke Shigure returned to his own house, and in his mind, the matter of Shiba Yixin returning from a serious injury in this world flashed through his mind. In other words, has the historical process reached this point? Shiba single-mindedly said that he encountered the hollow that made many Shinigami disappear in this world, fought with it, and was seriously injured, but fortunately he successfully purified the Shinigami. But Gosuke Shigure knows the plot, but he knows that the torture is not as simple as he said. During this process, Shiba passed through District 1 with all his heart. That is Kurosaki Masaki, and Kurosaki Masaki is a Quincy master. The relationship between Shinigami and Quincy is very complicated. Kurosaki Masaki saved Shiba Yixin, and Shiba Yixin naturally couldn't leak the existence of Kurosaki Masaki. In the next period of time, Gosuke Shigure has been secretly watching Shiba Yixin. Shiba Yixin was hurt very badly, and he suffered from the injury for a long time. As the injury healed, he rejoined the work of the 10th team. Shiba Yixin's personality is very similar to Jingle Chunchue. Although he is a reliable person at critical moments, his usual personality is a bit exaggerated. After becoming the captain, he is even lazy when he can. This makes Matsumoto Rangaku, the captain of the 10th squad, often go to various places to find Shiba Yixin's whereabouts. Of course, there are some differences between the 10th and 8th teams. Matsumoto Rangaku is also a relatively lazy temper and also addicted to alcohol. The reason why she is looking for Shiba is because she doesn't want to deal with team affairs, so she wants to get the captain back. As for Aiz Naneo of the 8th Division, although occasionally because Jingle Chunchue does not handle team affairs, she looks around for Jingle Chunchui's whereabouts, but she just complains verbally. She will handle some team affairs by herself, and then when encountering team affairs documents that I don't know how to deal with, I will go to Jingle Chunchue. Of course, the Juban team also has a little advantage. That is, the third member of the Juban team, Hitsugaya Dashiro, is a very capable person. Although the captain and vice-captain are very lazy, Hitsugaya Dashiro is happy to deal with these team affairs documents. When the captain and vice-captain blame each other, he always silently finishes handling these team affairs documents. However, Shiba's single-minded diligence seemed to only last for a while. Advertisement on this day, Shiba Yixin disappeared again. This can be confirmed from Matsumoto Rangaku's narration of finding Shiba Yixin's whereabouts. Matsumoto Rangaku is walking around among the Seireitei just to find out where Shiba Yixin is. But her actions are doomed to be in vain. Because Gosuke Shigure knew, Shiba went to the world with all his heart. And, for Shinigami, returned to a place called Soul Society. For ordinary Shinigami, it is extremely difficult to go to the present world. Obviously, I only met a few times, and I only had one contact with Jian Hao, formally, and there were only a handful of things I said. But inexplicably, Kurosaki Masaki is missing her. When she was in class, she glanced out the window absently and didn't expect to find that Shinigami as she used to. It was just a while ago, because she wanted to see that Shinigami, she developed a bad habit and liked to watch just outside the window. But Shiba is the captain of the 10th Division with all his heart, and within the 10th Division, there is a world transmitting gate, so it is not difficult to go to the present world. Kurosaki Masaki has been thinking about it all this time. Of course, what he used was not the crossing gate inside the Juban team, but the small crossing gate of Shiba's house. It is said that the Soul Society is the place where the soul lives, so what is it like there? She was missing that Shinigami. It was the original Shinigami. She didn't know what happened to that Shinigami after that. Was he okay with such a serious injury? In this world, suddenly, a black figure came into her eyes. Kurosaki Masaki's eyes lit up. It was Shinigami. Today, she looked out of the window again. After all, he went to this world to meet Kurosaki Masaki. Kurosaki Masaki was very curious and had many questions. Chapter 238 Misfortune, Hollow. After seeing this figure, Kurosaki Masaki had an urge to rush out to find him. But in the end, she refrained, because it was too unladylike and it was still class time. I and that Shinigami have only met a few times, and I don't even know the name of the other party. If I rush to catch up, it is very likely to arouse the other party's vigilance. So, Kurosaki Masaki could only stay with this longing until the end of get out of class. Taking advantage of the gap between classes, she wanted to find that Shinigami again, but there was no sign of him. This made her feel a little lost. Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, it was time to leave school. Kurosaki Masaki carried her school bag and headed towards Ishida's house. On the way, she was still thinking about Shinigami. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the electric pole. I saw a figure standing on the telegraph pole. The other party was wearing a black Shiba outfit, and in addition to the Shiba outfit, was covered with a white haori. It was the Shinigami who had been in contact with her. Kurosaki Masaki's eyes lit up, and his eyes immediately fell on the opponent. "It's you." She opened her mouth quickly and greeted this Shinigami. "Are you okay? Do you still remember me in 060? Of course Shiba remembers Kurosaki Masaki with all his heart. In fact, he came to this world just for Kurosaki Masaki. It's just because he also knows that the other party is in school, so it's not good to disturb the other party directly, so he went to the other party after school." Seeing that Kurosaki Masaki took the initiative to say hello to him, Shiba turned around and came to Kurosaki Masaki. "I'm fine, thank you for your help that day. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I'd be dead." Hearing that Shiba expressed her gratitude wholeheartedly to herself, Kurosaki showed a trace of embarrassment on Masaki's face again, and she quickly said, "It's nothing. I, Song Kong, found out that Song Shu was attacking you. Advertisement, so I did what I could." After saying this, she took the initiative to say to Shiba, "My name is Kurosaki Masaki, what's your name?" "Shiba Yixin." Shiba Yixin said his name to Kurosaki Masaki. Fate is such a wonderful thing, full of all kinds of coincidences. Because of fate, Kurosaki Masaki and Shiba have one heart. Although they have only met a few times before, and only one time when they really dealt with each other, it was still an extremely critical moment, but they finally got to know each other. This time they told each other their names, which deepened a sense of familiarity. Shiba stayed in this world wholeheartedly for several days, and basically every day, he would sit and watch Kurosaki Masaki on the way to and from school, and have some conversations with Kurosaki Masaki. Although as a Shinigami, he is quite old, but because Shinigami is a long-lived species with a long lifespan, he doesn't have much concept of the passage of time. Their maturity is much later than ordinary people. It is possible that a Shinigami has lived for hundreds of years, but his mental age is about the same as that of ordinary people in this world. Shiba is all about this. She is obviously just a little human girl, and she has only seen it a few times, but somehow, he has a good impression of Kurosaki Masaki. Maybe it's because there is an aura of intimacy in Kurosaki Masaki's body. In the past few days in this world, he and Kurosaki Masaki kept talking and got to know each other. Through the conversation with Kurosaki Masaki, he knew that Kurosaki Masaki was an orphan, and he was currently sending the samples to other people's homes. I understand a little bit. Kurosaki Masaki, on the other hand, was full of curiosity about the Soul Society, and took the initiative to ask Shiba about various things about the Soul Society. Shiba wholeheartedly did not hesitate to answer Kurosaki Masaki. Tell Kurosaki Masaki about the Soul Society. Knowing the true face of Soul Society, Kurosaki Masaki couldn't help but yearn for Soul Society. If DBCE is possible, she actually wants to go to the Soul Society to have a look. However, this is destined to be just an idea. After a few days passed, because Shiba was determined to be the captain of Gode 13 after all, he could not stay in this world for a long time, so he bid farewell to Kurosaki Masaki and returned to the Soul Society. Regarding Shiba's departure, Kurosaki Masaki had expected it a long time ago, but she didn't feel too sad. After all, she was a relatively optimistic person. In addition, she is very happy to see Shiba single-minded and communicate with each other this time. Advertisement. In the few days in this world, Shiba Yixin initially got to know Kurosaki Masaki. Back at Soul Society, he inevitably got another whimper from Matsumoto Rangaku. It is said that he disappeared for several days, and Team C became a mess. Shiba Yixin had expected this kind of situation in the Juban team. After all, he knew very well what kind of virtue the vice-captain Matsumoto Rangaku is. This is also the reason why he came back after only staying in this world for a few days. From the initial acquaintance, they became friends who talked about everything. But this diligence is not permanent. Kurosaki Masaki was waiting for the next time to meet Shiba Yixin. However, for some reason recently, her body suddenly became extremely weak. Because they all know that the people around them now know that they are friends with the Quincy and Shinigami, and this friendship will definitely be destroyed. Shiba left again with one heart. In this world, he has a private meeting with Kurosaki Masaki. Because she didn't know, Shiba Yixin had left the Soul Society and went to the present world. Obviously one is Shinigami and the other is Quincy, and there is a deep hatred between these two races. In the blink of an eye, a long time has passed since Shiba Yixin and Kurosaki Masaki met each other. Afterwards, Joe Bo devoted himself to dealing with the team's failure for a while. Because every once in a while, Shiba Yixin will disappear for several days. When Ishida Longshan found this scene, he was very anxious, and then he realized the seriousness of the matter, because he found a void hole in Kurosaki Masaki's body. At the same time, in the bottom of my heart, I kept the matter of knowing each other as a secret. Matsumoto Rangaku began to look for Shiba Yixin's whereabouts everywhere again. As before, she still couldn't find Shiba Yixin's trace. On this day, she fell down. As a result, the relationship between the two has grown by leaps and bounds. But between Shiba Yixin and Kurosaki Masaki, it seems that this hatred has been forgotten. Kurosaki Masaki didn't notice that in her body, a force, after a long period of development, has formed a scale. Chapter 239. Rainy Night. Kurosaki Masaki is the Quincy. Why is there a void in her body? Why? Ishida Longshan had many doubts in his heart. He was extremely puzzled. As the heir of the Ishida family, a pure-blooded Quincy, besides possessing great power, he also knows what Shu's power means to a Quincy. That's poison. Although I don't know why Kurosaki Masaki's body has void holes, but there is no doubt that Kurosaki Masaki has been eroded by voids. Such a situation was something that Ishida Ryushu had never encountered before. He tried his best to save Kurosaki Masaki and make the hole in her body disappear. Unfortunately, it cannot be done. Although Quincy masters have the ability to manipulate spirit particles and their attack methods are extremely powerful, they haven't done much research on Shu to kill. Ishida Ryuseki's method only temporarily awakened Kurosaki Masaki, but he was powerless to deal with the hollow hole in Kurosaki Masaki's body. Kurosaki Masaki woke up leisurely, only to see Ishida Ryuseki looking at him seriously. Dragon String Big Brother. She opened her mouth, wondering why Seireitei Longshan was so serious. Masaki, how long are you going to keep it from me? Ishida Ryushu said with a trace of anger. What did I hide from you? Kurosaki Masaki was puzzled. Ishida Longshan said, what is the hole in your body? Kurosaki Masaki's complexion suddenly changed. Ishida Longshan said again. In addition, I have felt the breath of Shinigami on your body several times. Is what happened to you related to Shinigami? When mentioning Shinigami, Ishida Ryustring's tone was very dignified. He doesn't have a soft spot for Shinigami. After inheriting his father's mantle and becoming a Quincy master, he naturally knew about the grievances between Shinigami and Quincy master, so he took an attitude of hatred towards Shinigami. Of course, he didn't think about attacking Shinigami on his own initiative because of the weakness of the Quincy division. Advertisement. Hearing Ishida Ryuzuru mention Shinigami, Kurosaki Masaki couldn't help but think of Shiba Ishin. In the end, he still didn't know what to say to Ishida Ryuzuru. Seeing Kurosaki Masaki's appearance, Ishida Longshan knew that Kurosaki Masaki was indeed hiding something important from him, so he immediately asked Kurosaki Masaki again. Unfortunately, Kurosaki is reluctant to say anything. This made Ishida Longshan feel uncomfortable again. In the blink of an eye, a few more days passed. Ever since he found out about the hole in Kurosaki Masaki's body, Ishida Tatsuzuru tried his best to heal Kurosaki Masaki. During this period, he even kept it a secret from his father, Sozuru Ishida. Unfortunately, there is no way. It was already the limit for him to be able to wake up Masaki. On the contrary, Kurosaki Masaki, during this period, became weaker and weaker. On this day, Kurosaki Masaki fell down again. Ishida Ryuseki held her in his arms. With a look of despair and unwillingness, he had tried his best, but he really didn't know how to save Kurosaki Masaki. Kurosaki Masaki looked very optimistic. Even if she was going to die, she didn't have any fear. After all, she is the only one left in the Ishida family now. She is used to being alone, so naturally she is not afraid of death. All she was thinking about was, if I die because of false reasons, after death, will I enter the king of the Soul Society? What kind of world is Soul Society? Besides, today is also a very special day for her. It was the day when she and Shiba agreed to meet again. From the looks of it, I seem to be missing my appointment. No, I can't break the appointment. So, Kurosaki Masaki held on to his last strength, and said to Ishida Ryuse's big brother, can you take me to a place? I have an agreement with a person, and I can't keep him waiting there for a long time. Advertisement. When Ishida Longshan heard this, he immediately had an answer in his heart. But seeing Kurosaki Masaki's miserable appearance, in the end, he still softened his heart and nodded, okay. He held Kurosaki Masaki in his arms, and kept running in the direction Kurosaki Masaki pointed out. On this day, the weather was not good, and there was a light rain. As Ishida Ryus was running, gradually, the light rain became heavier and completely wet Ishida Ryuse's body. Even so, he followed Kurosaki Masaki's guidance and kept moving forward, but in his heart, gradually desperation was born. Because he knew that under the influence of Zudong, it was almost impossible. For Quincy, the power of the void itself is equivalent to poison. After entering the body, even a pure-blooded Quincy will feel uncomfortable. Not to mention, Kurosaki Masaki also has void holes in his body. It was directly eroded by the power of Shu. Because of the blood of the Quincy master, she will not transform into void, but will die directly under the conflict between the two forces, and even her soul will no longer exist. Ishida Ryudo couldn't save Kurosaki Masaki. All he can do now is to fulfill Kurosaki Masaki's last wish and bring her to meet someone. On the telegraph pole, Shiba had been waiting for a long time. The rain in this world has no effect on him. After all, he is in the form of a soul. For some reason today, Masaki Kurosaki was postponed, probably because of the rain. Shiba thought about it wholeheartedly. At this moment, he felt a familiar aura. That was Kurosaki Masaki's aura, and besides this familiar aura, there was also an unfamiliar aura. Shiba looked at it wholeheartedly. I saw a man walking forward in the heavy rain, holding a weak woman in his arms. Shiba's complexion changed slightly, and he immediately cast Shunpo, came to the man, and asked quickly, what's wrong with her? When Shiba Yixin approached, Ishida Ryushin noticed him. How could Ishida Ryuxian not know that Shiba Yixin was Shinigami? Kurosaki Masaki, sure enough, has a relationship with Shinigami. Thinking of this, he burst into anger. Why did Kurosaki Masaki disregard advice and approach Shinigami? But when he thought of the miserable appearance of Kurosaki Masaki, the anger in his heart dissipated again. She is going to die soon. Because of vanity. Shiba's heart trembled when he heard the words before him wholeheartedly. Shu. This word made him think of a lot, especially the incident that Kurosaki Masaki was hurt by Shu. Chapter 240 Shinigami, Quincy. In the heavy rain, Ishida Ryuseki and Shiba Yixin met for the first time, but there was no conflict in the end. The palliative agent for all this was Kurosaki Masaki. Through the narration of Ishida Tatsuzuru, Shiba Yixin also knew what happened to Kurosaki Masaki. On Kurosaki Masaki's body, a virtual hole unexpectedly appeared. There is no doubt that this was eroded by Shu's Li Xing. In this situation, Ishida Ryuxian, who is the Quincy master, cannot solve it. Similarly, Shiba, who is a Shinigami, can't solve it. The two men are so helpless and desperate, only the extremely weak Kurosaki Masaki, who is obviously about to die, is still comforting the two men who are crucial to her. The heavy rain continued to fall, bringing a deep sense of despair. At this time, another strange Ryotsu was approaching rapidly, 377. Shiba Ishin and Ishida Ryuso, who were immersed in despair and powerlessness, suddenly turned their heads and looked at Ryotsu who was approaching. A figure wearing a dark green jacket, light green pants, a green fisherman hat, wooden clogs, and a walking stick came to the vicinity. He looked at Shiba Yixin and Ishida Ryuxian and said, "You guys need help? I can save her." An ordinary sentence, like a lamp in the dark, gave Shiba Yixin and Ishida Ryuxian some hope in their hearts. Scene transfer. After all, it was raining outside, and although Ishida Ryuzuru and Kurosaki Masaki were Quincy masters, they were also human beings, so it was not good to be exposed to the rain for a long time. They came to a manor in the suburbs. This is the property of the Ishida family. Although the Ishida family is not very popular among Quincy masters, it is a family with a long history and considerable wealth. This manor is usually empty, so there are no outsiders. After temporarily settling Kurosaki Masaki here, Ishida Ryuseki looked at the latest visitor, who was wearing a green shirt and claimed to be able to save Masaki Sake. Shiba also looked at this figure wholeheartedly. "Who are you? How can you be sure that you can save Masaki?" Ishida Ryuseki said quickly. Without waiting for the other party's answer, he continued. "From your aura, it seems that you are also a Shinigami." Advertisement. The visitor did not deny this, but admitted it frankly. "Yes, I am Shinigami too." He answered the previous question again. "My name is Urahara Kazuki, and I am now an ordinary grocery store manager. As for why I can save her, of course, it is because I have some research on Shu." Urahara Kazuki seemed quite modest, saying that he had done some research on virtuality. Naturally, Ishida Ryukin had never heard of the name Urahara Kazuki. But Shiba Yixin was not the same. After hearing the name, his complexion changed slightly. To this day, Urahara Kazuki's name is still on the Soul Society's arrest warrant. Shiba is dedicated to being the captain of the 10th squad, so of course he knows who he is. Perhaps because of the long time, the wanted notice has been covered with dust. Many ordinary Shinigami have never seen the wanted notice, but Shiba Yixin is definitely not included. Shiba thought even more of what Urahara Kazuki committed back then. It is said that the hollow research was carried out, and many captains and vice-captains were murdered. Because of that, Urahara Kazuki had to escape from Soul Society. I don't know if it was Urahara Kazuki's work or not. If it is true, it means that Urahara Kazuki really has a lot of research on Shu. Of course, this in turn shows that Urahara Kazuki is not a good person. Such a person, who took the initiative to mention that he can save Kurosaki Masaki, should we believe him? Shiba couldn't make up his mind, but thinking of what Kurosaki Masaki looks like, it seems that there is no other choice. He said to Urahara Kazuki in a deep voice, "If you are really that Urahara Kazuki, although I don't know if you are good or bad, but if you are, maybe there is a way to save Masaki. Then tell me your way." Ishida Ryuseki also looked at Urahara Kazuki. He doesn't know who Urahara Kazuki is, but his thoughts are the same as Shiba's. If there is a way to save Kurosaki Masaki, he must seize this last hope. Urahara Kazuki didn't directly say how to save Kurosaki Masaki, but first explained the origin. "Do you know that the world is balanced? The power of virtual restrains the power of Quincy, and the power of Quincy restrains Shinigami, and so on. If so, the power of Shinigami can also reach a balance with the power of Shu." Advertisement. She became like this because the power of Hollow and the power of Quincy are opposed to each other, but if, in addition to these two forces, another force is introduced into her body to achieve a certain balance, her Hollow the trend will be curbed. After saying this, Urahara Kazuki looked at Shiba Ishin. "The only one who can save her is you. However, I hope you can think clearly. Back then when the Shiba family was still in decline, Shiba Yixin had met Yoruichi when he was a girl, so he recognized him. It was not surprising to see Yoruichi. After all, he defected with Urahara Kazuki. He never thought that he would meet here to Gosuke Shigure. Urahara Kazuki's store is located in Karakura town, which is a spiritual place. As far as not being able to go back to Soul Society, that's not a big deal. After Shiba focused on using Shunpo and Ishida Ryuxian used Flying Scythe, it didn't take long before he successfully rushed to Naruki City. After hearing the consequences, Shiba was stunned for a moment, and without much hesitation, he agreed to the matter. My life was saved by Masaki. If I can use my Shinigami power to save Masaki, that's enough. But Shiba Yixin made up his mind directly without the slightest hesitation. 4.4. The conditions here are not met. Let's go to another place. It is best to go to my place. In this small shop, Shiba Yixin saw two familiar figures. Shihuan Yoruichi and Gosuke Shigure, but he could feel Shiba's determination. And Urahara Kazuki sighed from the bottom of his heart. As expected of a member of the Shiba family, he is always so free and easy. If you give up the power of Shinigami, you can't return to Soul Society, and if you give up the identity of the captain. You know, Shiba is the captain of the 10th squad with all his heart. Fortunately, Karakura town is just next door to Naruki City, not too far away. Hearing this, Ishida Ryuzuru and Urahara Kazuki couldn't help but look at Shiba more intently. Ishida did not know what happened between Kurosaki Masaki and Shiba Ishin. Because once you choose to save her, you will lose the power of Shinigami, and you will never be able to return to the Soul Realm. They came to the Urahara shop, 240th chapter's winners and losers. Gosuke Kenpachi, why are you here? Looking at Gosuke Shigure who appeared here, Shiba frowned intently and questioned Gosuke Shigure. At this moment, he thought about a lot of things, and suddenly felt that the water inside was too deep. First, the felon Urahara Kazuki, who was wanted by the Soul Society, appeared, and then stepped down from the position of Kenpachi. Shigure, the former captain of the 10th Division who has retired, also appeared here. Is Gosuke Shigure good or bad? Is he an accomplice of Urahara Kazuki? Shiba couldn't help but guess. Gosuke Shigure said softly, I'll explain this to you later. For now, you'd better care about the little girl. The little girl refers to Kurosaki Masaki. In fact, Kurosaki Masaki is not small, but Shinigami's lifespan is too long. As a human, Kurosaki Masaki is too young in the eyes of Gosuke Shigure. When Shiba heard this with all his heart, 31 suddenly came to his senses. He could only put away the doubts in his heart, and looked at Kurosaki Masaki with concern again. The situation of Kurosaki Masaki is already very bad. If there is no way to save her, today may be her last day. So, who can save Kurosaki Masaki? Shiba's eyes fell on Urahara Kazuki. Then, Assistant Urahara told the calendar to save Kurosaki. Earlier, he had explained to Shiba Ishin and Ishida Ryushu how the balance between Quincy, Shinigami, and Hollow was reached, and he wanted to save Quincy, but was caught by Hollow's Kurosaki Masaki. The only way, it is to inject the power of Shinigami into Kurosaki Masaki's body, which requires a very strong power of Shinigami, which may cause Shiba to lose his power as a Shinigami. Without hesitation, Shiba directly agreed to the matter. However, Urahara Kazuki didn't say how to do it. Advertisement. Urahara Kazuki searched for a shelf in his shop, and finally found a body without a face. He picked it up and explained to Shiba with all his heart. Here, I created a special meaning, skeleton. This is made with human souls, and the souls injected here can make me live as a complete human being. That is to say, if you are injected, you will become an intermediate existence between Shinigami and human beings. The opposite of Quincy is Shinigami, and the opposite of Hollow is human. Unlike the mutual balance of the three forces, Quincy and Shinigami, Hollow and human, this is the difference between life forms. Kurosaki Masaki is the Quincy master, and at this moment, she has the power of Hollow in her body again, and she is trapped in Hollow. And if you want to achieve balance, you have to create another opposite life form. That is, to make Shiba, who is a Shinigami, single-minded, to become both a human being and a Shinigami existence. This will counterbalance Kurosaki Masaki's form. After explaining the reason, Urahara Kazuki looked at Shiba Yixin. Do you understand? Use this, and you will become the opposite of her. This is the choice for you. But, Urahara Kazuki emphasized the consequences again. For you, this is a choice with too many negative effects. After entering this skeleton, not only can you no longer use Shinigami, its power is so strong that even Hollow can't see it anymore, and, I'm afraid once you enter it, you won't be able to turn back into a Shinigami again. Shiba lowered his head with all his heart, and his dull voice sounded, how many negative effects? For Shinigami, there is nothing but negative effects at all. This kind of thing is simply impossible. This kind of thing. Shiba Yixin seemed to be unable to accept such a fact, but then, his tone changed again. Isn't it just not being a Shinigami? If you don't be a Shinigami, just protect her as a human being for the rest of your life. As I said before, it doesn't matter if I can't return to Soul Society. Shiba Yixin suddenly became extremely free and easy. Ishida Longshan was greatly shocked when he heard such words. When Urahara Kazuki said that he needed to use the power of Shiba's Shinigami to save Kurosaki Masaki, Shiba's heart showed his attitude. But at that time, Urahara Kazuki did not explain the consequences in detail after all. Advertisement now, Urahara Kazuki has made it clear why Shiba still chooses this way wholeheartedly, which can't help but change Ishida Ryuzuru's view of Shinigami in his mind. Urahara Kazuki did not procrastinate, and then directed Shiba to save Kurosaki Masaki. During this process, no one cared about Ryuxi and Ishida, let alone asked for his opinion. But who is to say that this is the winner and the loser? Thousands of years ago, Quincy under the leadership of Yhwach invaded the Soul Society on a large scale, and then failed. As losers, of course you have to bear these consequences. On the contrary, if you were successful then, the Shinigami would be a withered group in this world. But now, he finds that Shinigami is not as evil as he imagined. Ishida Ryuseki has no relationship or reason with the other party, so naturally he would not take the initiative to be polite to Gosuke Shigure. Gosuke Shigure heard the indifference in Ishida Ryuseki's words, and didn't care, but said leisurely, "I don't deny that, the withering of the Quincy is indeed related to our Shinigami." Such eager words made Ishida Ryushu's mood more and more complicated. As for the rest of the Shinigami, it's not so easy to say. Speaking carefully, I haven't seen the Quincy for many years. He believes that among the Shinigami, there are also people who are different. Apparently, Gosuke Shigure, who appeared in the shop, was also a Shinigami. In his initial cognition, "She's about to give up, let's get started." Shiba urged Urahara Kazuki again. Shinigami are a race that has a deep hatred for the Quincy, so it's best not to get in touch with them. In the final analysis, it was because they were useless people and could not save Kurosaki Masaki, so they came here with Urahara Kazuki. Although Shiba's wholehearted willingness to give up everything to save Kurosaki Masaki shocked Ishida Ryuseki, and it also made him change some of his views on Shinigami, but the views he changed were only aimed at Shiba's single-mindedness. Just when Ishida Ryuxian was thinking about Kurosaki Masaki, and wondered whether Shiba could save Kurosaki Masaki with all his heart, a voice suddenly sounded in Ishida Ryuseki's ear. Hearing this voice, Ishida Ryuseki's expression sank. "You high-ranking Shinigami, do you still care about our Quincy? Isn't our Quincy withering because of you?" Chapter 242. The Ishida family man Ishida Ryuzuru was silent, and did not deny what Gosuke Shigure said. The Ishida family, as a family of pure-blooded Quincy masters, has a very long heritage. Naturally, there are many records about things that happened thousands of years ago in the family heritage. Therefore, he knows what Gosuke Shigure said. Seeing that Ishida Ryuxian was silent, Gosuke Shigure took the initiative to change the topic again. "Is your surname Ishida?" Ishida Ryushu was indifferent as always. "What do you want to say?" Gosuke Shigure said, "I just thought of an old friend from 200 years ago. His name is Ishida Kohei, and he is also a Quincy master." Hearing this name, Ishida Longshan's eyes froze immediately. Because this is the name of the ancestor of the Ishida family. It was also this ancestor that made the Ishida family a different kind of Quincy, and a laughing stock. Many Quincy looked down on the Ishida family from the bottom of their hearts. 200 years ago, Shinigami swung the butcher knife at the Quincy without asking why, intending to kill all the Quincy in the present world and make the group of Quincy disappear. Later, it was Ishida Kohei, the ancestor of the Ishida family, who dealt with it, which made the Quincy survive. As a price, the surviving Quincy must live under Shinigami's surveillance. It is also for this reason that the Ishida family is known as a spineless family. The entire family has been despised by the Quincy group for 200 years. Even those mixed-blood Quincy masters dare to despise the Ishida family. Although the members of the Ishida family were angry, they did not refute in the end. After all, this was what their ancestors did. Moreover, in the handwriting left by their ancestors, they, the younger generations, can better appreciate the good intentions of their ancestors. In that case, only by giving up one's backbone can the race continue. In any case, the Quincy race did not become extinct, and the Ishida family also survived. "Do you know Jiazu?" Ishida Ryuseki asked Gosuke Shigure proactively. Gosuke Shigure smiled and said nothing. He didn't go to talk to Ishida Ryuxian about what happened 200 years ago, but told Ishida Ryuxian that he led the Shinigami to swing the butcher knife at the Quincy 200 years ago. This will only arouse the hatred of Ishida Longshan. Gosuke Shigure is not a fool, and this kind of thing involves the dark side of Soul Society. There is really nothing to say. Advertisement. Seeing that Gosuke Shigure was unwilling to answer himself, Ishida Ryuseki fell silent again. Just between the two of them were silent. Not long after, Shiba Yixin and Kurosaki followed Urahara Kazuki Road and walked over hand in hand. Obviously before, Kurosaki Masaki still looked like he was about to die, but now, he has completely recovered. However, Ishida Ryuseki found that there were some changes in Kurosaki Masaki. Her Quincy power is no longer pure. On her body, besides the power of Quincy, there is also the aura of Shu and the aura of Shinigami. These kinds of auras are mixed together, but they form a strange balance. This is also the reason that Kurosaki Masaki just recovered. At present, she has not been able to stabilize the power in her body well and hide her breath, so it was sensed by Fuda Ryuestering. Apart from Kurosaki Masaki, what he cares most about is Shiba Isshin. Shiba Yixin's appearance has not changed in any way compared to before. But at this moment, he no longer has Zanpakuto, nor is he in the form of a soul. No matter how you look at it, it looks like an ordinary human being. Ishida Ryuseki knew that this was the effect of the special skeleton mentioned by Urahara Kazuki. Masaki, no-e. After flashing his thoughts, Ishida Tatsururu hurriedly rushed to Kurosaki Masaki and asked. When Masaki Kurosaki saw Ishida Ryuzuru with a worried expression on his face, he quickly responded, "Ryugan big brother, I'm fine." Knowing that Kurosaki Masaki is fine and has really come back from the hollow, Ishida Ryuzuru couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But then, in front of him, there was another question. That is, although Kurosaki Masaki survived today, she was able to survive because of Shiba Yixin being by her side, because Shiba Yixin's current state is just the opposite of Kurosaki Masaki, and the two have established a certain connection through their souls, so as to form a balance, just restrained Kurosaki Masaki's hollow, and once she is far away from Shiba Yixin, this balance will be directly broken. Kurosaki Masaki is likely to return to his previous appearance and fall into the predicament of death again. In other words, Kurosaki Masaki has to stay by Shiba Ishin's side. Advertisement. Although the current Shiba Yixin wears a special prosthetic skeleton, which looks similar to an ordinary human being, but his identity is sensitive after all, so it is naturally impossible for Shiba Yixin to go to and live in Ishida's house. More importantly, Kurosaki Masaki's aura is too mixed. Staying at Ishida's house for a long time will inevitably cause some disturbances. After all, there are quite a few people staring at the Ishida family. When Kurosaki Masaki came to the Ishida family, his father, Ishida Munezuru, kept telling him that Kurosaki Masaki would be his wife in the future, and they would continue the Ishida family, making the Ishida family a pure-blood Quincy family, handed down. You know, Kurosaki Masaki has not known Shiba Yixin for a long time. Kurosaki Masaki hesitated again. Kurosaki Masaki looked shocked, and looked at Ishida Ryuzuru in disbelief. Since Shiba Yixin was able to give up his Shinigami identity for Kurosaki Masaki and return to the Soul Society, how could he be behind Shiba Yixin? Master Zongshan. After Kurosaki Masaki heard the reason clearly, she couldn't understand why Ishida Ryuseki let him leave Ishida's house for his own good and to protect himself. Ishida Longshan made a decision quickly, Wang Jiao Jiao. But Masaki Ishida is like his sister, he cares about her very much. Therefore, it can only be, let Kurosaki Masaki leave Ishida's house. Ishida Longshan said, I will explain to him in person. But in order for Masaki to survive, he had to make a choice. He also tried hard to make himself fall in love with Kurosaki Masaki, but unfortunately, he failed in the end. Now, how could he be willing to drive Kurosaki Masaki out of Ishida's house? Thinking of this, Ishida Longshan's mood became complicated again. Looking at Kurosaki Masaki, Ishida Ryuzuru said decisively, Masaki, you leave Ishida's house. Immediately, Ishida Ryushin explained the reason. I can leave Ishida's house, but Ishida Ryushu let him leave, it will inevitably make Ishida Zongshan angry. 240th chapters. Old things. In this way, Kurosaki Masaki left Ishida's house directly. No one knew what Ishida Ryuin went to talk to Ishida Zongshan. In the end, Ishida Zongshan agreed with Ishida Ryushin's decision. In the final analysis, Ishida Zongshan himself is not a very tough-tempered person, but correspondingly, Ishida Ryushin's personality is relatively tough. Over the years, Ishida Ryuxian has also begun to take over the Ishida family's business. The family, sooner or later, will be handed over to Ishida Ryuxian. Since Ishida Tatsuzuru asked Kurosaki Masaki to leave the Ishida house, there must be some reason. Although he was curious about the specific reason, he never asked. Because he respects his son's choice. After Kurosaki Masaki left Ishida's house, Kurosaki Masaki was still studying at school because her studies were not over yet. However, because the school she is currently studying is too close to the Ishida family, it is inevitable that she will meet people from the Ishida family, especially Ishida Zongshan, so, with the help of Ishida Ryuxian, she transferred to another school and came to the school. I went to study in the nearby Karakura town. Ishida Ryuxian provided her with a lot of financial help. Although Kurosaki Masaki has already been expelled from Ishida's house, it doesn't mean that he can sit idly by and ignore Kurosaki Masaki's affairs. Shiba focused on this side and stayed in Karakura town. Today, he has an extremely close relationship with Kurosaki Masaki, which has reached an indispensable level. Seeing that Ishida Ryuzuru took such good care of Kurosaki Masaki, Shiba naturally didn't want to be compared to others. So, he came to the Urahara store and asked for help. After getting along for this period of time, he also knows that Urahara Kazuki is not a bad person. At least, in front of himself, Urahara Kazuki did not show any malice. Besides that, one of the reasons why he let down his guard against Urahara Kazuki was Gosuke Shigure. Advertisement. Back then, Gosuke Shigure followed the members of Team Zero to take the Tianju chariot to the Lingwang Palace, and it was he who launched the Tianju chariot at that time. If Gosuke Shigure is a bad person, it is impossible to go to the Soul King Palace. Gosuke Shigure has a relationship with the people in the Zero Division, and he also made friends with Urahara Kazuki, which proves that Urahara Kazuki is a trustworthy person. There may be other secrets about the incident in DBBF. However, Shiba is now single-minded, because he cannot return to the Soul Society, and if he gives up his status as the captain of the 10th Squad, there is no need to investigate the reasons back then. That is to say, you came here to ask for help, because you want to find a way to make a living in this world? In the Urahara store, Gosuke Shigure is still there. During this time, when he is basically free, he will come here from Soul Society. After all, what's happening right now can be regarded as a rather crucial plot, and he naturally wants to witness it. After Shiba clarified his purpose with all his heart, Gosuke Shigure spoke before Urahara Kazuki could answer Shiba's one-hearted words. Shiba focused his eyes on Gosuke Shigure, nodded and said, yes, you also know that after wearing that special prosthetic skeleton, I am now almost like an ordinary human being, and I need to eat and sleep. Living in this world requires money, and I have no money, so I can only find ways to make money. When he was in Soul Society, Shiba Yixin was quite rich. Even though Shiba's family was in decline, he was the head of the branch house of Shiba's family and the captain of the 10th Squad after all. Under his dual status, he was not short of money. But this is the present world after all, and the money from the Soul Society cannot be used here. And even if it can be used, the key point is that he cannot return to Soul Society. He must seek the means of earning his living in this world. He doesn't know how many times Gosuke Shigure has been to this world, but it seems that Gosuke Shigure knows the world very well. Maybe I can give him some advice. Gosuke Shigure pondered for a while, then looked at Urahara Kazuki and said, Kazuki, is your store still short of handymen? When Urahara Kazuki heard this, he was also taken aback. He didn't expect that Gosuke Shigure would let Shiba come to his shop to do odd jobs wholeheartedly. Shiba looked at Urahara Kazuki eagerly. Advertisement. Urahara Kazuki suddenly felt a headache. Why did he bring up his own shop? He opened this shop, it was just a hobby, and he didn't expect to make money. He spent a lot of money raising Yoruichi and Tessai Tsukabishi, and he actually asked him to raise one person? Although Shiba Yixin became the captain after many years after that incident, but Shiba Yixin's age has not yet returned. Shiba nodded wholeheartedly. Thank you. So, you can only use this place as a temporary shelter, and then you need to find another livelihood. Besides, there is another reason why I choose to trust you, and that is Gosuke Kenpachi. Many years ago, I met Gosuke Kenpachi by chance, so I knew something about him. Since he chose to make friends with you and often came to this world to meet you, then I believe that you are not what a bad guy. Shiba said with all his heart. I don't think a bad person will take the initiative to help me. As for Central 46's swearing that you did it, oh, just listen to what they say, don't believe it. After thanking him, Shiba put his mind to it for the time being, and finally had time to ask some other questions. After Urahara Kazuki heard Shiba Yixin's words, his expression also changed slightly. He said to Shiba Yixin, What, you think I was framed? You don't think I was the planner of that incident back then? And when he became the captain, the impact of that incident should not have disappeared, so he knows the process more clearly than the current Shinigami. Since you are not a bad person, then it is obvious that there is something else hidden about what happened back then, and you should have been framed. Urahara Kazuki quickly made a decision. During this time, if you have nothing to do, come to me to help. I will give you some salary, to ensure that you can survive in this world. Shiba was all too aware of Central 46's PS. However, this is not a long-term solution after all. You also know that my shop usually does not have much business. When he thanked Urahara Kazuki, he naturally did not forget to thank Gosuke Shigure as well. Speaking of which, store manager Urahara, what happened back then? What's behind the fact that the Soul Society wanted you? Shiba is dedicated to being the captain of the 10th squad, so it's not surprising that he knew about that incident back then. But Shiba insisted on becoming like this, and he really needs to take some responsibility. Chapter 244 The Truth About Kyoka Suigetsu. When Urahara Kazuki heard Shiba's single-minded analysis, he showed a self-deprecating smile and said, I should be happy. It turns out that there are still people in this world who are willing to believe that I am a good person. Not without those who believed in him. For example, Yoruichi and Gosuke Shigure chose to believe in him, believing that what happened back then was not done by him. He even helped him escape from prison, and he took him away from Soul Society. But these few people are all people who are close to him, so naturally there is no need to say more. Other than that, the rest of the people didn't have anyone who believed in him. They all believed that the incident of the disappearance of the soul and the incidents of many captains encountering Hollow were all caused by him. Hearing Shiba's single-minded words, Urahara Kazuki was suddenly touched. Originally, after so many years, he had already seen the matter, but he had some feelings of emotion. So, what happened back then? Shiba asked again with all his heart. Now he is no different from ordinary human beings. He has lost all the power of Shinigami and can no longer perceive the existence of Hollow, but this does not affect his 8 trigrams heart in the slightest. He is very curious about what happened back then. The truth. Urahara Kazuki was still feeling emotional and didn't answer. Gosuke Shigure gave the answer. It's Aizen. Aizen. Shiba Yixin raised his brows slightly. Aizen Sosuke, the captain of the 5th team, is his colleague, and he is naturally no stranger to Aizen. Among Gode 13, Aizen has a very good reputation, and he is a well-known good man. No matter who encounters troubles or difficulties, it is a good choice to ask Aizen for help. In the end, what did he hear? Gosuke Shigure actually said that Aizen did what happened back then. Gosuke Kenpachi, is there some misunderstanding? Shiba Yixin was a little shocked by the answer and couldn't accept it, so he couldn't help but said to Gosuke Shigure. Advertisement. I know, it is difficult for you to accept this answer, but please take it easy. Gosuke Shigure knew that he could not accept this answer when he heard Shiba's single-minded words. Many years. In the original book, after he was killed, basically everyone did not believe that he would be a villain. However, among these people, there are exceptions after all. That's the real villain. Unohana Retsu, who was once a real villain, still found clues. However, it was too late to discover the clues, because at that time Aizen was not even ready to pretend and had a showdown. Whether you want to accept the answer or not, let's talk about it. Gosuke Shigure spoke again. Shiba fell silent with all his heart, quietly waiting for Gosuke Shigure's narration. Gosuke Shigure said, as I said earlier, the disappearance of the soul and the incidents in which the captain and vice-captain were hollowed were all done by Aizen. In these years, his image of a good old man in front of you is nothing more than his external disguise. He is essentially an ambitious person. A long time ago, when he was the vice-captain, he possessed a powerful strength above the general captain, but he didn't reveal it, but was secretly doing something. So far, we don't know exactly what he is planning, but he has indeed done a lot of evil things. It seems that after experimenting with ordinary souls and ordinary Shinigami to no avail, he finally extended his grasp to the captain and vice-captain. Ever since, the 9th squad that investigated the disappearance of the soul was wiped out and rushed to help. Many captains and vice-captains were brutally murdered by Hollow. After hearing Gosuke Shigure's words wholeheartedly, Shiba was greatly shocked, but precisely because these words were so shocking, he expressed his own doubts if what you said. What happened back then was done by Aizen. Why didn't you report Aizen? Do you think we didn't report Aizen? Gosuke Shigure asked Shiba wholeheartedly. After that incident, Kazuki went to Central 46 to report Aizen together with Tessai Tsukabishi, the chief Kido at the time, but Central 46 at the time of the incident, Aizen had been staying in the 5th Division team building and never went out. There were many witnesses who directly cleared Aizen of his suspicions. They even produced various evidences to determine that Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi were the culprits. The culprit took them into custody. Afterwards, they prepared to execute the death penalty on the captain and vice-captain of Hollow, so as to purify them. Asking for flowers. Advertisement, how could this be? Shiba became more and more confused. If it is true what Mao 46 said, and Aizen is not present as evidence, why did Gosuke Shigure and the others believe that Aizen is the murderer? It's because of Aizen's Zanpakuto. Gosuke Shigure gave the answer. Did Aizen tell you that his Zanpakuto is a Zanpakuto of the flowing water system? Victory in battle? Shiba nodded wholeheartedly. The ability of Aizen's Zanpakuto Kyoga Suigetsu is no secret. Aizen seems to be happy to share it with outsiders, and he even volunteered to show his Bankai to the students at the True History Spirit Art Academy. Zero Gosuke Shigure said. When Aizen insists on telling outsiders about his Zanpakuto's abilities, it speaks volumes in itself. His Zanpakuto Kyoga Suigetsu is not a flowing water Zanpakuto at all, but an illusion Zanpakuto. Shiba Yixen's pupils contracted slightly. Gosuke Shigure continued. The so-called flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water are things that cannot be touched by the two of them. Kyoga Suigetsu is such a knife. It can manipulate the 5 senses of others wantonly. As long as you see Kyoga Suigetsu's Shikai once, this influence will always exist. Of course, such a knife also has its disadvantages, that is, it cannot change the most basic logic. After Shiba found out about Kyoga Suigetsu's ability, he felt awe-inspiring, and said in a deep voice, such a disadvantage is not considered a disadvantage at all. He can manipulate the 5 senses of others at will, and as long as he meets Kyoga Suigetsu's Shikai once, the influence will always exist. This kind of ability is really terrifying. Shiba gradually had an answer in his heart, so, Aizen used Kyoga Suigetsu's ability to create an alibi for himself, and then used Kyoga Suigetsu's ability to blame Urahara Kazuki? Waiting for Gosuke Shigure to answer, Shiba thought of one more thing. Aizen once showed Shikai to those students at the Spiritual Arts Academy. Doesn't that mean that those students will all be influenced by Kyoga Suigetsu? Chapter 245 Aizen's True Face. Spiritual Arts Academy recruits new students every year. After a 6-year student career, those students will join Godei 13 and become official Shinigami. The geniuses among them will become seat officers, replacing the old seat officers. What's more, even became the captain of Godei 13. Even if Aizen only affects one class of Spiritual Arts Academy students, as time goes by, it will still be enough to affect many people. Not to mention, Aizen is the captain of the 5th team and also serves as a teacher in the Spiritual Arts Academy. He has influenced many people. Shiba Yixen immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. He didn't know exactly when Aizen started showing Shikai to the students who entered Spiritual Arts Academy, but it must have a history of many years, so that the entire Godei 10, 5, 8, 7, 3 teams knew Aizen's Zanpakuto. It is the Zanpakuto of the flowing water system. If it's really the Zanpakuto of the flowing water system, that's all. However, Aizen's Zanpakuto is not a flowing water system, but an illusion system Zanpakuto. And according to what Gosuke Shigure said, as long as you see the liberation of Kyoga Suigetsu, that influence will always exist. After that, the 5 senses of the person affected will be manipulated by Aizen. What you see, hear, and smell is what Aizen wants you to see. Such an ability should make people shudder. If the affected person fights with Aizen, it will be even more terrifying. Your self-righteous fighting process is under the control of Aizen, and you are just a plaything of Aizen. How can there be such a terrible knife? Shiba couldn't help expressing emotion. If what Gosuke Shigure said is true, Aizen is the mastermind behind the scenes. With his ambition and possession of such a terrible knife, he definitely affects more than just the students of Spiritual Arts Academy. I'm afraid, all Shinigami who are a threat to Aizen. Captains such as Godei 13 were affected by his sick knife. At the same time, through Gosuke Shigure's explanation, Shiba understood why Aizen was able to clear himself of the suspicion, and at the same time put the blame on Urahara Kazuki for what happened back then. Advertisement with the ability of that knife, it is enough to rewrite all the truth. Although Kyoga Suigetsu is terrible, in the long history of the Soul Society, there are still many knives similar to it, such as Hiriko Shinji's Nifu, Tusen Kanami's Suzumushi, all are similar Zanpakuto, nothing more than Kyoga Suigetsu's. The ability is just a little weirder. Of course, what is really scary is still Aizen, not the knife. Gosuke Shigure also gave his own evaluation after hearing Shiba's single-minded evaluation. Shiba bent on knowing some secrets from Gosuke Shigure's words. For example, Zanpakuto of Hiriko Shinji, the former leader of Aizen's 5th Division, and Zanpakuto of Tusen Kanami, the current captain of the 9th Division. Are Zanpakuto similar to Aizen Kyoga Suigetsu in terms of ability? As expected of an old-timer, the longer you live, the more you know. Naturally, it is also because Gosuke Shigure is a senior and also served as Kenpachi. He gave Aizen such a high evaluation, which shows that Aizen is really scary. Shiba thought again, even if Aizen was scary, it had nothing to do with him. I am no longer a Shinigami, now, it's just an ordinary human being. Thinking of this, the dignified look on his face also disappeared. Anyway, Gosuke Shigure, Urahara Kazuki, Shihuen Yoruichi and others who have defected from the Soul Society have to worry about Aizen. These people, without exception, are the captains of Gode 13 in the past. Since they know the true face of Aizen, after so many years, it is obvious that there is also a plan for Aizen, which is a game between them. I still think about what I am good at, and then in this world, it is my job to make a living. Advertisement. Gosuke Shigure noticed Shiba Yixen's expression and didn't know what he was thinking, but it could be seen that Shiba Yixen didn't take Aizen to heart, which showed that he was not aware of Aizen's threat. Ever since, Gosuke Shigure broke another big news. Over the years, Aizen's actions have never stopped. In addition to planning many incidents of the Captain and Vice Captain Hollow, he also did many experiments in Hueco Mundo and successfully created a virtual reality called Arankar. Arankar can make Vasto higher than the original level, and evolve again. Vasto Lord can be compared to the Captain. With the help of Aizen, he has obtained a powerful strength beyond the Captain level. The movement of Hueco Mundo made Shiba's relaxed expression become solemn again. So far, Gosuke Shigure said, in addition to helping Hueco Mundo's original virtual to achieve evolution, Aizen seems not satisfied with the natural birth of virtual, and began to interfere with this process artificially, creating virtual by itself. Through various means, he created a lot of special fictions. Currently, what is certain is that the one nearly killed Shiba Kaien that day is Aizen's Sagittarius. Shiba Kaien and his wife almost died at the hands of the same head, and were finally saved by Gosuke Shigure. Of course Shiba knows with all his heart. With the decline of the Shiba family, there are only a few remaining clan members. He said he was the head of the branch house, but in fact, he is the only one in the big branch house. Therefore, he has a very close relationship with Shiba Kaien and Shiba Kong. Knowing that Shiba Kaien almost died that day, Shiba couldn't help but worry. Now, he knows that what happened to Shiba Kaien was actually related to Aizen. It's fine if Aizen doesn't threaten the people around him, then no matter how dangerous he is, it has nothing to do with him. But when he started to threaten the people around him, his nature began to change, and he became different. That's nothing. 3.6 After finishing this matter, Gosuke Shigure talked about another matter. Except for the ghost that Shiba Kaien encountered that day, some time ago, the 13th Squadron stationed in the real-world Shinigami were killed one after another. The black ghost you met was also an experiment of Aizen. It seems that it is not normal. Experimental product. You and Kurosaki Masaki made that head disappear. If I were Aizen, I would definitely pay attention to you because of this. No, or in other words, when you were fighting with that ghost, Aizen was hiding by the side. The original target of that ghost was probably you. It was just that Kurosaki Masaki entered the battlefield by mistake, which made it happen. Hollow's target became her. You know, it's very difficult for things like Hollow to happen under normal circumstances. Chapter 240 6 Reasons Shiba fell silent wholeheartedly. Only by being silent can he digest the shocking news that Gosuke Shigure said. If it is said that what happened to Shiba Kaien was in the Soul Society, and that incident has passed for a long time. Mentioning it now is just telling him about Aizen's threat and Aizen's secret actions. Then, when he learned that the black head that he encountered earlier, the one that almost put himself to death was also written by Aizen, Shiba became angry from the bottom of his heart. It was because of that incident that he personally experienced that he became even more angry. The breath of death is not so pleasant to smell. He admits that he has never provoked Aizen, nor has he taken the initiative to make enemies with Aizen. As a result, according to Gosuke Shigure, when he was fighting that ghost, Aizen was probably in the dark. He wanted to use the power of this head to hollow himself. It's just that some accidents happened in the end. Because of Kurosaki Masaki, the head of Shu didn't succeed in hollowing himself. The people of Hollow became Kurosaki Masaki. Although it was also because of this incident that I and Kurosaki Masaki got acquainted, and now they have become an extremely close existence. But one thing is one thing. Aizen calculates his own affairs, but there is no end to it. If it wasn't for Kurosaki and Masaki's rescue, I'm afraid I have been successfully hollowed out because of Aizen's calculations, and I have become the opponent's experimental product. Shiba couldn't help thinking of the mysterious man who suddenly appeared behind him and gave him a knife. That person is Aizen. Advertisement. Although that Shu was very powerful that day, he was a captain-level Shinigami after all. After a hard fight, he managed to suppress that Shu. But just when he was about to win, an accident happened. A mysterious man appeared and stabbed him. It was this knife that reversed the balance of victory. He suffered heavy injuries directly and was almost killed by that head. Immediately afterwards, Shiba thought of one more thing. If Aizen was watching from the side at that time, why didn't Aizen stop when Kurosaki Masaki killed the head? According to what you said, the head is extremely unusual, and it should be very important to Aizen. Because Gosuke Shigure just mentioned that the head he encountered earlier was related to Aizen, so when Shiba asked this question wholeheartedly, he didn't seem abrupt. Gosuke Shigure pondered for a while. Perhaps, this is what Aizen did on purpose. Deliberately. Shiba looked at Gosuke Shigure with a puzzled look. Gosuke Shigure said, although Aizen successfully handed over many captains and vice-captains to Hollow, because of Kazuki's appearance, those captains and vice-captains were rescued in time, and then followed Kazuki to the world. Aizen in my hands, there is no follow-up experimental data of that Hollow. Because of this reason, when you came to the present world and met the void he created, he probably decided to do something to you and wanted to start the Hollow experiment again because of this reason. Shiba listened wholeheartedly to Gosuke Shigure's words, and before Gosuke Shigure finished speaking, he hurriedly interrupted Gosuke Shigure's words. Wait, those captains and vice-captains who were hollowed back then are not dead. It was the first time he knew about it. Gosuke Shigure didn't mention those people before, and Urahara Kazuki also explained to him what happened to Hollow. He thought these people were dead. Of course he didn't die. Gosuke Shigure replied Shiba Yixen's words. Kazuki has a very in-depth study of Hollow, since he can help Kurosaki Masaki resolve Hollow's matter. When he faced those captains who were hollowed, he naturally had a way to resolve it. These people are not here now, they are dormant in this world, secretly accumulating strength, waiting for the opportunity to take revenge on Aizen. If you are interested in them, if you have a chance in the future, I can introduce you to them and let you get to know them. Advertisement. When Gosuke Shigure and Shiba focused on explaining the reason, he didn't interrupt, but just listened quietly. After hollowing you out, Aizen can collect experimental data at will. Urahara Kazuki on the side nodded secretly when he heard Gosuke Shigure's words. Although the head is very important, since he was able to manufacture it, from another perspective, it doesn't seem to be that important. Gosuke Shigure didn't know what Urahara Kazuki was thinking, otherwise he would say that he didn't actually investigate Aizen because he was too familiar with Aizen. In reality, Gosuke Shigure continued to say to Shiba with all his heart. It is precisely because Aizen has done a lot of things like Shinigami Hollow, so when the Quincy appeared in front of him, he had a new choice, that is Hollow Kurosaki Masaki. For Aizen, you are the best experiment. This shows that his teacher Gosuke Shigure has not been idle all these years, and probably also conducted a very detailed investigation on Aizen. After all, Shinigami Hollow has done this kind of thing back then. If he wants, he can even directly attack Gode 13's existing captain. It's not like 53 hasn't done such a thing. However, due to an accident, you were rescued by Kurosaki Masaki. Although Kurosaki Masaki is younger than Shinigami, his identity is very special. He is an extremely rare Quincy master, and he is also a pure Quincy master. Gosuke Shigure said something casually. I'm afraid it was because of Kurosaki Masaki that Aizen temporarily changed his mind. Who told him to know the so-called plot? Because of an old incident that year, the Soul Society has raised its vigilance against the Quincy again, and is looking for the whereabouts of the Quincy everywhere. But he also had to admit that Gosuke Shigure analyzed Aizen's motives very clearly. Gosuke Shigure returned to the previous topic, and stopped mentioning Hiriko Shinji and other people who were hollowed. He said, back to the topic, if according to Aizen's original calculation, the person he wants to hollow most is probably you. You are the captain of Gode 13, and the place where you encountered the virtual is in the real world. The Soul Society and the real world are in two worlds, and you were attacked in the real world, and it will take a long time for the Soul Society to find out. Shiba remained focused and silent, digesting the shocking news. Hollow Quincy, this is something he has never done before. Aizen is also a person who likes to explore unknown areas. If he succeeds, he can gain very important experimental data. If he fails, he will only lose his head. Chapter 247. Bad news in the Urahara store. I talked a lot with Shiba Yixen, and after telling him some things about Aizen, Gosuke Shigure left Shiba Shinshin to digest the information in the Urahara store, and then returned to the Soul Society by himself. This information alone is enough for Shiba Yixen to digest for a long time, so Gosuke Shigure also has no need to tell Shiba Yixen about the Quincy. Although, the matter of the destroyer is also closely related to him. Because the current him is an indispensable existence with Kurosaki Masaki. Return to the Soul Society. Different from the fast-growing modern world, the rhythm of Soul Society is unusually slow. In such a rhythm, if there are no harsh regulations, life is actually very leisurely. When you are free, you can boil a pot of tea and drink it in the courtyard. With the passage of time, the matter of Shiba's obsession with disappearing finally caused waves in the Soul Society. Shiba Yixen is the captain of the 10th squad, and it was the captain of Yamamoto who came out of the mountain himself. He served as the captain of the 10th Division for many years. Under his leadership, the 10th Division, which had gradually become silent because the previous captain died in battle, regained its vitality. However, no one expected that Shiba Yixen disappeared without warning. At the beginning, the vice-captain Matsumoto Rangaku just thought that the captain was lazy and didn't want to deal with team affairs, so he hid. She searched everywhere in Seireitei for Shiba Yixen's whereabouts, but to no avail. Gradually, as time goes by, Shiba has been obsessed with disappearing for too long. Although Matsumoto Rangaku was a bit nervous, he was the vice-captain of the 10th squad after all, and he immediately realized that the matter could be verified. Captain, something went wrong? After thinking of this, Matsumoto Rangaku was immediately distraught. But she still reported the matter to a team. Captain Yamamoto then asked people to investigate Shiba's obsession. With the power of Gode 13, it is still impossible to find the whereabouts of Shiba Yixen. Ever since, there are two theories about Shiba's disappearance. One is that he secretly defected. Advertisement. The second is that he had an accident. Regarding Shiba's single-mindedness, Central 46 discussed it for a long time and in the end, they still think that the latter possibility is the highest. Although the Shiba family has been expelled from the ranks of great nobles, they were once famous nobles after all. Because of Shiba's single-mindedness, they returned to the Soul Society. The Shiba family can still be regarded as a noble family. At the beginning, Captain Yamamoto asked Shiba to come out of the mountain to serve as the captain of the 10th Division, which was also agreed by them. They decided that Shiba Yixin was someone who could take on the big job. It is impossible for such a person to betray the Soul Society. Just like what happened with Shihu and Yoruichi back then, she obviously defected with Urahara Kazuki, but because of Yoruichi's identity, Central 46 refused to issue a warrant for her. Afterwards, Kuretsuchi Miyuri, the captain of the 12th Division, used a special device to search for Shiba's single-minded Ryotsu, which further proved that Shiba's single-mindedness encountered an accident. Shiba's single-minded Ryotsu disappeared from this world. Not only the Soul Society, but also the present world and Ueko Mundo have not found Shiba's single-minded Ryotsu. Unless Shiba used some special means to hide himself from Ryotsu, otherwise, it would be enough to investigate a trace of clues. Kuretsuchi Miyuri believes in his skills. Even if Shiba can make a tool to hide Ryotsu with all his heart, it is useless in front of the device for exploring Ryotsu by himself. Yes, Kuretsuchi Miyuri is that confident. For him, the only person who is a bit of a threat is Urahara Kazuki, but Urahara Kazuki has disappeared for so many years. Shiba is determined to never meet Urahara Kazuki. Since it wasn't Shiba's heart to hide his Ryotsu, then it can only be that he suffered an accident and died. For the Shinigami, the Ryotsu only disappears when they are dead. After Kuretsuchi Miyuri swore to tell the truth, the atmosphere of the whole Go-Day 13 suddenly became gloomy. Although I don't know why Shiba died in battle, the death of a captain still made many Shinigami feel the danger of the Shinigami profession. The morale of the entire 10th squad directly fell to the bottom because of this incident. When Shiba went to the present world to investigate with all his heart, Hitsugaya Dashiro once said that the captain chose to go to the present world to investigate alone in order to protect them. In the final analysis, it was because they were too weak. He didn't expect that one day, Shiba would fight to the death. Advertisement: what kind of enemy did the captain die in the battle? When did this battle happen? Hitsugaya Dashiro doesn't know anything. He only knew that everything was because he was too weak. It is precisely because of his own weakness that the captain had to face the enemy alone, and then died. Nearly everyone in the 10th Division was saddened by Shiba Yixin's disappearance and his death. Vice Captain Matsumoto Rangaku was drunk all day long. Only Hitsugaya Dashiro perked up. In order to improve his strength, he worked hard to learn the solution. He is gifted very well, born Ryotsu strong. Not many years after joining the Juban team, he became the 3rd seat. After that, Ryotsu reached the standard of learning Bankai and started learning Bankai directly. Before the captain disappears, he has basically got started, but he has not fully mastered Bankai. And the death of the captain made Hitsugaya Dashiro make up his mind to learn Bankai. Qian how? Only in this way can he take over the burden of the original captain. Hitsugaya Dashiro. I want to be the captain of the Juban team. After Shiba was determined to be dead, Aizen Sosuke in the 5th Division also spoke thoughtfully. What happened, exactly? Ever since he observed Shiba Yixin and the female Quincy in the real world that day, he didn't pay attention to Shiba Yixin, and he didn't expect that the other party disappeared directly. Aizen couldn't help but be a little taken aback. Immediately afterwards, he thought of the female Quincy master. Calculating the time, it has almost eroded. I don't know what happened to the Quincy after being hollowed. Team 13, in Yugon Hall. Jashiro Yukitaki's health improved slightly today. He looked at the vice-captain Shiba Kaien, and said softly, "Have you considered it?" Chapter 248. Subsequent influence. Many years ago, there was a vacancy for the captain of the 3rd Division. Under Gosuke Shigure's casual suggestion, Jashiro Yukitaki believed it, and really recommended Shiba Kaien to participate in the captain's assessment, hoping to help his old subordinate and make him the captain of the 3rd team. It turned out that Shiba Kaien's luck was too bad. It coincided with the fact that Aizen Sosuke also recommended his vice-captain Ichimaru Jin to participate in the captain's assessment. Because there are two suitable candidates, Captain Yamamoto conducted the captain assessment for both of them. In the end, both Ichimaru Jin and Shiba Kaien passed the captain assessment. This proves that they are both capable of captaining the Go-Day 13. But there is only one captain. Therefore, Captain Yamamoto can only conduct one more assessment. Put Ichimaru Jin and Shiba Kaien in a duel, and the winner becomes the captain of the 3rd Division. Then it was Ichimaru Jin, the famed genius Shinigami, who came out on top, outshining Shiba Kaien to become captain of the 3rd Division. Shiba Kaien returned to the 13th Division and continued to serve as his vice-captain. At that time, Jashiro Yukitaki comforted Shiba Kaien that there was still a chance. Because Go-Day 13's captain changes are actually quite frequent. Unexpectedly, within a few years, Shiba of the 10th team had an accident. Shiba Yixin is still Shiba Kaien's uncle. It is conceivable how uncomfortable Shiba Kaien felt after hearing the news of Shiba Yixin's accident. But suffering is one thing. The captain position of the 10th squad is indeed vacant. This may also be an opportunity. Therefore, Jashiro Tienshiro took the initiative to ask Shiba Kai, "Do you want to be the captain of the 10th squad?" If he thinks clearly, he will recommend Shiba Kaien again. Facing his captain's question, Shiba Kyan was silent for a while. If it was back then, it hadn't been long since I lost in the competition with Ichimaru Jin. Advertisement knowing that the captain position of Godai 13 is vacant again, and if he has the opportunity to be the captain, he will definitely not let go of this opportunity. But now, he has changed his mind. It's good to be the captain, but it's not his wish to leave the 13th division. He was able to become a Shinigami and become the vice-captain of the 13th division, all relying on the value of the captain Jashiro Yukitake. Over the years, Jashiro Yukitake has entrusted all team affairs to him. Apart from not having the title of captain, in terms of power, he is actually no different from the captain. More importantly, the vacant captain position this time is the captain of the 10th squad. It stands to reason that Shiba Yixin, the captain of the 10th team, is his uncle, and the former captain Shiba Yichung is his father. The Shiba family has been in charge of the 10th team captain for many years. It is reasonable for him to serve as the captain of the 10th team. But it is precisely because too many people in the Shiba family suffered a tragic end because of the Juban team. Shiba Kyan doesn't want to serve in the Juban team. Especially, after his uncle Shiba Yixin had an accident, he paid attention to the situation of the 10th team, knowing that all the members of the 10th team were sad for his uncle's accident, and the third seat, Hitsugaya Dashiro, even worked hard to learn Bankai. Shiba Kyan gradually had a decision in his heart. Captain, I've already made up my mind. I'll stay in Team Tien Sanfan. Although the position of captain of Team 10 is temporarily vacant, I believe that it will not be long before new talents will emerge to fill this vacancy. Hearing this, Jashiro Yukitake couldn't help but look at Shiba Kyan. Eye to eye with Shiba Kyan. In the end, Jashiro Yukitake didn't choose to respect Shiba Kyan's choice. Since that's the case, I won't say anything more. Shiba Kyan made a decision, but it was an episode. In the blink of an eye, several years have passed since the position of captain of the 10th division was vacant. No matter how painful the injury is, after a few years, it will gradually heal. The same is true for the Shinigami of the Juban team. In the beginning, Matsumoto Rangaku got drunk all day because of Shiba's obsession with accidents. DBAG, later, it seems that Hitsugaya Dashiro's behavior of practicing hard gradually moved her, making her understand that she cannot be depressed. Although Hitsugaya Dashiro's qualifications are outstanding, she is the third seat, and in the past she assisted her and the captain in handling team affairs, but in the final analysis, she is the vice-captain. Advertisement in the days when the captain is not around, she has to support the team. It was with this thought in mind that Matsumoto Rangaku bounced back. Although she often performed poorly in the past, she was selected as the vice-captain by Shiba wholeheartedly, so she is naturally a person with outstanding abilities. When she started to get serious, Team Tien Fan gradually got on the right track. The morale of the 10th division also gradually recovered during this process. In the final analysis, it was because Shendu, a part of the 10th team, had experienced the days without a captain, so after Shiba Yixin, the captain disappeared, he felt uncomfortable because of losing again. After a while, he got used to it again. This life. In this world, Shiba devoted himself to doing odd jobs in the Urahara store for a period of time, earning some living expenses. If successful, Hitsugaya Dashiro will be the youngest captain among the Godai 13. After paying a little attention to the Soul Society's affairs, his eyes once again turned to the present world. Gosuke Shigure was aware of the changes in Soul Society, and he didn't suddenly jump out to give advice to Hitsugaya Dashiro, because it was unnecessary. He thought about what he knew, and finally found that the only knowledge he could use was some medical skills learned in the Soul Society. The other people's advice, although it can add icing on the cake, but the effect is not obvious. Kurosaki Masaki has left the Ishida family, and now he is bound to Shiba Yixin. Although he can save Kurosaki Masaki, he cannot always save Kurosaki Masaki, so the matter of raising Kurosaki Masaki can only be handed over to Shiba Yixin. This has a lot to do with his outstanding talent. He decided to take part in the captain's assessment after a while, and take the initiative to shoulder the responsibilities that the captain had not entrusted to them in previous years. During Matsumoto Rangaku's revival, it is worth saying that penance is useful. As for why Ishida Ryuestering helped Shiba Yixin, because of course, he was helping Kurosaki Masaki. If we say that at the beginning, we just stepped into that threshold, then now, we have basically fully grasped the solution. Then he began to look for a means of earning a living again. The current world is still quite backward at the moment. Relying on his own medical skills, and the help of Ishida Ryuxian, Shiba Yixin finally managed to open a private clinic in the present world, which can be regarded as a stable career. Hitsugaya Dashiro became more proficient at mastering Bankai. For this kind of genius, grief is the force that guides him forward.